Chapter 1. 85 AC, King's Landing. Baelon paced outside of the doors to the apartment with impatience, the noise of his boots echoing in the hallways of Magur's Holdfast. It hadn't even been 6 moons since Alyssa. His fists clenched tightly, the sounds of his leather gloves creaked under the strain and it rang in his ears. He breathed out slowly even as he continued to pace, albeit slower. To lose him so soon after Alyssa, before he'd even seen his first name day. Brother, he heard, and Baelon stopped in his pacing and turned around. He hadn't even heard him approach. Emon, Baelon said stiffly as he eyed his brother, his posture tense. I can see why the servants are taking the long route around. Emon said as their gazes met, his expression was calm as ever despite the unfriendly acknowledgement. Baelon sneered slightly as his eyes narrowed. They have no reason to. Emon looked at him with hints of skepticism in his eyes as his head reared back slightly. Truly, brother? I could hear you grounding down the floor with your pacing from scores away. Emon said with his arms crossing. No wonder the servants seemed frightful. Emon said with amusement in his voice. Vague reminiscence of the days of mischief shone through in the faint curl of Emon's lips. Baelon met his brother's gaze with a ghost of a scowl, though his irritation was shallow. They always did scare too easily. He said with a grunt, the corner of his lips raising up ever so slightly. Emon laughed. That they do. They still talk about us with disdain down in the kitchens. Baelon's lips twitched before it fell away when he remembered. Emon only met his gaze head on, his expression calm as ever even as he spoke, still no word. He asked, his gaze now breaking, and turned towards the doors. None yet. Baelon said with a hint of terseness in his voice as he clenched his jaws. He felt his brother's gaze on his back in a way that left him to want to snap and rage, yet instead he opted to walk away from the suffocating presence of having to deal with his misfortune with someone else present. He walked towards the open window and gazed out towards the open world, wishing he could ride the clouds with Viagar than to be here. He gripped the bottom frame of the window tightly as he looked out towards the ocean, the distant sounds of the sea crashing into the sharp rocks far below doing little to calm his mood. He tensed slightly when he felt his brother's careful hand on his shoulder. The urge to snap rose within him, but he reined it in, relaxing, and the tension within him receded. His brother stood next to him, gazing out the same window. Skorkido soms majasvganlkia. Kosti jakagon jernigan sytia with makron dornish mentir najats lagan. How about we go fly, brother? I'm sure there's a Dornish fleet out there somewhere that needs burning, Emon said calmly as his hand slipped off of Baelon's shoulder. Baelon's lips twisted slightly. Viagar would horlagan se Arlen, and Viagar would relish the chance. He'd relish the chance too. Burning ship after ship until there were none left. He'd never felt more powerful than on that day. His half-smile slid off of his face as he soberly felt the stark contrast of helplessness again. The gods are cruel. Baelon said with a touch of bitterness in his tone. Emon said nothing as Baelon continued. He was fine for moons after Alyssa's death, and just as I began to hope. His drake is no longer sickly, Emon. After a few moments of silence, the dragon keepers had been sure the drake would not live despite their efforts, yet it grows stronger. Baelon said nothing. There was no reason to do so. Not when they both knew that he remained hopeful because of that reason alone, even if it seemed nonsense. The egg that Aegon slept with had hatched the night of his wife's death. Some of the superstitious members of the court had seen it as a sign of the gods and that his wife had been reborn, though such superstitions soon fell silent when it was clear his son turned sickly just as his drake turned sickly. He'd ordered the dragon keepers to keep the drake alive at all costs, and now that the drake grew stronger, he only hoped his son follow and live. He's still fighting. Emon pointed out quietly. Babes rarely live past the first few days of fever, not when it was that bad. He's still alive, brother. You must have faith. I lost much of that faith when Alyssa died. Baelon said with a stiff glare at his brother. Alyssa had been greatly weakened, yet she died within the year. His eyes closed at the memories of his joyous wife having been reduced to a pitiful woman at the end. None of his prayers, none to the mother, to the father, even the stranger, had worked. Before Emon could say anything in return, the doors creaked open and Baelon shared a glance with his brother before he turned around. The Grand Maester walked out and Baelon made his way towards him. How is he? Baelon demanded impatiently. The boy will live. Grandmaster Elissar said after a moment. The fever has weakened and he is now in a stable condition. Baelon let off a sigh of relief. But the Grand Maester said with caution in his voice, there are still many long days ahead before we can be sure. One day at a time, Grand Maester, one day at a time is agreeable with us, Emon said with a smile on his face. Emon clasped him on the shoulder. Baelon looked towards Emon with a long stare before he gave in with a tired nod. One day at a time, he agreed. Emon smiled. Go to your son, Baelon. I will let Muna and Kapa know of the good news. Baelon walked past the Grand Maester and into the apartment. The acolytes and the wet nurse vacated the room as he strode forward, his gaze intently on the cot. He arrived at the cot with a slow pace and looked down at the sleeping form of his infant son. He looked peaceful, as if he had not been desperately fighting for his life for days. He leaned forward and gently stroked his son's head. Srj Omegan, Nuha Trizi. Isar Kostba, well done, my son. You have been strong. Stronger than he could have wished for. Perhaps one more piece of Alyssa would live on after all. He stood back, casting one more gaze at his son. Jomagan Vielbsma, Aegon. Xse no Garhans Aldritzes keep fighting, Aegon. You are the blood of the dragon, he said with a whisper before he turned away. He left the apartment and headed down the hallways until he arrived at his part of the wing in the holdfast. My prince, the guards said with a bow of the head before they opened the doors for him. He walked through the door, his gaze fell on his son who sat reading with an acolyte. Viserys realized Baelon had arrived and stood up before running towards him. Kapa. Baelon smiled at his son as he ruffled his heir's long silver locks. He hadn't seen his son for more than a day. Viserys. Have you been keeping up with your studies? Baelon asked, a glance sent towards the acolyte before he refocused on his son. Of course. Viserys exclaimed offended before he looked to the acolyte. I did my numbers and I did well in the test. I got all the crownlands houses and their sigils right. Is that so? Baelon said with a look towards the acolyte. Yes, my prince. The acolyte said with a bow of the head. Prince Viserys did very well in his test and he is continuing to progress well in his studies. Baelon looked back at his son and saw him stand up a little prouder, and Baelon chuckled. Well done, Viserys. Perhaps it's time to start your martial training, Baelon mused. He had not permitted Viserys to train yet, even though he himself had started a younger age. The situation with Alyssa and then Aegon. Viserys had beamed at the praise before he looked on excitedly at the prospect of fighting, yet that excitement had gone away within a blink when he began to fidget. Aegon? Viserys asked hesitantly, his eyes wide with concern and reluctant hope. Baelon sighed slightly as he crouched down. Your brother lives, Viserys. He said with a gentle tone. And he is getting better. Viserys began to smile widely. I knew it. Viserys said with an assured jerk of a nod. In only a way a child could pull off Issa ia with Macron's Aldritzes. He is a dragon. Baelon laughed as he got up and ruffled his son's hair. That he is, Viserys, he said with a genuine smile. That he is. Break. 94 AC, King's Landing. His arm buckled as the strikes hit again and again, the noise of wood clashing against wood ringing in his ears as his bones rattles under the forceful strikes. Come little brother, Daemon taunted cheekily, the glint in his lilac eyes hard as he continued his assault. Daemon was a whirlwind, a ball of relentless fury that seemed to wish to consume him in the fires of his pent-up rage. Aegon grit his teeth as he kept backing away, all while absorbing away most of his brother's attacks. He blocked an overhead strike and with a swift move ducked under the following horizontal strike, and he thrusted forward with his sword, surprising Daemon. Daemon twisted around, just in time to avoid his thrust, and slashed towards him, but he caught it just in time with his wooden blade. Daemon seemed to refocus, his strikes becoming more methodical, like an unrelenting crash of waves seeking to break him in half like a boulder by the shore. A strike hit harder and faster than he could prepare for and went past his sword. He leaned and bent away to his right just in time to avoid it hitting him on the head, yet not enough to avoid it from striking against his sword arm's shoulder. He bit his tongue at the pain and tried to raise his sword, but the nerves in his arm felt like they were on fire and the sword felt like it was made out of lead. Before he knew it, another strike against his hand sent the wooden sword clattering. Aegon looked at his brother and saw him looking at him with a smug, triumphant look. You've lost again, little brother. Daemon said cheerfully, though there was a little more in his gaze that made it clear that he had enjoyed beating up on him. As always, naturally. Aegon grimaced as he rolled his shoulders before he glanced at his brother with a forced smile on his face. With your help, I'm sure to get better. Daemon's smile fell off slightly and Aegon's smile became more genuine. He might not actually be 10, but it didn't mean he was immune to pettiness. The clanking of armor prevented Daemon of saying anything further. My princes. Sir Redwyne called out. A well-fought spectacle. Daemon only scowled slightly before he turned on his heels and threw his sword away and stormed out of the training hall, not unlike a petulant teenage girl. Aegon sighed as he touched his shoulder tenderly. You've done well, my prince, Sir Redwyne said. Aegon only grunted before he met the knight's gaze. I could only really defend, he said with a faint scowl. Like always. It kind of burned at him to be so mediocre. Your brother is 3 and 10, my prince. He is older, faster and relentless. Sir Redwyne pointed out. There is no shame in losing to Prince Daemon. Aegon looked at Sir Redwyne with a glare that said a lot, which the Lord Commander picked up on by the way his eyes showed hints of amusement. That being said, the King's Guard continued, his expression deadly serious. Whilst you show good footwork and swordplay for your age, you try not to take risks, my prince. Isn't that a good thing? Aegon asked, a little perplexed. Yes and no. Sir Redwyne said, pausing momentarily before continuing. In battle, you should limit the risks you take, yet without risks it is unlikely you will know victory, for in battle, the margins between defeat and victory are very small. Sir Redwyne neared, taking a glance at his swelling shoulder. Not even trying to take risks will only prolong your defeat, my prince. Aegon winced internally. Well, that definitely was advice that could apply his more long-term problems. You should go see the Grand Maester, my prince, Sir Redwyne said as he looked at his shoulder meaningfully. He was about to say he was fine, but Sir Redwyne continued, cutting him off, and I will inform your father that you should not fight another bout until your shoulder is healed," he said pointedly. He looked at the Lord Commander with an irritated expression before he gave an Aesir. Sir Redwine chuckled as he walked away, leaving him alone in the training hall. Aegon stared at the wooden sword before he picked up with his left hand, his sword hand. His shoulder was painful, but it grew more relaxed when he rolled it a few times. He swung the sword a few times before he shifted into a stance. "I don't take risks, hey," he murmured to himself as he outstretched his sword arm. It was truer than the Lord Commander realized. In his old life, that was how he'd gotten far in his life, never taking any risks, and in the end, he did better than most. Even if a fluke accident killed him at age 27. Then he'd gotten here. He'd been terrified when he came to awareness around age 2, and more so when he realized the shit show of a world he'd been reborn into. He'd seen all of Game of Thrones and read some details about the world, and he knew he was quite close to the era of the Dance of the Dragons, which was a bad time to be a Targaryen. Honestly, it was probably a bad time to be a Targaryen at any point, and he'd lamented his misfortune to be reborn at all. He grimaced. Those years had not been fun, that was certain. He'd come to terms with it, for the most part. Thankfully, he hadn't gotten noticed as being too odd, well, too odd for a Targaryen at least. He'd been quiet in his early years, and the servants rarely interacted with him beyond taking care of his needs. Plus, he was lucky he was born basically parentless. Baelon was an inattentive father to him who paid more attention to Viserys even before Baelon's rise as crown prince after Aemon's death, and to Daemon, who was a prodigy with a blade. That's not to say Baelon didn't care, it just seemed like he didn't know how to interact with him given the way he kept his distance even during his younger years. Sometimes he was sure his father disliked him like Daemon did for their mother's death. He grimaced at the thought of his mother. His mother aunt. His father uncle. He felt a little sick, and he refocused on his sword as he tried to stop thinking about it. Aegon slashed and thrust it again and again until he felt his arm grow numb, and he stopped, breathing in and out heavily. He brushed his arm against his forehead, swiping away some of the errant sweat, and walked towards the sword stance and hung up the blade. He rolled his shoulder again and he winced. It was definitely going to be sore for a while. He went to Grand Maester Elessar, and after checking his arm, he pasted some ointment on his shoulder and told him to avoid using his arm for the next few days. Elessar told him that he can lend him a few more books from his collection if he wished to keep occupied, and Aegon took him on his offer. He had an amicable relationship with the Grand Maester, courtesy of his academic talents that he'd slipped through as he aged. Which had been useful as he wanted to know how far he could go with what he knew, and so far it looked like he probably could become an extremely wealthy man. He knew the theories and methods behind compasses, clocks, concrete and water mills, and those alone should make him wealthier than a dozen merchant princes combined. As a third son, he wasn't going to get much of an inheritance after all, and with how messed up this world was, having a lot of gold was going to be useful at some point or another. Still, the oddities of this world never really clicked until he understood how little things had progressed for millennia. It seemed like they were stuck on a broken clock for millennia, and he didn't really understand how. That wasn't the only thing either. There were a lot of inconsistencies in Westerosi history that seemed a few times too much to make it a typical unreliability of historical record-keeping situation. Like how Dragonsteel was used against the others 8,000 years ago when Valyria is recorded to have risen 5,000 years ago. He could have believed maybe 1,000 years difference, but 3? There was much he didn't understand how all of this was possible, his rebirth, the shady history of Westeros, even the seasons that were definitely broken in some way. Maybe there really was a cabal of deities that interfered with the world. He shook his head as he made his way towards the back entrance of the dragon pit where dragons exited from. Nuha Drylaros, my prince, one of the elder dragon keepers, came and approached him. Ixis Nuhas Aldritz's Mazel Bagon Sytsvkan, is my dragon ready for flight? He asked the dragon keeper. Kessa Nuha Drylaros, Ahas Aldritz's Ixis Mazel Bagon, yes, your dragon is still saddled, the old dragon keeper said, and Aegon smiled at the old man as he nodded. The old dragon keeper barked out in Valyrian at the other dragon keepers to bring his dragon out before he walked away in the same. He was told that this old man had made sure his dragon had lived as a hatchling. For that, he'd always have his gratitude. Low rumbling emerged out of the dark tunnel, and a serpentine head poked out of the shadows of the entrance. The dragon's head was riddled with sharp spikes and curving horns. The being of magic strode forward, slowly, into the daylight on its hind legs and its hooked clawed toe that it used as its forearms with its wings tucked in. His dragon was odd, in comparison to the others. Where most had a dominating color, like Silverwing, Viagar, Vermithor, and so on, his dragon had too. A blood-red hue with streaks of thick deep blue covering his dragon from head to its tail. There were yellows mixed on his scales too, like small blots of starlight that made his dragon's scales even more pronounced than already was. Aegon's eyes shone as he walked forward, his dragon catching his scent and bringing his head down. A loud rumble exited his dragon's great maw as Aegon placed his hand on the creature's snout. The dragon leaned into his hand, and Aegon let out a laugh as he patted down on the creature's snout. Miss Aragorn, Aegon said affectionately, and the dragon responded to him with a low rumble. To tell the truth, Miss Aragorn had been the reason why he pulled himself together for the most part when he realized there was a benefit in being born in this world. He'd met his dragon for the first time since it hatched when he'd been 4. It had been quarter the size that was now, and it had been amongst the smallest recorded for its age. Since then he'd grown quicker and larger than most other dragons his age, a point of pride for him, and sometimes he had a feeling that it was the same for Miss Aragorn. He looked at the saddle and saw it was already there and turned to meet the gaze of his dragon. He couldn't quite explain the bond he had with his dragon, it was less than a whisper, the way they could communicate with another, but it was there. Minutes passed as dragon rider and dragon remained in each other's presence in silence. Lenivestret and Miro's tub. I was told something today, Aegon said to Miss Aragorn, and he proceeded to speak to his dragon as if he could understand. Aegon knew his dragon probably understood most of it. And Miss Aragorn huffed out of his nose when he finished his tale. Ao pendagon is a pacto, Dradair Ao. You think he's right, don't you? Aegon asked with a sardonic curl of a smile before he looked away from the gaze of his dragon. A few minutes passed before he come to a decision. Sir Redwine was right. Not just about the fighting. He couldn't not take risks. Not in this world. He walked around Miss Aragorn and climbed up and onto his saddle. He rubbed his dragon's neck and Miss Aragorn craned his neck, looking at Aegon with a side glance. Skoros Jo Magan Vester, Miss Aegon? Kesselon explore bisa vysyt merbona zagalebo. What do you say, Miss Aragorn? Shall we explore this world for all it's worth? He asked of his dragon, and Miss Aragorn screeched lowly in response. Aegon smiled. Yes, why not? There was more than just Westeros. He didn't want to be near that throne, and he didn't want to be involved in the mess that throne would inevitably make. Skin Miss Aragorn fly, Miss Aragorn, he shouted out, and his dragon's wings unfurled. Chapter 2. 97 AC, King's Landing. It's a good match, Viserys reiterated, his tone cheerful. You are upsetting yourself over nothing. She's a fine-looking woman, you know this. Daemon swirled around, his face twisted in an angry scowl. She's a faceless man in disguise, that's what she is. He said with a scoff. Do you even hear what they say about her? Daemon said as he swept his arm across in furious motion that she is more half-horse than she is woman, a man grown with teats. He said in a whine, his voice not unlike the dying wheeze of old men. Viserys withheld a chuckle at his brother's exaggerated distress. He watched his brother plump down onto the stool, the sudden visage of a petulant boy more than the knighted man he was. The same people who say that you are ill-tempered and contemptuous. A scoundrel of a prince. Viserys said with a raised eyebrow. Daemon at 16 name days had already gained a reputation of a sort, a reputation their father greatly disliked, yet it seemed their father's opinion on some of Daemon's escapades did little to temper Daemon. Though father rarely could stay too disappointed at Daemon, not when Daemon's charming side soothed offense just as easily as he made offense. See. If their judgment of me can be so precise, then their waggling tongues about her must be true. Daemon declared, and Viserys began to laugh loudly. Daemon glared and Viserys spoke up. God's brother, you are many things, but you are not a scoundrel. Viserys' smile was beaming. Daemon was scowling, though Viserys could see there was little heat behind it. Mayhaps it's better to say you're a fiend? Ner do well. Viserys posed to his brother in jest, and it seemed to have worked as his brother's moroseness began to steam away from his expression, a smile filtered past his previous moody expression. Nay, that's not quite right either. Daemon said with a smile after a while. He got up from his stool, raising his arms, and walked towards his Viserys with his arms aloft, his gait predatory and his head leaned forward. Doesn't roll off of the tongue, never do well. Daemon said as he rolled the phrase off of his tongue with deliberate intent. The rogue prince. Daemon said airily, his eyes shining with self-praise as he arrived by Viserys, his arms fell on Viserys' shoulders. Viserys looked at his brother humorously. Giving yourself a title already, brother? And a title that will displease father so? He asked as he pushed his brother's hands off of his shoulders. Bah! Father was just as rogue as a child. Did he or did he not dare to smack Balrion's snout at 6 name days? Daemon dismissed. Viserys' expression fell slightly, something Daemon noticed. My apologies, bro. Viserys stopped his brother. Do not apologize, brother, you clearly meant no offense. Besides, Balrion has been dead for years now. Daemon grunted but said nothing more. They fell in a bout of silence, one that Viserys decided to break it when he saw Daemon fall once more in his darker mood. He knew his brother well. He had the blood of the dragon racing hotly in his veins that made it seem like nothing could scorch him, yet underneath it, Viserys knew his brother's worries could eat at him until he did something foolish and lashed out. You think that this is a disaster? It need not be so, Viserys began, this time the tone of his voice filled with sincerity as he tried to reach Daemon. Daemon side glanced at Viserys, and Viserys continued when he saw Daemon intently listening in silence. I did not know Emma until merely days we were set to marry. Viserys sighed. He had been nervous then. You seemed like you were ready to soil your breeches the night before the wedding. Daemon said with a curl of the lips, and Viserys chuckled. I may have done so, though I will deny it forever if I ever hear it outside these chambers, Viserys said with a glare, and Daemon mirthfully raised his hands in surrender. I swear I heard nothing, brother, Daemon said with an innocent charming smile. Viserys shook his head in mirth before he continued, yet I need not have worried. Viserys said with fondness. I grew to care for her, then love her, and now we have a daughter together. Viserys looked at Daemon. It will be worth it, I promise you, brother, when you hold your child in your arms. He said as he walked towards Daemon and clasped his arm. What you feel now is nothing more than ugly fear that will be gone before you even know it. Viserys finished. Daemon said nothing for a few moments until he looked up and met Viserys' gaze. Thank you, brother. Daemon said, quieter and sincerer than he'd heard his brother sound like in a very long time. Viserys smiled and nodded as he slapped his brother's shoulder. Good. We should head back. Aegon should be here by now. Daemon's expression darkened. Has he decided to leave Dragonstone after all? He never said he wouldn't come. Viserys said chidingly. Aegon said he was busy, of all things, and that he would come a few days before the wedding. An excuse that admittedly ran hollow, given that on Dragonback he could be here within the morn should he depart at first light. For the past 6 moons, Aegon had gained leave to go to Dragonstone in accord with their father, who not deigned to tell them why. Even Gale's pleading seemed to have fallen on deaf ears. Daemon mockingly enthused, then our father wasn't going to summon to him to come to King's Landing? Daemon said with a pointed look, faint hints of a scowl breaking through. Viserys sighed disappointed. Whilst he and Daemon were as close as brothers could be, Daemon and Aegon were the mirror opposite. Like two rival hatchlings, they couldn't stand each other. He knew why. Daemon blamed Aegon for their mother's death despite what he and their father told him. Women died in childbirth all the time. It was the will of the gods. Resentment of the child did nothing but cause more pain. It also didn't help that their brother was aloof. Less so than in his youth, but he was still far from sociable and preferred to spend his time with that odd journal he kept when he was not squiring with Sir Crab or telling Gale fantastical mummer stories that he'd never heard about before. It didn't help that wasn't as easy to speak with like it was with himself or Daemon. He was more reclusive and rarely spoke with the young heirs or the lords of the realm that were in court, preferring to avoid gatherings as often as possible. Even with their father and grandfather, Aegon rarely spoke more than was necessary from a young age. Their father said Aegon reminded him of Viogon, but he didn't think that to be true. No bookish boy would have been as ready to meet fire with fire as often as he did with Daemon. Viogon had only cared for his books and his numbers. He wanted to snort. Aegon was far from a bookish boy that Daemon was off to call him. For certain, Aegon had a keen mind, and he did read like none other he knew. He'd spoken enough times with his brother of 3 and 10 name days on matters of history that were beyond his years, and he'd seen the boy's talents with numbers that hinted similar talents to that of Viogon, but Viserys knew better. Viserys saw too much in Aegon's eyes when he saw the ships at the main port of Dragonstone. Aegon had dreams of adventure, he had seen it then. The trips to Driftmark only solidified his thoughts on it. And their grandfather knew it too. He'd hinted as much several moons ago during a quiet supper between he and his grandparents. Let's not sour the evening, brother. Viserys said as he grabbed his brother by the shoulder, for in 2 days, you will be a married man, Viserys said with a rapturous laugh. Break. 97 AC, Blackwater Bay. The air whistled sharply in his ears as he held on tightly onto the handles of his saddle, the darkening night enhanced by the grey clouds which approached, grey clouds which shrouded the dying lights of the dusk sun under its blanket. Yet they rose and climbed and fought higher and higher. The powerful wings of Miss Aragorn struck and beat at the air. The noise of his wing membranes had sounded like the sharp snaps of a flag hanging up high on a pole during a windy day. They dove into those grey clouds, clouds that were misty and rich with the precipice of showery rain, coating Miss Aragorn's scales with traces of dew just as the vapory water wet his short silver hair. With a few more powerful beats of Miss Aragorn wings, they crashed out of the grey clouds, rays of orange light nearly blinding him as they continued to rise until his eyes adjusted. He let out a breathless gasp, his lips parting in sharp smile as his eyes roved around him. He never tired of this wonder that he'd grown to cherish more than any other. He'd always sat by the window of an aeroplane. The sight of flying above the clouds was something he'd always liked, to watch the plane coast above the sea of clouds. Yet it paled in comparison to this ethereal experience of tasting the thin air above the clouds whilst atop a majestic being from folklore and gazing at the orange and red-tinged horizon whose dying light sunk deep into the rolling sea of clouds. They kept on rising for a little while longer until Miss Aragorn began to course through the air, his huffing sounds more silent than not, adding to the eerie quiet of their lonely trek above the clouds. He stared out into the world, the familiar sight of the world's curvature to that of his old one. He figured out the circumference, at least roughly, of planetos using geometric observations just as Eratosthenes had done once in the antiquities. The units of measurements in Westeros were similar to that of imperial units, though it was imprecise and non-standard, not that he expected much difference. Thankfully Dragonstone was only several hundred miles away from King's Landing, which had been perfect. He'd gotten a few maps that were more or less to scale. From there he just ended up using the more common distance, and in the end he'd gotten to a figure that looked about the same as what he knew Earth to be. Given that the gravity was the same, or at least felt the same, he didn't expect any different, but that at least confirmed that this was as close to Earth as there was. Of course such information was rather useless, he thought to himself with a smile. The things boredom make you do. Still, he thought as his smile fell off, it was better than remaining in King's Landing. He might live a pampered life as a prince even if he was an unimportant one, but his life was filled with people he disliked. The court was filled with people who were worse than the most opportunistic entourages of celebrities in his old world were like, and their waggling tongues were admittedly more cutting than he would admit out loud. He was often compared to Viserys and Daemon, the likable heir and the dashing second son. Compared to them, he was little more than a disappointment to many people. If he was truly a child, he probably would have been deeply affected by such things. As it was, it only made him more disaffected with it all. Still, there were some positives in King's Landing. Out of all of his family, he liked Gale and Viserys the most. Gale, his aunt barely 4 name days older than he, was a shy and kind girl that most mistook for being simple-minded. She was a textbook introvert which had been exacerbated by her mother's coddling. It took a little time and a whole lot of Bilbo Baggins and Hobbit heroics, but she grew out of her shell and was a little more confident. Viserys, though, had been what he had been to Gale in some ways. He was a good brother and a better man still. If this was anywhere but this messed up world, Viserys' disposition would have made him a great king in history. As it was, he would be easy prey to the serpents that lay below the tall grass, and it wouldn't only be capricious nobles that would seek to harm him. It made him feel guilty for setting to leave as soon as he were ready in a number of years. He shook his head and stared once more at the horizon. The dying embers of light were now almost gone and he knew it was time to go back. He leaned forward to his left side and slapped at Miss Aragorn's scales, and his dragon screeched in return, understanding his intent, and Aegon's smile widened and his eyes gleamed in excited anticipation. Miss Aragorn stopped flapping and they hung in the air for several long seconds before Miss Aragorn drew back his wings. Like anchor stones disappearing into the water before its long sink to the bottom of the sea, they fell. And they fell until Miss Aragorn tipped his body downward and they moved with terminal velocity and he had to hold firmer onto the handle. He jostled the saddle fixtures just to check it was still keeping him in, and thankfully it was still fine. Miss Aragorn screeched and Aegon whooped as he let go with one hand. He instantly regretted it as violent air nearly made him snap his back backwards, and he quickly hugged closer to Miss Aragorn's body, though he did so laughing. Soon enough they were out of the clouds and saw in the distance the faint lights of King's Landing. Miss Aragorn outstretched his wings and he nearly crashed into his saddle from the sudden opposite force, and Miss Aragorn almost was vertical with the way the air was caught in his wings. The journey not long after was a lot smoother as the city grew nearer and they circled about the outward part of the pit before Miss Aragorn landed amidst burning torches that cast fair light into the dusty pit. He dismounted his dragon and slapped Miss Aragorn's scales. The dragon keepers with their long poles approached and he shook his head at them. Daer, Jo Magan Daer Jeanagan. Kessisvgan Arl Najat Zaldradistran, no, do not bother. He will fly black to Dragonstone, he said. The dragon keepers bowed their heads in acceptance. They knew by now that he disliked keeping Miss Aragorn in the chambers of the dragon pit. It had been a long battle with his father and grandfather that he won eventually when Miss Aragorn kept on obeying his commands and never ended up causing problems with the crown lords or the common folk. Amusingly, it earned Miss Aragorn the epithet the Obedient Dragon. Jakagon Miss Aragorn. Arl Najat se Zaldratz's Blunon go Miss Aragorn. Go back to the dragon mount. Aegon said to his dragon and he stepped back. The dragon screeched, his high-pitched cry echoed in the pit as his wings snapped open like a leather whip as he raised them. Gushes of wines were beaten into existence with each of his dragon's flap, and Miss Aragorn began to rise, his strong legs digging into the dusty earth before Miss Aragorn began to push against the upturned earth and picked up speed, his long and wide wings beaten faster and faster until he was back into the air. He watched Miss Aragorn go before he let off a sigh and schooled his expression. He'd gotten good at that. Isipanta Baelon syt Nike, are they waiting on me? Aegon asked. Kessin Nuha Drylaros, yes my prince, one of the dragon keepers said. Aegon nodded without changing his expression and he set off. Soon enough he was through the Red Keep and arrived by the throne room. The king's guard were there, 4 of them, though there were no one else there. Except for his father and grandparents. His eyes fell on the monstrosity that was the Iron Throne, hundreds of jagged swords that were clattered before the steps made out of molten castle-forged steel swords before merging into a dominating chair that could draw blood as easily as a finger across the edge of a blade. His grandfather was seated atop the Iron Throne, the throne that would cause the Targaryen family more pain and sorrow than any of them would ever realize. His eyes veered to his grandfather's left and saw his grandmother seated there, and to throne's right was his father. Grandfather, grandmother. He said with a bow before he gazed at his father. No one said anything for a few moments until his father spoke up, you are late. And his voice echoed in the gloomy throne room. Chapter 3. 97 AC King's Landing. Baelon POV. He watched his youngest walk into the throne room with that distinct expression of his. He hated that expression, that dispassionate boredom that Aegon often bore whenever they were in the same room. It hurt him more than he would admit, to see that expression on a face that bore his Alyssa's eyes. Mismatched eyes, one violet and the other the same startling green with hues of every spectrum of Valyrian purple. The same eyes his Alyssa once bore and had delighted him with. The same eyes that gazed at him with indifference. He knew he deserved some of it, his absence from his youngest life ensured that. Aegon's recovery from his infancy illness had been different. He was no longer in pain as he had so oft been, yet instead he had been quiet, subdued. The marked opposite to how his eldest sons had been, who'd been boisterous and happy children. According to Alysar, such behavior had not been unheard of from children who had once been sickly and were without their mother, as if they were able to sense their mother's absence. At times, he had wondered if his son had ever really recovered from his illness, so unlike a child of 2, 3 name days had he been. It had seemed like the stranger had left its touch on his son and he'd been left a husk of a boy infant. A mockery that had took the place of his Alyssa. Baelon stared at his son, who was only a few paces away, reaching the center of the throne room. It hadn't been easy for him, to bear the looks of those at court, to bear the looks of his father and his brother about his son. The strange son. Sometimes it had seemed like there was more to Aegon than any realized. When he saw Aegon's eyes, Alyssa's eyes, were older than they had any right to be. They seemed weary and old, pained and numb. Like his father when he thought none could see. More than a few times had he looked upon his son with a gaze that wished it had been Alyssa who had survived and not this shadow. More than a few times since had he regretted thinking such spiteful thoughts. Alyssa would have been ashamed of him. With a fleeting thought, he thought she may even be looking down at him with a smug smile on her face and laughing eyes that said, "I told you so." Here he stood, his Aegon, their Aegon, wide shoulders and of stocky build, a long face that was losing its childish features. He was unrecognizable of the sickly infant who looked closer to death than he did living, and, as he stood tall and firm, he could only think Alyssa had been right. He never voiced how proud he was of Aegon, never in a way in which Alyssa would have done about the man Aegon was now becoming. He remembered the day it all had changed, the day Aegon at 4 name days had met Miss Aragorn, the runt dragon as the dragon had been known at the time. It was the only time he'd seen such great unhidden joy in Aegon's face, eyes wide with wonder and awe, as if he had finally found the half of his soul that had been lost to illness and to the stranger. His son had finally come alive and had rid himself of the shackles that seemed to have choked the life out of him. It was one of the few memories since Alyssa's death that he cherished. And since then, Aegon had only gone from strength to strength. The acolytes, and then later Alysar, had told him of Aegon's sharp mind, no brilliant mind who had boundless curiosity about the world. There was little that Aegon did not excel in when he put his mind to it, yet it was mathematics and history that Aegon truly was interested in. Even Sir Crabbe told him that he expected Aegon capable of gaining his knighthood at the same age as Daemon. And when Aegon, at just 8 name days, had solved every numbers puzzle his pompous little brother Viogon had put to his son, it had been what made him laugh for the time since Aemon's death that same year. To this day Viogon's dislike of his son saw no end in sight, especially when it was used against him whenever Viogon got too uppity for their liking. Alysar rarely could keep a smile off of his face whenever Baelon had asked him about what Aegon had been interested in then, since the things that interested Aegon seemed to be as varied as the stars in the night sky, though Aegon had a particular interest in ancient history, of times long passed into legend. The Age of Heroes, the Andal invasions and Valyria's dominance thousands of years ago were oft what Aegon had seemed to be keenly interested in. Yet, for all of his improvements, Aegon had remained distant to all but a few. He had preferred spending time alone or with his tutors instead of bonding with his brothers like he and Aemon had at their age, or consorting with the sons of those of noble lineage at court as a prince of the blood should. Yet whenever Aegon been ordered to, he had contorted himself as prince should, and it was clear that Aegon chose to be distant, but he did not understand why. He did not understand Aegon. It was enraging, and more than a few times he had lost his temper with Aegon, and after the last time he had simply let Aegon go to Dragonstone as he had wished. And for what the stewards reported, Aegon seemed to have thrived even more for all of the freedom that Dragonstone gave. With Baelon's blessing, Aegon had taken on the duties befitting a prince and seemed to even struck up friendships with knights and members of narrow sea houses. Before Aegon's present return to King's Landing, Aegon had taken on nearly all of the responsibilities of Dragonstone in Baelon's absence, even sitting in judgment of common folk with just and fair-mindedness, as the Maester of Dragonstone reported. The common folk of Dragonstone had taken to Aegon and Aegon them if what the steward said was true about Aegon having had some of the common folk taken on as squires or sent to Driftmark to become sailors. It seemed like his son thrived away from King's Landing, and from his family. It did not escape his notice, or his father, that Aegon held little love for their family with the seeming exception of Viserys and Gale. His 2 youngest sons barely tolerated each other, and then there was his own relationship with Aegon. The tragedies of his sisters and Aemon had weakened his mother, and she'd grown old and frail through age and grief. She had little strength to devote herself to her grandchildren, least of all Aegon, who had been distant to begin with, whilst his father had devotion aplenty but to the realm. It was not to say they cared not. His father knew more than he did of Aegon's interests, particularly his interests of the seas, whilst his mother knew of the friendship between Gale and Aegon and encouraged it. Yet such interest and care was done at a distance started by Aegon and left untouched by his parents, and now they were subjected to that consequence with the way Aegon looked at them. Aegon stopped before them and Baelon steeled himself, his eyes hardened as he set them upon his son. "You are late," Baelon intoned in his usual assertive tone whenever he spoke with his son. It was the only way he knew how to speak with Aegon. The journey on Dragonback took longer than anticipated. Aegon paused for a second. "That was my error." Aegon looked at Baelon still. "I have made it in time, have I not, father? After all, Daemon only marries in the morn tomorrow." Baelon lips thinned at his words, but it was his father who spoke up. "You were expected to dine with the family this evening." His father rebuked Aegon. "My apologies, Lord Grandfather. I had not known my presence would be so keenly felt." Aegon had the audacity to smile at them. "Had I known, I would have pushed Miss Aragorn to his limits to get here in time. The raven we received states you deliberately chose to waylay your departure despite warnings from the maester." Baelon said sternly. "Yours was the only absence from the gathering. You embarrassed us, in particular Daemon, in front of Lord Runestone and your good sister-to-be. I had not thought we would be hosting the Royces. Had I known, I would have made the effort, father." Aegon said with a bow. "The last thing I would want to do is embarrass that dear brother of mine." Aegon said with a tone that went too far. "Enough, Aegon," father said, his commanding voice stifling any other sound under the weight of his authority. "It seems like your time away at Dragonstone has only made you insolent." Aegon's eyes widened before the boy regained his composure and his jaws clenched as if he was preparing himself. Baelon stared at his son. For a moment their eyes met and Aegon looked away from his hard gaze and towards the floor. "My apologies, grandfather," Aegon said, this time quieter, more respectful, and his head bowed. "I did not mean to offend. I forgot myself." Baelon stared at Aegon, his mind stuck on a thought. The throne room was eerily silent before his father broke the silence. "You may go, Aegon." Aegon bowed again and he turned on his heel before being stopped as his father spoke again. "You are not to leave after the wedding tomorrow. Is that understood?" Aegon did not turn around as he spoke. "Yes, grandfather," Aegon said before he walked towards the doors. The doors clung shut as Aegon left and his mother sighed and turned to him, a tired expression on her aged face. "It seems like Dragonstone has done Aegon some good." "I wouldn't call being disrespectful an improvement," Baelon said displeased. "Better a little disrespectful than distant," his mother told him. "It was not like you were any better at that age," his mother said with a raised brow. "He was worse," his father said dismissively before he set his stern gaze to Baelon. "His apology, his real apology. He was afraid you were going to make him stay at King's Landing as punishment." Baelon finished for his father. "How could staying in the capital, our seat of power, be a punishment?" his mother questioned, her silver-grey brows drawn together in a hint of a frown. She rarely involved herself in matters of court or in council meetings. Her hearing was turning for the worse with moon that passed. It was only in the throne room or in the dragon pit where sounds were louder that she could still hear most of what was said. Baelon looked into the distance. Perhaps it is precisely the capital that he disdains. And since he is the only other dragon rider Targaryen besides the four of us, the attentions that are on him are greater than they have been before, especially since he is coming of age. His father looked at him, a stern look on his face. It does not help that Daemon mocks his younger brother in secret. Baelon's lips disappeared as they were drawn tightly. Daemon had always been jealous of Aegon's status as dragon rider and then later of Viserys when he had bonded with Baelryan. It had not been overt and it had been masked in jest when they had been younger, but when Miss Aragorn began to grow at startling speeds, it had turned sourer and sourer. The granting of Dark Sister did not seem to reduce this jealousy. If anything, it only made it worse. "Has Daemon continued since I last spoke with him?" Baelon asked of his father. He'd been furious with Daemon when word came back to him that Daemon was speaking ill of his brother to knights that had taken to follow Daemon. "No, but the damage is done," his father said to him. "Regardless of what Daemon may or may not have said of Aegon, it speaks enough of a rift within the family. A rift that cannot be allowed to grow." His father finished calmly, yet his words had deeper, serious meaning behind them. Baelon clenched his hands. What could he say? He knew it was his fault for letting it get to this stage. "Viserys and Aegon are close," Baelon said finally. "Not as close as he is with Daemon, but close." "They are," his father said. "They can be closer still. He'll have to stay at King's Landing," his mother said quietly. "He might dislike us for it, mayhaps even hate us," Baelon thought to himself, "but this, in the family, does none of us any good," his mother said, and he knew what words she was leaving unsaid. "Another rift was one of them." "I agree," his father said calmly, likely ignoring what his mother had left unsaid. He turned to her and met her gaze. "It would be easier if we can marry him to Gale. They like each other enough." His mother turned cold as she narrowed her eyes at him. It was hard to see his mother look at his father in such a way. He'd seen how much they'd grown apart over the years. The deaths of Dahlia, Alyssa, Visera in so close after one another, and then to lose Iman suddenly and Maejali to grayscale. It had taken a toll on his parents, and their marriage. They had aged more in the last 1 and 10 years than they had the 20 before. Gale will not marry until she is 1 and 20. His mother said, her tone ringing with finality and fire burning in her eyes like a true mother dragon. I will not lose another daughter before they are ready. That was our agreement. His parents stared at one another and his father relented. That was our agreement. His father paused and turned towards him, but once she does turn 1 and 20, she will marry Aegon. Baelon met his father's gaze. He knew why he was bringing this now. It kept Aegon away from those who would seek to use this rift for their own ambitions. His father had come to power when it seemed all that his great-grandfather had built was at risk at being lost. The last thing Jaehaerys the Conciliator would allow all that he built to break at the foundations. Agreed. Baelon said finally. But he cannot know for now. Baelon paused. I also suggest that we do not make him stay in King's Landing the entire time. His father thought it over. Very well. It has been some time since there has been a royal progression. He looked Baelon directly in the eyes. Viserys as your heir after the wedding shall go to High Garden and before turning towards Casterly Rock, Riverrun, and Storm's End. As well as Aegon. Baelon nodded. Tourneys would be thrown in celebration of Viserys and grant ample opportunities for Aegon to partake and dismiss the baseless and irritating rumors for what they were, especially once Aegon did well in the squire melees as Sir Crabbe suggested he would do. He and Aemon had been thick as thieves when they travelled together, and he expected this progression tie the two brothers closer. He would speak to Viserys about this too. And Daemon? His mother asked. He knew that Daemon would jeopardize with what they intended to show with this progression, that House Targaryen stood together. And one look to his father, he knew the old king knew it too. He will go to Runestone and learn the lands his wife to be stands to inherit. His father declared, and his tone was final. Break. 97 AC, King's Landing. The doors closed behind as he left the throne room. He glanced at the guards at their posts before he walked away, only allowing himself to breathe when he was alone in the halls barely lit by candle fire. He would never see them as family. Family had meant something. Did mean something. Whatever they were not it. He remembered his father, his grandmother, and his sisters. He remembered the closeness of their family and how they looked after one another even if they lived in different countries, even if they disagreed and argued with one another. Even if they disliked one another, they had still been there for each other. Something he would never expect from these people. He did not hate them. No, he did not feel about them enough to even muster such a strong emotion. People who shared blood with him but shared no bonds. Family that wasn't family. Alice Anne was a kind grandmother, yes, even a somewhat loving one, but it was not hard to feel uncomfortable and distant when her faraway eyes couldn't hide the pain she felt at what she lost. Elissar once told him stories of the good Queen Alice Anne, the charming and kind woman who listened to all, loved all, and was listened to and loved by all. The woman Aegon knew was far from that person, and he felt sympathy for her. The only person he thought deserved so much better than what she got. Jaehaerys cared more for the realm than he did the rest of his family, with the exception of Baelon, who after Aemon's death rarely left Jaehaerys' side. They were all too caught up with the duties of their positions or personal tragedies to muster up the balls to be more to each other than just royalty of the blood. He scoffed as he shook his head. Was it any wonder why House Targaryen was so dysfunctional? They put so much value on this realm that they barely spared time for each other, and in the end, just end up tearing each other apart again and again. A realm that was barely worth ruling, given how many of them would betray this family given the chance of elevation or gold. That's not to say that any medieval society wouldn't do that anyway. He knew the history of his own Britain and that of the general history of Europe during the medieval period. But honestly, given how stacked the decks were for the Targaryens, they really dropped the ball way too many times by just not being decent people to one another. Other noble families have tons of cousins in some way or another, which was the same situation in his old world. There must be something seriously wrong with your family if cousins never make their own branch of Targaryens after 280 odd years. Even if there really was a Maester conspiracy or a faith conspiracy, it didn't mean that the Targaryens didn't make it easy for them. Aegon. He heard, and he was broken out of his thoughts. He just realized he'd walked into one of the courtyards, and as he turned, he saw Gale stood by the rail of the second floor. Gale. Aegon looked at her with surprise. He hadn't expected her to see her this evening. His surprise made way for wariness. The look on her face made him debate the merits of turning around and walking away, quickly. The way she narrowed her eyes had him dash away that idea. He'd make the dressing down worse, and she'd probably maul in the morning once she'd cornered him. Once she descended down, she walked brusquely towards him and stopped right in front of him, her face contorted into a fierce glare. She poked him in the chest. You are late, she said with narrowed violet eyes in a way that only made her cuter. God, she was beautiful. At 7 and 10, she was growing more and more into herself, and the famed Valyrian beauty was coursing out like water out of a crack formed in a dam. It didn't help that as time went by, She had grown more confident. She was going to be stellar when she is fully grown. She's your aunt, he reminded himself fiercely. He knew that to be Targaryen was to be incest. Why? He would not be one of that. Even if they had magic blood, which they definitely did, otherwise he wouldn't be lacking of deformity, he thought with an internal shudder that crap was going to stack up, probably already did stack up. Was it any wonder that the Targaryens at the time of Game of Thrones were pretty much all insane even if they were normal looking? Ares? No further comment. Rigor? Friend, your father was insane and you chose to abandon your wife and 2 infant children in a ruthless world eager to dethrone because your family tends to be insane your family by absconding with a teen girl from a powerful family who was promised to another powerful family that also happens to be your cousin that has a legit claim to your throne? Yeah, insane. Beggar King Viserys? Insane. Jon Snow had to be insane to have allowed the Stark family do him in so dirty all his life without consequence, especially after all he had done to save them in Westeros. Rhaella and Daenerys seemed sane at first, but can you really be sane if you don't stab your tormentors in the throat when they're doing all kinds of shit to you? Okay, that was probably a stretch, but still. Whatever magic there was in Dragon Lord blood, it was way offset by nature. He wasn't going to sack his children, if he ever was going to have any, with insanity. Half Targaryens could ride dragons just fine. Not by much, he said defensively before he looked at her curiously. How is it? Terribly dull. Gale said before she grimaced. I don't think Daemon likes her very much. Aegon resisted the urge to smile. Why? He asked, genuinely intrigued. Don't know, she said with a frown. She is comely and she seemed sharp when she spoke, but that doesn't seem to interest Daemon from the way he didn't look at her. Excellent start for a marriage, Aegon thought to himself. Unfortunately for Daemon, divorce was pretty near impossible in Westeros. She shook her head before she refocused on him. Stop distracting me. I'm still angry at you. Because I'm late? He asked a little incredulously. Her lips thinned. You left me, she said as she poked him again in the chest. I did not. Aegon denied as he grabbed her rather stabby hand. I asked if you wanted to come but you said no, Aegon said with a raised eyebrow. You made it out as if it was going to be a quick trip. Gale exclaimed. And it was. He defended. I made it to Dragonstone in only a few hours. Aegon said proudly and deliberately. She poked him in the chest again and again and Aegon laughed as he tried to defend himself. Okay, I'm sorry. Aegon said as he grabbed her wrists. Gale looked at him with hints of hurt in her eyes. Aegon sighed. He was the only one who spared Gale time beside Alice Anne, who wasn't exactly the easiest to be around, especially for Gale. I did write to you asking if you would come in almost every other letter. You could have come. As if Mother would allow me to leave. Gale said with an embittered mutter. Aegon looked at her with sympathy. There was little freedom for noble women in this world, especially for a Targaryen princess. It didn't help that nearly all of his aunts were dead one way or another. Childbirth and illness had felled most of his aunts, whilst Viserys had died a decade ago because of her idiocy and sheer dumb terrible luck, whilst Sarah had ran off not after he'd been born and turned into a completely free woman, let's just say. Go Sarah? Honestly, it was kind of amazing to see House Targaryen's propensity to destroy itself. It didn't help that dear old grandfather was a terrible father to his daughters. In any case, the whole misfortune with daughters and Gale's surprise birth made Alysanne's clinginess to Gale understandable. With Maegili's death in the past year, Alysanne's emotional dependency on Gale only worsened. As much as he wanted to take Gale away and give her room to grow away from this place, he'd only jeopardize his own plans. Having ordinary people trained as sailors who he could trust wasn't exactly the easiest thing to do, especially when he had to depend on Corlys Velaryon so much. He cared greatly for Gale, probably the most out of anyone in this world, but for his own sanity, he needed to get away from this place. Gale must have spotted his expression of sympathy and she grabbed his arm and curled her own arm around. She dragged him forward. I did offer to take you on, Miss Aragorn. Easier to ask for forgiveness than permission. Aegon said with a smile as they walked towards the gardens. Gale rolled her eyes. Mother would hunt you down with Silverwing, she said with a teasing smile. Aegon laughed. Wouldn't that be a sight? The good Queen Alysanne cursing a storm atop Silverwing as she chased us across the Blackwater Sea. Gale giggled as if Mother would ever curse. Ah, you're right. Aegon paused dramatically and peered down at Gale, who despite being 4 name days older was still shorter than him at 3 and 10 name days. She definitely would instead pray to the father to strike me down for daring to abscond with her dear Gale. My precious Gale swooned in a raspy voice and Aegon laughed loudly at that. Gale burst into a fit of giggles whilst she clung onto him. He might cheat and end up known as the local version of Leonardo da Vinci, Galileo Galilei, and Marco Polo amalgam of his time, but his greatest accomplishment would forever be to have gotten Gale to channel Gollum. Break. 97 AC, King's Landing. Grand Maester Elissar. Elissar twiddled with his heavy chains gently, his fingers fiddling around the edges of the links. Soft sounds of clinking in the background was all that breached the silent chambers as he wrote in his memoirs. He breathed out and his sigh was quivering as he dipped his quill in ink. He heard a knock on his door and he made a noise of surprise. He did not know who would come to his chambers at this time. Septon Barth would be long asleep now whilst the days have long passed since his grace sought his counsel this late in the evening. Come in. Come in. He shouted, his voice straining as he did so. He grimaced as he coughed and he quickly grabbed a piece of cloth as he cleared his throat. It was getting worse now. It was odd, he mused to himself. To feel oneself grow weaker by the day. The door opened and he turned towards the door. His heavy brows lifted up heavily as he saw who it was. Elisar stood up, or at least tried to. My prince. Please sit, Grand Maester, Prince Aegon said as he walked in deeper into his room. Aegon came quickly and grabbed his arm, guiding him to his seat. Thank you, my prince. Elisar said gratefully. Aegon smiled at him gently before he glanced towards the pages on his desk. Your very delayed memoirs? Aegon inquired as he grabbed one of the chairs and sat by him. Elisar laughed. Yes, my prince. He waved tiredly over the pages. One never quite realizes the difficulty of objectively writing your story and the stories of others. I hope that when you get to my story you won't be so objective, Grand Maester, Aegon said with jest. Elisar smiled at the nearly grown young man. Yes, it would be hard to write objectively about the young prince. He'd grown fond of the boy over a short few years, more than he thought possible. Especially considering of how the prince had been in his infancy. He was better now, less subdued and more lively than he had been as a boy, which itself had been an improvement of the near-silent babe he had been. He was still markedly different to Prince Baelon's other sons, both sons who were near total opposites to Prince Aegon's reserved nature that many mistook for targeted curtness, but it was an acceptable level of difference, Elisar thought, for a prince that stood to not become king. He had not expected much of the young prince when he first began tutoring him. Yet it seemed he was destined to be surprised once again by the boy whose survival was a miracle from the seven themselves. The boy's mind even as a child had been sharper and finer than a Valyrian steel sword edge. And the boy knew it too from a young age. It had taken him a while to notice that the boy was suppressing much of his talents, and it had taken him seeing Prince Aegon solve each of Maester Viogon's mathematical puzzles to realize it. The boy hadn't been able to resist the challenge set to him and he rose to it. It was then he knew that Prince Aegon was more special than most knew, even his own family. Over time, he increased his time tutoring the boy and he was delighted to see him take to his own favorite subject, history, as easily as Prince Aegon took to numbers and swordplay. By time Prince Aegon had been 1 in 10 name days, Elisar knew the prince could debate with the most learned men of history, and it was a point of pride of his as he looked to pale silver-haired prince. He had elected to not inform anyone of Prince Aegon's talents being more than they seemed. Aegon did little without taking his time to evaluate his options, a trait that he had approved of and one that seemed to be very strong within the prince. It spoke of a diligent mind, and his answers to Elisar when questions were posed were made with careful consideration which been beyond his years. It was why he thought the prince hiding his talents had something to do with his distant relationship with his father and by extension the rest of the royal family. He mused to himself that perhaps there were songs of truth when he had heard servants attending the prince in his infancy had waggled their tongues about his strange attentiveness and gaze. To break the prince's trust had felt wrong. When Prince Aegon had opened to him, he had found the young prince to be charming and pleasant to be around, a side to the young prince that many besides him and Gale were not allowed to see. Unfortunately, my prince, I must humbly inform you that I may not be able to do so. Elisar smiled at the young prince. However much I may wish so. Prince Aegon smiled at him before he glanced down, and the young prince's silver-haired brows furrowed in concern. Elisar looked at where Aegon was looking and saw it was the cloth he was looking at. There were specks of blood that sunk into the cloth. Elisar allowed a tired smile to form before he looked up to Aegon. Age comes for us all, my prince, and with age comes the greater difficulty of defeating illness as one might with ease in youth. Aegon remained silent before he met Elisar's gaze. How long? He asked. Not long. Elisar answered. I will not live more than a moon or two, I expect. You should have written. Prince Aegon said with a sigh as he leaned back on his chair, a displeased expression on his face. Elisar smiled. You were thriving at Dragonstone. He gesticulated tiredly with his hand. It is not your place to worry for old Maester past his time. You're not just an old Maester, Elisar. Prince Aegon said firmly. You have been my teacher and you have and are my friend. He said before he smiled slightly. A very old friend, but a friend still. Elisar chuckled. He was touched by the prince's words. Thank you, my prince. He said gratefully with a nod that he hoped would make Prince Aegon understand how much it meant to him. From the Aegon's smile widened, he had understood. Prince Aegon looked at the memoirs before he looked at the starless sky. I won't be able to sleep much tonight anyway. The prince paused before he looked at Elisar intently. If you would like, I can transcribe whilst you speak out. Elisar considered it and Aegon spoke again. If we get started now, we can probably get thrice as much down on parchment by first light. Aegon said in a tone that Elisar would not be able to dissuade him from. Elisar smiled and nodded. Very well. He rarely slept during the night, which was something Aegon knew very well. Aegon grabbed the quill and moved around to the desk whilst Elisar sat by the window. He glanced at Aegon, who looked at him with a patient look on his face. Elisar turned back towards the starless night and began again the tale of his life and those he had observed. Break. 97 AC, King's Landing. The rest of the evening passed quickly as he wrote down Elisar's thoughts and recollections. He was quite unhappy that Elisar was dying. Out of everyone, Elisar had been the person who reminded him the most of home. An old boss that mentored him right out of university and to whom he had owed much with the way he had taught him all that he knew. He knew better than to transpose people with people he knew, but Elisar made it difficult to resist. He wasn't sure what he had, but it likely was a chest infection. A chest infection at the age that Elisar was going to be terminal here even if he recovers. It was on those thoughts that he entered the dining hall. He ate breakfast quietly where all of the family was seated, including his cousin Rhaenys, her husband Corlys, Laena and little Laenor, who was seated on his mother's lap. Conversation rarely flowed when the family was together like this, and thankfully it didn't happen all too often. Especially since Rhaenys was passed over for Baelon as heir to the Iron Throne. Corlys was bitter about that, more so than Rhaenys herself. Aegon was fairly certain that Corlys only agreed to train his people to become sailors because he thought a friendship or mentorship or a pseudo-father figure-esque presence would become useful at some point. Something Aegon capitalized on. Still, that didn't mean he didn't learn to respect the ambitious man. Corlys had made 9 voyages, some of them as far as Yeti, which seemed to be China approximation, in the Summer Isles, equivalents of West Africa. Places Aegon wanted to visit, would visit. The descriptions of these places fascinated him, and Corlys' eloquence and way of language in describing them only got him dreaming about it. Somehow the family bonding session remained civil, and not long after, the nuptials between Daemon and Rhea of House Royce took place in the royal September. Daemon did put up an admirable effort of looking happy about the whole thing. The party afterwards was pleasant enough, even if he had to bear some looks that he wasn't entirely sure about. He recognized some of them, Daemon's sycophants. He narrowed his gaze at them, and he was tempted to find out why he was being looked at like that. He didn't get a chance as he was hauled over to dance by Rhaenys. "You've improved," Rhaenys said complimentarily as they danced. Aegon chuckled, fishing for compliments for saving a lost cause. Aegon said calmly, but he couldn't hide the teasing lilt in his voice. Rhaenys' smile widened and he felt himself shift a little uncomfortably. Rhaenys was in her early 20s and she was the most beautiful woman he'd ever seen. Sometimes he really wondered what the Valyrians, or perhaps specifically Dragon Lords, did to make themselves this inhumanely beautiful. "Of course," she said with her nose up whilst her expression turned neutral. "Some may even consider me blessed for what I was able to do with you." "Of course," Aegon said with an equally neutral expression. "I believe many would agree." Rhaenys trickled into small laughter, which he joined with soft chuckles as they danced. "You should come to Driftmark once the wedding has finished." Aegon smiled. "I will, cousin. It's barely a few hours' ride on Miss Aragorn. I know he likes flying with his mother." Rhaenys' eyebrows raised. "Mother?" Aegon shrugged. "He's more respectful with her than other dragons. He's wary of Viagar despite being my father's mount. He is snappish with Vermithor and Silverwing, not unlike the other dragons he's met. But with Meleys, Miss Aragorn behaves differently with Malays." Aegon finished. Rhaenys considered it strange. She trailed off before she blinked before eyeing him curiously. "I hadn't noticed such a thing during our flights." Aegon smiled at her but said nothing else. He couldn't explain how he knew that Miss Aragorn seemed to consider Malays something of a mother. Not long after, it was time for the bedding ceremony and Aegon watched with a neutral expression. It wasn't as bad as he thought it might be, even if he saw a few men pawing at Rhea, his new sister-in-law. He hadn't truly spoken with her all that much, but what Gale said at least seemed about right. Given that she was heir to Runestone, it wasn't unexpected that she seemed sharp. She would know of the pressures that were on her as a female heir. After he entered his room, he unlocked his chest and brought out his journal before he settled onto the bed. He opened it in a language he had not spoken once here, and as far as he knew, unlike any other language here. Common was similar to English, but it was as if it was out of phase, out of tune. Like a poor replication heard by the 10th person in the chain of Chinese whispers by people who didn't speak the language. That similarity was also why he wasn't using it. He smiled softly as he looked at the drawings and the Greek words. He was thankful for his Greek mother making him learn how to speak and write in Greek. His smile fell off as he remembered his mother, his family. He set his head back against the wall as he stared at the ceiling. 3 and 10 years, 13 years. Time had flown. Perhaps it only seemed like it did through the way he kept himself occupied. Deep questions: why him, why here, and if his family was alright only threatened to take him back to depression. He looked back down at his journal. He flicked through the pages, drawings of a sextant, a telescope, drawings and sketches of naval ships and what he observed of current ships, formulas of cement and designs of watermills and farming techniques were all in there. Even what he remembered of penicillin and how it was discovered. Unfortunately, it wasn't much, only that it was a kind of mold that killed bacteria around it. Neither did he know how to extract the chemical penicillin from it. It was a long-term maybe project. Aegon flipped to the last few pages of the journal and a smile grew. At least this was complete. The drawn picture of a compass stared back at him. He'd found lodestones after years of searching in a market in Driftmark of all places. A gimmick most had thought, but none knew how much it could change everything. It would cut months of journeys, and even small journeys between say Pentos to Dragonstone would be cut by a third to a half. He closed the journal before he stared at the ceiling. Jaehaerys was making him stay and he couldn't really refuse. He grimaced. It was foolish to behave as he did. He'd failed to adjust himself. It was understandable after having been on Dragonstone without answering to anyone but himself. Ultimately still stupid though. As much as Miss Aragorn gave him freedom, he was still too young to travel and he knew he needed people with him. It was why he was making an effort now with knights, non-heirs, and common folk. Those who seemed to be at least somewhat trustworthy. He wasn't sure how many would eventually come with him, but he hoped to have at least enough crew for 2 ships. What Jaehaerys and Baelon would do to punish him, he could bear it. Soon enough he'd be free. Free to sail and travel without Westeros bringing him down to their level. Break. 98 AC King's Landing. Viserys POV. Viserys watched happily as Rhaenyra was being cooed at by his grandmother, his wife, and Gale. Viserys turned to his youngest brother who was drinking ale whilst he listened to Lord Darklyn. Several moons had passed since Daemon married and soon they would travel throughout the realm in a royal progression. It was going to be a grand affair and he truly looking forward to it. He visited some of the castles in his youth, in particular Highgarden and Storm's End, yet this was different. He was his father's heir, who was heir now to the Iron Throne. And Aegon would be with just as Aemma and Rhaenyra were going to be. Daemon's absence was missed, but Viserys was certain Daemon would prefer to acquaint himself with his wife as a man should and know his future lands. Viserys shook his head with a smile as he walked over to his wife and child. It was hours later that they retired for the evening. He was left with Aegon and Aemma in their royal quarters and Aegon slumped into his chair. Viserys looked at Aegon with a chuckle behind his smile. You look as if you fought a score of bouts one after the other. Would have preferred such a thing over that again. Aemma walked over and handed Aegon a glass of wine. You will have to get used to that after we arrive at the first castle on this progression. She said with a kind smile. Little brother. Viserys said with a laugh as he took in Aegon's miserable face. In that moment, he reminded him of Daemon. He lost his laugh. If only they would get along. If they stopped their childish bickering, they'd see they were so alike. Our Lord Grandfather is cruel, Aegon muttered as he sunk into his cups. His grace is not cruel. Aemma said reproachfully. Aegon shot her an annoyed look that had no heat behind. Viserys smiled. It was good to see them get along so well. Perhaps not. Still. To make me suffer 100 Darklands is definitely not kind. And all because you were late to a family dinner, Aemma said teasingly. Mayhaps that will teach you. Consider me taught. Aegon said with a grimace before he looked at Viserys with a strange expression on his face. Have you heard from Daemon recently? Aegon asked. Viserys frowned. I have not. Not for over a moon anyway. Aegon nodded slowly. Heard something interesting from Darklyn, the only interesting thing anyway. Apparently our brother is off hunting Vale Mountain clans. Why? Viserys asked baffled. Apparently one of the clans attacked a vassal of House Corbray. Aegon smiled, and it was not the usual kind. Apparently Daemon decided it was time to bring the clans to heel. Viserys shook his head. The mountain clans may be barbarians, but they were a wily sort. They evaded the Andals for thousands of years. There was no bringing the clans to heel. He better not get himself killed. Viserys muttered as he took a glass of wine and sat next to Aemma. He drank of his wine. Rogue prince indeed. How foolish could Daemon be? He knew Daemon to be reckless, but to be rogue prince. Aegon's tone was hard and Viserys looked up, and what he saw in Aegon's eyes startled him. Aegon drew himself up, sitting up straighter in his chair. The rogue prince. Aegon said again. What are you talking about, Viserys? Viserys cleared his throat before he glanced at Aemma, who was just as surprised as he was before he looked to Aegon again. It's a childish name Daemon jested about. Prince Daemon, the rogue prince. Aegon's hand tightened over his cup and Aegon's gaze went past Viserys. Viserys looked back and saw what Aegon was looking at. At Rhaenyra's crib. Viserys turned back onto Aegon, who began to stand up. He drank the rest of his wine in one gulp and gazed at Viserys. I am feeling a little too drunk, brother. Aegon paused. It's time for me to retire. Aegon finished before giving both him and Aemma a short nod and turned on his heel. Before Aegon left, Viserys thought he heard Aegon say, of course it's him. After Aegon left, Viserys turned to his wife, who looked equally confused as he was. Strange. Aemma said thoughtfully before she looked at the door from which Aegon left. Yes, it was strange, Viserys thought. In the morn he would ask what it had been about. Chapter 4. Early 99 AC, Storm's End. Aegon stood still as his long hair that now touched his shoulders was moved behind his ears before the coif was placed on his head. It was odd, he mused, how used one could get to being dressed by other people. It wasn't comfortable, not in the least as he glanced at the young squire who walked off to get the greaves and the cuisses that hung off the pole. At least Eldrick knew how to tie knots properly by nature of his heritage as a sunglass who wore a house somewhat versed with ships and seafaring from an early age. Eldrick Sunglass was a squire of the heir of Claw Isle, the 22 Bart Emos Celtigar whom Aegon befriended in his time on Dragonstone, and the young squire had volunteered to help Aegon after the boy and Bart Emos joined the progression through the Riverlands after the tour through the Reach and Casterly Rock was done. "My prince," the young squire who was 110 days old said as he returned and kneeled down to Aegon's feet, "if you win this, you'll be the first squire since Harlan Tarley 300 years ago to win 3 melees in a row," the squire said with a hint of awe in his voice. "You will have to be knighted then." Eldrick finished as greaves were both put on and the upper leg harness strapped and connected to the lower leg harness before Eldrick tied the knot that kept the cuisse attached to his leg. "I first have to win, Eldrick," Aegon said as he tested the leg harnesses and checked the knots whilst Eldrick wrapped the mail skirt around his midriff. "Which is not an easy feat," Aegon reminded the boy who for in all appearances was only a few years younger than he. "The Stormlanders are a martial kingdom, famous for their strength in combat," Aegon said to the boy as he lifted his arms for the breastplate to go on. The back of the breastplate was shaped like his back. Naturally, it was more pronounced with the way the areas that went over his shoulder blades were raised with a valley in the middle of the two raised edges. Swords would slide over the back of his breastplate and protect his spine, something that he was conscious of in this world. Should he lose all mobility, his life would turn nasty rather quickly. It had ribs, like his cuisses and greaves, that would make it harder for swords to get caught against areas that needed protection. The heirs of House Dondarrion and Toyne are said to be on the cusps of being knights and are said to have done well in the few skirmishes they've been in with the Dornish in the marshlands, whilst House Connington is represented well by Roymont Connington. Aegon finished and he left out deliberately the one that would likely be the young man he would need to defeat to win the melee. "You'll beat them, my prince," Edric insisted as he tightened the strings of his breastplate and the placard that protected his lower torso. "Even Boros Baratheon," Eldrick said with a determined tone. Aegon glanced at the boy with a hint of amusement in his eyes. "Mayhaps you have more riding on my victory?" Aegon asked, and the boy flushed a little guiltily before he smiled sheepishly. My prince, I have 3 gold dragons on your victory." The boy frowned as he paused. "What is it?" Aegon asked curiously as he tested the breastplate before Eldrick shook himself and began to place the pauldron, plates that protected his shoulders and provided cover for parts of the chest and back, on his right shoulder. The odds were very good, 10 to 1. They were 3 to 1 at Riverrun. Eldrick said a little hesitantly, clearly worried and awkward at what people thought his chances were in the competition. "I take it Baratheon is the one they favor?" Aegon asked knowingly. Eldrick gave a short nod before he refocused on placing the pauldron on the other shoulder. In truth, Aegon did not blame them. When the progression arrived at Storm's End, he'd met and spoken somewhat with the 4 days old boy. Well, it wasn't quite right to say boy, not when he was nearly a man grown at 6 feet 1 having muscle mass that weightlifters back home would be envious of. Boros was like his father in appearance, thick black wavy hair with the beginnings of a beard springing on his face, but that was where the similarities ended. Boros had a fierceness about him that Aegon could easily see develop into what he knew Baratheons of the future were meant to be known for, fierce and temperamental lords that were equally fierce in battle. And he could easily see the teenager grow to be 6'5", and Aegon knew that if Boros did the same kind of exercises Aegon did to grow his muscle mass and dexterity, he'd never win in a strength competition, and perhaps even in a fight. He was lucky his sister in his old life was a track and field athlete in her youth and later became a sports scientist that worked for some sports consultancy firm in the States. He wished he listened more when she rambled on about the kind of exercises and routines that maximized explosiveness and power during Christmas. He banished the thoughts and the longing of home away. In any case, Boros being a favorite did not surprise him. Aegon's own build was wide now and he'd worked hard in improving it, though he focused more on speed, stamina, and explosiveness than pure strength and size, not when he knew that such a thing was not maintainable. Both Baelon and Aemon had been strong, true, and Aemon had been tall, 6 feet 3, but neither had been particularly notably strong, and it looked like he would be somewhat of the same. He often wondered if genetics worked differently in Westeros, in this world. It probably did. It seemed like somehow certain traits were maintained no matter how many centuries or dilution happened. Given that the Baratheons, which seemed to fuse traits of the old Durandons into themselves, and the Lannisters certainly didn't practice constant familial marriages, you would think that they would not maintain the traits their families were known for. Perhaps it was just simply magic, Aegon wondered bemused to himself. It was as good as an explanation as any, really. At least once I do win, I will have won not being the favorite. Aegon said finally as the vambraces placed on his lower arms were being tightened. He had been the favorite ever since his victory at High Garden, a turning point in many ways, including his vastly improved reputation, he thought wryly to himself. It seemed that some had thought him a weakling, a Aenus reborn so to speak. No surprises where those rumors had come from. A glimmer of darkness entered his eyes. Oh Daemon, you really are irredeemable, aren't you? It hadn't bothered Aegon, not when such a thing was easily disproven, but it just proved that Daemon was as reckless as he was intent on carrying grudges and slights born out of nothing to the nth degree, a trait that Aegon knew was to be troubling. He would do what he wanted, he would say anything he wanted, all without considering consequence and tact. Even now, even with Jaehaerys and Baelon still alive, tales of the Rogue Prince were beginning. Nothing extreme, not yet, most of it Daemon pushing the boundaries of what may be permissible and excused for liked and charming princes, but it was not looking good. And that was not the worst of it all. The absolute thunder was on Dragonstone after having spectacularly fallen out with Rhea, traipsing around as if it was his island. The thought of Daemon interfering what he was doing there enraged him. Thus far, he did nothing to interfere with the sailors and the improved port that had been built in the past year. But Aegon knew it was only a matter of time, especially now that Daemon had bonded with Aemon's dragon. Aegon met the gaze of Eldrick, the angry glint remaining in his eyes briefly before he stamped down on it. You better get me a keg of ale when I win. Aegon said with a slow smirk as his eyes cooled to hard gemstones as he pushed those dark thoughts to the back of his mind and refocusing on the melee to come. In any case, if he did win, he would deserve that keg of ale. It will at least numb the pain, he thought to himself with an internal grimace. After he'd won the melees at High Garden and Riverrun and came third at Casterly Rock, he'd been black and blue afterwards for days at the least, and once he was fairly certain he suffered a small hairline fracture on his right upper arm. At least it had felt like it at the time. Even with blunted swords, injuries were easy to obtain in melees, and fortunately he'd been lucky to avoid any serious injuries, but blunted sword strikes left a damn big mark, on both the armor and the body. Before Eldrick could say anything, the flaps of the tent rippled and he turned his attentions to the newcomers. Viserys, dressed in his low-attention royal attires, walked in front of the King's Guard Sir Lawrence Roxton and Sir Crabbe, who Aegon was still squiring for, though it was less and less these days. Eldrick bowed when he realized who had come in, and the two King's Guard bowed their heads shortly to Aegon. Aegon, Viserys said happily as he crossed the distance, and Viserys took hold of him by his shoulders, his armor clinking as it did so. You're wearing the new armor? Viserys questioned as he looked Aegon over. Aegon confirmed. He'd commissioned new armor after the melee at High Garden, but it wasn't until after the melee at Riverrun that he was happy with it. He wanted more mobility whilst sacrificing just a little bit of protection. He sent for one of the blacksmiths of Dragonstone he knew and had spoken to, and worked with him to create exactly what he wanted. It was a little unfortunate that it was going to be this melee that he'd be trying it out properly for the first time. It looks good, Viserys said with an approving tone in his voice before he eyed Aegon curiously. Not quite Targaryen colors, however, he said, question in his voice before he looked at his armor again. Miss Aragorn's colors. His armor was in crimson and deep blue colors, in a tartan pattern with yellow stripes. It was a remarkable coincidence that Miss Aragorn's colors coincided with the colors of House Stuart, somewhat, and he wanted a little bit of connection to back home, and what better than a tartan, even though he hadn't been Scottish, and only half English. Still, he would take what he could get. Yes. I'm not the Crown Prince or the heir of the Crown Prince, Aegon said to his brother. I did not think it appropriate to wear Targaryen colors lest they get the wrong understanding, Aegon said, and his eyes flittered to Sir Crabbe, who stared at him with an expressionless look. Sir Crabbe probably knew that it wasn't quite the truth. Aegon, Viserys said disappointedly. You're a son of House Targaryen, it is your colors. No one would think of such things, he said as he shook his head. No matter, Viserys said with a sigh before he smiled. It at least looks good on you. Aegon smiled at his brother. Thank you, brother, he said, and he meant it. This progression had done wonders in deepening the relationship he had with his brother. Viserys was anything but earnest, and one hardly could keep a distance when Viserys was as dead set being on the contrary. Viserys truly was a good man, and Aegon came to view him a brother and friend. And it had made him feel guilty even more, especially now that he knew that his daughter was the Rhaenyra and that Daemon was the rogue prince she would marry and be party to the event that led to the death of dragons after the dance. How he could leave Viserys to this fate. To Aemma, who he'd grown to like, and Rhaenyra, who he was getting to see grow and had grown fond of? As time went by, it was becoming harder to not consider them as. He shook his head. He hated that Jaehaerys' manipulations had worked, but honestly, he kind of admired it in a grudging, angry, fair fucking play kind of way. Viserys never was one to keep a secret, not from those he loved, and Aegon had pretty much learned, perhaps not in so many words though it was enough, that Viserys was to form a bond with Aegon. Sneaky bastards. It worked. He sighed internally. In truth, he didn't mind, and honestly it had been a losing battle anyway given Viserys' nature and what he knew was in store for his family if Aegon left things. Anyway, Viserys probably didn't even think too much of it about what they really intended. He could always come back after his adventures and perhaps, maybe, help stave off of this cataclysm that he only vaguely knew about. Fuck. Why couldn't Viserys have been another Daemon? At least it solved his long-term situation, he mused to himself tiredly. After all, he wouldn't live at sea all his life and he didn't want to take root in Essos, the slaving shithole that it was, even if some places intrigued him. Like Volantis or Mantares, though that was more of a morbid curiosity, or Selharis, Valisar, Volandaris, or any of the other smaller but mostly Valyrian towns and villages that lay on the rivers Roine or Volaena or on the outskirts of Greater Volantis and at the edges of the Dothraki Sea. He wanted to know more about his new Valyrian heritage, and know what really remained behind after the doom. In truth, Volantis intrigued him the most. How could it not, as the first daughter of Valyria, especially when the old blood were said to be descendant from nobility of old Valyria? Though it was clear that whatever old blood of Valyria remained was from those descendants from garrisons or unimportant landowners instead of descendants of dragon lords. They might actually be of noble heritage. After all, the freehold was more than just dragon lords, and just like in Volantis, landowners could vote, so these Volantents may likely be descendants of these people and Valyrian soldiers, but that was not what interested him about Volantis. No, what interested him was history. He wanted to know more about Valyria, about what the Volantents might have preserved. He hoped to find a library of Alexandria, even if it was lacking in magic. Whatever remained on Dragonstone could not be everything. Yet for all of his boundless curiosity about what they might have preserved, he hated what Volantis was. The fact that it was one of the worst slaving cities only behind the cities of Slavers Bay really soured him from satiating his curiosity. Viserys slapped him on the shoulder, bringing him back to the present. Well, I've got to get back. Lord Baratheon surely has talked Emma's ear off by now, Viserys said with a laugh, and left after a quick goodbye with Roxton in tow. Aegon looked at the retreating form of Viserys before his eyes snapped to Sir Crab before he looked at the squire who was polishing Aegon's spare breastplate. Eldrick, Aegon called out, and the squire looked at him. Give us a few minutes, Aegon said, and Eldrick bowed his head before he left, leaving him and Sir Crab behind. My prince, Sir Crab said when they were left alone. Sir Crab, Aegon acknowledged as he looked at his vambraces and tightened his fists. Looser than he wanted. Seemed like Eldrick made a small error. Help me with this, Aegon said as he extended out his arms. The new armor is a little wider than the old one. Sir Crab walked forward and removed his gloves and grabbed one of his arms. This is thinner than usual, Sir Crab commented as he tightened the strings on the vambrace. Yes, but it'll hold even against a sharp edge. Not more than a few times, and that is if it's a sliding cut. Sir Crab said with a frown. I hope you don't intend to use this armor outside of melees, my prince. It'll do better than you think, Aegon told Sir Crab, who raised an eyebrow. And you've been in battle enough to know this, my prince. Sir Crab countered. No, but we've also not seen it perform in battle either, Aegon returned. It'll do fine. Besides, it's not as if I'll depend on the vambraces to stop a blade. Besides, he intended to purchase the hides of lion lizards from House Reed. It was purported to be tough, not tough enough to stop the tip of a blade, but tough enough to protect at least once from a sharp sword's swing. He was going to line the armor with the hide. Aegon looked at Sir Crab with a hint of amusement. It's not polite to argue with a prince, Sir Crab. Sir Crab looked at him with a deadpan look as he tightened the string on the other arm a little tighter in response to his comment, and as Aegon winced a little as he glared lightly at the aging knight. You're still my squire, my prince. I have some leeway, Sir Crab said with a hint of amusement in his tone. Aegon chuckled as Sir Crab moved away, and he clenched his fists before he twisted his arm slightly. It fitted well now. You should have worn your house's colors, Sir Crab said with a serious frown. Aegon's lips thinned, his head tilting slightly to the left. We've already had this argument, Sir Crab. Aegon's expression shifted even further, his eyes boring into the old knight. The answers and my decision will remain the same. Even if it weakens your house, your brother? Sir Crab asked persistently, though he spoke softer with concern. The man's eyes set intently on Aegon's own. Aegon broke eye contact. Sir Crab's words were an exaggeration, true, but there were some truths to it. It would look odd to the other nobles. He'd gotten away with wearing little of House Targaryen's colors by having a plain armor, but with this, what could he say? That he had not completely accepted his new reality? That he felt like if he gave in he was giving up on his old life? He knew it was irrational. Understandable irrationality. He'd always dealt in logic, in numbers, in trends, and in irregularities in his old life, in his career, and he was self-conscious enough to know that he was not fully acclimatized over what's happened to him, what is still happening to him. But he'd accepted so much about his new life, so little remained of who he once was. Even his old name was nothing but a fading, irrelevant memory. Was it truly so terrible that he craved to make something new to honor it all in some small and private way, something that didn't make him feel like he was forgetting his old life, forgetting the people and experiences that had shaped him, even if he knew that he wasn't quite that same man anymore? It will not weaken Viserys, or House Targaryen. Aegon finally spoke up, his voice quiet but strong nonetheless, and he set his gaze back onto Sir Crab, determination setting in his eyes. And I will do nothing to that effect. That is my promise, Sir Crab, Aegon told the old knight. That was true. He may not feel Targaryen, but he cared for Viserys, Aemma, Rhaenyra, and Gale, even Baelon somewhat in a distant, complicated way. Sir Crab said nothing, but Aegon saw the acceptance in Sir Crab's eyes. Watch out for Stefan Estermont, Sir Crab said finally, changing the subject. Thankfully Aegon looked at him curiously. Sir Crab bore a deadly serious expression. Boros Baratheon might be one to beat, but Estermont is the better skilled one. Aegon met Sir Crab's gaze and nodded. I will ser. He said with a short nod. Sir Crab looked him over one more time before he nodded and turned to leave. Before he left, grabbing the flaps of the tent, Sir Crab looked over his shoulder. I believe in you, Prince Aegon. Show them why. Sir Crab finished as he walked out of the tent, the flaps rustling quietly for a few seconds. Despite himself, Aegon allowed himself to smile. Sir Crab was a hard taskmaster, but Aegon had risen to it since the day he was squiring for the aged knight, and they had fostered a strange mentorship that was born out of respect for one another, one for his skill and stoicism and the other for his dedication and willingness to do all that was asked of him. It was different than the warm relationship he had shared with Elisar, one born out of mutual admiration of history and knowledge and debate, and had grown into a pseudo-grandfather-grandson relationship that neither acknowledged, even as Aegon had remained by the old man's side as he faded away into the abyss that Aegon had only briefly known. Sir Crab had none of that warmth, but what he did have was plenty of things to teach, and Aegon had absorbed it all. In this world, martial ability was the difference between life and death, freedom and slavery. Even for a dragon rider, no matter what people may say. He grabbed his arming sword and gave it a swing. He rolled his wrists, the blade spinning with the roll of his wrists with precision and preciseness, and he raised his sword, the flat side of it facing him. He stared at his reflection, the slightly distorted reflection of his purple eyes and his face. There was a sense of beautiful simplicity to it, he mused to himself. The idea that one's fate rested in your own hands, that the difference between life and death rested only with you, that the only fate there was the fate you make for yourself. Aegon smiled at the thought, his eyes drifting away from the sword. It was a beautiful notion. He wasn't sure how long he was in his thoughts, and he looked back at his reflected, and for a moment, he had startled still at the frozen expression of his face. The smile that was reflected back to him in his sword was sadder, so much sadder that he thought he expressed, and it looked like a grimace etched from pain, of pain. Aegon swallowed and looked away from the reflection, intent on not looking again. He placed the arming sword back on the rack and picked up the blunted arming sword, twirling it before he extended it in a straight line. It was the same weight as his actual sword, mindfully attempting to regain focus. He'd grown accustomed to arming swords instead of bastard swords or long swords, and it was something unlikely to change, well, that is until his blacksmith perfected the crafting of Westerosi-style Zifos. He lost reach with the arming sword, and it'd be the same with the Zifos, but the way he could handle the sword like an extension of his arm more than made up for it. He walked towards the pole and picked up his domed shield and made his way out of the tent. Aegon glanced at the guards by the tent, who stood at attention before his gaze fell to his surroundings. There was a sea of tents, the vast majority of them belonging to Stormlander houses, but there were plenty belonging to houses from other regions. The tourney grounds were held not far from Storm's End. From certain points you could faintly see the castle on a clear day, in a relatively flat region flanked by Shipbreaker's Bay and the other a small outcrop of forest. Followed by his guards, he made his way towards the nearest tents by him. Shouts and revelry was heard from within the tent with the fox sigil, and Aegon looked at one of the guards that stood post. Are they all in there? He asked with a hint of amusement. Yes, my prince. The guard said dutifully. Aegon gave a short nod to the guard before he walked into the tent to sights of ale being drunk before it was even noon. Axel of them turned to him, his face morphing in a wide smile. Ah, Prince Aegon. Come join us. The rest of the lads turned around and raised their cups full of ale, cheering as they did so. Aegon looked at the scene with a touch of amusement and exasperation. Most of the men and boys were aged roughly 5 years within one another, and it made for an environment that was pretty much the medieval version of a frat house. It was an odd bunch of lads, all hailing from different regions of Westeros, and it started after he made friends with Garth Florent and his elder brother Axel, the heir of House Florent, at the High Garden tourney where both he and the two brother had fought. He'd defeated Garth, and Axel had lost to Ormond Hightower, who Aegon defeated at the end after a hard-fought duel. Axel had lauded him for finally defeating the uppity prick, which amusedly led to the start of their friendship. Axel had earned his knighthood at 17 like most of the others here or thereabouts that age, so there was only Garth, himself and a few others like Lionel Plum and Humphrey Lefford left to earn their spurs before they were knighted. Though it would only be Plum, Lefford, Garth and Aegon himself that were fighting in this melee. He walked forward and snatched the cup from Eldrick. You're too young to drink, Aegon said before he drank some of the ale, which garnered loud cheers, and when he had enough, he threw the cup onto one of the tables. Most of the beer around Westeros was barely drinkable, tasting more like piss water in truth, and he'd never really been much of a wine drinker. Still, when needs must. My brother drank when he was my age, Eldrick protested. Look how he turned out. Axel said in a barking laugh. Oi! Aegon heard behind him, and he turned around and saw Bart Emos laid out in the corner of the tent with a cloak over him, which he pulled away, an indignant look on a face suffering from a hangover apparent. It set off a chain of rapturous laughter and series of banter, and Aegon smiled as he joined them in the banter. Soon enough, the laughter and cheers and banter and drinking petered out, the rest of the time before the melee spent a little more serious as they got ready. Before long, it was time. The melees in Westeros tended to be mostly free-for-alls on foot instead of two teams fighting or fighting mounted, little more than organized chaos until there was only one left standing. Whilst they would compete with one another, all four of them would watch out for one another if they were being ganged up upon, which often happened in melees. Once the herd thinned, anyone was fair game. His breathing was calm, the sound of his breathing bouncing against the insides of his helmet with the consistency of a metronome, all whilst he stared across the field in razor-sharp focus with the hum of battle beating in his chest. There were over 50 others in the circular grounds, each of them spaced from each other, all ready to pummel and hack at each other. This melee was definitely the largest he's been part of. A slow smile grew on his face as he gripped his sword tighter. There was nothing like it. Begin. Lord Baratheon boomed out from on top of the stands, and Aegon turned towards his left where several of his opponents was running towards him. Garth rushed forward and took one to battle whilst the other continued towards him unimpeded. The swords clang as they met before they separated. They exchanged a few blows, the sounds of swords clashing and striking a dull noise as the crowd cheered and hollered and called out names to encourage, and Aegon stepped back from an upper swing of the sword and his feet slid slightly on the dusty ground as he set himself. He parried the following strike before he used the momentum of the strike to move into another position, and he swung low diagonally against the shield, catching the boy who bore colors of Housefoot off balance with the forceful strike. Aegon advanced forward, using the brief opening to strike and slash against the shield, and he stepped back again before he struck at the squire's hand with a quick blow. The sword dropped, and before Foot knew, Aegon's blade was on his shoulder. "I yield," the squire's young voice said, defeated, and Aegon moved on. Again and again Aegon battled one-on-one, slashing and hacking with the dull blade as he lost himself to the haze of battle with cold efficiency. The sounds of the crowd, the feel of the rush of battle, the stress and strain on his left arm burnt and made him feel alive as he brought down 1, 2, 4 with quick succession. He glanced around the tourney field, his breathing slightly labored, amidst the pained moans of the defeated Linmouth squire before him, who was getting back to his feet to leave. Others weren't so lucky, as some were being hauled out by people. Aegon saw that there were only 14 left standing. Among them there was still Lefford and Garth, who were both fighting with skilled squires. The Estermont squire dispatched quickly his opponent before he turned to Aegon and raised his blunted long sword towards Aegon. Aegon accepted as he raised his sword and shield, walking steadily towards Estermont. "My prince," Estermont said respectfully as he gripped his bastard sword with two hands and got to a stance. "Estermont. May the best man win," Aegon said as he got into his stance. Neither of them moved for a good few seconds, eyes boring into one another. Aegon's breathing slowed, his stamina getting back slowly, and it was at that point Aegon moved. He rushed forward, his shield high as his sword came up in a downward arc. The swords clang as Estermont struck to meet his sword, and Estermont pushed Aegon back before with a flash struck at him, but Aegon moved his shield in the way. Estermont's sword slid off of his shield and Aegon adjusted his feet to ram his shield into Estermont, who stepped back. Aegon began a series of strikes and slashes, each of them flowing into a rhythm that one day would promise death and agony, though this day it only prelude to defeat and pain, all of which Estermont managed to parry or deflect away, though he was struggling. Estermont was fast. Skilled too, he thought, as their swords clashed. But Aegon did not relent. He pushed forward, his heart racing with adrenaline and excitement at facing someone who was as skilled as he was, perhaps even better, but Aegon was faster, he thought, as the distant beats of war struck in sync with the beats of his heart. Aegon used his shield and sword in perfect sync, his blade swinging whilst his shield struck at Estermont or deflected Estermont's slash, and he was a whirlwind of fury and cold precision. Estermont was fighting more defensively, stepping back more and more, using the reach of his sword, and stepped away from the range his shield. Estermont's downward swing of his blade crashed into Aegon's shield, and Aegon shifted his feet as he brought up his sword in an upward arc. Estermont parried, and with a wide arc, the sword came down on Aegon, and Aegon raised his sword. The swords clashed and swords locked whilst Estermont held onto his shield arm at the wrist, their helmets mere inches away from the other. "So it is true," Estermont said with exertion, both of them trying to outstrengthen the other. "You are as good as they say," he said with grunt of acceptance. "You use that shield better than anyone I've seen. And you're not bad yourself," Aegon said with clenched teeth. They pushed off each other, letting go, and they both got back into their stances. He took a moment to look around and saw the numbers had dropped to only 4 and returned his gaze back at Estermont, who had also been looking. "Looks like there's only a few of us left. I imagine by the time we're done, there'll only be maybe 1 or 2 left for one of us to fight," Estermont said through his helm. Aegon agreed. He dropped his shield, kicking it aside as he changed stance. This time, Estermont moved first and again stepped back and to the left as he parried the blade, before stepping forward, the tip of his blade aimed at Estermont's neck. Estermont moved his head to the side and smacked Aegon's blade upward before following with an angled blow downward aimed at Aegon's shoulder. Aegon leaned to the side, narrowly avoiding the strike before they entered into a rhythm of clashes. Both of them moved and struck, the sounds of their clashes echoing around them and the noise of the crowd dulled to a soundless whisper. Aegon advanced and stalked and struck and he stepped back, he defended and he leaned away, seemingly endlessly as both of them were stuck in a duel that neither of them seemed to be able to win without the other making a mistake. It sapped at Aegon, this duel, at his strength and at his concentration, and he knew he had to end it quick if he wanted enough strength for one or two more battles. Estermont struck at him and Aegon dangerously leaned to the side but forward, the blade going over his shoulder by less than an inch, and he adjusted his feet as he placed both hands on his sword. He plunged his sword forward, deep and hard into Estermont's belly, and it dented the placard. Estermont rasped out pain and Aegon with a furious swing of the sword brought down his sword onto Estermont, but Estermont blocked, a tired block Aegon could tell, and within a few exchanges, Aegon disarmed and aimed his blade towards Estermont's visor. Aegon's breathing was hard and harsh, his chest rising and falling, but his blade was steady, unmoving. Aegon took a look around Boros Baratheon beating down on Leford. Aegon looked back at Estermont when Estermont brought his hands up into his helm and took it off. For the first time in some while, he began to hear the crowd again, cheering, and some called out his name, but he paid it little mind, his eyes boring down on Estermont. Blue eyes stared at him from a face red from exertion. "I yield," Estermont said with a bow of the head before he looked up, a grim smile on his face. "You fight well, my prince." Aegon kept the blade up for a few seconds before he brought it down and extended his right hand towards Estermont. "So do you. This was my longest duel since Laurent Marbrand, and I lost to him." Estermont took his hand and pulled himself up. "High praise," Estermont said with a laugh. "I hear he's one of the best knights of the Westerlands now, even though he was knighted under a year ago." Aegon said with a smile, and Estermont bowed again before he left the grounds. Aegon refocused on Baratheon and Leford. Leford was going to lose, there was no doubt in his mind, as Baratheon swung his axe as if he was fresh. Leford had lost his shield, and each strike he met he was pushed back and back, and each time he met the strike, Aegon could see Leford's arms weakening. Soon enough, Baratheon disarmed Leford painfully and had sent Leford crashing into the ground, and Aegon scowled slightly even as the crowd cheered loudly at the victory of their overlord. He could not interfere, it was bad practice to interrupt someone's battle, especially when it got to the stage where there were few remaining. Baratheon turned away from Leford and turned his gaze towards Aegon. Baratheon was in his house's colours, the distinctive yellow with the black stag on the fore. He looked intimidating in truth, axe in hand and a sword in the other. Aegon placed his helm back on and breathed out heavily before breathing in heavily, steeling himself as he controlled the rate of his heartbeat as much as he could. The noise of the crowd had been loud, but now it was little more than a hush as he picked his shield and clenched hard on the support straps as he adjusted his arm. Aegon glanced at the main box in the stands for the first time. Lord Bourmund was leaning forward whilst Viserys and Aemma were looking on with concern but with pride as well. Aegon set his gaze back on Baratheon, who was walking slowly towards him, and Aegon clenched his sword and walked towards Baratheon as well. They stopped once they were 10 paces from each other. "Prince Aegon," Boros said in his gravelly deep voice as he shifted slightly, his side that wielded the axe forward whilst the arm with the sword was drawn parallel to the ground. "Baratheon," Aegon returned as he shifted his feet and angled his blade, his shield rising, and the curvature of the top of his shield almost completely hid the bottom of his helm and most of his chest. Neither of them said anything further, and Aegon was more than fine with that. Moments passed. Aegon's breathing slowed as he exhaled softly, the warm breath and sweat coating the inside of his helm, the sounds of all there sunk away into nothingness like stones falling towards abyss of the ocean deep. Until Baratheon moved with a deafening roar, a roar that seemed more beast than man, the axe swinging in a wide arc that whistled in the air, almost sounding like the high-pitched whistling of boiling water in a kettle, such was the speed and strength. Aegon's left foot slid back on the dusty ground, his shield rising like a lumbering gate intent to stop what he knew was akin to a battering ram, and a loud clang reverberated in the tourney grounds, a clang that rattled his right arm and spun him, so much so that he was pushed back and his feet were in a tangle of a mess. He fought to regain balance, all while grimacing in pain as his right hip throbbed and ached. He was lucky that his arm was still in its socket. The long sword came for his head, and Aegon only just managed to meet it with his arming sword, the two swords sparking as they slid against each other despite being dull, and as Aegon regained his balance and stance, they exchanged. Ours was the fury indeed as Baratheon hacked and slashed, his great arms moving like turbine blades with relentlessness, without wavering, but Aegon was not unknowing to fury, and his anger and his rage rose to meet the stag's fury. The sounds of swords and axe and shield clashing and striking dominated the tourney ground, but Aegon's anger and rage could not compensate for Baratheon's strength, and soon enough Aegon could only parry and shield and lean away as Baratheon continued to press at him. Aegon, in a moment of barest of reprieve, set his feet, his right foot angled slightly as he swung upward before he changed direction, ducking under the axe swing, and twisted his sword and struck at Baratheon's sword arm, earning only an angry exertion before Baratheon stepped up his attacks. Baratheon swung the blunted axe with power, the axe slipping from Baratheon's hand until he held at the very end, much to Aegon's surprise and alarm at the sudden increase in reach. The axe head whistling through the air as it moved towards his head, and Aegon narrowly ducked beneath the swing amidst the sounds of panic of the crowd, and they had a right to be. That swing would have killed him had it connected to his head. Baratheon rushed forward and beat up on his shield, and with each strike, Aegon felt his arm grow weaker and weaker until his shield cracked as one of the strikes hit the top of his shield. Aegon leaned away, too much and too unstable, and Baratheon caught him with the long sword on the breastplate, and Aegon fell towards the ground. He let go of the shield and managed to fall in such a way that he got back on his knees, his sword up in time to block both axe and long sword with a clang as he held onto the blade itself with his right hand. That could have killed me, Aegon scowled through his helm, his arm struggling as he tried to push away against Baratheon's strength, and Baratheon grunted in response. It didn't, Baratheon said simply, lack of care in his voice, and the casual nature of his response enraged Aegon, and with an enraged roar, Aegon got back on his feet, pushing with all his might against Baratheon's. They disembarked from each other, but soon enough, they were hacking and slashing once more. They advanced, they raged, and they got hits in, both of them growing worse for wear. Aegon wasn't finished, far from. His rage had burst and his strikes became faster, his movement more fluid as his footwork changed stances and positions again and again, his body moving this way or another as he meshed his swings and arcs with his leans and steps. Aegon stepped forward, into Baratheon's guard, and grabbed Baratheon's arm that held the long sword, and he leaned into Baratheon, his right leg getting in between Baratheon's, and he swiveled around, his back towards Baratheon, and Baratheon's arm over Aegon's shoulder with Aegon's arm wrapped around Baratheon's arm. Aegon leaned forward all while pulling down on Baratheon's arm, and Baratheon roared out in pain as his arm was overextending and in a fierce grip. Baratheon dropped the long sword and smacked the butt of the axe against Aegon's helm, and an audible clang sounded out and it hurt, and Aegon quickly let go before the next one came, and he narrowed avoided the axe as he threw himself to the ground before he pushed himself up again, leaning to the side, though this time his feet surer, and sword smacked away the axe. Baratheon's fury seemed to reach new heights. The man's stamina seemed endless as he swung forward, but Baratheon leaned back, his right foot anchoring him as Aegon's blade and Baratheon's axe locked. Aegon was prepared, unwilling to fight a losing battle with Baratheon's monstrous strength, and his blade turned parallel to the ground, and with fleet feet, he pushed his blade along the shaft of the axe, the tip of the blade aiming towards Baratheon's neck. The quick change surprised Baratheon, but he was just about able to push away Aegon's blade, and he grabbed hold of Aegon's wrist with his free hand. Aegon had knew he was in trouble if he didn't get out of this, so with his right arm, he swung at Baratheon's elbow, and Baratheon roared out in pain and he let go, but Aegon was not done. He got into Baratheon's guard and he rained down punch after punch against Baratheon's ribs on both sides. Baratheon roared as he head-butted Aegon, and it stung Aegon, though not enough to daze him, and before Aegon fell, he grabbed hold of Baratheon's axe arm, and as he fell, using his momentum and feet, Aegon threw the large man-boy over, in turn forcing Baratheon to drop his sword. They crashed into the beaten ground, Aegon managing to get on Baratheon, beating and punching with as much force as he could. Baratheon roared out angrily, and like Goliath, he shrugged off Aegon like he was nothing, and the tables turned, Baratheon's strikes feeling more like lances than they did punches, such was the strength he bore. Aegon felt copper in his mouth, and he knew he had to do something quick. Aegon managed to push aside one of the punches, and through the narrow gap between helm and breastplate Aegon struck at Baratheon's throat just hard enough that Baratheon faltered, and Aegon leveraged just enough to get out of the dangerous situation, though not without losing his helm. They separated, both of them stumbling to their feet, Aegon more worn and damaged than Baratheon, who looked like he could do this all day, both of them breathing hard, and the noise of the crowd filled the grounds with ear-shattering cheers. "You done, stag?" Aegon said as he smiled with bared teeth, and he knew that it probably was a gruesome look, given that the taste of copper was strong on his tongue. Baratheon threw off his helm as well, his great black mane more like frizzled hair, and he bore bruises on his face, though no blood was leaking, far from it. "Little dragon," Baratheon said with equally bared teeth, and though there was anger in it, there was a hint of grudging something there as well, something that left quickly when Baratheon scowled at Aegon. Aegon laughed and he grimaced at the pain, but nonetheless he raised his hands. He didn't get this far just to lose, and though he may lose, he would do so when he had nothing left. Both of them made to lunge, but a voice stopped both of them. "Stop!" he heard the familiar voice say, and Aegon looked up and saw it was Viserys. Aegon wanted to groan. He didn't want it to end on a draw because of favoritism, and because he was so close to getting his 3 victories. The crowd hushed and Viserys spoke again. "Both of you have fought well," Viserys said before he continued, "better than anyone could have expected," Viserys said to a roar of the crowd. Viserys continued, "Yet as much as I am loath to end such a fantastic spectacle, I fear that neither of you are willing to yield until one of you can no longer speak, and so I declare this bout a draw," Viserys said to a chorus of boos. Aegon scowled and Baratheon looked seething as well. Viserys raised his hand and the crowd hushed once more. "That said, let it be known that one day, Boros of House Baratheon and Aegon of House Targaryen may continue their fight to determine the victor of the dance between the stag and the dragon when both are knights and bloodied," Viserys said loudly. Aegon tuned out the rest of Viserys' speech until the crowd once more cheers, his body suddenly aching a lot more than it did moments before. Still, at least he hadn't lost. Chapter 5. Early 99 AC, Storm's End. Princess Ema POV. She smiled briefly to Sir Roxton and Sir Crab, the two King's Guard that stood either side of the doors. Her guards behind her joined the two King's Guard in standing guard when she walked into the chambers. She saw Aegon there atop his bed with Viserys sat across him, who had come to see Aegon any time the opportunity provided itself when there was an intermission between tourney events such as the Justs and the nightly melees composed of teams of knights. Aegon had been bedridden for 2 days, his injuries were severer than expected and she'd seen the bruises that covered nearly the whole of his chest and torso. Ema. Viserys said with an easy smile, are we expected back? She shook her head no. Not yet. The feast had begun, but their absence and delay would be understood, especially given that there were still another se'night to go of tourney events. Besides, she hadn't quite liked the lackluster hospitality of Lord Baratheon. It was fine for them to arrive a little late. She turned her gaze towards Aegon as she stopped close to the pair of brothers. How are you feeling? She asked gently, her gaze falling towards his bandaged chest. He caused a bout of panic when he fell down so freely. Thankfully it seemed like it was only from exhaustion, though it was clear he'd suffered a number of injuries from the way he had to lean on the shoulder of Axel Florent and had winced when pressure was put on some parts of his body. Like I have cracked ribs, Aegon said with a grimaced smile. Gods, the barbarian can hit like a boar, he said as began to move from the bed. Barbarian? Ema asked with a raised eyebrow. That was a new one. Certainly when referring to anyone south of the neck. When he looks the part, acts the part and annoyingly hits like the part, the name fits. Aegon said with a chuckle before his face contorted in a slight grimace, his hand travelling to his side. Ema made a move towards him, but Aegon waved her off and smiled gently at her, indicating he was fine. I hope you don't intend to repeat that in front of others. Viserys said with a disapproving tone, though his expression made it clear he at least found his little brother's antics amusing. I won't. I do have discretion. Aegon said with a side glance before he moved towards the table that had some clothing folded atop it. Besides, I'm sure we don't want to rub salt in their wounds any further than Viserys has already done. Aegon said as he picked up a shirt. Had I not stopped that duel, you probably wouldn't be walking right now. Viserys voiced out a little sharply. You should have yielded after you both dropped your weapons. You were never going to beat him in strength. Don't you think I know that? Aegon said as he gingerly put on the shirt and turned to Viserys with a frown. I knew that the longer that duel went on, the more likely he'd win. But I could not yield so easily, not when pride was on the line. It was better to lose fighting, especially amongst the Storm Lords. Pride? Viserys asked a little disbelievingly. Was pride worth this? He gestured towards Aegon's uneasy walk. Or worse. Pride is worth more than it should be. Aegon said tiredly as he eyed Viserys with a strange expression. It can drive people to make ridiculous decisions and horrible acts, and it is what people respect. None more so than these lords. Boys. Ema called out firmly, and she stopped whatever Viserys intended to respond with. Do not let your tempers flare. Especially here where we're far from home. Both young men looked suitably chastised, though Aegon's expression shifted slightly to gratitude as he turned his gaze to Viserys. Still, brother, thank you for stopping that duel when you did. You weren't wrong to say it might have ended up worse than it did. Ema thinned her lips. Heir Baratheon had taken things much further than he had right to, especially against a prince of the blood, and judging from Viserys' hard eyes, she knew he felt the same. I will speak with cousin Bormund on the matter. His heir's actions. Viserys shook his head disappointedly. If I may, Viserys, don't. Aegon said in a calm tone, and he drew both of their attentions. Both Baratheons are belligerent, and they will carry slights for a long time should they think they were slighted. Viserys narrowed his eyes, but before he could comment, Aegon stepped up to Viserys and slapped his back. Now shall we join the festivities? I'm sure I could use a cup or 20 of ale. Aegon said with a teasing grin. I don't know how you can drink the ale they serve up, Viserys said with a disgusted grimace as the two brothers began to walk towards the doors. Maybe you just like tormenting yourself. Viserys said as he eyed his torso meaningfully, though with a glimmer of amused in his eyes. I resent that. Aegon muttered, though his lips twitched. You resent the comparison, brother? Viserys said with a raised eyebrow as Ema watched the exchange between the brothers with a smile on her face. No, I resent how true it is. Aegon said, and Viserys laughed at the jest. Aegon bore a hint of a smile, though as she looked at his expression she thought it little off. Soon enough they were all out of the doors, talking and jesting as if what had been discussed never happened, the two King's Guard following behind them with quiet duty. The sounds of merriment and revelry could be heard as they approached their destination, chants and cheers and laughter mixed with that of lutes and singing. They arrived at the merry-filled Great Hall, a hall made of the same pale grey stones of the other walls of the great fortress that loomed over Shipbreaker's Bay, a fortress said to be as old as the wall itself, most frequently by Lord Baratheon himself, constructed during the Age of Heroes thousands of years ago by Durin Godgrief, the mythical Storm King and founder of House Durrandon and its successor House Baratheon. The hall was filled to the brim with lords and ladies and knights and squires, though only those of noble heritage, all seated on long tables that stretched from one length of the hall to the other, with the tables for those of knightly houses more crowded than the others. Eyes fell upon them and a loud cheer descended through the hall, and Viserys grabbed Aegon's arm, raising it, causing the cheer to louden to pitch fever volume. Aegon's looks of embarrassment was delightful, especially as his companions joined in the fun heartily, as they were paraded down towards the top of the hall, the place where the Baratheons were seated and where they would seat as high-honored guests. His performance in the squires' melee had impressed many of the prideful lords of the Stormlands despite the draw that it ended in. Though it was clear that many believed their future lord had been likely to win in a battle of strength, many had effused that Aegon's skill at arms were better than Borros. It had surprised them despite tales of Aegon's skill with a sword, which increasingly was becoming more commonly known across Westeros. They got seated at their place of high honor, on the right of Lord Baratheon and his lady wife, and soon enough the revelries and feast continued on. Aegon was seated next to her whilst she was in between Viserys and Aegon, with Viserys next to Lord Baratheon with his wife on his other side and his heir beside her. "Good to see you in good health, Prince Aegon," Lord Baratheon commented. "Thank you, Lord Baratheon," Aegon said with a polite nod before his gaze flickered towards Borros, who was speaking to Lord Maynard Connington some way down the table. "Your son has the strength of a stag," Aegon said complimentarily, his gaze back on Lord Baratheon. Lord Baratheon chuckled with his body. He's a strong lad." Lord Baratheon looked at Aegon with a hint of something no shame in losing to him. "My prince." "Ah, cousin, you're quite mistaken," Viserys interjected with a smile. "It was a draw." Lord Baratheon smiled, but Aemma could tell it was far from true. "Of course, my prince, it was most certainly a draw. Had it continued, however, like some say it should have, it was quite likely my son would have won." Lord Baratheon spared a look at Aegon. Viserys' smile dropped slightly, and Aemma say that he was getting angered. "Mayhaps. But it had not continued, and so it is uncertain what could have been. Which is why our rematch shall be a spectacle, my lord." Aegon spoke up with a grin. "I have no doubt the spectacle shall be even better once we've fully grown. We could even do it again here at another tourney at Storm's End once I and cousin Borros have earned our spurs." Aegon offered, and though his grin was friendly, Aemma knew that his eyes were far from kind. Still, she recognized the olive branch for what it was, and Lord Baratheon after a few moments decided to take it as he laughed, his large body shaking with a cup in hand, and raised it to Aegon. The grown dragon against the mighty stag, ha! I can drink to that." Thankfully that was the end of the tense moment, and things moved on to more appropriate conversation as more ale and wine was had, and mixing amongst the nobility became common once everyone's hunger was satiated. She stayed seated by the Baratheons during most of the festivity, oft speaking with Lady Selyse, Bormund's wife, though she exchanged polite conversations with a number of other noble ladies and lords. Viserys himself was often in the company of Lord Bormund and a few of his bannermen, such as Lord Connington, who was a more diplomatic man than Bormund, which seemed to keep him occupied for a little while. Aegon ended up conversing with a number of storm lords over the course of the night, including Bormund and Borros after he joined Viserys briefly, and that had seemed to go well. It wasn't long before he got dragged to dance with a number of noble ladies, though he danced the longest with the eldest daughter of Lord Estermont, a widowed woman who still in her 20s. She had noted that he tended to dance with older ladies longer than he did maidens. Not that was something noteworthy per se, particularly given that his attentions were sought after by many daughters likely on the orders of their fathers. Even as third prince who stood to inherit nothing, Aegon was as desirable a match as the heir of a wealthy and powerful house like the Reynes, the Redwynes, or the Hightowers. Not only was he of increasing renown on the cusp of knighthood at age 5 and 10, he was most importantly a dragon rider with close ties with the second in line to the throne. Marrying him into their bloodlines would serve to substantially increase the chances of their grandchild marrying a child of hers and Viserys, whilst the possibility of marrying daughters of Aegon into the main bloodline was also there, thus bringing the potential of dragon riders into their lines, just as it happened with House Velaryon. Something their grandfather was not unaware of. Her eyes moved towards Aegon, who looked a little embarrassed as Walter Lefford said something with a grin on his face before he nodded towards one of the ladies, his grin widening. Aegon pushed him slightly as the rest of his companions laughed at his embarrassment and the flailing Lefford. Aegon was quite different to the brash Daemon, and to her Viserys, who was kind and gentle at heart without a bone of cruelty or deception in his being. Aegon may hate this if she ever told him about how she thought he was like, but she did believe Aegon's temperament and personality was a mix of Daemon, Viserys, and their royal grandfather Jaehaerys. And she thought he was quite likely the most dangerous out of them once he was grown, for with his brilliant mind that he kept hidden from all but a few, he could accomplish anything he set his mind to. One look at the cadre of companions he assembled, all of whom were heirs to prominent and strong houses, was all that she needed to remind herself of this. He'd befriended them with little difficulty and had inspired strong loyalty and camaraderie within them, camaraderie and loyalty that felt truer than most of the lords had shown Viserys during the progression. And she wasn't sure he even knew it. It was hard to believe that this was the same aloof boy that she'd rarely see at King's Landing. Their royal grandfather had shown great wisdom by making Aegon join this progression, even if it felt like Aegon had overshadowed Viserys somewhat with his skill and victories throughout their progression. It was a good thing that Viserys was not a jealous or an easily offended man and that his nature had instead bound Aegon closer in brotherhood than it did push him away. One thing she did think Aegon differed from all three men was that he cared very little about Westeros itself, and it wasn't difficult to hear from the few times he spoke candidly with them that he longed to be in the air or at sea. Viserys had told her about his conversations with his father about what Aegon achieved on Dragonstone, particularly his attempts to improve Mainport and train common folk. She and Viserys had often talked about Aegon, and they both thought it a good idea to convince their royal grandfather to grant Aegon land on Crack Claw Point with access to sea. There were many ruined strongholds in the region, and Aegon, with a bit of funding from the crown, could restore one of those strongholds. Given his brilliant mind, it would not take him long to turn it a wealthy land and quite likely another hub of sea trade. It would also solve another issue that she and Viserys knew their grandfather was keen to resolve, especially now with the news they heard about Laenor Velaryon. Laenor Velaryon claiming sea smoke was a warning sign. A dangerous threat to the Targaryen supremacy. Kin the Velaryons maybe, but Corlys was an insatiable lord, and there was no telling should his descendants not inherit that insatiability just as they inherit dragons. With both Daemon and Gale claiming their own dragons, it was likely that at least the Royces may end up becoming dragon riders in their own right once the disagreement between Rhea and Daemon was resolved, as the firstborn stood to inherit Runestone and expected to change his name to Royce. And Gale? Her eyes fixed on Aegon. Marriage to Aegon would ensure that her line remained Targaryen, and it also secured Aegon's line. They'd make a secondary branch of House Targaryen within the Crownlands without the danger of his line passing to another powerful and wealthy house like the Royces or Velaryons. She knew it was somewhat unseemly to think like this, but she remembered the anger of Corlys about Rhaenys being passed over, and now with their son, a non-Targaryen, a dragon rider. It was foolish to not try and avoid a similar situation, especially now that the Royces may end up joining House Targaryen as a third dragon-riding house. Still, she wasn't entirely heartless. She did believe that Gale and Aegon were fond of each other, and she truly believed the two would be very happy with one another, just as she and Viserys were. "Ah, Emma," Viserys voiced as he dropped into the seat next to her. He grabbed her hands and kissed them gently. She looked at him a little hesitantly. He smelled like wine and looked as drunk as a mule. "Viserys," she began, gently unwrapping her hands from his before she stroked his cheek. "How much have you had to drink?" she asked with a concerned frown as she looked at his slightly reddened face. "A little." Emma furrowed her brows a little exasperated before she slowly got up. "Come Viserys, let's head to our chambers." Viserys' eyes peaked at that, and Emma smiled a little at his eagerness. "Drunk as he may be, I see," he said as he got up and he extended his arm. "Shall we, wife?" Viserys said with a look of lust in his eyes. Break. Early 99 AC, King's Landing. Gale POV. "Why?" Gale asked of her mother with tones of desperation in her voice. "Viserys and Emma and Aegon are there. Storm's End isn't that far. She's old enough to carry me there with nary a concern." "Gale, enough," her mother said sternly, her eyes flashing with anger. "I have said no. That is the end of the matter." "No, it is not," Gale said as she clenched her fists, almost vibrating in anger. "You have always denied me all that I have ever asked for, and I have asked for little. Both you and father. When have we ever refused you, daughter?" Her mother said tiredly. "You have been given everything you could have ever asked for. You refused me a dragon until I had to sneak out and claim one," Gale said with her arms raised in frustrated exasperation, something Daemon hadn't needed to do when he came and claimed Caraxes. "And have we not accepted your choices instead of locking her away from you?" her mother asked with angry narrowed eyes before quickly following up with others' words said with a sharp tone. "Something you were not punished for despite going against your father and I. You don't call quartering me in my room for a month without being able to leave once punishment?" Gale asked disbelievingly. "Dear girl, if you think that was punishment." Alice Ann shook her head. "So limiting how long I get to stay with my dragon isn't meant to be punishment either?" Gale asked bitterly. Alice Ann said nothing, and Gale closed her eyes momentarily. They didn't trust her, they didn't really see her as a person. Just something to be kept. Her claiming a dragon only made things worse. "You say you don't refuse me, but you do, when it really matters," Gale said bitterly, "especially when it is away from you." "Careful, Gale," her mother said in an angry whisper as she gripped tighter on her cane even if she had not yet stood up. Gale smiled with ugly intent. "Careful," she said acidly, and had she taken a moment, she would have been surprised at her tone, but she was in too much of a blind anger. "Yes, Gale must always be careful. I must always be careful lest I end up like a wanton whore like Sarah or a fool like Visera." Smack. The noise of the cane clattering against the stone floor was deafening. Gale staggered back, clutching her cheek. She turned her wide-eyed gaze towards her standing mother, who bore a furious expression she'd never seen directed at her. "Do not speak things you do not understand, Gale," Alice Ann said with a whisper that seemed barely restrained, barely able to contain the anger that she seemed to struggle with. "Your sisters are more than what your father calls them." Gale swallowed harshly as bitter tears pooled at the corners of her eyes, and she blinked them away angrily. She heard her mother sigh and the chair scraping against the floor, and she looked back at her mother slowly getting back to her seat, a worn and weary expression across her aged face, and all anger fled from Gale. Seeing her mother like this. "I'm sorry, mother," Gale managed. Her mother looked up and their gazes met for a little while before her mother nodded slightly and she gestured quietly towards a chair opposite her. Gale took it. "I understand your frustrations, I do." Her mother began gently before she smiled sadly at Gale, "Especially at me." Gale startled at that admission and Alice Ann laughed a little before she shook her head slightly. "Dear girl, I know I have been unreasonable." She sighed tiredly and selfish. She turned her eyes to Gale as she reached out to her. Gale took a moment before she took her mother's hand. "But you mean so much to me, Gale, more than you know," she said with so much emotion that it took Gale aback. "Mother." Gale tried, though she didn't know what else to say. The way her mother said that. "Know that I have your best interests in mind, Gale. It may seem unfair, but it is better than what many ladies your age and younger endure," her mother said firmly as she gripped Gale's hands a little tighter before she let go of her hands. Her mother straightened out a little as she recomposed herself. "The progression is near its end. You will see them soon enough," she said with a firm tone, and Gale felt the frustration rising within her again. Her mother's expression shifted and she spoke up before Gale could say anything. "Unless you're acting this way because you're missing someone in particular, daughter," her mother said with a curious and knowing look on her face. Gale flushed at her mother's probing and Alice Ann chuckled softly. "You will see plenty of Aegon soon enough, daughter. Just be patient." "What do you mean, mother?" Gale asked suspiciously, strange feeling fluttering in her stomach. Her mother seemed to struggle for a moment until she seemed like she decided. "You and Aegon are set to marry once he's returned from the progression." Gale's eyes widened. "What?" she asked breathlessly. Her mother looked at her with a soft gaze. "We are not blind, Gale. We know that you and Aegon are fond of each other." Gale said nothing as her mind whirled. She was going to marry Aegon? Her heart fluttered at the thought. She had never brought up marriage and Gale had never wanted to ask for fear of an answer, but as time went on and as she talked with a few of the maidens at court, she wondered why there was not talk of marriage or even betrothal from her parents. She had thought that mayhaps there were none asking for her hand, especially since her sisters Alyssa and Dahlia had married young. Her wonderment and fears had led to her to even consider that her father was going to force to become a silent sister like Ma Edgley had been, and if she was a little honest with herself, it was part of the reason why she claimed Lismaria so she didn't have to go to Old Town. But now it made a little sense if she was to marry Aegon. "Does he know?" Gale asked a little dazed. "He will be told once they return from the progression," her mother said before she leaned forward and grabbed her hand. "So be patient. You will see him soon enough." Break. Early 99 AC, the narrow sea. The cog rose over the little wave, the sound of water smashing into the hull a distant bell. The waters were calmer here, out in the narrow sea, as he leaned back against the interior of the ship at the aft, his journal in his hands. Shipbreakers Bay certainly earned its name. Despite there not having been any storms in the past few months, the sea around that region were far more turbulent than the coasts of Dragonstone, Driftmark, or Crack Claw Point. No wonder most ships around that part were galleys that hugged the coast. The ship he was on was a galley too. There were 4 main Westerosi ships used by lordly houses: longships, cogs, galleys, and carracks. Essos were a little more creative with their ships, even if they were only variations of cogs and carracks and galleys. They were slightly larger than Westerosi cogs, carracks, and galleys, and a few times he saw interesting cogs that had narrower hulls and a topgallant. Cogs and galleys were mostly used by southern houses, though the Manderleys probably used cogs just as much given their reputation, whilst carracks were a rare sight in Westerosi fleets. At least from what Corlys told him. The Velaryon fleet had about dozen of them, and they were used to trade mostly cities beyond the Stepstones, such Volantis or Lys. There was no one manning the oars now, not now that there gotten favourable winds that would take them to Dragonstone, but they had been manned until they got into open narrow sea. He saw Bart Emos speaking with the captain of the ship before he made his way towards him. He decided to go to Dragonstone after the festivities ended at Storm's End, the last part of their progression prior to returning to King's Landing, when he found that Eldrick Sunglass and Bart Emos Celtigar were planning to sail from a small port nearby Storm's End. Viserys hadn't been happy about it, even gotten angry about it, but in the end he'd won the argument, saying that he'd be back with Miss Aragorn in tow. It wasn't the only reason why he was delaying his trip back to King's Landing, however. He closed his journal, a troubled expression threatening to come across his face. He'd have to leave sooner, he thought before he shook away those thoughts. Still, he was looking forward returning to Dragonstone, especially given that Daemon returned to King's Landing. He missed Miss Aragorn immensely, more than he thought possible, and the past year and some months had reminded him how much he'd grown attached to his dragon. He'd left Miss Aragorn on Dragonstone, to feed on the dolphins and fish that were abundant in the seas surrounding Dragonstone, and he was excited to see him again. Curious too. He expected Miss Aragorn to have grown substantially since the last time he'd seen him. He was still quite a bit smaller than Malay's, but not overly, and though he didn't think Miss Aragorn would have reached Malay's size, he expected him to be a little closer. He was already twice the size of Seasmoke the last time he saw Miss Aragorn. Maybe in 5 years' time Miss Aragorn would get there. If the winds sustain, we should get back to Dragonstone within a sennight, Bard Emos said as he walked up to him. We could get there quicker if the men man the oars. Bard Emos said, a question clear in his voice. Let them rest for now. Aegon said as he leaned a little further back. I'm in no rush for the moment. Aegon explained to Bard Emos before he closed his eyes, focusing on the noticeable motion of the galley on the waters. He'd gotten to know how cogs felt at sea. They were of course far more steady, but they moved slower and only had one mast, which if there wasn't any wind, well. Carracks were even sturdier and moved like how a ballet dancer moved across a stage despite being built like a castle in comparison to a galley. But they were slow and were only 2 or 3 masted ships that were square-rigged, a sail and rigging arrangement that was used across Westeros and Essos, where the primary driving sails are carried on horizontal spars, a pole of wood perpendicular to the keep of the ships. He hadn't really known much about ships in his old life, but he did see enough movies that the ships before ironclads and battleships had many more sails and more masts. Knowing that meant little though. It was a little bit like these maesters being able to observe that an object will fall to the ground once released and stay on the ground, but not knowing the force that makes that happen or the strength of that force. Ah. Bard Emos said as he took a seat on one of the barrels nearby. Wonder why you might not be in a hurry, my prince. Bard Emos said annoyingly, that reeked of a knowing smile. Aegon opened an eye and saw that Bard Emos grinning at him. He wanted to smack the idiot. Don't. Aegon only said as he reclosed his eye, not in the mood. Bard Emos chuckled. I don't know why you would be in such a foul mood, my friend. Lisa Estermont couldn't have been that good that you would shun this. Aegon grunted, though he kept his eyes closed. Lisa Estermont had been formerly Lisa Caron, previously wed to the heir of House Caron, but the idiot died with his chest caved in by his horse when he'd been unseated during a boar hunt a few years back. Lord Caron had a second son who was wed and had an heir, so Lisa's widow's privilege had been non-existent and summarily sent home to her father. Only 26 and beautiful, she could easily remarry, but it seemed like she'd been deemed spoilt goods by the upper Stormlands houses, so the best she could hope for was a vassal sworn to her house. Over the week of festivities, he'd gotten to appreciate her. Once he'd gotten her to peel away the layers of ladiness, of course. The simpering and agreeable nonsense that he hated so much. After that, she had been surprisingly witty and dark in humor. Some of the things she said left him speechless. It was great. He never went so far to have sex with her. He absolutely didn't want any children running around, and though he thought well of her, he wasn't going to take the risk of having to marry her. No child of his would get the treatment Westeros put on those children, but they did everything else. Puberty was a bitch, and he never thought he'd miss Trojans so much. Don't be so crass. Aegon muttered, causing Bard Emos to chuckle a little deeper. He opened his eyes slightly. Lisa isn't the issue. The fact that I don't even have a name for how closely related we are is, he thought as he opened his eyes slightly. I'm a third son. I may bear the name Targaryen and title of prince, but I am landless. The way I like it. Marrying her, I have no desire of committing to such a thing. Aegon said to his friend, his eyes reclosing. Gale claiming that Dragon had tightened a noose around his neck. Before, he had a chance of avoiding marriage to her with minimal consequence. Angry words would have been said, disappointed looks might have been given, but ultimately they would not have pressed him to marry her if he was unwilling. Despite the messed up marriages of Westeros, in particular those of House Targaryen, with regards to how young they made people marry, Emma's marriage at 11. Forcing people to marry wasn't exactly done. At least if you were male, he thought to himself with a wince. Could hardly claim women had rights to refuse when most of them were never really of an age or taught to know any better. But now? He had no idea how to avoid this without leaving soon. Their arguments would be sound in theory if you ignore the whole incest thing and centered on keeping dragons in House Targaryen. He would have little room to argue like he would if she had been dragonless. HMMPH. Bard Emos sounded out. Sounds to me you'll have little choice, my prince. Bard Emos said in a commiserating tone. I do not think even with all of your cleverness you can avoid this. Bard Emos finished as he got up, and before he left Bard Emos tapped him on his shoulder, leaving Aegon back to his troubled thoughts. Break. Early 99 AC. Gale POV. Her cloaked head peered out slightly. She saw no one patrolling, and she turned around and stuck out her leg from beneath her, gripping the makeshift robe made out of her dresses. It wasn't far, the ground from this side of the Red Keep, but she didn't want to hurt herself. She climbed down slowly until she jumped the last few feet, and she remained low before she quickly looked side to side. The Red Keep had many hidden little tunnels and dead ends. She never was allowed to leave the Red Keep unless her mother was with her, but she had been allowed almost anywhere in the castle. She'd been 10 when she first found a secret tunnel, and ever since then she'd been trying to find them all, and when she and Aegon became friends, she showed him a few of these tunnels, false walls and trapdoors. Aegon had said that Maegor had ordered it made, apparently having learned about the man from the Maester Elissar, but no one knew how many there were, as Magur had the carpenters, stonemasons, and the builders murdered to keep the secrets. Thankfully all of his other stories were a lot nicer after that. The crashing noise of the sea broke her out of her thoughts. The tunnel she exited from was a passageway that led to the cliffs facing the narrow sea. There was a little path alongside the black water rush that led back into the city. It wasn't long before she managed to sneak back into the city through the river gate, and she walked quickly through the streets of King's Landing, the cloak obscuring her face whilst she had her silver blonde hair covered by one of the headdresses that once belonged to Maejali. She averted her eyes from everyone as she got to the busier parts of the city, even at this time of early morning, and as she walked the street of the sister that led to Rennes Hill, she was bumped into by someone and she almost fell, but she was held by a strong pair of hands. She looked up and saw it was a tall blonde-haired man with a chiseled angled face that wouldn't be remiss among the Westerlander nobles she'd met before, though he was certainly prettier. He was young too, perhaps not older than 25 name days. Her eyes looked at what was on his back and it seemed like it was a lute. "Apologies," the young man said, forcing her gaze back to his face, a face that bore a charming smile. She flushed a little and she wriggled a little, and he let go of her, his hands open-palmed and made in a gesture of surrender. "No need to apologize, my lord," she stopped suddenly, clearing her throat. "Good sir. I am sure it was my error," she said as she made a move to walk around him. Wait, he said as she walked past him. "Let me escort you. This time a night is no proper time for a young woman such as yourself." She didn't turn around though. She glanced over her shoulder, her hands on the rim of her hood. "I'll be fine, sir, but thank you for your concern," she said hastily as she quickly paced away from the man and kept her head down. Thankfully no further issues happened on the way, and she kept herself to herself despite a few close calls, and her heart was pounding in relief as she reached her destination. "Halt!" One of the guards at the entrance gates to the dragon pit hollered out. Gale dropped her hood and removed the headdress. "Princess Gale," the guard said, surprised, before he bowed his head, and the other guards followed suit. "We had not expected you," the guard said, surprised though his expression was suspicious. "Where are your guards?" "Do not concern yourself with matters that are far above you," Gale said with a bite in her tone as she continued to walk up to the gate. "Move aside, I am here to see my dragon," she said with as much authority as she could muster despite her nervousness. The guards looked unsure what to do, and it frustrated her, and before she knew it, the words left her mouth. "I said move aside," she demanded, and the guards quickly moved away and she walked through the gates quickly without running, her heart beating in her chest. "Do not follow me in," she managed to say as she passed the last guard, and when she distanced herself, she allowed herself a breath of relief and she nervously laughed a little. It was exhilarating. Terrifying but exhilarating. She arrived the domed dragon pit and the dragon keepers spotted her. "Princess Gale," one of the dragon keepers said, surprised in Valyrian. "Bring out Lismaria," Gale demanded as she walked up them. The dragon keepers looked at each other and she narrowed her eyes. She was getting tired of having to repeat herself. No one listened to her, not even the people who were meant to be servants to her family. "Are you refusing the command of your princess?" she said frostily to the dragon keepers, and their eyes widened at her tone. "Ares, go and bring out Lismaria," the elder dragon keeper said. They moved towards back entrance of the dragon pit and she waited impatiently, her eyes flittering towards the rising light of dawn, and it was only after the screech of Lismaria that she released her breath. Lismaria's face with her long windswept horns emerged from the shadows, her dirty golden brown scales shining in the beckoning light of dawn. Lismaria sniffed the air and her long neck shook as her dragon recognized her scent, and her gaze fell upon Gale. Gale smiled widely and she moved towards her dragon. Her hand touched the scales of Lismaria, her deft hand feeling the scales that were as smooth as polished silver. Lismaria turned her neck towards one of the dragon keepers, snarling lowly at the man, and Gale tapped on her scales. "Easy, Lismaria, easy," she said in Valyrian. "We've going for a flight, girl. A longer flight we're used to, but I know you can do it," she said softly to her dragon. According to the dragon keepers, Lismaria was around 4 years of age. She was small but not as small as Aegon's dragon had been at a similar age, so it was possible she could grow as quickly as Miss Aragorn did. Lismaria could carry her easily, she was old and large enough for that, but she hadn't flown that far before. One of the dragon keepers brought out a small stair stool and she hopped onto Lismaria's back and strapped herself in. Lismaria screeched lightly and Gale smiled, knowing that Lismaria was waiting for the command. "Fly!" she shouted out. Lismaria unfurled her wings and beat them, creating gusts of winds that spread sands across the pit. Lismaria began to walk, her steps slow and slumbering before she picked speed, her wings beating faster and faster after each beat, and before long she was in the air caressing her face with increasing strength as Lismaria soared faster into the air. Gale smiled girlishly as her heartbeat seemed to wish to escape her chest, and she was unknowing if it was through the exhilaration of flight, the rules she broke, or whether she was going to see Aegon again. Mayhaps it was all three. "To Dragonstone," she whispered as they flew amongst the first rays of dawn. Chapter 6. Early 99 AC, Dragonstone. "Land ahoy!" one of the crew cried, rousing Aegon from his tome that narrated the events of the Century of Blood. Eldrick stretched out at the same time as Aegon stood up. He looked towards the island, the great dragon mont looming in the distance. He glanced at Bartimeau's sleeping form and he walked towards Bartimeau and kicked him in the shin, jolting him up. "We're here," Aegon said with a slight grin, one that Eldrick shared though he admirably tried to hide it. Bartimeau groaned. "Did you have to kick me awake?" he said with a glare. "Yes," Aegon said simply before he began to walk towards his stored items behind them. The quarter deck was barely able to hold more than a few people and most of the crew slept on the deck either against the hull, the floor, or in their rowing position. As the island of Dragonstone neared, Aegon closed his eyes, trying to grip on the bond he felt with Miss Aragorn. The bond was always there, at the back of his mind. He'd experimented with it a lot, to see the extent of the bond, and one of the surprising things and most useful part of the bond is that it kind of also acted like a beacon. Miss Aragorn could find him if he made it clear through his bond about where he was. He wasn't sure if it needed Miss Aragorn to want to find him as well though. Still, it would more than good enough, especially it was what was going to make him taking Miss Aragorn with him possible. It wasn't long before a silhouette of a dragon grew in the distance and a roar soared through the air and Aegon smiled, his eyes shining in delight. "Missed you too, buddy," he tried to communicate through his bond. Soon enough they circled around the island of Dragonstone and made their way towards the main port nearby the Dragonstone fort, Miss Aragorn flying in circles above. Aegon glanced at his companions. "Will you depart immediately?" "Yes," Bartimeau confirmed. "My father will want to speak with me before we need to get back to King's Landing in less than a week when the prince and princesses arrive." Eldrick piped up. "The same for me, my prince." Aegon nodded. "Very well. I will likely see you both there then." Bartimeau slapped Aegon's shoulder, eyeing intently as he did so. "It doesn't have to stop our adventures, my prince." "Marrying Gale?" Aegon glanced at Bartimeau before he looked away. Bartimeau and Eldrick knew of his plans to want to sail across the known seas. It was how they and a few others bonded. Talks of visiting every port in Essos all the way to Karth, to Morag, to Yeti. Aegon said with a small smile that felt hollower than he let on. "I'm sure it'll work out." The familiar scent of sulfur and brimstone assaulted his nose and Aegon felt satisfaction at it. Most would hate the island, especially compared to the lands and castles he'd visited. It was dreary, it was cold and it was windy. It was a dreadful place in comparison to Highgarden or to Casterly Rock, but it was the closest to home he imagined he'd find here. There was something about it that he felt like he belonged, more than he ever did in King's Landing. The Castellan was waiting at the dock with a few guards he'd been given advance notice from Storm's End. He saw that there was significant work being done on the harbour, work that looked in excess of what he had thought he could do with the coin available to him. There were more men too, men that looked very Andal with few Valyrian features. It looked like the capacity of the number of ships that could dock was being increased. The building he'd had built was left untouched, but on the other side of the port, where the most of the work was being done, had a similarly tall building cropping up. Curious. He'd get the Castellan to answer his questions later today. They departed the ship as they docked at one of the available spots, and a few of the crew made their way towards the taverns and likely whorehouses that were here in the port. Aegon greeted a few of the workmen at the port who looked happy to see him before the Castellan spoke up. "My prince," the Castellan said, "I have had the servants draw a bath and a meal." "Thank you, Tristan. I will shortly make my way towards the castle," Aegon told the Castellan. The Castellan spied a look towards Miss Aragorn, who was descending down towards a steady place not far from port. "Yes, my prince." The Castellan looked at the guards, who nodded their understanding before bowing to Aegon and leaving, heading back towards the castle. He said his goodbyes to his companions and made his way towards Miss Aragorn, who landed not far from the port. "It seems like he has grown," he thought as he approached the dragon. "Not greatly, but enough for it to be noticeable." Aegon gestured towards the guards to wait as he continued his approach to his dragon. Miss Aragorn growled softly as he brought down his snout, his large green eyes focusing intently on Aegon, and Aegon's hand went towards it. I know. I've been gone too long, haven't I?" he said softly as he patted the large animal's snout. Miss Aragorn's snout pushed against his hand and his snout almost barged into his chest. All right, I get it." Aegon defended as the growls grew a little heavier. "It wasn't my choice, you know this." Miss Aragorn's green eyes were unblinking, as if to say, "You could have asked me to come." Aegon winced slightly. He could have, but he'd thought that it was not the kind of attention he needed, nor the shift of perception people had of him. More than a few times conversations with lords had been tentatively probing about what he thought about this or that, or if he knew who he was to marry, and even the lady women were far from innocent. He wanted to appear as non-political as possible, just as a gallant and charming third prince who stood to inherit little, and having Miss Aragorn appear. "I promise not to leave you alone for too long," Aegon said as he touched Miss Aragorn's snout with both hands, trying to soothe the annoyed dragon. The dragon huffed, sending his hair into a mess, and Aegon looked at Miss Aragorn with an exasperated but amused look. "Now can we fly?" Aegon asked Miss Aragorn, who only raised his snout and leaned his back towards him, causing Aegon to smile widely. A few hours later, a bath had and a meal eaten, he spoke briefly with the Castellan. The past year or so had been busy, the Castellan had said, and his father had come on Viagar for half a moon. After bluntly asking, the Castellan confirmed that his father had looked at the main port and had ordered it to be improved, much to Aegon's surprise. The port was being upgraded to effectively become a royal dockyard capable of hosting the royal fleet if needed and capable of building or repairing ships. He'd frowned internally at that. What were they playing at, he wondered to himself. He knew that his father and grandfather knew about his improvements at the main port, but he didn't think they'd take this much interest. In truth, it was about time something was done at Dragonstone. For a seat of the heir of the Iron Throne, Dragonstone was quite pitiful and underdeveloped. There was little reason why Dragonstone couldn't become a fairly sized town with bustling trade. Given its location at the mouth of Blackwater Bay, it could serve as a pit stop for trade en route to King's Landing. It would swallow some of trade away from Driftmark, to be sure, and it would also provide a solid source of income for crown princes and more cynically manpower. The people of Dragonstone were extremely loyal to House Targaryen. They pride themselves on their Valyrian heritage and the men from their families, their ancestors, who were the first to set on Westeros during the conquest. The work that was being done would be celebrated as farmers and fishermen could supplement their income, especially given that it would likely be a little while longer before the job would be finished given the extensiveness of what was being done. He was under no illusion it was being done for him. He'd never inherit Dragonstone. Was there further friction with the Valyrians? The royal fleet being stationed at Dragonstone, at least in part, was quite the change. The Castellan knew little else, and his questioning of the Maester only confirmed what the Castellan had said, though he did part with a bit more information. In any case, he asked the Maester to send word to King's Landing that he would arrive in 3 days. He made his way towards the small village nearby the main port. There were 2 ports at Dragonstone, the one he disembarked and the port that he'd been improving, which was near the village at the more habitable part of the island. He walked through the village and the townspeople greeted him happily, which he returned easily enough. It was really understated how happy it made people by simply knowing their names. Most of the villagers were of Valyrian heritage, and though he wouldn't be surprised if some of them were descendants of dragon seeds, the abominable practice of First Night was practiced pretty much as soon as his ancestors arrived on Dragonstone, but quite a few of the folk he'd spoken to had claimed that they were descendants of the household servants and retainers and slaves of the then Targaryen dragon lords. In the distance, he saw a few men on horses approach, and the street parted to let the men through. There were 4 of them, all wearing worn armor, and all bore Valyrian features bar one. "My prince," Sir Baelon said with a bent knee after he got off the horse, the others following suit. There were 2 knightly houses on Dragonstone, House Cargarus and Calnerian. Both houses were founded during Aegon the Conqueror's reign, House Cargarus by a bastard of House Cahiris, the recently extinct Valyrian house, whilst House Calnerian had founded by a Valyrian hedge knight during the conquest. Both held small amount of land and most of it was not farmable. They were barely landed knightly houses. Both houses had not stood against Magar, and whilst they had supported Jaehaerys, they had not been rewarded with lands on the mainland. Still, they were fairly important to Dragonstone as they were retainers to the Prince of Dragonstone, and more often than not they worked with the Castellan to keep the small garrison of about 500 men fit and trained. Sir Baelon of House Cargarus was amongst the first that Aegon had managed to tie closer to him, and not long after, the others followed. None of them were exceptional fighters. He imagined he'd be able to beat them now, if not in a few years when he was stronger, but they were good men that were dependable. To a degree. Sir Baelon Aegon greeted before greeting the others, and he motioned him and the others to rise, and he looked the man in the eye. "Walk with me." Aegon signaled the guards to follow outside of hearing distance. A fair distance from eavesdropping as they made their way the other side of the village, towards the smaller wharf that functioned as a secondary port for the fishermen, he spoke up again. "So the royal fleet is expected to dock at Dragonstone now?" "Aye, my prince," Sir Baelon confirmed, understanding clear in his eyes. "Your royal father was impressed with the work we've done so far on your orders. He wanted to expand on it and had men come in to plan the improvements before more men came and set the common folk to task." Aegon hummed for a moment. "I see." He didn't ask if Baelon knew anything in particular. He eyed the man. "So my father also knows about the other thing?" Sir Baelon winced before he nodded, a little bashful. Aegon raised his hand. "I understand. My father is the crown prince. To lie or hide it from him would have been stupid." Sir Baelon nodded in relief. "Prince Baelon did come and have a look," Sir Baelon said, and Aegon looked at the man with an expectant look, and the man continued. "He said it was fine for us to continue." The man said, and Aegon looked away from the man. "Anyone else?" Aegon questioned, and the man shook his head. "No one else, my prince. The builders know to let me know if someone who doesn't belong takes a look." "It hasn't happened," the man said, and after a long look Aegon nodded. "Good. It's about time I take a look on our progress," Aegon said. They approached the main port and went towards his building. It wasn't long before they were noticed, and a few of the men were coming their way. "My prince," the man Mika, one of the sailors he had trained and worked for him, said with a kneel, the other 2 following in his step, and Aegon motioned them to stand. "Mika. Danis Bren." You look well. Aegon said with a smile. I am Prince. The one known as Danis said. Dunna know how since wife's been a beast lately, he said with a chuckle, and he earned himself an elbow in the ribs. Prince doesn't want to know about your 7 damned wife. Mika said with a glare. Aegon's face broke with a light grin. I wouldn't be so sure, Mika. Danis does have good stories about the wife. The story about Pan and the fish never fails to make me laugh, which gotten the men to relax and laugh a little. It wasn't long before he was in the building, staring down at the sight before him. Good. You've removed the outer planks and the decks. Aegon said approvingly. I am Prince, Mika said happily. Tea was fairly easy. Much harder to get at air in a piece, Mika admitted. Aegon hummed understandingly. He'd been here for that part. It took several hundred men to get the ship where was now. He began to walk around the length of the stripped ship, his hand roving on the carved wood. It was a stripped-down carrack, its outer layers of planks removed, the cross-section of the wood that gave the shape of the outer hull on full display. Carracks were made with high freeboard height above the water and didn't need oars on both sides. He'd gotten Corlys to part with an old and worn carrack after his suggested trade with the north was hugely successful when his regular trading to Yeti returned with rice left over from their journey. It had taken some time to convince Corlys, but once he explained the value of rice to the northerners, he had practically seen a shine in the man's eyes that reminded him of a certain duck particularly fond of swimming in gold coins. The next time they went to Yeti, they came back stocked with the stuff, and after the Manderleys were convinced of the benefits, not that it was hard to see they'd taken the entire stock when they fully comprehended the sheer value rice had in winter. Aegon thought that the Manderleys were likely going to go to Yeti themselves in the near future. After all, it was steady income from a food source that no one other than the northerners would buy. He wondered how drastic the changes it would yield to the timeline. The rice wouldn't be consumed by the lordly houses unless of course they were under siege, and was mostly intended for the common folk during lean winters, but even a stable source of food that could last years was bound to make changes. After all, most of the significant changes that happened over time in his world had been when food security was practically assured. The North had an implacable enemy in winter, one that they knew intimately and bitterly, and it was the reason why they were the sparsest populated region. The North was notoriously stable, politically speaking, and infighting was rare in comparison to the constant battles that happened amongst the southern kingdoms. Partly because of winter, of course. In any case, with the rice, he imagined there might well be a sharp population climb, more than there already was with the secured trade with the Riverlands and the Reach, and that meant they would also likely have more men for war. The North could call upon somewhere between 25,000 to 40,000 men, much less than the southern kingdoms could call upon. Dorne surprisingly could call up close to 50,000 historically, which was confusing given that during the time of Robert's rebellion, he was sure they only gave something like 10,000 or 20,000 men to Rhaegar. Even if you considered that Doran might have kept a significant portion of his men back in caution, which probably had been wise in hindsight given that it meant they weren't completely spent, which was likely the reason Wyron had gone to placate Dorne. You have sincerest condolences for your brutally raped to death sister and your headless nephew who had his infant head cracked open like an egg. Oh, and we're also of course sorry for the death of your niece who has been almost slashed in half by 100 stabs. He grimaced at the thought. It was quite likely that Dorne could only realistically call up to 40,000 during Robert's rebellion. In any case, he was fascinated to see how much change more food would yield the North in the decades to come. He returned his attentions to the carrack, his thoughts whirring as he looked at the frame with critical eyes. He wasn't sure when exactly the development of cannons happened. He suspected sometime around the 14th or 15th century, around the time of greater trade to Asia and war with the dangerous Ottomans, but he was quite sure that a ship like this with 2 decks probably would have had cannons fitted along their sides. He wondered if Valeria's dominance and the consequences of its dominance was the reason why such ships existed but never developed cannons. Corlys hadn't mentioned anything that resembled gunpowder when he subtly questioned the man about the kinds of things he'd seen, likely because he hadn't gone beyond the harbors of the cities he'd visited, so he wasn't sure if they had the precursors to gunpowder yet. Given that they were the literal approximation of China, he suspected they did. Chances were cannons were conceived but were strangled in the crib. He could see Valeria brutally scorching and then salting any nation that developed weaponry that could potentially bring down their dragons. He could see the later and more powerful cannons capable of ripping through dragons. Dragons would be able to remain out of range, of course, but it could also neutralize their effectiveness in a significant way. Of course, maneuverability and speed would make dragons very hard to hit, but in a fleet with cannons installed? Well, that would level the playing field, especially if the numbers of dragons were small. Of course, it could also be that just maybe it wasn't the Valyrians at all but rather the Dothraki that interfered. This world shared many similarities in development and cultures as his own world had, and practically had the same kind of route the Silk Road once upon a time had, but unfortunately, the Dothraki were far from the more intelligent Mongols. The Dothraki likely existed during Valeria's dominance but as nothing more than a mild annoyance, quiet and subdued under the gaze of the dragons but still causing havoc like the barbarians that they were. And when the doom happened, well, any chance of land trade happening was summarily strangled at the cradle, so any chances of the Silk Road happening died. It had been the Persians and then later the Ottomans who brought the idea of gunpowder or whatever it was called when they used combustive shells against the Byzantines, at which point it was developed further by people in Europe. With the Dothraki limiting trade through land through the Assyrian Sea, he didn't want to validate the piss-poor facsimile of steppe tribes by naming the grasslands after them and murdering their way through several civilizations like the Sarno-Ryans. They made cross-pollination of ideas between East and West harder if not impossible through land. Of course, he was almost of the opinion there was some divine pressures being applied to force this world to be stagnant, gods trapped in trees, Lord of Light, more likely a devil finding it funny to masquerade as something light whilst casually having people burnt, and whatever else existed in this messed up world. But there were several other reasons that were partially responsible for a world stuck in whatever this was for thousands of years. He blinked. He got off track. Anyway. Carracks were bulging ships, with almost castle-like quarter decks fore and aft. They tended to have two decks with two masts, with the mainmast and the foremast being rigged with square sails. For the next few hours, he spent a lot of time noting down all of his observations with an obsessive zeal. He wanted to make the hull longer, quite a bit longer. He remembered ship of the lines and how they were somewhat wider, but he hadn't been sure to what extent. He knew it had to do with balance and performance, particularly because of cannons and their weight distribution, but wasn't quite sure how it all fitted. The wooden frames were connected to the keel like ribs to sternum, which gave the ship its shape. The frames of carracks were much less slender than that of galleys, more L-shaped, and he could already see that his new design would likely follow suit on that shape. The longer the ship, the wider you had to make it to prevent it from becoming fragile and have poor nautical qualities. He'd have to figure out, along with figuring out the ideal number of layers, inner skin, to reinforce the inner hull, what the widths of the frames should be to figure out the best distribution of weight whilst also limiting the weight itself, given that the ship would only carry provisions and men. The frames would dictate how many decks the ship would have, and he'd also have to figure out if there was anything different to carracks in terms of stabilization. Carracks had more of the hull underwater in comparison to long ships or galleys, which had shallower drafts allowing them to move more swiftly as they pretty much glided on the surface of the waters. He'd also have to figure out the fitting of the ship, how long the masts should be, the number and surface areas of sails, the rigging. He'd have to see if current way of fitting masts would be all right. He sighed internally as he closed his journal, his eyes gazing at the stripped carrack. The positive was that without artillery, there wasn't a huge need for huge sails, as a significant percentage of the weight wouldn't be there. No cannons, but it would also make it a lot faster. Most ships used rectangular-shaped sails, and he hardly saw any with triangular-shaped sails, which he knew would catch the wind at an angle and could be angled to catch the wind to maneuver the ship. After a quick word with the men, he left and made his way back towards Dragonstone, followed by his guards, a persistent frown on his face as he was deep in thought. He knew that to build the kind of ships he had in mind would be something that would take probably a good part of a decade, if not longer. Not to mention he needed more experience on deck. He needed to know rigs and sails like the back of his hand. The kind of ships he was thinking of were not easy. How it all fitted together, the contingencies. And he couldn't just have Bravus or Driftmark or elsewhere build the designs. It would be the height of foolishness to do that. He needed a place of his own, he needed shipbuilders of his own. He needed sailmakers, he needed foundry workers, he needed craftsmen. He wouldn't be able to train people up, he wouldn't even know how to. No, he needed experienced people. They would have the know-how, the knacks, the little things he wouldn't know and only they knew as a result of things handed down through generations. The good thing was that he knew how to get these shipbuilders. The slavers in Slavers Bay did build ships. Not many, not large ones, but enough. Lys and Volantis did the same, though the shipbuilders were freemen. He didn't doubt he could poach them, however. He came to a stop, his eyes shining with adventure and drive. Maybe afterwards he could be the one to sail west and actually return. That is, of course, there wasn't a Thulhu-esque supermonster lurking in the depths of the sea. He gently banished the imagery away from his mind, though not without an internal shudder. After his travels funded by the sale of the compass and the sextant to Bravus, he would work towards being the man who circumnavigated the world. He'd sail west and he'd sail south, past Sothorios if there was a place past the continent. A frown reappeared on his face as he began walking. To do all of this after his travels, however, he needed a place of his own. He couldn't rely on being granted a lordship by his family, not after what he'd do. It wouldn't surprise him if he was exiled. They would be stupid to for a number of reasons, but it wouldn't surprise me. The high possibility of exile also left him with little options to make a home. To live freely in a slaving city like what most of Essos was, or take root in Bravus, a place founded by slaves running away from dragon lords with face-changing assassins for neighbors. He shook his head. He had a number of years left before he needed that answered. And, in the back of his mind, he knew Viserys would welcome him back with open arms. It was the early morning the next day that he was awakened by one of his guards. "My lord, Princess Gale has arrived." Aegon stilled, his mind clear of any haze. "I see. I will be out briefly," he said with a nod to the guard, and he closed the door. Aegon grimaced and draped his hand across his face. He hoped he wouldn't see her until he arrived at King's Landing. honestly. He had no idea what to do in this situation, it was almost comical how messed up this was. And he wondered if this was his mistake. He grimaced even more. It definitely was his fault for being so friendly. He should have given her the cold shoulder. He closed his eyes. No, he didn't regret growing close to her. She was a wonderful person and he valued her the most. She just was, born to the wrong family. He was born to the wrong family. He reopened his eyes, his heart hardening as his jaw was set. He would betray everything he was by giving in and neither of them deserved that. Gale would be fine, he knew it in his bones. He knew that it also meant that their closeness would come to an end. He ignored the pang of regret in chest with violent vigor, but it was something he could live with. After all, the alternative was not a line he could or would cross. Chapter 7. Early 99 AC, Tarth Mountains. The sounds of Miss Aragorn's and Liz Maria's wings flapping and their screeching were echoing as Miss Aragorn landed down with a heavy thud onto one of the few flat areas on the mountains of Tarth. His eyes swept across and smiled as he looked down towards the west where Evenfall Hall was located. Even from here, the famed clear blue waters of Tarth could be seen. His eyes roved around and he could see the high meadows and the shadowed vales that the island was famed. He heard Liz Maria land next to them and saw Gale smiling beautifully as she spoke inaudibly to her dragon from atop Liz Maria's back, and he let off a sigh. Gale got off from Liz Maria and Aegon could see the wariness in the she-dragon as she peered over to them despite Gale soothing the smaller dragon. He climbed down Miss Aragorn's back and tapped him gently on the scales when the dragon craned its neck and growled softly at him. "Don't unsettle Liz Maria," Aegon said as he met his dragon's great big eyes. Miss Aragorn growl grew a little louder and Aegon pinned him a hard gaze. "Miss Aragorn." Aegon began warningly. Miss Aragorn relationships with other dragons weren't the best save for one Merax's. As a drakeling, Miss Aragorn had been the smallest and the few interactions he'd had with other young dragons hadn't been the best at all from what he'd been able to piece together over time. And then, of course, there was Cannibal. The beast had almost caught Miss Aragorn and Aegon during one of their first flights over the Dragon Mont, and only through chance and some skillful flying by Miss Aragorn had they been able to avoid the maw of the great black beast. Never again had either of them, alone or together, approached the Dragon Mont from that side or anywhere near where it was known the cannibal feasted. Miss Aragorn huffed, his huff blowing his hair slightly, but Aegon smiled at the acquiescence. "Thank you. We'll hunt in the Shivering Sea for some whales." Aegon promised, and he laughed when Miss Aragorn let off a deep low rumbling growl that was pretty much as close to a satisfactory purr as a dragon could get. He tapped Miss Aragorn's scales one more time before he walked away towards Gale. She looked a little hesitantly at Miss Aragorn before she looked towards Liz Maria, who looked ready to fly away in a moment's notice, but Aegon smiled at Gale. "Don't worry, Miss Aragorn won't harm her." Aegon assured her, and she looked skeptically at him before she looked at Miss Aragorn, who pretty much began to curl into himself. "See?" Aegon said with a teasing smile. Liz Maria seemed more relaxed when Miss Aragorn curled into himself, and Gale smiled warmly at the sight before she practically clung onto his arm and dragged him away towards the cliffs that overlooked the western coast of Tarth Island. "Tell me everything about the royal procession," Gale practically demanded as she led him away, her narrowed eyes boring into him. "Your letters were entirely without detail," she said, and Aegon laughed before he launched and weaved a story that kept them talking for hours to come. He talked about the seemingly endless blooming fields of the Reach, the sea of tilled land and countless livestock one could see in the distance as they made their way through the Reach. He talked about Highgarden and its white-stoned walls, the impressive and beautiful stronghold that was more akin to a palace than it was a fortress with its gardens and courtyards, though he mentioned that it was deceptive in its beauty, for it was not an easy castle to take with its maze-like gardens and thick walls that would be difficult to bring down without dragons. Again and again he would talk and answer her questions when she posed them as he spoke of all the castles and keeps that he'd visited, from the insane wealth and splendor that were within the bowels of the mountain that Casterly Rock stood upon, to the impressive fortress of Riverrun that was near unassailable without huge losses or trickery. Throughout all of it, he had felt at ease, the worries of tomorrow melting away as they existed in the here and now, and with a smile he continued on as he neared the end of the tales he had for her. He ended with his story about his time at Storm's End and his duel with the Baratheon heir, and was touched to see her angry on his behalf as she tightened her grip on his hand when he spoke about the near-fatal strike from the young man. It was sudden when Gale leaned forward, his eyes falling towards her puckered lips, and for a moment and he froze before almost by instinct he leaned away, a feeling of aversion rising from within that ward with a feeling he tried to stifle to death. "Gale, we cannot," Aegon said to her with a pained look on his face as he carefully unpeeled his hand from hers, her face shocked before it morphed into face-stricken. "It's only a kiss," Gale said with a fragile tone to her voice, her body hunching into itself as if to physically reciprocate her mental withdrawal from his rejection. God, he was such a fool. It should never have gotten to this stage. Never. A kiss is never just a kiss, Gale. We cannot cross that line. Aegon said quietly as he got up and walked a distance away from her. He couldn't. But... Gale began, and he turned around and saw her looking at him with a hurt expression before her eyes widened and her face split into a tentative smile as she got up as well, closing the distance between them. If you're concerned about dishonoring me, do not be concerned. We are two. Gale trailed off, her voice dying on her lips. Aegon looked at her sadly, conflict brewing in his stomach as he hardened his resolve. Marry. Aegon finished for her and she looked at him with surprise etched into her face, and Aegon smiled wryly, his expression soft as he spoke. I know that our fathers are plotting to marry us to each other. Gale looked at him with conflicting emotions on her face and he knew what she was thinking. He almost wanted to flee than to have this conversation, to do this to her. But I have no intentions of marrying you, Gale. He finally said without the intention of cruelty, yet it was cruel all the same, his voice teeming with a sternness that he did not feel, a resolve that was cracking under the weight of her hurt expression and the near betrayed glaze her eyes bore. He wanted to sweep her into his arms, to apologize to her, to soothe her, but it would only make this more confusing for her. Why? Gale asked in a crushing whisper, deepening the small crack in his resolve. Aegon grimaced and looked pained as he turned away from her entreating gaze, a gaze that seemed to beg him to change his mind, a gaze that spoke so much of her vulnerability in this moment. He couldn't. He wouldn't. There was so little left of his old life, his life that he'd been happy with, a life where he had meaning. Where he knew how the world worked. Where he knew what he wanted. And all that he had left were his painful and all too real memories, and the values he was taught and the morality that he was brought up with. Values and sense of moralities that he had to already shed in significant amounts and that he would need to shed more in order to truly numb himself to the realities of the world he'd been made to reincarnate into. A world that he was cruelly afflicted with without rhyme or reason or meaning, with all of his ever-reminding memories of a blissful, insignificant life no longer available to him. A world where he knew he would end up having to kill in order to simply survive. His hands wouldn't remain clean. Not even being a prince would allow him the luxury of his hands remaining clean. But with the choice he made, he would be traveling the world with seas infested with pirates and slavers, and find himself in places crawling with murderers and rapists, and that was easy to live with. Of what he might do to those enemies, for himself or for innocence, in the name of decency, or in the name of self-interest. Hands stained, yes, but with the blood of few of the truly wicked. Insignificant. Meaningless. Easy. Free. Free from real responsibility, free from the realities of this world where he knew he could make a lasting difference, free from the deep binds of humanity. He found reasons to live in Miss Aragorn, and he had forged a purpose to live for discovery, knowledge, magic, but that meant that nearly all of his sense of morality, his values, had to take a backseat in the name of pragmatism and simple survival. And this was not necessary to his survival, this temptation of irredeemably separating from his old values and morality instead of bending it or ignoring it as he would have to in order to survive. It was a vice that he should not wish to accept. A bind that he could not afford to have. He closed his eyes momentarily, his mind warring with itself. No, he would live his life as pragmatically as needed, and there were lines that he would not cross. And Gale, his aunt, was a line he would not cross. Is this because you want to sail the seas? Gale blurted out, unwilling to stand the silence that crept between them. 7 Have mercy, you can sail the seas all you wish, you can even take me with you. She said hastily, almost desperately, and he had to use all of his willpower to resist the wind sea that burbled from within. He didn't deserve her, and she didn't deserve the mess he was. He smiled dimly at her. He could lie to her. He could tell her that it was the sole reason why he didn't want to marry her. He met her gaze and realized then and there that there was only person here that he knew he could never truly lie to. He broke away from her gaze. He would fall back to the easy choice, the easy half-lie. Finally, after moments of silence, you are my aunt, Gale. Aegon said as he stared out into the distance, the orange and red rays of the sun painting the horizon, the distorted light from the sun falling onto the clear blue waters like tapering red streaks made from fine and broad paint brushes alike. Tarth really was a beautiful island. That is why. He finally said, his gaze fixed onto the coastline, his mind traitorously whispering things he didn't want to think. She wouldn't understand, nor would she understand any other reasons that he might have save of telling her the whole truth, and that would never happen, no matter how tempted he was. She would think him insane, and he didn't want her to doubt him like that. He doubted his sanity enough for the pair of them. I don't understand, Aegon, she said as she walked up to him and forced him to look at her as her hands gently swiveled his face to hers. Why does that matter? She asked him with a tone of confusion, her deep violet eyes boring into his own. It matters because it's everything. We are family. Aegon looked away from her, his stomach unsettled as his mind whirled of the ugliness of his existence, their existence. He worked around it by simply not thinking about it, but honestly it was hard not to. Gale might have been born from his grandparents, but given that he was born from the union of a second-generation brother-sister coupling, Gale practically was as close as a sister genetically speaking as one could get. And that was without factoring in how much of a circle his family tree really was for at least 2 centuries. Generations of Targaryens might have been generally fine without illness or insanity because of magic, despite generations of brother-sister marriages unbroken for nearly 2 centuries, and while Aerys, who was definitely mentally ill, might have been a wild outlier despite future generations continuing the practice, it wasn't enough in his mind to accept and commit something he thought was wrong. It was wrong, no matter how normal it was to this family. There was an arrogance to House Targaryen that they were closer to gods than they were to men. Perhaps that was truer than not, given that they should have ended years ago if it was only nature at play, but they were still only people, however magical they might be. He knew that bitterly. After all, he was here, wasn't he? This extended existence of his, an existence that some might think a blessing, a second chance, was obviously not natural, and it was as close to having proof of the divine as one would get other than facing the divine directly. And it was proof that God was apathetic and unpredictable and cruel beyond imagination. Not only to rob him of peace but also to place him in a world that should just be a story without even once answering his questions of why. He'd lived a decent life, hadn't he? Short, yes. Did he have regrets? Yes. But ultimately, he'd accepted death, and now he didn't know what it was all for. Was there any real purpose to existence, or was it just a game to a cruel god? He did not want to play, he did not want to participate in the story he'd written. He'd rather nuke it all than to give whatever made him reincarnate the satisfaction of being pulled into the game. He'd live a life driven entirely by the whims of his want, a life without meaning, one that see him build what he wanted to build, see what he wanted to see, and help those in his adventure's path who wanted and deserved and needed his help. And then he'd pray for the abyss on his deathbed. He would do all he could to make his fate his own, and only his own making. What else was there for him here in this world? You are my aunt, the person who I consider family above most everyone else. Aegon said as he turned to look at her with look of sadness but firmness resettling in his chest. It is wrong, and I cannot see you that way. It was better for the both of them that they remained nothing but friends. She deserved to be happy. Gale stepped back, confusion and hurt on her face. But our family. I know. Aegon said as he looked away from her confused look. All the same, it would not be right. I cannot marry you, Gale. He once more said with firmness. Can't or won't? She asked him with a tremulous voice, her soulful staring deep into his own as he met them. The silence was stifling before he finally answered. Does it matter? Aegon said quietly, more a statement than a question. Gale laughed with a deep sadness that sounded almost hollow, and she gave him a look that said that it did matter and that she also knew the answer to her question. She turned away from him, her back towards him, and she remained silent for a while. The silence, as painful as it was, very much welcome, and only for the slight reprieve it gave him from this conversation. I think I understand now, she said, breaking the silence. Understand what? Aegon asked carefully, his sense of unease growing amidst her almost vacant look. Why you have felt so distant to our family. We discussed you. Gale laughed sadly as she turned towards him with a look of despair and sadness. You feel disgusted with yourself. And the look she gave him said, and you're disgusted with me. No. Aegon half lied defensively and convincingly as he paced over to her, his tall figure looming over her as he grabbed her small hands gently. I am not disgusted with our family, or with you, he said with as much force as he could. Or myself. Never believe that, Gale. Please. Then make me understand, Gale said pleadingly as she clung to his words, guilt filling him for lying so easily to her. Then why not? She asked in a whisper. She looked at him with eyes that bore the beginning of tears. I know you care for me, more than one cares for an aunt, more than one cares for family. She said with a muted whisper. Aegon swallowed harshly as he looked away from her entreating eyes, all but confirming that what she was accusing him of was not without kernels of truth. But what could he say about why he simply couldn't? That his denial was rooted in the fact that he just didn't belong in this world? He wasn't truly Aegon, son of Baelon, but rather someone born and shaped by a world that was alien to her and to all of the rest, the people of this world? Even if he could somehow get over his sense of wrongness that was this entire affair, even if he was able to get over his aversion like he tried not to want, the withered vines of his belief in the divine was restored ever since he understood the implications of his existence here in this not-so-fictional world. No matter how much he truthfully loathed God whom he'd cursed countless of times. No matter how much he resented the silence to his prayers he'd made to him in his darkest of times. And truthfully, Aegon feared him, or whatever it was that brought him in this world. He'd already shown his cruelty not only in the robbery of his peace and death but also in his silence. What was to stop him from exacting so-called judgment and destroy everything he'd come to love and cherish within a flash? Perhaps it even wasn't his God either that pulled him into this world, a consideration that he hated and feared even more. In the end, existence was proving to be unfree, and Aegon would do all he could to be absolutely free of everything, so that his very existence was an act of rebellion. Gale wouldn't be pulled into his madness, and she'd live a happy life with his father Baelon, and hopefully that set of chain of events would delay the dance of dragons to beyond hers and Viserys' lifetimes. Gale continued, make me understand why you're so against this when we're the blood of old Valyria, when this has been our way for thousands of years. Not even the faith stands against our right as Valyrians. Aegon latched onto her words of how things had always been like. It was cowardly, but he was tiring of hurting to see her heart break so undeservedly. What do either of us really know of old Valyria and its ways? Aegon said as he broke off his gaze. The fascination of his life and yet simultaneously the bane of his life. Whatever was Valyria really like, beyond the kernels of truth from tales of cruelty and horror that existed in the public well of knowledge, was lost to the sands of time. Old Town's historical books were not to be trusted as factual, and the fact that much of what they knew and were brought up with were identical to what Old Town reported made him doubt that his grandfather knew all that much about Old Valyria. I doubt even grandfather knows any more about Old Valyria than the maesters of Old Town do. Aegon said with a distant sigh. Though he was very sure they knew far more than the few scrolls and books that remained at Dragonstone or the books they lent to Elissar. For a dragon lord family such as the Targaryens, one of the fabled 40, even if it was a lowly house, to not have more on Old Valyria was suspicious, especially considering that all that remained was little more than a few scrolls and books that offered barest of details, and most of it was consigned to familial history and a few accounts of deeds during the wars that Old Valyria fought in the few hundred years before the Doom. There was nothing on Valyrian society beyond the few entries on the 40 and their infighting, nothing substantial on its culture and its society, and what remained was largely about the evils of the society. There were no mentions of how alliances were formed, on marriage practices beyond the vows he found, and how magic was involved in the daily lives of the Valyrians. Even Carthage, an empire razed to ashes and its ground salted, had accounts of its society and its practices 1,000 years later, before even the time of archaeology. He turned back his gaze to Gale. We say we're the blood of Old Valyria, but we do not even know what that means, Gale. What do we know of their practices, of the way they lived their lives? We don't even keep to the same gods anymore. Aegon the Conqueror had long converted to the faith of the Seven, and only hints of the Valyrian gods and religion remained now. At least in Westeros. He continued. What do we know of their magic and how they may have used it to bind dragons? And to remove weaknesses and illnesses in their blood, he left unsaid. Whilst it was true that the Targaryens practiced incest since before the Doom, the marriage of Daemon and Daenerys the Dreamer was proof that this certainly was a practice not alien to them, but for all they knew, this might not have been a standard practice, at least not to the degree House Targaryen had practiced it. He shook his head as his shoulders slacked in weariness. In truth, it didn't matter if it wasn't a standard practice, and it didn't matter if it was. I cannot marry you, Gale, please. Aegon said, his voice tired and worn down. I know it doesn't make any sense to you, but I have said why. Please, accept it. He didn't want to think on why he needed her to be okay with his refusal, but he simply needed her to accept they had no future together. It was for the best. It was. Gale looked at him with eyes that were red with unshed tears, the silence stretching for moments longer before her hand went up to her eyes and whisked away the drops of tears. She didn't look at him before she walked towards the edge of the cliff, and he followed her carefully just in case, but he need not worry, for she sat down on the patch of dewy grass amidst bountiful rocky earth. He watched for a moment as she glanced momentarily towards their dragons, who were avidly but silently watching, before she looked away back to her front, and he joined her silently on the ground. He waited with almost bated breaths for her to say something, anything, and when she looked at him with a strange look on her face, one that he couldn't quite read, she spoke. There is nothing anyone can do to change your mind, is there? She asked as a tremulous and sad half-smile took hold on her face. He returned a weak smile, understanding what she meant, before he shook his head. No. I will not change my mind. He ignored the way the words tasted like ash in his mouth. It was for the best. It was the right choice. It was right. Even if banished never to return? Even if they say they'll take Miss Aragorn from you? She said as she looked away from him, her watery eyes glistening under the light of the dying sun. The mere thought burned within him as his eyes hardened before he lost it, knowing that anger was not needed in this situation. Miss Aragorn will never not be free. She smiled at that, even if she didn't look at him. He was born to be free. She said minutes later, her voice almost melancholic, and Aegon instinctively placed his hand on top of hers in a bid to comfort her. I will speak with grandfather. He will listen to me when She placed her other hand on top his, and she shook her head as she smiled sadly at him, and any words that might have fled from his mouth died in his throat. Her violet eyes were almost twinkling like twin stars amidst reflective gaze from the light of the dying sun. It was beautiful, the way he could see entire shades of purple in her eyes, just as her silver hair struck by its rays gave it an ethereal glow that danced in the narrow yet wide spectrum of gold and red. He'd never seen anything more beautiful than her in this moment, and he felt never more hollow when she looked away from him back towards the west. Tell me a story. Gale whispered as she fixed her gaze out to the horizon. Aegon closed his eyes at the sound of her voice that seemed to carry a pain that he was stifling to non-existence in his bid to ignore his own ache. In the beginning. He began, his eyes still closed, her hand yet still atop his. In the beginning, in the timeless halls before time became time and before existence became existence, there was only Eru Elevator, the timeless one. He that is alone and father of all. Aegon said, his voice quiet as sounds around them deadened to near nothing but the faintness of the world around them. Lord of the Rings was always a comfort to him in his old life. Where right and wrong were black and white. Where there was simply good and evil. Before time was time and before the flame imperishable kindled existence from nothingness, the father of all weaved the first theme of music, yet it was not pure, for Melax would strum strings of discord into the first theme as he hungered for power and hungered for discord. The second theme began with a smile from Eru Elevator amidst the storm of the first, yet Melax thrashed and raged before he rose again and seeded discord into the second theme of Eru's music, dismaying the others who danced along the notes of Eru Elevator's music. Finally, with a stern temperament, Eru Elevator tempered Melax, who calmed under Eru Elevator before the father of all weaved his third and final theme. And from this theme came the seven beings of great power, who, from his thought, before aught else was made, were born to be with the one who was no longer alone. A moment passed, the sun's last rays of light illuminated the world before he continued, the coldness that he felt a distant ache compared to the ache that was from within, an ache that lessened with each word he spoke, that weaved a grand story that sparked their imagination into a wondrous world away from their sad one. After the music was weaved, the father of all showed the seven his vision of what was to be after time became time and existence made ablaze from nothing. Aegon weaved the story well into the night, his quiet words a blanket of comfort. And as his quiet words sailed through the world that lessened but had not driven away the disharmony strung from what had been a difficult night, unbeknownst to either of them, history had begun to harmonize into a different song, a song born from pain and love and righteousness and defiance, a song that with time would kindle the icy winds into a summery breeze as the great music was sung with the voices of those who came after those who could not sing. Such was the importance of this night that would be lost to history as easily as Aegon's woven story was lost to the winds. Break. Late 99 AC, King's Landing. Baelon POV. Baelon watched the chaos with eyes akin to a hawk, scores of boys and men fighting together before turning on each other just as quickly once alliances had run their course. Though, amidst all of that chaos, he only really had eyes on one of these boys and men, the one who was in armor of crimson, blue, and yellow, distinctive colors that were soon becoming known as that belonging to Aegon and Aegon alone. And with the way Aegon fought, fighting not like a boy but a man grown, his hard strikes struck with calculation and his parries hard and controlled as his movement remained quick and decisive despite wearing plate armor, it wouldn't be long before all in the realm would know the colors of Aegon the young dragon. And the winner of the squire's melee is Prince Aegon. As Baelon stood and clapped alongside his daughter-in-law, his sister and Viserys, riotous bellows of cheers rang around the ground by commoners and nobles alike, the booming chants of Aegon, Aegon, Aegon deepened as his son heaved his arming sword into the air. His father rose from his seat and the cheers turned louder as his father clapped his hands in appreciation, and chants of his father's joined in union with calls of his third son. He's ready for the nightly tourneys. His father said to him as Viserys left when Aegon was led away towards his tent to recover and to be seen to by a maester. Baelon shook his head. He needs to grow. He's got the skill but not the strength. He is only 5 and 10. The melee was dangerous and he didn't want his son fighting before he was strong enough to win. You coddle the boy. His father said reproachfully before he sighed and made to walk away. Baelon said nothing as he followed, the king's guards but a few paces away. Mayhaps it is for the best. It would require Aegon to be knighted after all. His father said with a glance at him before he turned away. Baelon held his tongue knowing it would do very little good. Knighting Aegon at a younger age than even Daemon was knighted would only bruise his second son's growing ego as much as Baelon would want to deny it. It was already bad enough, this perception of slight that Daemon held that had taken place once news of Aegon's prowess as a warrior spread across the kingdoms. By now, it was only for the best that they were kept away from each other lest they forget they were brothers, and in the back of his mind he knew he had done little to nothing to mend this broken relationship of theirs. Alyssa, you would be so disappointed in me, I know, he briefly thought himself. Go see him. His father said to him before he stopped for a moment. Inform him I will have words with him after our small council meeting tomorrow morn. Baelon parted from his father with Sir Crab following his steps. He eyed the man for a moment before he looked forward as they made their way down towards the field where the squires pitched their tents. Do you think he is ready for knighthood? He asked the aging knight before he peered from the corner of his eyes. Speak freely. The king's guard took a moment longer before he answered. It would not be untoward if he gained his knighthood, my prince. The man said carefully before he added, there have been plenty less deserving of it. Yes, there have been more than plenty that are undeserving of the title knight than his youngest son. But, Sir Crab continued, I would say that he needs more experience fighting others outside of the confines of a tourney. I would see him blooded, my prince. You would see him blooded before knighthood? Baelon questioned lightly. Before the realm was at peace, before his father's reign and the later years of his father's grandsire, it was not uncommon for men to be knighted after battle or hunting down bandits. In times of unparalleled peace, however, it was common for boys and men to be knighted after they were deemed worthy of knighthood by either the lord or knight they were squiring under. I would, my prince. Sir Crab confirmed as a look of hesitation clouded his face. You feel it necessary? Baelon said as he showed an inkling of surprise in his expression, and Sir Crab nodded firmly. The sooner he takes a life, the better it is, as grim as that may sound, my prince. Sir Crab said Prince Aegon may hesitate when he should not. Baelon glanced at Sir Crab for a moment before he looked away as they made their way towards his son's tent in the field. He knew the hesitancy. Most men knew of that same hesitancy. Most lost that when they were mere boys pretending to be men grown. This generation, he doubted many of them had even been in such circumstances. Even Damon was markedly different when he returned from the Vale after his hunt of the wildlings in the Vale. Viserys, well, Viserys had never been one marked for the life of a warrior. Very well, Baelon thought. There were some reports of trouble brewing around the towns near the path to Duskendale. Mayhaps he would task Aegon to clear out the trouble with Sir Crab and 3 dozen of their household guards. They came into view of Aegon's tent separated away as it was from the other tents. Even scores of paces away he could hear the revelry from within the tent. The guards at the front end of the door hastily bowed before him, though he paid no mind as he entered the tent, and the sight that greeted him struck him dumb. There were men drinking from stew pots bound to their arms, trails of wine flooding down their front as they poured down the liquid down their gullets, with Viserys alongside Aegon cheering them on. It was only when one of the other squires, mayhaps the sunglass boy, called out, "It's the crown prince," that the revelry died an ignominious end. "Leave me with my sons." Baelon's voice rang with authority, and like scattering rats, they fled the tent post haste, and more than a few, particularly the ones with the pots tied to their forearms, left without much dignity as they stumbled and crashed out of the tent. Once they were alone, Baelon pinned his sons, who had the decency to at least look somewhat abashed. "Who came up with that nonsense?" he said as he looked over his shoulder towards a passed-out fool in the far corner of the tent. Aegon looked a little embarrassed as he raised his hand almost meekly. "After the tourney at Casterly Rock, we began to find new ways to celebrate." Baelon looked at his son with naked surprise. He knew from the reports that Aegon was a lot less distant he had been and more like a boy of his age should be. Still, to see him like this was not unwelcome. "Father, it was all in good jest. Surely you can't begrudge us to celebrate my little brother's victory," Viserys said with a boisterous laugh as he wrapped his arm around the youngest of his sons. Viserys' laughter died in his throat as Baelon pinned his heir with a look, and soon an awkward silence filled the tent. "I would have words with Aegon alone." Viserys startled at that, his eyes darting to both him and Aegon. He made to speak, but one more look from Baelon halted anything Viserys might have to say and stood up. "Father," Viserys said before he left without any further words. Baelon looked to Sir Crab, who bowed and left to guard the entrance of the tent. Baelon returned his gaze to Aegon, who was watching him with an inscrutable gaze before it flashed away as a look of wariness settled across his face. Baelon sighed before he took a seat opposite to his son, and he eyed Aegon's naked torso. There were patches of black and blues on his pale skin, though nothing that indicated any breaks or sore bones. "Alyssa, you would be proud of our strong boy," he thought with heaviness. "Still. Any injuries?" Aegon looked a little surprised before he shook his head slightly. "No injuries. All this will disappear within a sennight," Aegon said calmly, and Baelon nodded slightly in acceptance before silence overtook estranged son and father. "You fought well," Baelon began, no longer able to bear the silence that made things only tenser, yet somehow his words didn't seem that impactful in lessening the tension. Still he pressed on. "I was particularly impressed with the trick you had with the feet." Aegon still looked wary as he answered with slow nod, "Something I came up with in practice. I noticed that it was a common trait of many people to be lax in their footwork and balance in favor for strength and impressive strikes," his son said with traces of amusement before he clammed up again, his back a little straighter. "I just took advantage," his son finished, and once more the conversation dried up. Baelon wasn't sure what else he could say, but all he knew was that he wanted to say more. "Father," Aegon began hesitantly, and Baelon nodded to Aegon to continue, resisting the urge to seem too keen for him to do so. "Was there anything you wished of me?" Baelon looked at Aegon surprised, not expecting him to ask him this, as if it was so strange that they were alone together for any reason, and yet, as he thought on it, he realized that it was mayhaps truer than not. "Your grandfather wants to see you tomorrow morn." As much as he never knew what Aegon was thinking, he never failed to see Aegon's emotions that came across his face as Aegon's expression shifted from wariness to a look of tense guardedness. "I see," Aegon said slowly as he nodded his acceptance. "I will go see him." And once more silence descended upon them before Aegon cleared his throat. "If that is all you needed from me, father." "It is not, Aegon," Baelon said before he continued, pressing on the contrary. "I came mostly to wish to say that I am full of pride about your accomplishment." He trailed off, unable to say what he felt amidst suspicious eyes, and for a moment he thought of leaving it there, but somehow he managed to find other words, lesser words impressed. Baelon stood up from his seat. "It won't be long before you are knighted, my son. Mayhaps you will be share the title of youngest knighted Targaryen with Daemon before too long, which will be quite the achievement," he said, and Aegon smiled at him, though it was clear that it was not quite genuine. "Thank you, father. It is what I strive for," Aegon said, his face tight before it was once more shrouded in false pleasantness, with Alyssa's eyes looking at him blankly, and only then did Baelon realize how his words could be taken as. Before he could say anything further, Aegon also got up. "I feel an ache around my ribs, I will go see the maester if I may be excused," Aegon said, Aegon's gaze almost looking past him, and Baelon only nodded after seeing how wound up Aegon was, and as soon as he nodded, Aegon left post haste. Baelon watched him go, and for a moment he did nothing but watch the flaps of the tent from whence Aegon left settle down into total stillness. Alyssa. Baelon said with a sigh. She had always been better one with words. Sharp of wit and sharp of tongue, he thought with an unconscious and sad smile before it fell away, and he shook his head slightly as his face settled into neutrality as he walked towards the exit of the tent. Sir Crabbe was waiting for him and followed him as he walked away towards the direction of the main tourney grounds where Daemon was set to fight in the justs. Chapter 8. Early 99 AC, King's Landing. Princess Aemma POV. Song and chatter had filled the air in the ballroom of Maegor's Holdfast for hours at an end as the last of the tourneys came to an end in the morn. Nobles and knights from all over the realm had been all in attendance at this commemorative return feast in Viserys' name. At least in principle, she thought to herself musingly. There was little doubt most had come, if not to participate in the King's Landing tourney for fame and glory, then it was to ingratiate themselves with the king and her good father Prince Baelon, though it seemed like the prince might have had the busier day than the king, who had not long ago retired to his bedchambers. Her grandsire, King Jaehaerys, was looking older and older as the days passed, and from what she had heard, Prince Baelon was more and more taking decisions that the king otherwise would have taken. That meant that Viserys would be expected to also increase his duties, and she expected that soon after the feast ended, they'd be sent to Dragonstone to administer the island in her good father's name. She took a moment to look around. There were fewer people now, as most knights and lower nobles were made to leave, but there were still plenty of people. It wasn't just Westerosi that were in attendance either. There were a few Pentoshi, Braavasi merchants that were likely very connected to the ruling powers of their respective cities, along with a few other SSC notables in attendance. With the Triarchy growing in strength in the years since they'd driven out Volantis from the disputed lands, the balance of power in Essos had markedly changed. Viserys told her that the king wasn't interested at all in involving themselves in the matter, regardless of the rewards the SSC offered in return for their support. He did comment that the king was at least pleased at seeing Volantis humbled. It shouldn't have surprised her when Viserys told her that, but it did, yet when Viserys explained the tense relations House Targaryen had with Volantis, it made sense. Other than a few courteous conversations of little importance, she had not spent any time conversing with any of the nobles or SSC in particular. No, she'd been with the ladies at court and her sister Amanda mostly, who'd come down with her husband Lord Harding. She hadn't seen her since her wedding to Viserys, so it had been pleasant to introduce her to Rhaenyra, whom she hadn't met. As it was now, with the night nearing its end, she was seated by the Queen, with Gale sat on the other side as she listened idly to the Queen talking to Lady Blackwood and Lady Tyrell, whilst Viserys was by his father speaking to a few people, including the young knight Otto Hightower, who did well in the joust despite his youth. Rhaenyra began to make some noise, and she bounced her slightly in her lap, which did little to calm her down. One of the servants had informed her Rhaenyra had woken up a few hours ago, and she decided to bring her to the feast. It drew the attentions of the Queen, and Aemma rose from her seat. "Grandmother, Rhaenyra's a little restless," Aemma said apologetically. The Queen smiled kindly. "She's likely tired enough and ready to rest again." She turned to Gale. "Gale, why don't you go with Aemma?" Gale nodded dutifully and rose and locked steps with her not long after. Aemma eyed her aunt carefully. She was demure, her shoulders slightly slumped, and her expression, despite the politeness of it, was saddened, as if a light had gone. Ever since she came back from her foolish and ill-thought voyage that worried the king and queen endlessly, even herself and Viserys, she'd been quiet and subdued. She'd left the Red Keep in the dead of night and pressed the guards and dragon keepers into letting her in to take Lysmaria and fly to Dragonstone, where Aegon was. They disappeared for hours before they flew towards King's Landing, where Aegon explained that they were flying around in the narrow sea. She wouldn't speak of it when Aemma had asked her what was wrong, and at first she thought it had been because of the scolding she'd gotten from the king and queen. But then days later, she was still the same, and she rarely spent time with anyone other than the queen, not even Aegon, who Aemma knew Gale adored. "Are you enjoying yourself, Aunt?" Aemma asked gently as she calmed Rhaenyra down in her arms as they walked on the edges of the ballroom. Gale almost looked surprised at the question, and the weak smile she offered fooled no one. "I am," Gale said timidly before she cleared her throat. "I am," she said again, though this time a lot stronger. Aemma was not convinced. The song grew louder as they approached, and Rhaenyra seemed to like it, so she changed her direction towards the source. "You can talk to me, Aunt," Aemma said concernedly as she placed her hand on Gale's right lower arm. She squeezed gently, her eyes deeply searching Gale's face. "What happened between you and Aegon? Did he?" Gale's eyes widened dramatically and she flushed deeply red before she shook her head rapidly. No, he did nothing of the sort," Gale got out quickly with an affronted expression before a look of sadness came over her, and it was then that Aemma understood. "He does not wish to marry me." "Oh, Gale," she thought sadly to herself before she grew deeply concerned for not only Gale but also Aegon. The match between Aegon and Gale was practically set, even if it was not yet spoken of, so for Aegon too. "Why?" Aemma asked, and Gale tensed a little, her expression growing concerned before she removed her hand from Aemma's grip and grabbed her hand. "It doesn't matter," Gale said before she met Aemma's eyes. Please don't tell anyone, not even Viserys." Aegon will explain to father. I can't. Gale's eyes began to water. Promise me. Gale half begged, half demanded. Emma looked at Gale and she trying her best to keep pity off of her face. Aegon, why would you refuse her? Emma wondered to herself. Gale adored Aegon, no she was certain her aunt more than simply adored her good brother. I promise. Emma said under Gale's gaze. She could not refuse her aunt, not when she confided like this to her. Gale's expression broke into relief. Thank you Emma she whispered and Emma squeezed Gale's hand. Emma wanted to give Aegon a tongue lashing for what he was doing to her and she desperately wanted to understand. She would ask him after Aegon spoke with the king. Viserys would hear of it as her good father already told him about the match. The match that wouldn't go ahead if Aegon is immovable she thought to herself. She shook that thought away. Let's go see who that voice belongs to. Emma said in a cheerful tone. Gale smiled gratuitously as they made their way to the place where the singers were placed. Emma was surprised to see who the voice belonged to. It was a tall blonde-haired young and handsome man with a chiseled face that made it clear that he quite obviously a Westerlander by birth. He played the lute too and expertly at that as well and despite the others who played the harps and lutes in the band that he was part of, his skill at lute was clear to hear and see. Emma she heard and it broke her out of her reverie and she turned and saw Viserys walking towards her with a soft smile. My love he said as he kissed her on the cheek. Aunt Gale Viserys said warmly and Gale smiled at him briefly. Kapar Rhaenyra delightedly called out and Viserys beamed at their 2 days-old daughter as he lifted Rhaenyra from Emma's arms. She's quite tired. Emma remarked before she smiled again but she was very well behaved. She told Viserys as he stood by her, the music that was played changing to a slower one. Is that so? Viserys said with a jovial tone in his voice as he raised her with his hands. My perfect little princess Viserys said adoringly as he held her up, Rhaenyra giggling and trying to grab Viserys' face all the while. Emma's smile deepened at the sight. Viserys adored Rhaenyra with all that he had and never shied away from spending time with her as other lords may do when children were this young. She does look a little tired Viserys commented before he held her closer. I was thinking of taking her back soon. She admitted to her husband. That Rhaenyra behaved as well as she had thus far was a minor miracle from the 7 by itself. No reason to wait. I myself am quite weary. We can retire now. Viserys posed to Emma and Emma turned to Gale who only smiled at them both. Go. I'll be fine. I'll simply go back to mother shortly. Gale assured her and Emma was a little hesitant to leave her but the reassuring look that Gale gave her made her relent. I'll come see you tomorrow. Emma promised and Gale smiled appreciatively. Is everything all right with Gale? Viserys asked concerned. Emma smiled at her husband touched by his kind heart. He was very observant when he cared to be. She is. She lied to Viserys however much she didn't want to. Just a little weary from the revelries. She added. Viserys nodded. It has been a long day hasn't it? Viserys said with a laugh as they made their way towards the doors. Emma looked around and saw Prince Baelon still conversing with a few nobles. Her eyes swept the ballroom and she found Prince Aegon speaking with a dark-skinned man dressed in fine but vibrant clothing. Who is he? Emma asked curiously and Viserys looked where she was looking and his eyes lit up before a frown came across his face. A Summer Islander that petitioned grandfather for assistance to take back his lands that are supposedly his Viserys said with a gentle shrug as he kept firm hold of their daughter. I believe his name was Prince Jalom or was it Jalol, not sure anyway, grandfather refused in any case. Emma hummed slightly as she kept her gaze on Aegon and the Summer Islander. They seemed deep in conversation. Emma said evenly. Viserys chuckled. You know how Aegon is. He loves to learn about different peoples and their lands. It wouldn't surprise me if the Summer Islander was telling Aegon everything he wants to know Viserys said with a laugh though Emma didn't share in his laughter. She looked around again and saw Gale still standing by the troop and listening to their play. She thought maybe they didn't know Aegon as well as they thought they did. She sighed before she banished the thought from her mind as they approached the exits. She looked at Rhaenyra and saw her with her eyes closed. She's asleep. Emma commented softly. Viserys smiled. Has she? Well let's hurry and keep it that way Viserys said with a soft chuckle and Emma smiled at her husband. Break. Early 99 AC, King's Landing. Jaehaerys POV. He looked up from the replica table when the doors opened and his grandson walked through with 2 of the King's Guard behind him. There was a slight limp in Aegon's steps, not so noticeable, but he was favoring his right leg. Grandfather. Aegon bowed before him. You wanted to see me? He asked with a neutral look on his face though the curiosity was clear to hear in his voice. Jaehaerys glanced at the boy for a few moments before he turned away and towards the King's Guards. Leave us. The King's Guards bowed before they left, closing the door behind them. Jaehaerys returned his attentions to his grandson who stood silently with a blank expression as he stared down at the replica. He should have paid more attention to the boy, he thought to himself. Perhaps then he would have known more about the boy's true character than the differing accounts that he'd given throughout the years. Baelon's youngest was a contradiction. Yes, that was the best way to describe the boy. A contradiction. A contradiction that seems to define him even now. Warrior. Scholar. Kind. Cold. Brother. Stranger. Jaehaerys hummed silently for a moment. At the beginning, on the surface, it may have appeared for Aegon to be like Aegon, who had been silent as a boy and watched all with wary and distant eyes. But he knew better then, and he knew even better now. The boy had been nothing like Aegon, who despite his distance and his coldness as he aged, had still been a boy with life. Aegon had been far closer to death as a child. Some of the more imbecilic at court were said to think that death still had its grip on the child once he had survived his childhood illness that no maester could explain when all others would have died in his place. Some even claimed it might have been their dragon blood that allowed him to survive, but he would have none of it and silenced that distasteful whisper. Daenerys, his daughter, would have lived otherwise from a lesser illness. No, Jaehaerys did not think it was something to do with their blood, as for years afterwards, the boy could have hardly been called living. Jaehaerys glanced at the boy before he turned away towards the replica table. Once upon a time, he had considered hiding the boy away at the furthest reaches of the keep. Away from prying eyes. It had been too much to think he had a dullard for a grandson, a dullard that had dared to survive when his daughter Alyssa had not. He thought the gods were mocking him, as they were oft to do. As they always did. Only Baelon's uncharacteristic and defiant defense of the boy, a defense born out of guilt and duty rather than any kind of love, stayed his hand. That and the fact that Aemon would come to Baelon's defense as the brothers always did for each other. The stab of pain sharpened in his chest and he turned away from the boy, his mind returning to the present lest it grow from needles to swords. It is an exact replica I had finished 2 moons ago. Jaehaerys said aloud, his mind forced back in the present, his hand gesturing Aegon to approach even as his attentions lay to the carved table that he had finally commissioned to be made. It was a replica of the painted table located in Dragonstone's main hall, a carved table in the shape of Westeros with engravings of cities, castles, landmarks, and even the branching rivers of the main rivers of Westeros. Aegon stopped beside him, standing silent as he so often did any time they were in the presence of each other. Which was not often, he admitted to himself. He had not thought the boy of much worth after he'd miraculously recovered of whatever ailment of the mind had passed once he'd bonded with Miss Aragorn. Aegon had kept to himself, preferring to keep company on his lonesome with a tome in his arms or a wooden sword in his hand, later increasing to include Elessar, Gale, and Viserys. Mayhaps he should have paid more mind then, he mused to himself. There would have been less of a struggle to understand the boy had he not dismissed the reports for so long, reports that praised the boy's keen intellect and commitment to his studies. He'd dismissed them as matters of appeasement and flattery made to him in a time of heartache and disappointment. Alysanne's estrangement from him after Visera killed herself in such shameful foolishness, his royal progress that lasted for over 2 years before he returned in 90 AC for Rhaenys' marriage, and later when his Aemon died had seen him blind to the boy's supposed remarkableness. The sharpness in his chest returned and he closed his eyes momentarily. How could it be, that it still seemed like just yesterday that his Aemon died in such a undeserving way? He let off a breathless exhale through a minuscule gap between his lips. He knew that no time would be enough heal this wound, this constant ache that he felt in his old bones, the weight of the knowledge that his Aemon had been destined to become a worthy king in the mold of his grandsire pressed down on his mind like steel chains, dragging him down to the stark darkness that was the unforgiving ocean depths. Or was it guilt, he thought to himself for a brief moment. What would you think, my boy, he thought to himself, his mind lost in memories. Aemon had been the very best of him and Alysanne. Only be to taken away by a stray arrow at a place he should never have been. The sharpness deepened and he inhaled deeply, his heart feeling as if it was being punctured, slowly, by the tip of a sword, and a fleeting thought passed through his mind, a thought that mayhaps it was Aemon's ghostly sword that stabbed at him for his betrayal of his precious daughter. Jaehaerys reopened his eyes and he exhaled deeply as he placed his hand onto the carved table, steadying himself for a few moments. Perhaps he would deserve it, he considered, before he regained his wits and dismissed such sentimentality and weakness, his heart hardening. It had been the right decision. It was his duty to the realm. It was his duty to secure power for his house. It did not matter that Rhaenys should have inherited the throne. It did not matter if she was clever, if she was made capable by Aemon. It mattered not if she had a true heart. No. She was a woman. And she was not a Targaryen. Aemon had seen to that. She was Valyrian and he would not see the throne his grandsire won with fire and blood pass into the hands of those who were their lesser, who thought and dared to reach higher and greater than they deserved, however much they were supposedly kin. And more simply, he'd rather die 1,000 times than let that treasonous grasping snake sit upon the throne his grandsire had forged with fire and blood. Grandfather. Aegon's unusually concerned and hesitant voice broke him out of his reverie and he glanced at the boy. The boy stood cautious but firm. His expression concerned but not weak, and Jaehaerys eyed him closely, the weakness in his chest lessening. He could see the differences in the boy from the uncaring and cold child he'd been in his youth the rare few times he'd interacted with the boy. Now 5 and 10 years of age, Aegon stood on the brink of manhood with a quiet assuredness that reminded him of Aemon, though he never possessed anything but a mockery of Aemon's dutifulness or his strength. The fats in his face lost, replaced with that of a strong young man, a young man who shared so much of Alyssa's features beyond the same startling eyes he inherited from his daughter. The long angular face was a painful reminder, a reminder that must haunt Baelon as much as the boy's eyes did. The gods had a cruel sense of irony to make the boy inherit all of her wits and her willfulness but none of her spirit. Where was I? Jaehaerys said more to himself before he remembered and refocused on the carved table. Yes, the exact replica of the painted table. It's not quite exact. Aegon spoke carefully, his eyes fixated on the replica. Jaehaerys turned to him, his eyes inspecting the boy keenly. Oh? Jaehaerys questioned with a look. Aegon glanced at him momentarily before he gestured towards the riverlands. The green fork bifurcates and a smaller and weaker river moves east towards the mountains of the moon. Aegon said as he gestured towards the raised features on the map. Around here, just north of the inn at Crossroads and Harroway's town, Aegon gestured, the farmlands east of the Trident is where a much weaker version of the Trident is recreated, where the river splits into three before they end at the valleys of the Vale. Jaehaerys frowned for a moment. I don't remember seeing that carved into the painted table. Aegon looked at Jaehaerys, his expression somewhat guarded. I added it to the table. Jaehaerys narrowed his eyes slightly and it prompted Aegon to continue. I spent some time in the libraries of some of the river lords who all had little differences to the lands in the kingdom in their maps. After I got back and flown on the back of Miss Aragorn, I confirmed that the nature of the smaller yet significant river that was missing from the painted table, details that might prove important at some point. Aegon returned his gaze towards the table, wisely turning his gaze away from him as he continued. The Riverlands is and will always be the central point of all of the Seven Kingdoms. I found it important that it is captured in detail. Silence permeated between them for a few moments. Jaehaerys kept his anger under tight control, just enough that it was barely simmering. Still, the audacity of the boy to deface what his grandsire had made. It mattered not that it was not accurate. It was a historical masterpiece. But then, when had the boy ever taken pride in his heritage? Pride in the blood of kings that ran through his veins? Jaehaerys was silent, though internally there was a rage tumbling into tempest. How wasted the talents, however belated they came, were on the boy that stood before him, he thought tiredly. He could have forged Viserys well had the gods blessed Viserys instead of the second and third son. His anger receded even as he maintained the stern gaze that set upon the boy, his mind veering back to the time Elessar spoke to him, enthused and praising, about the then 1 and 10 name days old Aegon. The boy had been interested in history, an uncharacteristic interest of anyone at that age. Elessar had taken to entertain debates with the child, and Elessar took great pleasure to inform him of the keen observations the boy had that were beyond his years, and it was then that he realized that mayhaps there was more to the boy. The one observation that stuck to him was Aegon's arguments on the rise and fall of the River Kings and the inevitability of their collapses as a consequence of geography rather than politics or size of armies. If he remembered rightly, the boy had claimed that all three dynasties of River Kings, the Mudds, the Justmans, and the Teagues, were doomed to die by nature of the location of their seat of power. They centered themselves around the Trident, their seat of power located in lands that were easily accessible, by sea, by river or by land, when in comparison the Arryns, the Lannisters, and the Durrandons all had their seats in regions where countless amounts of blood would be necessary to take their seats, even if one discounted their rich heritage of being royal houses for thousands of years. The Starks had Wolfswood to the east and the northern mountains to the north, whilst the Gardeners were upstream from the Mandar River with the Red Mountains at their back. All of these former kingly houses had natural defences that Aegon claimed assisted in their reigns until his grandsire and his wives came and conquered them all with fire and blood. Jaehaerys kept his silence for a few moments longer, his anger slowly abating. If only Viserys had such a keen mind. If only Baelon's 3 sons had been only the one son. Viserys knew how to appeal to the lords. Daemon was the incarnate of fiery temper itself, and Aegon mayhaps was everything else. And with that thought, Jaehaerys released the final vestiges of his anger. Still, he was curious as to the reason why the boy even considered the Riverlands that important that he felt daring enough to deface a relic of their house. The reason was obvious, of course. Anyone not a blithering fool could see the central position the Riverlands held within the kingdom. Still, he could not help but want the boy explain in his terms, to see if his assessment of the boy was right. Setting aside that you took it upon yourself to deface an important relic to our house, Jaehaerys said sternly, his voice a little harsh but not too unkindly as he pinned the boy with his gaze. The boy hadn't shirked away from his gaze, a gaze that had made blooded men twice his age into pitiful quivering creatures. Explain your reasoning. Aegon remained silent for a moment before he gestured towards High Heart. Should there be a rebellion against our house, there will be 4 points mostly likely where armies will meet. Aegon gestured towards 3 other points. Tumbleton. He gestured towards the town before veering his hand north, Harrenhal, and then ending in the west, Stony September. They are well-placed locations that are not far or are on roads that lead to King's Landing, locations close enough to towns and keeps able to resupply armies. Aegon looked up from the carved table and met Jaehaerys' gaze with unblinking eyes. Armies from the west, armies from the east and armies from the south. And 3 out of the 4 rallying points are in the Riverlands alone. Jaehaerys scoffed internally, his expression tightening as he spoke up evenly. And is that meant to be a new insight? Jaehaerys questioned and his voice was cutting, jarring, and he pressed on as his voice took on a quality of even greater harshness. Anyone with an ounce of thinking may come to such a conclusion. The Riverlands were the heart of the realm and the roads matched the number of the rivers themselves, and with where King's Landing was located, you could not come through to the city without traveling through the Riverlands. Jaehaerys' gaze fell upon God's Eye, the memories of the news of his brother falling beneath the God's Eye flashing before his very eyes. Yes, the Riverlands were accursed to be where the realm would bleed. He dragged his eyes away from it and turned them towards the boy and watched him with dismissiveness written across his face. The boy barely reacted to his words, the only outward sign of anger was the twitch of the boy's nose. Had the boy always been this composed? Yes, it is obvious, Your Grace. The boy said carefully, his voice impressively even. But Aegon grabbed the long stick by the table and created a dome from the stony September to the region he claimed there was another trident of rivers. If you control this region, you control all but one path into King's Landing. Even if they cross this river, Aegon gestured towards the left river, they must still cross the right Blackwater Rush Fork, which is deep and fast moving, slowing down any army that marches towards King's Landing. Aegon turned his gaze to Jaehaerys. The Conqueror should have placed at the very least those parts of the Riverlands directly under our house's control. Harrenhal should have become a crown possession much like Dragonstone and King's Landing are. The boy frowned for a second before he continued. We could have built new castles at key points within the dome and granted them to narrow sea knights and lords, and no army could have threatened our seat of power, and at the very worst being able to delay long enough for reinforcements to arrive. Aegon twisted his lips as his eyes shone with a knowing gleam, and it was a look that looked strange on a face he'd never seen be anything other than cold and contemptuously deferential. Of course, not that it matters. Not when we have our dragons, Aegon said before his expression melted away back to careful deference as Jaehaerys stared him down. Yes, it hadn't. You think my grandsire made a mistake? Jaehaerys' voice was calm, but it carried a dangerous tone to it. Of course, he did not believe his grandsire to have been infallible, yet there was little that one could claim his grandsire did in error. Yes. Aegon said without fear, and Jaehaerys sent a quivering glare at the boy's tone, and Aegon straightened up under his glare. I do, grandfather. Aegon said more respectfully, and Jaehaerys dismissively gestured him to continue. My namesake. Aegon began slowly, carefulness creeping into his voice. Was a great man. There's few who could have bound the kingdoms together as well as he did at that time, but I believe that he did not change the balance of power enough. Aegon said as his brows furrowed. How could he have not changed the balance of power? Jaehaerys asked in mild disbelief. He took their crowns and made them bow before him, he took their swords and melted it down to forge the very throne I sit upon, the symbol of our power. He did, Aegon acknowledged with a nod before he continued, yet those same former kings still sit upon their seats with their power largely undisturbed. The same houses, the 4 houses. I consider the Baratheons to be the same that of House Durrandon, Aegon said, and Jaehaerys could sense a hint of tightness in his voice which admittedly made him curious as to why, but he put it away for now. Are still sworn to them as they had been for thousands of years. Houses that can call upon their oath-sworn vassals to raise tens of thousands of men. My namesake even raised 2 houses to Lord Paramountcy when those regions could have easily been swallowed into the Crownlands, forever to be in House Targaryen's direct possession. As soon as Aegon said those words, he'd stiffened and returned to what Jaehaerys recognized as his usual uncaring, almost contemptuous body stance. Aegon, after a few moments of silence, added, Our dragons are our greatest allies. Something seemed to flash in front of his eyes, and our dragons will ensure our supremacy in a way no army ever could. Aegon's eyes drooped low as he turned towards the painted table replica. But it was a missed opportunity to secure as much power to our house as possible. Jaehaerys eyed Aegon intently, and as he thought over the boy's words. It was not a foolish consideration. But it was a poor consideration nonetheless. At that time, there was very little in place that could manage the administration of the kingdoms. The small council and its supporting pillars had to be built from the ground up, and he knew that it was a tall task to ask anyone, no less than the Conqueror himself, who was an able administrator but far more of a warrior. It took nearly the entirety of his own reign to improve and establish the bonds, the laws, and the institutions that kept the realm together, so he knew very well the scale of the task at hand that faced his grandsire and how much was still left to do after his and his father Aenys' reign. That was not to say his grandsire was anything but incredibly clever. His grandsire had built the foundation beyond simply conquering Westeros well. Very well. And it started before the conquest started. House Targaryen before him did not have a personal sigil, until he created one. It showed that he was part of Westerosi nobility and not part of Essos, an SSE foreigner. His grandsire understood the necessity of appearing as one of them, to formally and irrevocably take up the faith of the Seven as his own and later be anointed as king by the High Septon in Old Town. All of this built the image of a Westerosi king who took part of the Andal tradition, whose faith was the Andal faith. He had come to conquer as a Valyrian cloaked in the Andal ways. His grandsire understood the necessity of such a thing to ensure their loyalty through something other than through fear alone, as the Horse did. And for his grandsire to destroy the Reach as an ancient kingdom, a kingdom long considered to be the heart of the Andals and Old Town its very spirit, he could foresee what such tensions would have arisen from such a decision. All the goodwill his grandsire had built had been vital once that monster spawn usurped the throne and nearly brought down his house. Ruin would have come before he had the chance to restore his house and House Targaryen's grip onto the kingdoms. No, even if one could consider such of his grandsire's actions as mistakes, they were mistakes of the mildest proportions and anyone would have been blessed to make such mistakes. The only true mistake Jaehaerys thought his grandsire had made was not force that woman down on her knees and swallow the conqueror seed instead of letting it sprout in that wicked womb of hers. As it is, the Riverlands under the rule of House Tully did not have any claims to any royal ancestral lineage and the Reach in the hands of a house held in contempt by nearly all supposedly sworn to them, neither houses could command the total loyalties of the houses in their kingdoms like the Starks or the Arryns could. That was enough. The Arryns and the Starks were too far and few to significantly pose a threat with their armies and the Baratheons owed their lot to his house. The only true threat were the Lannisters and their gold but even they can be countered. And if they ever did pose a threat, rebelled, well, their dragons would set it right. Jaehaerys turned away from the boy and made towards the other table where a board of Syvas was set up along with 2 cups of wine and a pitcher. Come. I have some hours left before I must meet my small council. Jaehaerys took his seat and drank from his wine, Dornish red, his gaze following the boy to his seat. The boy's expression gave nothing away though the hesitancy in his steps at least hinted that he was unsure. That was good. Aegon picked up the large dividing screen and placed in between their boards but before he could take his seat, Jaehaerys simply asked. And what mistakes do you think I may have made? Aegon froze still for a few seconds before the tension left his body and he took his seat. Jaehaerys began to arrange his tiles, an act that Aegon reciprocated, his gaze still down for almost a minute until he looked up and met Jaehaerys' gaze. You have made no mistakes, Your Grace. Aegon said in his uncaring tone, a solemn but deferential expression on his face and Jaehaerys, despite himself, laughed loudly, the sounds of his laughter that sounded like 1,000 arrows knocking at the same time again and it filled the air in his chambers. Aegon looked taken aback, a large break from his performance, by the sudden laughter and once Jaehaerys' laughter trickled down into nothingness, he stared harshly at the boy his lips curling when he spoke next, his voice as sharp as a whip. Do not lie to me again. What mistakes do you think I have made? You were eager enough to speak up against the greatest of our dynasty. Speak up. He said as he ripped away the screen, his gaze never breaking from his audacious grandson. To lie to his face. He'd seen enough from the boy over the years that he was not enamored with Jaehaerys. There was also an arrogance in him that he wanted to prod, to provoke, and see where it came from, why he did the things that he did. Defacing the painted table simply because he did not consider it accurate enough was indicative of the boy's tendency to take it upon himself to act as he saw fit. Aegon's assistance to the Velaryons with their trade with the North had increased the Velaryons' wealth and made the North less reliant on southern foods. A consequence that led 2 moons ago for one of the Manderleys to marry one of the countless Velaryon cousins. Such was not the only things that he interfered with. His patronage of the commoners on Dragonstone he had trained to be sailors and knights earned him unyielding loyalty from the commoners. Loyalty that was shared with that host of knights that he befriended during the progression. None of these made sense until one looked deeply enough. To the boy's aspirations. He was gathering support for his foolish and obsessive ambitions past the shores of Westeros. Though what escaped him, was why. The look of surprise fell away from Aegon's face, that same expression returning as he kept quiet for some time before he moved his light horse piece forward. Jaehaerys was about to press him to answer but Aegon finally answered with the same stillness as the calm cold air that hung above the clouds. You married Rhaenys to the Velaryons. The words felt like hammer blows and the look Aegon gave him, a look that bore mismatched eyes that seemed alive with a storm made of judgment, a storm raging with ill winds made of blame that had Jaehaerys at its very center, as if he was to blame for the ills of their family. He almost reared back in response. Jaehaerys bit down on the angry retort that was on the tip of his tongue, bit down the temptation to release his own fury at the given offense but he kept it locked down. My son married Rhaenys to Corlys. Jaehaerys said with cold narrowed eyes before he moved his spearman pieces forward. Aegon inclined his head slightly as if to acknowledge the point and his eyes trailed towards the Syvas board for a brief moment before he met Jaehaerys' gaze again, a gaze that Jaehaerys had known to cow everyone he'd set it against. But not this boy. And was Aemon not dutiful? Was he not your heir? Was Rhaenys not your heir's heir? As head of our house, Aemon's line was directly your responsibility. Aegon paused for a moment before he bowed his head deferentially and apologetically. Forgive me if you consider my words insolence, Your Grace. Jaehaerys felt the anger stir in his chest and part of it was not directed at the boy. He'd known that marrying Rhaenys to that man would be a mistake but Aemon would hear none of it. Aemon was bull-headed in this matter, unwilling to even consider anyone else, not even wait for Viserys, for he believed that the marriage to the wealthy Velaryons would secure his daughter's future and inheritance. It only caused to tear it away from her. The pain began to act up again. How wrong you were, my son, he thought to himself, but before he could get lost in his thoughts, mercifully, Aegon continued, but then, all of this Aegon waved his hand in the air. This was always going to happen, one way or another. Jaehaerys kept silent for some time despite the bite of anger still latching onto him, but in their mutual silence the game kept at pace, each taking several turns as Jaehaerys digested the boy's words. How so? He finally asked, and Aegon paused in his move. He took hold of the dragon piece and held the piece with his fingers before he placed it in his palm. Rhaenys, circumstances are unique, of course. Aegon began carefully, and Jaehaerys scoffed and bid him to continue. She was the heir to the heir and bonded with a dragon, but the fact remains now her son, a Velaryon, is bonded to a dragon, and if Daemon's marriage yields any children, it is quite likely that his children will possibly bond with dragons. Daemon would want no less for his heirs. Father nor Viserys would not deny Daemon. Aegon's placed the dragon piece on the board. You now could have 2 other branches of our bloodline, 2 branches with claims, lesser ones but claims nonetheless, and both with the potential to call upon dragons in time by later generations. Jaehaerys knew this, of course he did. The fact that Viserys Mount had died gnawed at his mind, and only the fact that Meleys was no match for Vhagar and Rhaenys boy was a whelp with a whelp of a dragon set it at ease. Daemon was not a problem, and he already planned to ensure that his heirs were not to be gifted dragon eggs upon birth nor allowed to bond with one. After all, Daemon's issue would be Royce's, not Targaryen's. And even if they bore their names in whatever agreement Daemon and Rhea Royce get to after the first son was born, he would still see to it that none of them would bond with a dragon. But would Baelon deny his grandchildren as he must? He thought to himself, and it was a thought that he denied the privilege to occupy his mind, for he knew. What is the plan for when we have multiple sons, multiple branches of House Targaryen? Aegon looked up from the board and met Jaehaerys' cold eyes. Or simply multiple dragon-riding houses. And what of your branch? Jaehaerys deflected with a stern gaze, unwilling to answer the problem he had no real answers to, a problem that his heirs needed to deal with when the time came. Aegon intently looked away from Jaehaerys' gaze when he answered. Who is to say I won't be the last of my branch? It might be best. Aegon posed with a dark twist of the lips, and it was a supposition that silenced the conversation abruptly. Jaehaerys stared at the boy with incomprehension and genuine surprise. The boy, Aegon wasn't lying. He truly believed it was better not to have children. Was it because he was still intent to go on these foolish quests he so desired? Did he expect to die whilst he was away from their seat of power? Aegon looked away from his stare and merely moved his pieces forward in silence. Jaehaerys broke the silence. And why must there be a plan? Jaehaerys questioned critically as he elected to file away the boy's comment for now. They will do their duty and follow the rightful king. Rhaenys, her brood of Velaryons, Daemon, you. Jaehaerys paused, his eyes narrowing minutely before he continued, and any others that bear the blood of the dragon. Baelon after me. Viserys after Baelon. Viserys' son after him. All will follow. Aegon's reaction took him by surprise. A look of disbelief. That's it? Aegon asked, his voice tinged with veritable disbelief. Duty? That is the shield. Jaehaerys snapped at the boy. Be mindful of how you speak. Aegon flinched, and Jaehaerys, for a brief moment, felt a hint of regret, a regret that passed away when Aegon's expression turned back into neutrality and apathy. Of course, Your Grace. There was another moment of tense silence that followed, though the game moved apace. Jaehaerys was glad for it. He knew what the boy was talking about. How could he not? His own brother, Aegon, had been usurped by their vile uncle within a blink of an eye after his father's death, that bitch not wasting a second to recall the monster back from his exile to claim the throne. His brother Viserys, tortured to death in vengeance. His eldest brother Aegon, killed by Maegor at the God's Eye. And he, Jaehaerys, only survived by the grace of the gods and Maegor's preoccupation with the faith, for he knew that had the Black Dread flown over Casterly Rock, he and Alizan would have handed over without a second thought. As it was, Maegor's own vileness had been the only thing that didn't have all the lords of the realm bend their knees to him. Had things been different, had Maegor inherited less of his mother's cruelty. Duty was a flimsy shield, he knew this, but there was little that could be done, Jaehaerys thought bitterly. He would not live forever, and Baelon, Jaehaerys released a weary sigh. He trusted Baelon to do what must be done. He had to. Baelon was strong enough to make the difficult decisions. Decisions such as those Jaehaerys had to make. Mayhaps even worse decisions. Too many dragons were a problem, and Baelon could see that. Must see that. Gale's own foolishness had proven this to be fact. Speaking of Gale's foolishness. Now more than ever, Gale had to be tied to Aegon. Her willfulness was growing, and he would not have her unattached any longer. Jaehaerys didn't look up as he moved the spearmen forward in the path of Aegon's light horses. They played for several more minutes in silence before he spoke. I called for you to tell you whom you will marry. I will not marry Gale. Aegon said with quiet calmness before he looked up. Briefly, underneath the anger, Jaehaerys wondered how long the boy might have suspected, but it didn't matter. The boy would do as commanded. You speak as if you have a choice. Jaehaerys' voice was low, dangerous. I do. I do have a choice. Aegon said, a thin almost helpless smile on his face, one that he'd seen aplenty on those resigned to their fate once they were sentenced to death. I will not marry Gale. Not even if you threaten to disinherit me. Not even if you threaten to have me killed. Not even if you offered the throne itself would I change my mind. Aegon said with a kind of serenity that unnerved him, as if he'd already accepted that he might be killed for his refusal. Jaehaerys wasn't sure if he should be more furious at his refusal or furious at the thought that Jaehaerys would go as far to have his own grandson killed. Why? Jaehaerys merely said. What could possibly warrant such strong refusal against a match he would never better? A king's daughter, a dragon-riding daughter at that. One that Aegon was known to be fond of as well. There's no reason to refuse. Jaehaerys thought he saw a glint in the boy's gaze, a glint that disappeared almost as soon as it arrived. Aegon seemed to deflate into himself, his expression crumbling into itself, and for once this midday, Aegon truly looked like a boy his age. The change surprised him. I was born dreaming, grandfather. Aegon said quietly in a way that seemed like all vigor had fled his body. Jaehaerys' eyebrows raised. What does that mean? Jaehaerys demanded. He had an idea, but surely not. He'd never heard of such a thing. It means that my earliest memories are not memories of my childhood but dragon dreams. Aegon said with a dark look on his face as he looked back at Jaehaerys. For as long as I can remember, I dreamt of burning skies. The haunted look on Aegon's face sent a chill down his spine. I saw dragons dancing a dance of death, one side all green dragons and the other all black dragons. I saw the realm goad these dragons to fight, to tear each other apart until all that remained were misshapen dragons. Aegon said before he closed his eyes, though he did not stop speaking. I watched as the misshapen dragons grew smaller in number and in stature with time until they were the size of a horse. Yet the dragons hadn't reached their lowest. No, this came when the dragons were no larger than a cat, and no longer did the lion, the stag and the fish and all the other animals bow before the dragon. No, Aegon's rage could be heard in his voice and the look on his face despite his eyes remaining closed. They mocked the dragons, their plots with the grey rats no longer shadowed but in the open, no longer fearing the flames of their overlord, for there were no more flames. Aegon opened his eyes and they were clouded, lost, and the next words spoken were spoken with a kind of soft whisper, but there was nothing soft or gentle of the picture he was painting, a dreadful picture that he could not believe, did not want to believe. Until they no longer thought to bow, not even mockingly, to the dragon, and instead they turned against the dragon blinded by the falcon, Aegon said bitterly, and in the end the stag gored the dragon, the fish betrayed the dragon, and the lion thought to be a friend clawed out the throat of the last known dragon, whilst the one hidden amongst the wolves was twisted into a mockery that surpassed even the most misshapen dragon. Aegon's eyes drooped, his face looking sick, and an ashen expression twisted onto Jaehaerys' face when Aegon spoke the next words. And the dreams always ended in ice, for winter came and ruled till the end of time. Has Baelon told you? Jaehaerys almost roared, and Aegon was taken aback, a look of confusion entering, or was it Viserys? Tell me. He bellowed. Told me what? I don't understand, Aegon said with genuine confusion, and it was then that he knew, as he swept across the boy's face, that the boy was not told. He could not know, not unless. The prophecy of ice and fire. His voice trickled down weakly and Aegon's eyes widened almost impossibly. Jaehaerys' breathing turned erratic as a single world played over and over in his mind. No, no, no. He looked away from Aegon's soulful and concerned stare, his hands gripping hard onto the table in a bid to prevent them from trembling. Was this to be their legacy? A crippling despair burned through him and he held onto the table, his breathing uneven. All this effort, all of the blood they shed to create this throne, all of his years of work, and it would be all for nothing? When Jaehaerys breathed out, his eyes closing. I don't know, Aegon admitted, and the words sounded true. He felt a gentle hand on his shoulder. But not all is lost, grandfather. Aegon's voice drew him out from the pit of despair and rage, and he turned towards Aegon, who held him, and the look on the boy's face was one of hard determination, one of resolve and fury that lessened when he spoke again. Before I met Miss Aragorn, I had never seen Miss Aragorn when the dragons danced to death. I recognized them despite their green or black colors, all but never mine own. But after I laid my eyes on Miss Aragorn, my dreams changed. No longer did winter reign in the end. And no longer were the sky's dragons free. Aegon met his gaze with an unblinking intensity. There was still a dance, but it wouldn't be fatal. Aegon released his shoulder and began to walk back to his seat, and after he sat down, his mismatched eyes set themselves onto Jaehaerys, the resolve still strong on his face. My destiny lies east, grandfather. It is what will stave away the destruction of this family and secure the future of our house. I must go east. I do not know for how long or what purpose, but I only know that I must go. I feel this within the depths of my very bones. Aegon sighed, and it was weary, though Jaehaerys thought he could see a kind of pain in his expression. That is why I must refuse to marry Gale. Silence reigned once more, though this time it lasted much longer, his mind cycling through everything he knew about dragon dreams. All the scrolls and his discussions with Septon Barth had never fielded such possibilities. To be born dreaming. Their house was blessed and cursed to have these dragon dreams. It was what saved their house from dying with the other Dragon Lord families, and it was what led them to conquer the West instead of the lands of the East. He still wanted to deny it all as lies and a mummer's story, but he knew he could not. Not when the boy knew what he could not have known. Jaehaerys met the boy's gaze again. Was this why the boy seemed closer to death? Why he had seemed as if he had no life, for he saw only death. A well of pity formed from within him. To be born dreaming of death and suffering. Tell me everything, every detail. Jaehaerys demanded, and so the next hour went by as the boy went into much detail. There was little rhyme or reason in his dreams, one dream of iconography falling into the next with no way to know how much time had passed between them, for it was clear this was no ordinary dream. When his elder brother Aegon had told Jaehaerys about the prophecy, he had not considered it much. He had little time to consider such a prophecy, for when there were much greater problems to solve, and as time passed and nothing happened, he thought it little better than a story to pass down from father to heir. But now that Aegon saw the same end that his grandsire sought to prevent, generations could pass without a single dream coming to pass, and he knew of the gods' cruelty and indifference. It would come sudden when they were unprepared. Why have you not come forth sooner? Jaehaerys finally asked tiredly as Aegon finished his recollections of his dreams. He understood the boy better now, the drive that he held for history, the drive to seek out the seas, the distance he held for family bar a few. He had been wrong. The boy did not shirk from his heritage. He did not care for his blood. Why he gathered support for his ambitions past the shores of Westeros. Aegon smiled, and it was bitter. Who would believe me? Father? You? Aegon questioned with an apologetic look. Even now, you scarcely believe me, and you would not believe me if it had not been for Aegon's prophecy. Jaehaerys said nothing to the accusation. It was true after all. He would have rather thought the boy a liar than to believe the horror story that he was fed. Where will you go? Jaehaerys merely asked. Aegon was silent for a few seconds until he spoke. I will go to the Summer Isles first. Likely within a year's turn. After that. Aegon trailed off, and Jaehaerys knew that the boy had no idea what his supposed destiny was. Jaehaerys drew himself up. You will marry Gale. Jaehaerys commanded, startling Aegon. Jaehaerys raised his hand, silencing Aegon. I do not claim to completely understand whatever this pull to the east is. Jaehaerys said calmly, his stare boring into Aegon. He believed that Aegon did dream what he dreamt, but he thought the excuse of not marrying Gale was thin. No, it was beyond weak. But marrying Gale will not impact this destiny of yours. Even if Aegon was gone for years, it meant little, as he was to return and save this family from the Velaryons. He would have to think further on what to do about them. He was too old, his body too weak. He needed Baelon now more than ever. Aegon's eyes turned hard. No. The way he had that single word could have frozen the room as readily as winter in the north froze water. Jaehaerys gritted his teeth. No. He parroted dangerously. No. This boy had the temerity to comment on plans on dragon riding houses, the temerity to drop the abominable visions of their house's future and destruction on him, and he dared to say no when he was called to duty? Marry her to father. Aegon said, and for a brief moment Jaehaerys stilled before he narrowed his eyes dangerously, prompting Aegon to continue. I know. Aegon continued carefully. I know that Gale cannot marry anyone but a Targaryen unless you are willing to marry her to a no one of power matrilineally. Aegon stated with a hint of curiosity, but hastily continued at Jaehaerys' expression. But marrying her to Baelon secures her to our family in any. Aegon halted briefly, and Jaehaerys could see great reluctance break through that disappeared almost as soon as it appeared. Children from their union could marry Rhaenyra. Should no son come from the union of Viserys and Aemma, a son of father and Gale should marry Rhaenyra to secure the throne. Jaehaerys sat back in his chair, his gaze never leaving Aegon. Why would you believe no son would come from Viserys and Aemma? Aegon's expression fell back into a look, a colder look than his customary one of cold neutrality. Aemma fell pregnant ever since she was 2 and 10 name days old. She bore, at 3 and 10 name days, a son who died in the crib. Aegon's voice was deceptively calm, and Jaehaerys winced internally as Aegon continued. Since Rhaenyra, she's had one more miscarriage amongst half-dozen prior. She may only be 7 and 10 name days old, but... Aegon trailed off, the implication clear. Baelon wouldn't agree. Jaehaerys said after a moment. He'd refused to remarry after Alyssa passed, and it was one topic that had him immovable. If you told him of the importance. Aegon suggested quietly, and Jaehaerys looked up and eyed the boy critically. You care for Gale? He merely stated, and Aegon broke away from Jaehaerys' stare. I do. Aegon said after a few moments before he met his gaze, but this is the best solution I know. My father will treat Gale well, and Gale will have the chance to be a mother and her children with a present father who will teach them. Jaehaerys was tired, and this had gone to places he hadn't thought possible. You would find Essos far from kind to our kind. Jaehaerys' tone was tired as he eyed the boy. Aegon twisted his lips. I know. He said solemnly with a nod. Dragon lords and their dragons butchered. Their families killed to the last babe. Betrayal, betrayal, betrayal. Even Volantis turned against the blood of old Valyria. But then, wouldn't the Andals do the same given the chance? Aegon added quietly. Yes, they would, wouldn't they, according to the boy's dreams. Jaehaerys was far too spent to conjure the rage that he ought to feel. Lords that would betray and plot against them in the dark should his descendants find themselves without dragons, perhaps even now, those who would toss away their oaths as soon as it became expedient and no longer backed with fire and blood. But then, hadn't they betrayed their oaths once before? Sworn fealty to the usurper or turned a blind eye? Leave me! Jaehaerys managed to say, and Aegon remained still for a few moments before he stood up and bowed, leaving silently. The king's guard came in after Aegon left, though he did not acknowledge them, his gaze falling onto the Sivas board. They had stopped playing quite some time ago, before the boy explained his dreams in detail, but he could now see that he would have lost had the game continued any longer. Jaehaerys raised himself up before he stood up, his eyes hardening. He looked to Sir Roxton. My son should be in the Hand's Tower. Tell him I wish to see him. The king's guard bowed and departed immediately, leaving Sir Redwine with him. It wasn't long before Baelon arrived and Jaehaerys turned towards the king's guard. Leave us. Allow no one in. He commanded, and both king's guard bowed to him before they left. Father? Baelon asked inquisitively. Sit down, Baelon. We have much to discuss. Jaehaerys said with a grim voice. Break. Early 99 AC, King's Landing. Once Aegon got back into his room, he let go of that breath that he held in, a breath that seemed like it was held in for hours. Aegon saw his hands tremble and he took a seat on his bed and attempted to calm himself. What he did today. What he said. So much bullshit. And it worked. Beyond his wildest expectations. He dropped himself onto the bed all sprawled out and closed his eyes. He felt as if a great weight was off of his chest. No more marriage that would make him responsible for more than his own life, no more guilt about what would befall this family without them having any kind of warning. Aegon sighed. It wasn't completely bullshit. Just, mostly. Barring the effects his own existence had on changing everything, he knew enough about what was going to happen to their dynasty to kind of paint a picture. A picture that was true enough that he wasn't really lying, allowing him to sell his version as much as possible without really lying. The best kind of lie, he thought with a slight wince before he shook his head. Anyway, the show had enough moments about the coming era for him to paint a vague enough picture in the form of dragon dreams, allowing him to pass on several suspicions and things to be aware of all at once. He only wished he'd taken care to read up more on the story and the history. Too many gaps, he breathed out slowly before he opened his eyes and stared at the ceiling before closing them again. The silence in the room was deafening, though he appreciated it. He needed silence. Honestly, he got lucky. Incredibly, insanely lucky. He'd been relying on religious superstition and vagueness to cast enough doubt on the bullshit that they'd have no choice but to believe him. But honestly, he expected Jaehaerys to let him go on his way thinking him mad, but at least aware of the chance that he might be right. Yet the fact that Aegon the Conqueror foresaw the White Walkers, the others, a vision that was passed down in the form of a prophecy from generation to generation. What a mindfuck. He did not know that part of the story at all. The ramifications of dragon dreams, being able to see that far into the future. Aegon frowned as he thought it over. Was the Targaryen line the only dragon lord family blessed with dragon dreams that could see decades, centuries into the future? Surely not. Let's suppose that it wasn't an inherent ability to House Targaryen but rather to all dragon lords. Why hadn't members of the other 40 families had such a dream? Years, decades, or centuries before the doom. If one considered the likelihood of family sizes to be about 5 to 15 on average at any given time, about the same as Westerosi houses despite being thousands of years old that should have seen their extended family branches extend into at least hundreds, then surely some of them had to have had dreams like Dennis. What about the other magic practitioners of Valyria? Priests or mages that studied the arcane like the Red Priests, or those who crafted their arts in Asai? The Red Priests like Melisandre are able to see the future through the flames. Was there really no one else in Valyria that could do the same? Once again, he was brought to the conclusion the doom of Valyria didn't add up. Or the events afterwards. A civilization like that should not have had this much of its remnants lost to history, with only some Valyrian steel and glass candle relics around, and a single family that didn't even understand itself and what made them what they were. What he was. Dragon dreams, Valyria, magic. Aegon shook his head, dismissing those thoughts for now. He'd have time later. For now, this metaphorical mountainous boulder he'd thrown into the story should cause enough of a butterfly effect to change things for the better for Viserys and Gale. It had to. Jaehaerys was a paranoid old man who experienced enough to know about the duplicity of man. He'd seen that Jaehaerys had not shied away in disbelief or denial, like when he expanded vaguely about grey rats scurrying around unseen. He felt a bout of guilt as he thought of Elissar. He did not think Elissar was conniving or dishonest, but he did think that the maesters had agendas of their own. They had to. They were a multi-thousand-year organization that were in the very halls of power of lords and who ruled Westeros. They would not have lasted this long without being savvy and useful. People had ambitions, desires, beliefs, and that was something inescapable, especially in this world where there was a pathological need for power that was almost self-perpetuating, because without grasping for more power, for yourself, from others, you were unlikely to survive. Aegon shook his head from the dark thoughts of power. Still, he thought the maesters were more like the eunuchs of China, people who were removed from power yet forever close to it and forever tempted by it. When a race of people, Valyrian dragon lords, who are the epitome of what your faith is against at a fundamental level, who your ancestors had supposedly ran from, well, it wouldn't take much reason to plot against them. He knew that people were not black and white, however easy that might be to believe, but he also knew that it would be foolish to leave such a powerful organization to their own devices. Jaehaerys, with his father Baelon soon as well, were now made aware, more aware, of the pitfalls of not having such an organization under their watchful eyes. Anyway, he thought to himself, a relieved smile blooming on his face, his hands moving towards the back of his head. He was going to have a clean break. Gale would marry his father. He suppressed the awfulness in his chest and the regret he felt, and hopefully Rhaenyra, should Aemma not give birth to a son, wouldn't end up with Daemon and kick off the dance, but instead with a more appropriately aged Targaryen who isn't an absolute thunder. And hopefully he'd made the point of what a clusterfuck unrestricted access to dragons was. It was hypocritical, he knew this, but it is a problem and he'll say something about it again to drive the point. He couldn't see any good coming from Daemon's kids having dragons. Or Rhaenys. He sighed as he opened his eyes again. He had nothing against Rhaenys. In fact, he actually quite liked her, but her son having a dragon sets a precedent that was dangerous in this clusterfuck of a feudal system that enabled too much loose support from the lords. He didn't know how she fitted into all of this, as the dance happened because of rival claimants of House Targaryen, but he believed she would play a role. All dragon riders would be dragged into it. Jaehaerys would not act, at least not violently, but he knew that the man would think of something. He felt a hint of regret, but what else could he do? He wasn't sure if he'd live long enough when he was away, and leaving without saying anything wasn't right, nor something he didn't want to do to Gale. And Viserys. This was the best he could think of without having to dedicate himself to save House Targaryen from itself. A chaotic moment in this faraway point in time should cause some kind of deviation from where everything was heading. And Viserys. Aegon let a silent breath escape through his lips. Aemma was the key. He knew almost nothing about the dance, but he knew that if Aemma lived, if she lived, the chance of the dance happening in his lifetime probably wouldn't happen. If she lived. But the chances of that, he winced before he sighed again. He didn't think either Aemma or Viserys would listen if he told them to stop. And honestly, they would probably be right not to stop either. With Daemon next in line. He set his jaw as he looked towards the walls. Aemma dying, he wasn't even sure if he could prevent that from even happening. The only thing he knew was that it was in childbirth. And what do I even know of childbirth mortality and prevention, he thought with a grimace. He shook his head and turned over, tiredness falling over him. Thinking and worrying about things he couldn't control. Maybe it was inevitable, maybe it wasn't, maybe it might be stopped now only for it happen in another time, in another set of circumstances that would lead to a dance as a consequence of the feudal system that Westeros was built upon and the shitty people that made up most of the nobility. Though, Aegon thought as he tired. He also knew that his family's propensity to self-destruct played in much of the havoc that was the Seven Kingdoms. The Lannisters, the Arryns, the Starks, even the Durandons had kept their kingdom stable for well over at least 1,000 or 2,000 years. His house lasted less than 300. What could he do? Aegon's breathing slowed as he drifted off to sleep. Aegon jolted awake when he heard a loud bang. He rolled off to the floor, his feet finding purchase as he rose to stand and drew out a dagger almost in instinct. His eyes widened when he realized who it was. Father. Aegon asked, confused that turned into hesitancy when he saw Baelon's face. Baelon was wroth. Aegon sheathed the dagger slowly as he swallowed harshly. He expected this, really, when he made the suggestion to Jaehaerys. Baelon would treat Gale as she deserved to be treated. With respect. With kindness. Perhaps even love with time. And he could not. He knew his father was not over his mother, Alyssa, but it was the only way it all worked out. Why? Escaped from Baelon's lips, the word said with venom. Aegon kept silent as Baelon approached him. Why keep your dreams from me? Why did you never tell me about your plans about the East? Baelon towered of Aegon now, his expression deepening in wrath. Why did you convince my father I had to remarry again, to Gale of all people? What gave you the 7 damned right? Baelon vibrated out in quiet fury, his face twisted up in a snarl worthy as of a dragon. We were never close, father. Aegon said as calmly as he could, his eyes never hiding away from Baelon's fury-laden eyes. When did you give me idea that I could trust you with something has plagued me all my life? This struck a chord with Baelon, who displayed something other than fury, and Aegon pressed on despite the bite of guilt that he felt. By the time I understood what it meant, the distance between us seemed insurmountable. You were happy with Viserys and Daemon but never with me. Even years later I am unimportant to you. So I kept my silence until I no longer could for the sake of our house. As for Gale. Aegon's expression couldn't hold the calmness he tried to express. It is for the sake of our house and... Aegon trailed off before adding, and she deserves a good man who wouldn't think of her as a piece in a game. Aegon finished honestly, and the fury that had abetted in Baelon's face had returned tenfold, and for a moment Aegon thought Baelon would attack him. But he didn't. Baelon began to slowly step back, the wrath still clear to see on his face, before he simply turned around and walked away without saying another word, leaving Aegon to himself. Aegon closed his eyes for a moment. Another break, but not so cleanly this time, he thought mirthlessly, his gaze set on the open window, the words "it is for the sake of our house" ringing in his mind. He wasn't blind to his faults, to the roots of his actions. It blindsided him, this thing that he'd developed for her, one that caused him to be rocked off center to the point that he was struggling to stay on board and was practically forced to run off of the board in order to have his head above the water. Desire conflicting with desire, and he wished that it could be as easily solved as war or diplomacy, but he'd made his choice. The choice he'd made for too long. He couldn't lead a life of pointlessness if he was married to Gale. A life that might be beautiful, but a life of responsibility. The start of real responsibility. Perhaps he should go now, he mused to himself quietly. In his heart of hearts, he knew that he could go tomorrow if he needed to, rather than in a year's time, he told his grandfather. And he needed to consider it. With the way things were going, the way he was going, he needed to leave to recenter himself. Yes, he resolved, he'd speed things up and just go. He shook his head and turned back to his bed, forcing himself to sleep once more. It wasn't until the next morning, when he was beating down against a dummy in the training yard, that everything came crashing down. In mid-swing, he saw Emma with a number of guards approaching him, and he stopped, his panting slowing to a crawl as he caught her concerned face. "Emma?" he questioned, concerned. "What's wrong?" "It's Gale," she said, and Aegon's heart stopped for a moment. "She's missing." Chapter 9. Mid to late 99 AC, Isle of Faces. The sounds of Miss Aragorn's fleshy wings flapping in the still winds of the night was all he could hear as they veered down towards the lonely isle that sat in the heart of West Eros, the silver light of the unhidden moon illuminating the world around them. Aegon felt Miss Aragorn's unease, an unease familiar to Aegon whenever they'd roamed the skies over these parts of the Riverlands. It had taken more will than usual to make Miss Aragorn comply with his wishes, almost as much as it took him to convince Miss Aragorn to go through the madder parts of this plan of his. They banked and turned before Miss Aragorn descended down onto the beach of the isle, the lake at their backs and their eyes set onto the source of their unease. He climbed down off of the back of Miss Aragorn, who craned his neck ominously as he gazed down the abyssal darkness that lay between the thick tree line, his deep low rumbling growl echoing hauntingly across the dark and misty surroundings. Where Dragonstone felt like home, this place felt like 1,000 eyes were set on him, eyes that touched and poked in ways that felt like they were being hosted by someone, something that considered them to be unwanted guests. Aegon patted Miss Aragorn's neck with some force, nothing but a feather touch to a dragon, and resorted to draw on their bond to get him to focus on Aegon. Miss Aragorn swiveled his draconic head towards Aegon, half an eye towards the dark corners of the forests that lay in front of them, and the other half firmly set on Aegon as discontent rippled through their bond in discombobulating waves. "I'm as unhappy as you are about this, brother," Aegon answered quietly to Miss Aragorn, "but you know why I must have answers that they can give me," Aegon answered calmly but firmly, unwilling to waver from the dangerous and desperate path he'd set himself on. He was at his wit's end as to where she could be, and he knew that by now, nearly 2 fortnights later, she could be halfway across Essos by now. He needed to know where she was, if she was all right, if she was safe. A pang of guilt and sorrow washed over him, their acidic touch borne out from his actions, and it burned a hole in his chest that he knew he could not heal until he found her, until he fixed everything he'd broken for her. It was the least he could do, the least that he must do. How could he not? When he'd driven her away to leave everything she knew and loved, all because of his actions, because she felt like she had no other choice but to leave. Days turned to weeks, and he found himself realizing, amongst many, many other things, that there was nothing he wouldn't do for her safe return, no crime he couldn't contemplate, and no atrocity he wouldn't consider. He didn't dare contemplate that she was. Self-contempt pawed its putrid mitts at his being, the thought that she was dead as a consequence of his actions weighed heavily on his conscience. No fervently rang in his mind. Denial fortified his being more than anything else could or would. She simply couldn't be. He'd bring her home, whatever it took. Miss Aragorn lips drew back in deeper displeasure, a throaty growl escaping through rows of several inches long teeth, rows of dagger-sharp teeth that glistened under the light of a bright full moon, and it was a frightening sight to behold. Aegon was stone-faced as he reached out to Miss Aragorn's snout without fear, knowing that he had nothing to fear from the other part of his soul, a part of his soul that he could command and will towards what he needed it to do. What must be done? Aegon breathed out and reached to their bond again, pushing against the tides of discontent and unsettlement, and reached into the very being of Miss Aragorn. His bond with Miss Aragorn was a thing of beauty, dragon bonds were a thing of beauty, Understanding could flow between dragon and rider in ways words or actions could never replicate, and he'd found out that such understanding could push even further with enough imagination and partnership with one's dragon. Images of high-worn stone walls with moss climbing up them like ice climbing up dewy wet cliffs during the height of winter, two tall towers that seemed as if they were hewn square by the giants themselves flanked an indomitable gate surrounded by a cradle made out of water, protecting it from aggressors. Yet, as Aegon's expression turned as cold and hard like Valyrian steel dipped in the waters by the coasts of the cold north, those same images of a keep that seemed as if it could last 1,000 years more were now replaced by the imagery of burning stones and melting faces by the hundreds, young and old, man and child. Nothing was spared by the burning blue fires that raged and thrashed, not even the white ashy tree that towered over the gate. It was not the only set of burning imagery. A three-sided castle with red sandstone walls surrounded on all three sides by water would not be safe from the spewing blue fires. A castle that moved and thought the swamps of the neck to be safe from the eyes peered down from the skies would burn all the same. Images continued on as Aegon showed Miss Aragorn where to go last in his rampage, images of a city at the mouth of a river that Miss Aragorn was to follow, a river that stretched further and further inland until he reached the greatest castle in all of Westeros, a castle that would not burn entirely but it need not burn completely, only enough to ensure the end of their line. Miss Aragorn blinked as the images stopped, his great serpentine sheening eyes piercing down at Aegon, and it was as if the moment lasted a lifetime. He was asking the impossible of Miss Aragorn, to abandon him to his fate should he find himself unable to bargain, and they both knew it. For all the power that Aegon wielded over Miss Aragorn, his dragon was strong enough to push against him if only for a time. Yet Miss Aragorn would not and did not as he rose to his full height, his great wings disturbing the silent and unmoving waters and earth, and Aegon firmly planted his feet against the earth as Miss Aragorn began to run and take off into the air, leaving him behind and alone for the first time since he was 4 days old. He watched Miss Aragorn go, and grim acceptance settled upon him, a kind of acceptance he'd found himself more and more attuned to, an acceptance of the sacrifice he needed to make in the face of the objective reality he was in. The actions he was taking extreme, and chances were that he'd fail and that he'd end up either extremely dead or extremely damned, but he cared not, nor did he care about the heinousness of his plan. The veneer of threadbare morality that he bound himself to had broken away in the face of what is and not what once was. And he'd burn down 1,000 castles more if it meant they would give him the truthful answers he'd need, answers that could come to save what was important. Aegon brought out his sword, the sound of steel unsheathing an eerie discordant bell in the deathly silent night, and for a moment simply held the long sword as he stared for a minute towards the darkness that lay beyond the first row of trees. He stared for a moment longer before Aegon firmly planted the sword into the sands. Aegon stepped forward, unarmed and undefended, and he waited. It wasn't long before figures began to creep out of the darkness, men draped in cloaks that seemed to be as dark as the abyss from whence they came from, arms locked into one another, and Aegon merely stood there waiting for them to come to him. He knew little of the Green Men and Elisar's acolytes that stayed behind on Dragonstone, knew no more except perhaps a few more wives' tales that only comes from being told such stories by mothers and grandmothers, passed down the generations as they were. Stories told in whispers to frighten children of green men that rode hordes of giants or elks or even a giant breed of shadow cats, green men that possessed unnatural powers left behind in trust by vengeful children of the forest, and green men who sacrificed anyone who dared to trespass onto the Isle of Faces to the weirwood trees. He knew better than to discard stories passed down the generations, however ridiculous they sounded. Especially here in Westeros, where there was more truth in stories than in the words spoken by men. Stories that resonated with what he had watched actually happen in his first life. At the very least, he thought this place to be a place of magic like that cave north of the wall, one of the last remnants of ancient magics that was rooted in the earth, the rivers and the forests, magics that transcended the limits of human perception. If a giant weirwood tree could sustain a man to live beyond 12 decades and longer still if need to be, all while tapping into the magic of weirwood trees that likely aided in seeing the past and future, then weirwood trees from the time of the Age of Heroes left untouched, undisturbed had to be a font of magic to match it. Weirwood trees that bore the oldest eyes and presence of the old gods. He avoided coming here, before, his fears and wariness of the old gods trumping his curiosity of magic and perhaps answers to his nature and reason he was here, at least until he was better versed in the matters of magic once he found a starting point to learn the practice himself, but he had no such luxuries. Not anymore. And if he came to an end, or worse, hotter d, Miss Aragorn was too far away now and on his way to the mountains by the Eyrie where there were no weirwood trees and knew not to respond to his calls any time soon, he thought to himself as he felt the sharp edge of the small piece of steel fixed to his bracelet press against his skin. He believed he'd have enough time to end his life before he lost that fight, should it come to it. Aegon walked forward, no more a statue fixed in place, his eyes trailing from one cloaked figure to the other. Finally, they came to a stop and he came to a stop mere a few feet from them, his gaze now catching glimpses of crusted faces that seemed like it might be crusted because of dried paint. Son of the long summer. Why have you come? The central figure asked calmly as his head tilted slightly, the top of his hood falling backwards enough for his eyes to catch the light of the moon, a sight that almost made it seem as if his eyes were silver in nature. Son of the long summer. Something clicked in his mind to that phrase, Long Summer. Aegon realized, it was the name of a region in Valyria that was named the Lands of the Long Summer, a place that was heralded as the most fertile land in all of Planetos. And it was the true homeland of the Valyrian peoples. His eyes narrowed slightly, barely enough to be noticeable. That these people knew such a relatively obscure piece of knowledge was surprising, knowledge that should have been forgotten, even more so that they sought to use that term to name him. Especially since Valyria was long known as simply the freehold for thousands of years, since they were simply sons of the Lands of the Long Summer. I have come to seek answers. Many have come seeking answers. Few ever find them here. The central figure returned calmly before tilting his head as if he was curious by the sight of him. Most never come seeking answers. Aegon replied with cold stoniness, vestiges of familiar feelings rising to the top as he continued. They seek comforts and escapes, never the truth as it is given. He only needed to know two things. Yes. The central figure said, the silver light from the moon fading away to reveal startling green eyes. Yet you're no different than those before you who have set foot on this land. The central figure stated calmly. You seek comfort. You seek escape. The accusation was heard even if unspoken. Aegon set his jaw, his eyes never wavering as he met the gaze of the green man. Long moments passed before the other figures stepped away from the central figure stepped away. The central green man dipped his head before he also stepped away. Follow the path until it stops. The central figure said, and Aegon began to walk towards the path that began to show itself slightly through the dark mists. Aegon walked up the steps of these ancient stones, the eerie sounds of the forests the only companion. Moonlight began to filter through the blood-red hand-shaped leaves, the presence of something other growing with each step that he took. He'd read accounts of maesters that detailed their experiences in the north during his quest for knowledge of magic and history, and he remembered one account some few hundred years old that spoke of the peace the weirwood tree at Carhold would bring to even the most unruly child or belligerent man at the keep. Even claimed that in a way the maester himself had felt the same despite his faith in the new gods, and speculated that it might be the reason why weirwood trees were planted long after by some Andal lords long after the Andal invasion. Aegon felt no such peace as he marched ever closer to his destination. The sight of faces carved on weirwood trees became clearer, haunting faces that were all too lifelike in appearance, human faces that seemed to have been transformed into white trees suddenly. Some seemed in pain, others happy, and others as if they knew something you did not. By the time he arrived at the end of the path, the presence had grown like wide thick ropes were draped over him, the kinds of ropes that were tied to anchors, yet he persevered as he came to a stop to a massive tree taller and thicker and wider than any he'd seen before. Its blood-red leaves were the size of his hands, its branches seemed uncountable, but that was not what captured his attentions. No, it was the face carved on the tree that looked at him. He knew within the depths of his soul that this thing, was truly otherworldly. The presence he'd felt since the moment he'd set foot on this isle, was focused on him with a million eyes. He felt as if nothing was hidden, nothing was unknown to this being. A cloud of doubt washed over him as he stood there before the weirwood tree. He knew that the chances of getting no answers were high. From either the old gods or from the Green Seer. He thought he'd likely speak with a Green Seer before he came, but there was none here now. But he hoped they could understand his resolve, of how far he was willing to go in order to get the truth. He made to speak but stopped when he heard rustlings to his left, and he jolted to awareness and got to a defensive stance, his heart pounding, and stared at the direction where he'd heard the noise from. His eyes slowly began to widen until they were all but itching to pop out of his skull as small bare feet began to tread onto the soft wet ground, wearing nothing sticks and roots for clothing. Its skin was nut brown, so earthily brown, with scales that seemed as if they were matted leaves stuck on human skin. If it was hair, looked like braided strings of bamboo, odd and alien. This, he struggled to form words as his eyes latched onto the completely black eyes that shimmered underneath the moonlight. The being came to a stop before him, no more than 3.5 or 4 feet tall, yet its presence made the being seem as if he were a giant. This was a child of the forest, echoed in his mind. A child of the forest that was south of the wall. Aegon wasn't sure of its gender, only that this one seemed faintly male. Aegon. First of his name. The voice of the being was melodious, beautiful, the words flowing out of the being's mouth like finest strings of honey caught in the breezes of a warm summer day. He snapped out of his awe and surprise and shock, his eyes sharpening, webs of shock and enchantment fading away as he remembered why he was here, curiosity and questions laid far behind the singular thing that mattered the most to him. I am not the conqueror. I am his descendant. The being said nothing to his answer, and walked away past him towards the giant weirwood tree as if he were not there, as if he ceased to exist. Aegon did nothing but watch the being carefully with utmost focus as it arrived by the tree, its hand reaching forward before placing it onto the trunk of the tree. Aegon half expected something, anything, as if the bark of the weirwood tree would undulate into a sea of wood, sucking in the child of the forest. Yet nothing as such happened, and moments turned into seconds. Seconds turned into minutes, and Aegon's patience began to fray. You do not belong here. The words surprised Aegon as much as the suddenness of it. The being turned around, his head tilting slightly as if curious. I know. Aegon said as calmly as possible, the odd sensation of the presence shifting slightly pushing him on to speak. Was this sensation magic, or was this other? Divine. I seek only two answers. I will leave and not return once I leave here. Aegon told the child of the forest, his eyes flickering to the weirwood tree. You do not belong here. The child of the forest repeated once more, the shift in its voice noticeable and a flash of anxiety burbled below his determination. A long few moments of silence passed and Aegon fortified himself before he spoke. I know. Aegon said once more, this time whilst he spoke to the child of the forest. Yet I am alive. Yet I am here. Such is the reality of things. Aegon persisted with a set jaw. The child of the forest met his gaze for a few moments before nodding. You seek what you had accepted is not yours to have. Yes. Aegon said honestly, bowing his head slightly but not without keeping his eyes on the child of the forest, and on the weirwood tree. The old gods are powerful. They exist without time. They can see across Westeros. Hear across Westeros. In the past. In the present. Aegon said with a hard glint in his eyes, memories of Bran and Brynden rivers going back to the time of Jon's birth at Tower of Joy flashing across the front of his mind. I plead to only know where she is and if she is still alive. No more. No less. Aegon finished. He could not demand, only plead and ask and beg if he had to. And if we do not give you the answers? The child of the forest inquired. What did that mean? Conduit? Hive mind? His mind momentarily flashed to ideas of ID and ego before fading away and Aegon clenched his jaws as he stared down at the child of the forest, his eyes darkening as he prepared himself for death. I will do what I must to convince you otherwise. For the first time, Aegon saw something else other than idle curiosity on the child of the forest's face. It was hardness. It was fury behind a mask of stone. Your song is not ours. Be grateful. The being's voice was no more a soft melody made physical but more akin to the sound trees made when roused into turbulence by the force of strong winds, and the presence around him grew stronger in hostility, but Aegon did not break eye contact despite the danger he knew he was in. Your song is not ours. Aegon bowed his head again. I do not mean you malice or harm. I am only desperate, he added honestly. He knew that all of this was of his own making. His own stubbornness. His selfishness. His fear. His inability to accept reality as it was, rather than how he wanted it to be, how he had known it to be. Numbing himself to the realities of the world instead of accepting the world as it was, and that he was Aegon, son of Baelon and all that came with it. Prince. Son. Brother. Friend. Protector. And his hate for and fear of God or whatever being it was, and his meaningless and asinine rebellion to spite him / it blinded him to the harm he was putting upon himself and those around him. Those who he had come to care for. And it had all stemmed from his fear. What are you afraid of? A question he had to confront himself with in ways he had paradoxically avoided and plagued himself with for so much in this second life. Fear of God. Fear of attachment. Of meaning. Of finding purpose. Of living. Fear drove him to run. Running from responsibility. From those who meant something to him in this life of his. From the wrong he saw in this world, from the good that he could do. Choosing to run towards the unknown, mysteries and lands alike, uncaring of what he was choosing to leave behind, and he'd reveled in this idea of freedom. Just as he reveled in his loneliness. In his insignificance. In his arrogance. And he'd believed it all to be freedom, the ultimate freedom, believing that he was winning when in reality he was nothing but a slave to his fear. And for so long, he allowed fear to impact how he saw everything. For almost 14 years, he never considered this truly to be his world, his people, his family, blind as he was by his fear and his inability to accept reality as it was. And in that consideration, he'd purposefully ignored and let fear hide the impact he could have, the impact he should have, on this world, his people, and on his family. And the one positive impact he did have, the mitigation of the circumstances that led to the dance, was born more out of guilt than anything else, just as selfishness and fear had driven to impact the last person he wanted to hurt through his actions, by his selfishness and inconsideration. These weeks since her disappearance had been akin to ice-cold water thrown on his bare body, a tearing shock to the system that ripped off the veil made of threadbare morality and values that benefited neither him or society, and fear which blinded him. Had this been the kind of man he wanted to be? Careless and selfish and self-pitying and afraid, someone who would use someone like Gale, someone who had been a haven of normality for him, who offered him freely a sense of genuineness and friendship and peace that he'd scarcely found elsewhere, someone who he helped grow and shared stories with in a way that he would do for no other? And then force her into a position she did not want to be in, knowing how little choice she has as a daughter of a king, knowing that the impact he's had on her is the reason why she can't marry anyone else other than someone in their family? Those were the kind of questions he'd asked himself amidst his search for Gale, amidst his attempts to rectify the damage he'd created. And he found himself lacking. Hadn't that been a truly sobering moment? When he realized that fear had turned him into a lesser man. That fear led him to squander his position of supreme privilege, that fear led him to refuse to consider his family despite the closeness he had wanted, craved for, reveled in with members of his family, and that fear of what he could do for this world with the knowledge he possessed made him instead run seeking aimless adventure. And in that awful realization, of what truly drove him, it was as if a mirror shattered in his mind and forced him to see himself, to see the reflection of the distorted man that he was, a man who'd warred with himself in almost every action he was doing. Running. Fighting. Kinship. Distance. Leader. Loner. Awful realization that was a blessing of the greatest proportions, and it only took painful consequence of his actions for him to see it. And he knew then, after that realization, that a life without responsibility was an impossibility, just as his old values and morality were an impossibility. Aegon was accepting of that. Once he'd wanted to know what meaning there was in this second life of his, why it was granted, and often feared he could be plucked out in life just as easily as he'd been in death, all at the whims of him/it. He knew intrinsically now, something he'd willfully tried for so long to avoid to see, it didn't matter that he was helpless against God or whatever brought him here. It didn't matter if it would or could happen. Because in the end, it rained when it rained. It snowed when it snowed. And it burnt when it burnt. What will be, and the only thing that he had any control over, beyond his actions, that he should have control over, is what meaning he would give to this life. And what meaning he'd take out of it. He found a reason to live in Miss Aragorn. And now, he had to find the meanings to his life. And to live without fear. And to do so with purpose. He did not know what purpose he'd find, now, but the one thing he did know with certainty, something he never questioned but hadn't valued, was that Gale held meaning to his life, in whatever way that may manifest. And now, he'd do whatever it took to make sure Gale would live to find meaning in her own life. He owed that and so much more to her. And the price he'd pay for the answers he'd need to find her, to beings beyond his comprehension, beyond humanity, was a price he'd pay without fail. Even if it would cost him much. We know desperation. The child of the forest said. And the price it pays. Aegon's eyes grew dim, his mind going to thoughts of the war between the first men and the children in the forest before he fixed his face again. And is there a price here? Aegon asked with a hard face though resigned acceptance pervaded through him. If I ask for your life. The child of the forest simply voiced out. Aegon did not look away from the child of the forest's inquisitive but shrew eyes. I would give it once I have brought her home. Safe and whole. Aegon answered truthfully. How ironic it was that he'd pay for her life with his own life just as he found himself on the verge of finding a purpose in life. Yet, there was a kind of poetic relief, in a way. There was a kind of symbolism, his life for her life, knowing that she held the most meaning of anyone alive to him and knowing it was his actions that led to this, and it was a price worth paying. The child of the forest said nothing before it turned and placed its hand on the weirwood tree, leaving Aegon uncertain of what was to come. Minutes, or maybe it just felt like minutes, passed before the child of the forest turned around and picked up something in the gap between the roots of the tree. The child of the forest began to walk towards and he stayed rooted to the spot. The child of the forest extended out its hand revealing a seed of some kind. Aegon turned his gaze back to the child of the forest and the being began to speak. You will plant this weirwood seed after you lay your city. Aegon frowned. Your city, that is the price. The child of the forest stated. Why? Aegon asked, surprised at the simple offer. Your city. He wondered at the words. When would he even build one? Though, as he thought about it, concern and wariness bubbled within him. The child of the forest didn't give anything away in its expressions and it raised the concern levels and distrust within him. He knew weirwood trees were perfect spying tools that saw the past and the present, and the future it seems like. At least in some capacity. But what he didn't know, and possibly may never know, was what else the weirwood trees could do. Bran Stark had been capable of reaching out to the past via the weirwood trees. That much was clear when younger Ned Stark turned around as if he heard a voice. Could the weirwood trees do more? He suspected yes. You asked for 2 answers. You shall receive 2 answers. Aegon clenched his teeth. Finally, after a few moments, he nodded tightly. I swear that I shall plant this weirwood tree after I build my city. Aegon swore as he picked up the odd seed. There were tales of how to plant weirwood trees, of the sacrifice needed to grow one. So be it. The presence around him grew heavier before receding slightly and he got the feeling that the oath he'd given was bound to him beyond the physical. Aegon thinned his lips but said nothing, the urge to think of ways to walk around the oath tremendous yet he resisted, unwilling as he is to test the patience or mercy of the old gods. Anyway, he thought as he pushed the matter further into his mind. It is a problem for another day. The child of the forest accepted his words before he spoke. She will return to your King's Landing safely in 2 moons' time. It doesn't answer where she is now. Aegon said with forced calm. If she's safe now. The child of the forest was silent and it was deafening. Aegon clenched his teeth, tempestuous fraught fury burbled within him, yet he forced himself to calm down, forced himself to think. They seek comforts and escapes, never the truth as it is given. He narrowed his eyes at the child who looked at him impassively, and he realized that his visit had been for naught. She would have returned regardless, he realized. Safely. Fuck. He got played. Now he had this weirwood seed he would have to plant in exchange for knowledge that he couldn't act on and only served to comfort him. He wanted to argue that he wanted the full truth, not comfort, but seeing the child's face, he knew he'd get nothing more out of it. If she dies. Aegon trailed off quietly. He held no trust in the being before him, that it wouldn't seek to play him further, and fear of gods was dimmed in his desire to see her safe. The child's interpretation of safely could mean anything. All die. All fade. The child of the forest said with a curious tilt of the head before adding. For you're lost, that time has yet to be. Aegon let out an audible breath before he forced himself to nod tightly. He didn't get what he wanted, exactly, but it was far better than the alternatives. Yet it tasted sour. Bitter. Thank you, Aegon said tightly as he veered his gaze towards the huge weirwood tree. He returned his gaze towards the child of the forest. The child of the forest's expression grew hard. I do not do this for you. Your song, that which does not belong, has altered what was sung to be. The old gods have accepted that. It is their will. The child of the forest said. Aegon said nothing to that and instead bowed his head to the child of the forest before bowing to the weirwood tree, and before he'd turn and leave and never return, he left one thing to say. I will not forget the gift you have given me today. Nor will I forget the way I got played, he thought to himself. Or what I have done, will do, to change the song of ice and fire. Still. He thought as he turned around and walked down the path back to shore, his hand clutching tightly onto the weirwood seed, he had hope now that she'd be okay. And it was worth whatever nefarious magical shenanigans the children of the forest and the old gods could pull on him, and his supposed city, an idea that would rest on his mind for long after he left the Isle of Faces. Break. Mid to late 99 AC, nearby the Duskendale Road off of the coast of the sea. Bart Emos Celtigar POV. The sound of hooves was thunderous as they rode and rode. Low limestone hills flashed past them as they rode onto the muddy path, the salty air tasting sour on their tongue as they rode with post-haste. The prince's safeguard plan of ensuring at least one knight would be able to ride off to warn the other party had paid off. He desperately hoped it was not too late. The fishing village came into view, the sounds of swords clashing, a dull bell carried by the salty winds. To the prince. Bart Emos roared as he kicked his horse into a faster pace, his men roaring with him. As they passed through the edge of the village, Bart Emos saw the prince in his distinctive crimson and blue armor fighting with his men outnumbered 2-1 at the center of the village with dead horses by the inn. The bandits were pressing hard, desperately, but the prince and the surviving knights were holding their own, having gotten into a formation that left none exposed. Bart Emos unsheathed his sword as his horse galloped towards the bandits, his men veering off in a classic encirclement maneuver. The bandits were panicked as they realized the danger they were in the face of Bart Emos and his men rushing forward, and some tried to break off their assault on the prince, but Prince Aegon did not allow them to. After moons of frustration, of chasing ghosts, they'd finally come to know from some rumors amongst the common folk in the inland villages that the bandits favored hiding amongst the many fishing villages by Duskendale and Roshby. Rumors that looked to be true once they looked at where exactly the bandits were reported to have attacked. There was a routine, a pattern, the prince had said, and it was that pattern that caused them to split up to cover more ground. And finally, they have struck gold. Bart Emos raised his sword, the long sword gleaming under the light of the morning sun, and swung it downwards towards the bandit he targeted at the edge of the battle, and caught the bandit on the neck, his gurgled cries a muted whisper amidst sounds of clashing swords and shouts. The sight of many of the bandits dying struck panic in their hearts, an advantage that the prince was quick to seize upon as he stepped up his assault. His sword was a blur as he pressed forward like a madman, his feet gliding across the ground with effortless ease despite the blood and gut that began to tar the dusty brown earth. The knights around him matched the prince step by step. Bart Emos cut down 2 more before, his breath burned in his throat, his heart pounding in his chest, and the bandits broke, some of them throwing away their swords in surrender whilst others found a gap to slink away in, though Bartimeau's men were on the chase, already seeing one bandit cut down with a sword through their chest. Bart Emos spared a look towards his squire, Eldrick Sunglass, and saw that he was still fine and atop his horse, surrounded by one of the knights Bart Emos had tasked to look after. Good, Bart Emos thought to himself. Once Prince Aegon's knights began to group the prisoners and tie ropes around their wrists, Bart Emos hopped off of his horse and made way towards the prince, though he spared a look towards the dead knights separated from the dead bandits. Out of the 24 men the prince took with him, 8 were dead. Most of the dead were nameless knights, hedge knights, that had little ties to anyone. Though were 2, he noted, that were knightly houses from the Westerlands. There were a few nicks on the prince's armor, but nothing that couldn't be buffed out. Prince Aegon took a long glance around, his gaze trailing towards the closed windows of the homes nearby. He must have been satisfied, for he removed his helm, beads of sweat running down his face before his mismatched hard eyes latched onto Bartimeau's own. Bartimeau eyed his friend a little warily. He'd seen that hardness take root in his friend, more and more as the days and moons passed by. "My prince," Bartimeau said with a bowed head. "We will leave at once. Duskendale is the closest castle to this village." Prince Aegon's mouth twisted with a twitch of annoyance. "We won't make it before night, not with the few horses we have between us and the prisoners. We'll have to camp it out," he said as he glanced at the dead men that died in service of the crown. Bartimeau knew that the prince wouldn't ride ahead without all of the men. Bartimeau nodded, his gaze veering towards the dead horses before he returned to look to the prince. "How did that happen, my prince?" Prince Aegon's lips thinned as he side-glanced towards the villagers who were pooled around a few of the homes, chattering away with each other. "When we rode into the village, we noticed one of the carriages as described by the merchant of Roshby. The merchant had been extensively questioned by them. Their numbers, the armor and weapons they had. It had proved to be little value. It was just like the other statements of merchants that had been lucky to have been spared. Numbers were uncertain, only some of the bandits had features that were distinct, and generally speaking, the bandits had been smart. They never targeted the same routes within the same time frame, nor did they attack routes that were routinely patrolled by the men of Southhorn, the Stokeworth, Roshby, and Duskendale. The crown's landlords were unable to hunt the bandits down, which had been why they turned to the crown for support. Not surprising too, since they were better armed than he could have thought. They bore steel swords, and some of them even had leather armor houses would give out to their small folk levies. One of the villagers looked nervous when we inspected it, which was when we unhorsed. Prince Aegon swiped his gauntlet across his forehead. We figured it was likely that same carriage and began to question the villager. At that point, we were ambushed by the bandits. Prince Aegon turned his gaze towards Bartimeau, a faint smile on his face. Fortunately, Dowlin did his duty. Dowlin Flay was the knight that alerted Bartimeau and his men to the plight of the prince. A former hedge knight that they'd met in the Reach during the procession, and offered his sword to the prince. Bartimeau nodded. Most knights would be aghast at having to run from a battle, but none could deny a prince. The prince insisted they bury the dead away from the village instead of letting the bodies rot, an act that was queer, yet the men followed nonetheless. Bartimeau didn't fail to see the grateful looks of the silent villagers. Nor did he fail to see some angry ones. The bandits, it seemed, were not entirely without honor. Or perhaps it was another show of their uncanny intelligence, as he thought it was. A fraction of the goods and coin they stole were dispersed amongst the villages around these parts. The Darklands were harsh on the fishermen, demanding more of the catch than what was decent from the villagers, often leaving them with only just enough coin to ensure the health of their families. A story they'd heard a number of times throughout their hunt for the bandits, thinking the prince could do something about it. The prince wouldn't have been able to, even if his shunning wasn't as severe as it was now. It was within the rights of Lord Darklan, and the king would not intervene on behalf of the common folk as long as Lord Darklan did not go too far. By the time night fell, they'd make camp by the sea, enough firewood having been scrounged up to make several fires. Bartimeau and Eldrick were by the prince, as were a few other knights, the conversation flowing, though not much was said by the prince. The prince didn't say much these days. After Princess Gale disappeared, it seemed as if most of the royal family took to blame the prince, as if he were responsible. Bartimeau hadn't understood that one bit, and neither did anyone at court really know what happened, but that didn't matter. Prince Aegon was shunned by his family, and so, in turn, he was shunned and abandoned by the court and even some of the heirs to houses they had befriended during the procession. Bartimeau had been wroth at them, the friendship they had struck meaningless and betrayed the prince's confidence, feeding rumors callously like that the prince had been untoward the princess, which made her run away. Bartimeau glanced at the prince. It seemed, however, the prince hadn't cared at all anyway, too busy in searching every inch of King's Landing and the nearby towns for Gale for over a fortnight, independent from the Kingsmen, and that helped lead the prince to be forced to deal with the bandits that had stepped up their thievery and criminality around these parts. The prince hadn't raged at the dismissal from King's Landing, nor did he rage at being sent on this mission without a King's Guard in tow, and simply carried on with a quiet zealousness that was almost frightening when he'd returned 2 days later after he'd left them on the back of Miss Aragorn. The prince suddenly stood up, startling conversation into silence, and made way towards the camp where the 6 prisoners were being held. Prince Aegon sat across from the bandits, the crackling fire between them, his gaze fixed onto a blonde, haggard-looking man. Dirt and blood caked on the sorry man, the fires danced in the bandit's blue eyes as the bandit met the prince's unblinking gaze carefully, a tinge of fear showing but no more than that. The area quieted to a hush, the knights that stood behind the bandits had their hands on their hilts, ready to strike down the bandits if they moved in but a twitch. "What is your name?" the prince asked, his voice calm, yet there was an undercurrent of authority that they all sensed. The blonde man looked surprised at the question. "Lares," the blonde man finally answered carefully. "Family name?" the prince asked. Bartimeau suppressed the urge of curiosity, choosing to instead to simply watch. The blonde man raised his eyebrow questioningly. My family are simple fishers. We do not have a family name. The blond man jerked his head to his fellow bandits. They don't either. The blond man, Lares, had the temerity to half grin at the prince. We are not like you. My prince. Lares said with a note of mocking which made the knights to begin unsheathing their swords. Prince Aegon raised his hand towards the knights, stopping them in their motion. Lares Prince Aegon acknowledged, much to Bartimeau's surprise and seemingly to everyone else's too. Tell me why you chose to rob merchants. Lares seemed surprised by the question before he narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Does it matter? There was a note of bitterness in his voice. No. The prince answered bluntly. It does not change the fact that you will be punished. The prince's gaze darted towards the last surviving bandits. Likely by beheading or the wall. The prince returned his gaze towards Lares. The other bandits seemed fearful at the prince's statement. They shouldn't have been surprised. How else did they think their thievery and murder would end? But if you tell me why, I will see to it that none of you lose a hand should you choose the wall. Lares was silent for a few moments before taking a glance at the other bandits and turned back towards the prince. The bandit scowled and began to speak, although he didn't meet the prince's unwavering gaze, who had narrowed his eyes slightly. Lord Darkland takes nearly all of our fish, our hard work, and doesn't pay us for it. We didn't like that, so we took back what we could from the thief. Lares looked up and met the prince's gaze. Some of the merchants fought back. The bandit shrugged. Accidents happen. The bandit said with a grim smile before grunting out. Simple as that. The prince said nothing, simply staring at the bandit. Long moments passed for the prince spoke up, his head tilting slightly. As simple as that? I don't think so. The prince leaned forward, his eyes set on the bandit. I noticed twin villages 4 leagues away from Duskendale looked much better off than the other villages. Not at first glance, of course, but if you looked closer. The prince trailed off. Bartimeau didn't fail to see the bandit stiffen, neither the look of fear of the other bandits. The prince continued, which was surprising. The prince smiled thinly. What was even more surprising was how tight-lipped the villagers were on how they got what they had. The blonde bandit was tightly wounded now, his gaze piercing a hole into the prince. What did you do? The bandit's voice was straining with the forceful calm he managed to speak with, and the prince smiled at the bandit before leaning in. Nothing. The prince intoned, which drew the bandit short, his face slacked in surprise and confusion. The prince continued, I do not blame the innocent for the crimes of others, Lares. The prince's expression was grave. Lares slumped and began a sordid tale of how one of the bandits, killed in the battle, had a mother who'd gotten sick from something they didn't know. They'd banded together to fish tirelessly, hoping to sell the remainder of their catch at the Duskendale market once they'd paid their dues to Lord Darkland and hire a healer for her. Only, nearly all of it was taken from them, leaving them just enough to eat, and in the end the bandit's friend's mother had died from her illness, leaving them embittered and angry. From there, they'd found others like them angry at the injustices of the Lord. The few merchants they killed were merchants that others in their group had grievances with, and the rest was history. Aegon had then asked if there were any other villagers sickly in their lands, much to the surprise the bandits and everyone else. Lares explained there were a few, many of whom suffered from simple ailments but still needed medicine bought with coin they thieved. It didn't need to be said that such medicine would be hard to come by again. Aegon did not promise that he'd get them the medicine, only telling them he'd see what he could do for the villagers before he told them bluntly their story will not matter and that they will be sentenced to the wall or death, but he'd advocate that the wall could use young men like them paying off their crimes in life so that in death they may be welcomed by the Seven. It seemed like the bandits had taken those words to heart. By the time a few more hours had passed by, Bartimeau was the only one awake, other than guards further away on watch duty and the prince himself. Neither of them spoke for a long while, the prince electing to stare at the flames he was far too close to rather than indulge in drink or wine. Bartimeau couldn't quite stand the silence, nor could he sleep, so decided to speak instead. Why did you want to know? Really? He asked the prince. The prince said nothing for a while, and Bartimeau thought he wasn't going to get an answer. Until he did. I was after his motivations. The prince took his gaze away from the fire for a moment and looked at Bartimeau. I wasn't disappointed. Bartimeau frowned at that answer. The prince continued. Most people of Westeros, the prince said as he moved his hand closer to the crackling fire, which alarmed Bartimeau, have simple motivations. To survive. To provide for their families. To live an unbothered life. You mean the common folk, Bartimeau stated, and the prince hummed in agreement. Yes. The common folk. The prince said that a little strangely and moved his hand closer to the fire. Safety and security. There is a beautiful simplicity in it that I envy. The prince said with a twist of his lips, his hand moving closer to the flame. And when that is threatened? The prince trailed off for a moment before continuing. When that is destroyed, or there is little else left to them but to resort to such actions, it is an eventuality that people lash out in some way. The prince moved his hand into the fire and Bartimeau stood up, but he knew he was too far to stop. Bartimeau's eyebrows raised to his hairline, his mouth slackening as it hung loose. My. Bartimeau began breathlessly as he watched Aegon twist his hand into the fire without being burnt. Aegon drew out his hand from the fire, keenly eyeing his hand. Bard Emos had heard the stories from his kin. That some of the Targaryens could withstand the fires and be unburnt. The prince turned towards him, a faint smile on his face before he clenched his hand. Sit, Bard Emos. The prince said gently. How? Bard Emos asked as he plodded down onto the fallen tree trunk. The prince only shrugged. I do not know. I can only guess that it is a talent that pops up into my family line, once every few generations. The prince looked at Bard Emos, the flames dancing in his mismatched eyes, a faint smile on his face. The first time he'd seen the prince smile in 3 moons. Bard Emos stared at the prince for a long while. He hadn't much thought about the stories his kin often told him as a child. He thought them to be exaggerations, tales that unnecessarily exemplified their overlords. Mayhaps that was a touch too hasty. Bard Emos shook his head lightly, his gaze now curious. Does Prince Baelon know? He does not. None of my family knows. The prince told Bard Emos. Ah. Bard Emos said a little uneasily. He wasn't sure what to say to that, or the fact that the prince was fireproof. He wondered, was the prince also dragon fireproof? His mind was distracted in the long moments of silence that fell upon them. The distraction was broken when the prince turned to him, an odd look on his face. He turned back towards the flames, the last traces of his smile burning out like the tails of the flames of the campfire. Larys and his folk are not terrible men. Only desperate men without many other choices. A shame it had to come to this. The prince hummed quietly as he paused for a second, his gaze set intensely on the flames. Their motivations are justified in their own little ways. The odd look grew on his face as he spoke strangely. I wonder what they could have accomplished if they had many more choices. The prince stood up, startling Bard Emos, and he looked up to meet the prince's gaze. There was an odd look on his face, a look of appreciation. Thank you, Bard Emos. The prince said suddenly with intensity before turning on his heel towards the area the prince had marked out for his rest, leaving him behind flummoxed and confused. For what? Bard Emos muttered, and it would be a question that long remained on his mind. The next day they arrived at Duskendale. The sight of the bandits in ropes delighted Lord Darklan. There had been a touch of tension when the prince refused to hand over the bandits to Lord Darklan for judgment, instead telling him that the crown would see to their punishment, something that displeased Lord Darklan, though the man seemed to move past it and asked the prince and Bard Emos to stay overnight. The prince had not been keen, he knew this, but decided anyway, knowing that to reach King's Landing would take a day and most of the night's ride without pause. The prince had also sent a raven to King's Landing to inform the council of his success in apprehending the bandits, but Bard Emos didn't expect a response from the capital. It was the next day, much to his surprise, when the maester received a raven from King's Landing, and it changed everything. Princess Gale had returned. Break. Mid to late 99 AC, King's Landing. Gale POV. Her return to King's Landing was bittersweet, at least in the beginning. Even her father looked joyful and relieved to see her return. Seeing her mother again had been her in tears, especially when she came to know her mother's health had taken a turn for the worst. She felt guilty, so guilty, yet her mother had waved it all away, simply joyful that she'd returned, even if it was with her hair cropped as it was. It had been necessary then, just as it had been necessary to dye her hair black. There were not many silver-haired women in Tumblers Falls or in the other towns and villages her and the troop stayed. It took less than 2 days for the worst to come to pass, the dreaded questioning where she'd been. She'd refused to answer, out of shame and guilt, even standing up to her father, who'd asked her bluntly and angered if she'd sullied herself. She cringed as she thought back on what she said to her father. That if he wanted to be sure, why he wouldn't simply order a septa to see if she still had her maidenhood, that she wasn't another disappointment like Sarah had been. Her father had simply walked out and hadn't come see her since. Neither had he followed up on her caustic dare to humiliate her for the sake of peace of mind. She supposed she should be grateful about that. She looked at the skies, light dimming as sunset approached. Her mind waded away, lost as it was in with her swimming thoughts. She wanted to get away, away from the overbearing presence of her father, away from Baelon, who couldn't stand to look at her in the same way she could not look at him, and away from heartbreak. She just wanted to be away from it all. To pretend to be someone else for a little while, to live another's life. What do you think of this color? She was drawn out of her thoughts and turned towards Emma, who was scrutinizing a few silk strips of cloth. The one she was looking at was an odd maroon color. I think it would work, no. Emma said with squinted eyes as she lifted the cloth, her other hand rubbing her belly lovingly. Emma was again pregnant, 3 moons pregnant. I think it would fit well with the black. Gale smiled faintly. I think it could. She agreed, and Emma turned towards her, a warm smile blooming across her face. Emma was the only one other than her mother to keep her company whilst she was locked in this room. She didn't think she'd be forgiven for this for some time yet. Gale sighed silently. She hadn't really expected anything different. She returned her attentions towards Emma. Still, she was grateful for the company. More so for the non-judgment Emma levied on her, unlike the rest of her family. Another hour or so had passed until she heard a commotion by the doors that startled them both, and it was moments later that the doors opened wide, as wide as her eyes had widened when she realized who it was. He was still somewhat clad in his distinctive crimson and blue armor, as if he'd come straight from a battle, and Aegon came to a halt when his gaze latched onto hers. Time seemed to come to a crawl as complicated feelings danced in the pit of her stomach, which was deepened when Aegon lowly voiced out her name. Gale got up, swallowing the lump in her throat as the guards came in with Baelon and Viserys in tow, both of them visibly unhappy. She'd heard from Emma, reluctantly, about where Aegon was when she'd come with the courage to ask about him. To say she was angry would be understating it. They'd blamed him for her disappearance, her moment of madness and selfishness, and he hadn't deserved that. Seeing the look on his face, relief and guilt laced in his face all at the same time, she could see that he must feel like it was his fault. "Please leave," Gale softly said, her gaze never leaving Aegon. Aegon's face changed, stricken by her words, and she realized that he thought she meant him. "Aegon, brother, you've heard our aunt." Viserys tried. He was about to speak, but Gale interjected. "No, I mean everyone else," Gale stated firmly, finding her inner strength again. This surprised everyone as they looked to her. She finally looked away from Aegon's gaze and towards her brother. Baelon looked at her with an unreadable expression. When she heard that father considering making them marry from Baelon, she had felt like she couldn't breathe. She knew that Baelon still loved Alyssa, a sister that she barely remembered, and she too loved someone else. She couldn't see Baelon as her husband and with her as a dragon rider. She also knew she would never be able to marry anyone else lest another Valyrian situation occur. That meant that if she refused, father probably would have given her to the faith, mayhaps with force if need be, and possibly even have Lysmaria killed to make sure that she wouldn't end up another area, or worse, in his mind, another Sarah with a dragon to boot. Yet what devastated her the most was it was Aegon that suggested it, that pushed her father into considering it. She felt betrayed like never before. She had to leave, and she remembered the offer Baldwin, the bard, made to her, an offer that came with the promise of adventure and song and simply forgetting who she was, if only for a little time. It had been foolish, so stupid, but she wanted to forget she was Gale and soon married to her much older brother. And she wanted, once in her life, to live an adventure she knew would be denied of her. And it had been adventurous, journeys on the road and forests and stays at lively inns or rowdy and filthy inns, and it was full of song and merry wherever they played, yet it had also been dangerous. She hadn't been blind yet. For the first time in her sheltered life, she'd seen how the majority of people in Westeros truly lived like, and it had been as eye-opening as it was distressing. And she'd seen how unmoral men could be like. She was truly thankful to the Seven the troop wouldn't abide any harm to her. They hadn't known who she truly was, only Baldwin had known, but had taken care of her as if she'd been one of them for many years. Still, it had felt wrong to her the moment she'd left King's Landing, an itch that grew in strength until it was all but a hanging limb. It had been an escape, a fantasy that didn't fit, would never have fitted, and it had been so wrong of her to do so. It mayhaps have only been the dread of returning to King's Landing that pushed her to stay away for as long as she did, knowing that it would not be long before she was wed to Baelon. She sighed silently. Still, she very much regretted it, leaving. Having seen her mother the way she was, she felt guilty by what she'd put her and father through. "Are you sure?" Baelon asked. Gale gave a shy glance to Aegon before she met Baelon's eyes again, and she nodded tremulously. Baelon met her gaze for a few moments before she saw him relent. "Let's go." "Viserys." "Emma." Baelon commanded. Viserys frowned slightly, a look of concern on his face as he looked to Gale, but obeyed nonetheless. The concern in her brother's eyes broke her heart, and she felt flooded with immense guilt at what her actions had caused. The distrust, the anger Baelon felt was not for her but Aegon, who was blameless in her folly. Emma grabbed her hand and squeezed it gently before she moved to leave, only sparing one more look, one that looked to be encouragement, before she also left, leaving only Aegon and Gale behind. Neither of them said anything for a long while, both of them simply staring at one another. She wondered if he also didn't know what to say. A dim smile came across Aegon's face when he spoke. The silence was finally broken. "I'm very glad to see you are fine." His voice was tender. She also gave him a weak smile. "It is good to see you. To see you healthy, to speak with you, to see you smile." She awkwardly waved him to sit down by the cushioned bench by her as she slowly sat down. Aegon did as she asked, moving slowly with clinking steps. After he sat down, there once more a long silence. She took the moment to look at him, really look at him. He was tired, his face a little thinner. He looked older. Aegon met her gaze, sincerity etched into his face. "I am sorry, Gale," Aegon said as he closed his eyes. "I am sorry that you felt you had to leave, to escape, because of my actions. If I Aegon." Gale's hand flew towards his, her hand resting on top of his, and she saw the words die on the tip of his tongue. Her heart raced at the touch, at feeling his skin again. She squeezed gently, mustering up her strength. It isn't your fault, she said with sad smile. It was my choice to leave. Really? It was I that forced your hand. Aegon said with a set jaw, his expression hard and his eyelids drooping lowly. I know you, Gale, you would not have acted in this way without feeling like you had no choice, that it was the only choice. Gale swallowed and she looked away from him. Aegon continued with a solemn note, I was careless. Selfish. I am sorry. Gale closed her eyes, her emotions threatening to overcome her. I forgive you, she said as she opened her eyes and met his gaze. Aegon bowed his head and placed his other hand on top of hers. I do not deserve it. Yes you do, I know it has been terrible for you, she thought sadly and guiltily. She fixed a smile. Well, I've given it. Regardless if you believe you deserve or not, Gale said with a primly note to her voice, and it caused Aegon's lips to twitch ever so slightly. Aegon's expression grew more serious moments after, his eyes shining with concern, and it was clear there were questions on the tip of his tongue. Sometimes he could be so easily read just by his face alone. By his eyes. It was strange, she thought to herself, especially as other times his face could be like a stone with no hints what he's thinking at all. I haven't told anyone, Gale told him, her gaze now on their touching hands. Where I went and what I have done. Gale smiled a little though it was tight. Will you tell me? Aegon asked quietly. She looked up and met his gaze, a gaze that sat on a patient face, eyes that shone with a brightness to match the most precious of gems. She'd always loved his eyes. Bright violet and the other bright jade, and under certain light, the jade eye looked at possessed traces of sapphire blues. Beautiful. Just as it was beautiful the way his eyes that looked upon the world like a mystery that needed to be unraveled, to be opened up like the tomes and texts she'd often seen him buried in between in their youth. Eyes that had seen her as a person, eyes that had seen her as she was, and not as she retreated often into in her younger days. Dim Gale, frightened little girl, there is something wrong with her, like Dahlia. Her mouth opened up and words spilled. She told him about the Baldwin the bard that she'd ran into during her escape to Aegon and whom she'd met again upon the end of their procession. He and his troop impressed the court so much that they'd been allowed to remain within the Red Keep, within one of the lesser apartments that typically housed the lesser nobility, for a few days. It was how she'd met him again, and she told Aegon that it had been easy to talk to him, to forget her woes as he told her stories of his and that of his troops, stories that sparked the imagination as he weaved his stories of song in towns and villages and lordly castles, and for a moment she'd wondered what a life as such could be like. Her voice turned quieter when she told him about the conversation she had with Baelon. Her eyes looked away from Aegon at this point of the story, and how she'd felt like she couldn't breathe, how she needed to leave and she'd taken the bard's offer on a whim. She told him about her escape, timing as she did with the troop's departure, about how she'd cut her hair and how she'd dyed it black before she left the castle through the secret pathway that led towards the cliffs beyond the castle walls. The words fell easier after that as she told him about the journey out of King's Landing and her meeting of the troop members Jobin, Catelyn, Eric and the others, and her introduction as a servant of the Red Keep who wanted to travel with them for a little while. Gale laughed a little when she spoke next, about how a few of the troop didn't believe a word of Baldwin's but had played along with it. They of course didn't suspect her to be who she was, and had thought her a lord's or merchant's daughter. Still, she told him that she'd been lucky they were good people, and she silently thanked the seven for looking out for her. She continued her tale, telling Aegon about the town halls they played in, the villages and the taverns and inns, the merriment and the ugly. There was much ugliness, and danger in that ugliness, and she told him about the people she'd seen for the first time in her life. The poor, the wealthy, and everything in between, a world she'd never truly seen beyond the walls of being a Targaryen princess. Aegon had listened solemnly and with interest, his attentions never wavering as she told her tale truthfully about everything she'd been up to in the past 3 moons. It was always easier to talk to him than any other. She enjoyed shocking Aegon as she told him that she played Dornish nakers to earn her keep, and she was not bad at it. Like a horse, she can keep a gallop, as Jobin once said about her drum play, and her tale had been easier, smoother, and she'd been smiling throughout it, until she got to the end. She told him about despite the fun, despite the adventure she was living, she'd known from the start that she was running from her life, from her duty, and the feelings of worry for her parents, and shame of what she was doing to their house, and guilt for how much worry she was putting their family in, became too much. There was a long moment of silence after she finished, and she kept her gaze fixed on their entwined hands, unable to meet his gaze for fear of judgment. Guilt gnawed at her. She had the clear impression that Aegon had suffered as much or more as her parents had suffered with her absence. The way Baelon and her other nephew shielded her made it clear that he'd borne the brunt of their displeasure. All while she was. Sounds like you had quite the adventure. Gale winced and prepared herself for the scolding she was to get. What ends were the best? She rapidly raised her head in shock and stared at him. He wore a look of amused, of relief, nothing at all like she was expecting. What? She asked, confused. What ends were the best? Aegon asked, this time a little more serious. Her expression turned incredulous, and she couldn't help but ask, out of everything I just told you, you want to know what ends are the best. Yes. Aegon said simply, though his expression was softening. I'm not going to berate you, Gale. Aegon said as he met her gaze, relief seeping through his expression as he spoke again. Not when I'm simply glad. Aegon silently drew in his breath as his eyelids drooped low before he looked at her again. It could have so easily gone so wrong. Gale nodded tremulously. I know, she whispered. She wasn't so foolish not to know how much danger she'd put herself into. She'd seen the danger she'd put herself into. Had she not taken care to look as unappealing as possible, some of the situations she'd found herself in could have easily have been her last. Even if she had the troop with her. It won't happen again, she promised honestly. Aegon only looked at her for a few moments before he nodded with a faint smile. Though it fell away shortly afterwards. Your father and mother will need to know. She looked away from his gaze and almost collapsed in on herself at the thought. Father already thinks I must have whored myself out to half of the kingdom. Mother thinks so too, even if she doesn't say it. When they hear this, they'll definitely think so. She couldn't help the deep bitterness in her voice. She knew that mayhaps her bitterness was not fair, yet she thought mayhaps her own parents would know that she was not such a woman. That she was not Sarah. Mayhaps that was also why talk of her marrying Baelon wasn't once mentioned to her again. Father thought her a sullied woman. Unfit for a queen. Neither of them think so, and I don't think your tale will change that. Aegon said to her, and she saw him look at her sincerely. I do think your father will be wroth, your mother too. At least at first. Aegon admitted. Gale nodded silently, and she dreaded that coming conversation. He sighed. And your father doesn't know what to do. And likely still won't know what to do once he hears of the tale. Aegon said with a shadow of a smile. It had a helpless quality to it. Your disappearance is known to the realm. Even if nothing happened, Aegon said delicately before continuing, it has damaged the reputation of our house. Aegon looked pained, and she knew what the look was for. She smiled bitterly at that. Wasn't that wonderful? The realm thought her spoilt even though she had not done such things. But it will fade. Aegon said cautiously, his face returning to the unreadable stone she'd seen him wear in court. She looked away from his gaze, her cheeks flushing as she spoke. Once enough time has passed, and the Grand Master can be sure I am not with child. She hadn't even thought about it. She knew Baldwin was interested, just as much as he was interested in the novelty in traveling with a princess in a playing troupe. But she'd declined his approaches and any others. It hadn't felt right. Not once. She was met with silence, and she tentatively looked up towards him. He was looking away from her and out towards the windows, an odd look on his face. It wasn't like the face he wore when he was deep in his books or in his journals. It was different, almost as if he was at peace with something. Do you want to marry Baelon, Gale? Aegon gently asked before he turned his head moments later and looked at her with a soft, gentle, earnest expression. She looked away from it, her chest tightening at the question. It is my duty, she said with dignity, able to keep out the hollowness from her voice. Forget duty. Aegon's voice was sharp, and it startled her, and she heard him sigh. Forget duty. He said more gently. Do you want to marry Baelon, Gale? His repeated question was said a tone of voice that entreated her to be honest, like the allure the smell of honey brought to starving bears. No, she answered quietly. She did not want to marry Baelon. She loved him as a brother only, and he loved her only as his sister. Even if he loved her more than that, or if there had been chance of more, she still wouldn't want to. Some of the ladies at court would think her stupid, to deny the opportunity to be queen, but she never wanted that. It was simpler, what she wanted. But she also knew she could not have it. Just as she was resigned to marry Baelon. But I will do my duty. Gale said truthfully. She'd embarrassed the family long enough, and she knew that Baelon and herself could come to an agreement. It wasn't as if there was a need for heirs. And if you had another choice? She looked up and saw him looking at her with a piercing gaze, that same odd look expression on his face she'd seen on him wear often in their time today. Her heart began to thunder. Was he? A storm swirled inside of her as thoughts flew around in her mind like angry hornets. I want you to answer this one question. With honestly. She said, her composure fraying, but her voice was kept level. I will not lie to you, Gale. Aegon said quietly as he met her gaze. I will answer any question you have. Her throat felt dry as she spoke, the one question she wanted answered to fell from her lips. Why? She merely asked, but as she looked at his face, she knew he understood. Why would he offer now? Why not then? Why everything? Aegon was quiet for a long few moments before he turned to look out towards the heavens. Why? He trailed off, and a heartbeat later the corners of his lips curled up ever so slightly as he turned back to her, intensity brimming in his eyes as he spoke. You are meaningful to me, Gale. Aegon said yet quietly, and it took her by surprise, though she had little time to process it as he continued. Very much so. I care for you. Your happiness. Your well-being. And I acted against that care I had for you, even if I did not intend to. Aegon's eyes bored into her, and when you disappeared, I understood that with everything that I am and more, Gale, and had you been lost to me. Aegon trailed off, his face twisting into a pained look that shot arrows through her heart. Had you been lost to me? Gale swallowed harshly, and despite the joy she felt at his admission that she meant so much to him, and the sadness and guilt she felt for putting him through the idea of her dying, she still felt deeply, deeply betrayed by him. Then why? Gale whispered, her eyes darting away from his gaze and towards their entwined hands. If I mean so much to you, why did you refuse? Why did you convince father to try and have me marry Baelon? By the end of her words, her voice had raised and her fingers had curled in anger beneath his calloused hand, in betrayal, in sadness. He never truthfully answered her why he didn't want to marry her, his excuses that they were family felt like a lie. How could they not have been a lie when she'd seen the way he sometimes had looked at her? The way he was looking at her right now. She knew he cared for her. That his care was more. Just as her care for him was more. Why did he hurt her so? She slumped inwardly slightly. Why Aegon, why? She asked in a whisper. Flashes of guilt, of shame, of contriteness passed across his face before it settled into a look of acceptance as he spoke. I am sorry I hurt you, Gale. Aegon said quietly, his eyes boring into her. She swallowed harshly. The apology did much to soothe the ache she still carried from the rejection, yet she still felt it keenly, would forever feel it. A few moments passed before he spoke again, the look of acceptance fading away as his expression became clouded, as if he was lost in his thoughts. That night in the mountains. Aegon began. I said I did not want to marry you because you were my aunt. Gale remembered that night well. Too well. Just as she remembered his plea word for her to accept that he could not marry her. She nodded silently. If I'm being honest, it was only a small part of my refusal. Aegon admitted. The admission surprised her as Aegon looked away from her and out of the window. A long few moments passed before he turned to look at her again, a mild frown adorned on his face as he spoke. And the other larger parts, the other reasons were already shattered a long time ago, even if I had not seen it. She blinked at that, but before she could ask, he continued. For a very long time, I had a path of how I should live my life. A life without responsibility, a life without binds or meaning. I saw it as freedom. Why? She asked uncertainly. She never even thought Aegon wanted such an empty life. And honestly, she couldn't see it in his actions either. She'd known him all of his life. She knew that the history of the world fascinated Aegon like no other. There was a spark in his eyes whenever he spoke to her about mysteries of the world or told her stories of strange places on Middle-earth, places that could have well existed somewhere in Essos had she not known it to be made up by Aegon. It was why she could easily believe that he truly wanted to sail the seas, to see places of mysteries long lost to history, to bring to light lost truths of the world, traveling with the people who'd been allured to his side. It was one of the things she loved about him, that yearning that was unlike anyone else she'd met since or after she'd grown close to Aegon. And to her, it didn't sound like a life without meaning. It sounded wonderful. Because I had trouble coming to terms with certain things, many things that I didn't truly want to come to terms with. That I didn't want to accept. Aegon smiled ruefully before he shook his head. I was unhappy. Aegon admitted. Aegon said it in a way that seemed that was a lot more to it, that he was refraining from telling her. Aegon continued, and for a long time, the idea of going east was something I was clinging onto. Aegon's expression twisted into a deep frown. The allure of adventure, sailing the 7 seas, she wondered. Were there 7 seas? She couldn't remember such a thing. With learning new cultures, new languages, new ideas. Uncovering mysteries. Aegon looked away from her. I thought that was what I wanted, wrapped up in a life without responsibility, without binds or meaning, freedom in its purest. Aegon said, guarded eyes met her gaze and her heart felt like it was still. I thought that was what I needed. I was wrong. Aegon admitted to her, a half smile forming on his face. It wasn't freedom, this idea of sailing, of adventuring ceaselessly. It was the very opposite. It was an escape. Aegon sighed heavily before he peered soulfully at her. I too was running, Gale. But for far longer than you did. I was running from the duty and responsibilities that are upon my shoulders. As someone who could affect this world for the better. Running from finding true meaning for my life because I could not accept what simply had to be accepted, and I realized, late but mayhaps not too late, that I should not place importance on things I cannot change or effect. There was another odd look on his face, another one that she couldn't quite figure out where to place. Aegon. Her words died on her lips. I know, it doesn't make much sense. And it is not important, at least right now. Aegon said with a shadow of a smile. But what is important is why. Aegon said as his gaze bored into her, her heart stilling. Why I realized that I was being a fool to believe that I could live a life without real responsibility, without true binds, without meaning. And that why is you, Gale. You are the reason why I realized that it is an impossibility. Aegon said to her warmly, care and gentleness shone on his face as he carefully raised her hand in his rough hands. I realized you were more meaningful to me than anyone other. Anything other? Aegon said with difficulty, and she couldn't help but listen with bated breath. And with that realization, the blindness that my stubbornness had put me into had faded away. That I already lived a life with binds that I cherished. That I already lived a life with meaning, for it had you in it. Aegon said with a faint smile. She didn't know what to say, her words were melting on her tongue before she could utter them, and it must have shown on her face as Aegon's expression turned a little severe. And for that, you have my gratitude and more, Gale. Aegon's voice became quieter yet ever more passionate. If you will have me, mayhaps we can share a meaningful life, together. Her heart felt like it was melting, molten by the flames in which his words were imbued with, spoken with, and on the surface of her molten heart, there rose a dragon made out of strings of hope and joy, and she could scarcely believe it. She swallowed slightly, turning her gaze downward and away from his beautiful eyes, her hand still clutched tightly in his hands. If this simply out of duty. The words came out painfully, the very thought was threatening to turn her heart to stone. Aegon's laugh cut her off, startling her. She looked at him and was taken aback by the look on his face. It was one of quiet certainty. It is not out of duty. It is pure selfishness, Gale. Aegon said as the look of certainty wore off, and in its stead came a determined look. I care for you, Gale. She swallowed harshly, her hand balling into a fist in his hands. You care for me? As a. Aegon looked slightly amused at her before he nodded, the amusement fading away as he spoke more seriously. As a man cares for a woman. Her heart felt like it could soar right out of her heart. When Mother had told her that she was to marry Aegon, she had not realized that it was what she had wanted, that she had wanted for a long time, and she'd reveled so much in the prospect of marrying her truest friend, her Aegon. And it broke her heart that he did not want the same. And now. So. Aegon lost the look of certainty, his expression falling into an abyss of uncertainty. Do you wish to marry me? Yes, yes, yes. She met his gaze, a gaze which beheld uncertain eyes, eyes she loved and wanted to belong to her. Yes. She whispered in answer, a shy, tremulous smile forming on her face. She launched forward, the startled look on Aegon's face was funny, but she wrapped her arms around his neck, choked wet laughter escaping from her. I do. I do, I do, I do, I do. She wasn't sure how long she'd latched onto him, and she had not cared, his warmth, his arms, his smell, all of it was sending her into tearful blissful joy. Finally, much to her displeasure, they unfurled away from one another. There was the look of uncertainty again on his face, and it showed even more so in his voice when he spoke. I do have something to confess, something you should know about me before we marry. He said uncertainly before adding. It's part of why I was so troubled for much of my life. Gale grabbed Aegon's hand and squeezed tightly. There is nothing that could stop me from marrying you. She said honestly. He could tell her that he'd done unspeakable things and she would not abandon him. Aegon's uncertainty dimmed a little, but it was still there. I promise you. I won't care. Gale said quietly as she reached out and held his cheek. This has been a dream for me. There is nothing you can do or say to change that. I swear by the seven. Aegon closed his eyes for a moment before reopening them with a small smile and giving her a small nod. She returned the smile to him with assuredness. Though, a thought crept into her mind, a thought she needed to hear an answer to. What about your travels? Gale asked with as much calm as she could. She didn't understand what it was that Aegon had found so difficult that he'd tore himself up for so long, but she did know that his heart was for the adventure, for the world and all that lie within its cracks. She didn't want that part of him to die, that spark in his eyes that she so loved seeing. Aegon looked surprised by her question, and somehow she found the strength to ask further, as much as her mind warred with her heart. Do you still want to leave? Aegon looked away from her gaze and she could see his thoughts warring on his mind. What do you want to do? Aegon finally asked, though not looking at her. She pulled out her hand from his grasp, an act that startled him, a startle that turned to surprise as she took one of his hands into her own. She knew then that he was willing to sacrifice even that part of him for her. She wouldn't let him. That he'd do that for her, when no other would sacrifice much at all for their intended or their wives, it hardened her so. What did I tell you before? Gale posed to Aegon the joy and happiness she'd found herself in formed into a spear of determination. I told you once that you could take me with you to sail the seas. Gale said to Aegon. I meant it then. Gale smiled slightly, endearment shining through her expression. And I mean it now, she said honestly with a widening smile. Even if she didn't truly want to see more than just Westeros, she would have had still said yes. Aegon, her Aegon was what she wanted above all else. Whether it was in King's Landing or Dragonstone or some place no one knew the name of, she cared not. And the smile that formed on his face was beautiful, and fondness leaked out of it, though it took a more serious note. I do want to leave. Aegon admitted to her before continuing, not only to see more of the world, but also because I do not think I have a place here, Gale. Aegon admitted with a fixed smile. I have heard that it hasn't been easy for you from Ema. Gale said quietly. She scarcely could believe it. During the feast that celebrated the return of Viserys, it was clear that Aegon had won many friends amongst the nobility. Friends that seemed to have been false. Aegon smiled at her reassuringly. It wasn't difficult. Truly. I have never cared about the nobility or the court. Aegon told her, but she could see the hardness in his eyes. And when he spoke next, it was cold and sharp. If I truly wanted, I could gain back much of the friendships that I gained through the progression. It startled her, the way his expression became like stone, yet it was his cold eyes that entranced her. But I do not. Their worth has been shown to me, and nearly all of them are worthless. I do not blame them, in truth. It is their nature. To slink away like the ocean when the tide is low. The way Aegon spoke, so starkly different to his cold eyes, was dispassionate, uncaring yet scathing of the families their family ruled. Aegon's face of stone fell away and a weary one took its place as he looked to her with guarded, softer eyes. I do not know if I ever want to return to Westeros, Gale. Gale remained quiet for a long few moments. You want to find a home elsewhere? Gale asked quietly, though her mind was half distracted. Where would they even go? She wondered. I do. Aegon confirmed to her, somewhat guardedly. He continued, I realize that East is not a safe place. Aegon spoke carefully, as if he was testing them out on his tongue, and she looked at him with a raised eyebrow. A look of amusement flashed before he nodded more seriously. It's a dangerous place, he amended with a harder look. Yes, she thought concernedly. Essos was a place riddled with slavers and slave cities, a land greater than Westeros in size, but a land that was tenfold harsher and crueler than Westeros was. The Ironborn were civilized in comparison to the savages that roamed its plains. And mayhaps even more civilized than the slaver cities. It is why I was thinking we could mayhaps visit the summer is. Before he could continue, she stopped him as she placed her hand on top of his, gently squeezing. She met his gaze, neither of them spoke for a little while until she broke the silence. What about raising? Her cheeks flushed at the thought of it, and as she added our children. Her stomach seemed to flutter in all directions as she spoke those words. But it needed to be said, to be asked. Aegon's cheeks darkened, no, his face darkened, reddening like skies did at the height of sunset, and it seemed like he was having a little difficulty looking at her, much like she was having difficulty looking at him. She wondered if it was the first time he thought of children. Mayhaps it was so. She knew that boys and men thought differently to women when it came to children. Mayhaps because they did not have to bear them, she thought a little wryly. To tell the truth, she feared childbirth, and she dreadfully feared losing her child in the womb even more so. She knew not how Ema could bear it for so long and so much and still try, but she wanted them. When mother had told her she was to marry Aegon, she'd often fantasized about having his children. Often imagining baby boys and girls with his mismatching eyes. She imagined their first flights, their first words and their first wonders. She thought of their reactions as Aegon told them stories the likes of The Last Hero and Bilbo Baggins and other such stories that enraptured her so. Aegon swallowed before he quickly recomposed himself somewhat, certainly faster than she did, and when he spoke, she still could not to meet his gaze. She likely was, if not redder than he was. We would raise, him, her, them, with us. Aegon's voice sounded embarrassed and tight, growing tighter as he went on. Her own cheeks warmed even further, though she startled when she felt his rough to the skin hand on her cheek. A few moments passed before he gently turned her to look towards him. His expression softened as she finally made his gaze. It would be unusual to raise them in distant and foreign lands, but we would make it work, even if it took a little longer to find our new home. Aegon smiled faintly at her, though his expression was still uneasy. I have thought about this, Gale. Aegon's expression took on that earlier look, a look of being at peace, very much, and the Summer Isles looks to be a peaceful and perfect place for them until they are more grown. His expression hardened momentarily. And we will our dragons and our people with us to ensure that peace. Aegon then explained his conversations with Prince Jalla, of the promise that he'd given to assist the Summer Islander to win his ancestral lands back from his usurping uncle, and that Aegon knew that he could reach agreements with the exiled prince to host them for as long as they wished. I know that your father would grant us lands should we ask for it. Aegon said to Gale after he explained his plans for the Summer Isles, but it would not truly be our own home. Aegon stopped, and it almost seemed as if he wanted to say more, but he did not. There is more, isn't there? Gale asked, her eyes searching his face. More as to why you think East would be better than returning here. Aegon nodded slightly. He looked away from her, towards the heavens. I believe it is better for us, for our children, to build our own home in a way that fits. Aegon said before looking back at her. It is an intuition that I feel is right. For a long little while she remained silent. She knew that he was asking her to be all right with this path. She also knew that it was something new to Aegon, this idea of never returning. It showed in the way he spoke, in the way he was asking her. There was uncertainty yet, she realized, it mattered little, for she wished to know only one thing. Do you truly believe we will find a home east? She asked quietly and seriously. Aegon nodded silently before he answered. I believe it. We may have to go very far east, but eventually, I believe we'll find and build a home somewhere there. Aegon said with firmness. Gale mulled it over before she nodded shyly, an act that made Aegon smile with relief and happiness, but her shyness began to fall away as she looked at their entwined hands, the pit in her stomach growing as she thought of her mother. Mother. Gale trailed off, complicated emotions tore up in her being. I don't think Mother has long to live. She said a little quietly, a quiet plea in her words. Mother was weakening by the day. It broke Gale's heart a little, and even more so knowing how much her disappearance had played in her mother's worsening health. Despite the difficulties they've had, despite feeling sometimes that Mother clung onto her to soothe her heartache instead of really caring for Gale for herself, she loved her mother deeply. She couldn't stand to think she would miss her mother's. I understand. We can stay until. Aegon trailed off, and she looked up and she saw the look of understanding and compassion on his face. She reached out and touched his face. Thank you, she whispered meaningfully, knowing that it wasn't easy for him to stay for what may be many years. And yet he would, for her. Aegon smiled faintly as he spoke, leaning as he did against her hand. Besides, I can use the years to convince more people to come with us. Like the people of Dragonstone. She saw him drift off into thoughtfulness, the same kind of thoughtfulness as she'd seen him be in when he was stuck in his tomes. She smiled at that, a smile that ceased as she realized what they were forgetting. What about father? Baelon. She blurted out with startled worry that threatened to break into frenzied panic. Aegon broke out of his thoughts with raised eyebrows before his face settled into certainty. My father won't fight against this. Neither will yours. She bit her lip. You're certain? Yes. Aegon said with a nod before he sighed slightly, a wan smile forming on his face. It was only your father that pushed for it, Aegon grimaced, unable to say an I as he was, and she squeezed his hand to tell him it was all right. He lost the grimace and looked at her gratefully before he continued, and my father, he was against it as much as you were. Aegon told her reassuringly. I will speak with both of them. She silently nodded her understanding. There was a lull in the conversation before an amused glint in his eyes. You still haven't told me what inns were the best. Her cheerful giggles chimed off of the walls before she descended in a rapturous tale of the best inns in the Crownlands and in the Riverlands, and she wasn't sure how long they simply talked. Their conversation flowed so easily, almost so much so that they nearly didn't hear the room opening, and suddenly the sound of wood hitting stone came into her hearing and it stopped their talks. Mother. Gale said with surprise in her voice. Her mother peered at them with a nondistinct look on her face before she turned her gaze towards Aegon. Grandmother. Aegon said dutifully and carefully. She said nothing as she continued to peer at Aegon for some time. It was awkward and she didn't really know what to say. I see. Mother said, croaking, her voice breaking, her eyes sweeping from Gale to Aegon. She could barely speak these days without that terrible croak. Her eyes settled on Aegon. Your father and grandfather wish to see you. Her mother said, the command, despite the failing voice and the failing body, rang as authoritative as ever, and Aegon's careful look slowly melted into a face of stone. Aegon stood up, their hands reluctantly separating, the sound of his armor chafing against itself deafening, and she thought he was leaving without another word. He proved her wrong. He turned back and she met his gaze. There was a lull of silence, neither of them spoke though neither needed to. There was plenty said in their gaze. Aegon offered a parting smile, one she returned before he turned on his heels and left after bidding her mother goodbye. As the doors closed, the wariness she felt towards her mother rose tremendously. Though it couldn't compare to how high her eyebrows raised when she saw her mother's smile. Break. Mid to late 99 AC, King's Landing. The doors closed behind him as he left Gale's room and stood in the hallway. Despite knowing the guards were behind him, he let himself breathe out heavily in relief. Relief that she was healthy and hale. Relief that she forgave him. Relief that she accepted him. He never truly trusted the words of the child of the forest, and the 2 moons since he'd left the Isle of Faces had felt like an age. An age worth waiting for, he thought as a memory of Gale's joyful smile flashed and words of I do rang in his mind. And, it was an age he needed, time he needed. Time to think of what he'd do next now that he had to change his plans and path. One of them, he'd already was in the process of doing. He'd been as honest as he could be to her, about why he'd been the way he'd been, and he knew now that she would accept him even when he told her about dreams of another life. She truly loved him, he thought to himself, despite everything. Aegon glanced around with the corner of his eyes. No one else was in the hallways, Viserys and Aemma long having departed in the hours since he'd been with Gale. And the rest. He began to walk towards the King's Solar, and he was grateful that it would be a long walk. He'd known the moment he'd come to terms with how meaningful Gale was to him, that he would marry her if she still so wished to. His care for her demanded no less from him. After all, what was love but sacrifice? And those 2 moons had been important for him to digest that fact and what it meant onwards, of what else he needed to consider. One of the things being children. Children were almost a certainty and now he knew that it was an inevitability. He could see it in Gale's face. She wanted to be a mother. Aegon's eyes drooped slightly as he walked. Aegon lifted his head and glanced at the courtyard that lay within the heart of the royal apartments. To be a father. To Aegon, there wasn't anything more daunting than that. Protector. Provider. Teacher. Guide. He'd need to be all of that and much, much more. And that meant everything changed for him. Aegon. First of his name rang in his mind and the thought of city and nation pressed on his mind. A pressure that did not come from excitement or anticipation but one of cold dread and flashes of images that spanned a year, 10 years, a century after his death and seeing his children, grandchildren, descendants atop of dragons killing each other and their dragons off for a throne. The very thought of that happening. In a feudal system, with dragon riders that were either winners or losers by nature of order of birth, it was an inevitability. Feudal systems were incompatible when it came to magical peoples who could burn down a castle in minutes and cities in less than an hour atop a full-grown dragon. In truth, it was human nature. Aegon never felt more powerful when he was atop Miss Aragorn, a flying medieval nuke, flying so high that he could see the curvature of the planet. Arrogance and feelings of grandeur and superiority was inevitable. And choosing to remain in Westeros, beyond the emotional reaction he had to the idea of being subordinate to Viserys, to settle on lands in the Crownlands did not protect his family from the whims of King's Landing whom would make it an impossibility not to be drawn in the affairs of Viserys and his descendants. Just as it would be an impossibility for him or his descendants to grow his lands beyond what was acceptable to the Iron Throne. As it was, the 7 kingdoms minus Dorne were uncharacteristic. The Lord Paramounts and their vassals have kept their lands, their cities, their armies in a way that would never have worked at any time of medieval Europe. Not without constant civil wars. And that simple reason was dragons. Before centralization by Western European monarchs, notably the French monarchy, secure kings with absolute power had to balance a fragile relationship with their nobles, yet they were never as weak militarily as Targaryen kings have been, and even now, at the height of his family's power, this was still true. Because there was no need to be more powerful militaristically speaking. An error that eventually led to inertia catching up with his house by the time of Mad Ares. Yet that present dynamic changes as soon as there are other families with dragons. Families that also have a blood claim to the throne. And when that happened, in a feudal system as that of Westeros where personal and house interest mattered more than the realm or oaths, instances like the War of the Roses or the 100 Years' Wars, were all but inevitable. Only this time it would happen with dragons. And his children or grandchildren with Gale were likely to be at the center of it even if he prevented the dance in the iteration of Westeros he'd been familiar with. He knew that it was supposition, but it was supposition based on extrapolation of what he'd seen, what had already happened, even to him. Heirs and notable scions of lordly houses distanced themselves from him after Gale's disappearance, some doing more than simple distance, and they did only what was natural to them, what was expected and needed from them. To act in their personal self-interest or because of pressure of either their contemporaries and allies or by their families. Those same nobles and heirs would seek out his children and descendants during times of internal instability, twist their ears and consequently weaken House Targaryen for civil war between claimants does nothing but that. Aegon twisted his lips as he looked back towards his front as he turned the corner. Many would likely say that it was no good to think so far ahead, to base it all on a future that is riddled with conjecture. Yet, it was who he was. In this life and the old one. He'd been a man who dealt in logic, in numbers, and in trends. He could not think in such a way, to see problems and try and fix it. He doubted he'd ever lose that, even if he had accepted nearly everything now. Nor would he leave anything to chance when it came to his family. Short, or long term, or longer term, he thought as the Night King's face flashed in the forefronts of his mind. And that meant he and Gale and their family could not stay in Westeros. A decision that bore many more difficult choices, and paths. Aegon's mind spun and twisted as he thought of the next 5 to 10 years. He'd already settled on working out a way to convince the common folk of Dragonstone, people who have historical context, historical loyalty to his house, and a common ancestry, and made it an easy choice to form his core population around them, and with time and carefulness, he'd work to elevate them into soldiers, sailors, leaders, teachers, healers, and more. It helped of course that he'd done much already to win their affection and loyalty. Soon, he'd search out for knights and hedge knights of no or little renown and take the ones who are romanced by the idea of chivalry and honor and use them to form the spine of his army whilst also guiding as many as he could to marry and have children with daughters of the common folk of Dragonstone. Coin and wealth would come from luxury goods he knew would generate much gold, like glass, which he would have to experiment with, and porcelain which he'd known the production of thanks to a phase of his mother in his old life. Ships and ship development would take time and gold, but he was building a cadre of shipbuilders and it was something that would continue with time. There was much more he needed to do, like beginning his studies in magic, or like freeing as much slaves as he could from Lys and Volantis through coin so as to create a large population of common ancestry indebted to his family, but it was fine for he did not expect to accomplish all of it in the next 5 or even 10 years, and he also needed time to think and develop systems, governance and inheritance. Which was fine, for the Summer Isles would be an ideal place for his family to grow and live, a place of safety and peace where he would teach his child or children to be his heirs, free from the polluted feudal thinking, and where he'd refine his ideas and settle on a land to colonize. Aegon almost forgot that he was to meet with his father and grandfather by the time he arrived, his body running on automatic at the King's Solar. He glanced at Sir Crab, one of the 2 King's Guard protecting his grandfather and father, and the man who taught him most of the fighting skills he now possessed, and inwardly smiled as he was given a slight nod by the aging knight. Sir Crab asked Jaehaerys if he could go with Aegon to deal with the bandits, to protect a member of the royal family, but he'd been denied at the time. A gesture that meant much to Aegon. He walked into the King's Solar and past the King's Guard that flanked the doors and schooled his face and his eyes as he approached. Aegon stopped before Jaehaerys, who sat imperiously on a miniature throne-like chair on raised dais, and his father, who stood beside the old king, and bowed to Jaehaerys. "Your Grace," he said with a mask of stone, all traces of emotions locked tightly within him. Jaehaerys had a face of stone as he spoke. "Stand, grandson." It was the most Jaehaerys had spoken to him since Gale's disappearance. Aegon did as he was bid and glanced at his father, who seemed to stare at him with an inscrutable look. "Father." Aegon acknowledged neutrally. His father only gave him a small nod in return, though that look never went away from his expression. Whatever the look was for, it was undoubtable as to why he was called here, hours after he and Gale had spent together. Aegon returned his gaze towards Jaehaerys. And all 3 men knew where this was likely to go. "I have heard you have reacquainted yourself with my daughter." Jaehaerys began, getting straight to the point. "Good. I have," Aegon said calmly, his mask of stone remaining in place beneath the cold assessing eyes of Jaehaerys. "To see her healthy and hale was important to me." "You spent hours with her." "A long time to see her healthy and hale." Jaehaerys noted, and Aegon inclined his head in acknowledgement. "We had much to discuss, Your Grace." Jaehaerys latched on. "Oh. Yes. Such is her acceptance of my proposal to marry," Aegon intentionally said casually, his posture never changing, nor was he fazed by the intense looks from both his father and grandfather. "I have not given my permission," Jaehaerys said coldly and stern-faced, though he could see the pleased glint in his eyes that was matched with the signs of relief in Baelon's face, who was far easier to read. So this was the route he was going. Aegon mused to himself. He had no interest of stretching this out any longer. He eyed Jaehaerys intently as he spoke. "Grandfather, we all know that this is exactly what all of us want. Shall we stop pretending otherwise?" Aegon said bluntly. After neither Jaehaerys and Baelon answered, Aegon continued. "As far as anyone is concerned, I was always meant to marry Gale." Baelon's own immense displeasure at the whole affair had cautioned Jaehaerys from making any immediate announcements, though Gale had disappeared very shortly afterwards. Neither Viserys, Aemma, or Daemon had known of the potential marriage between Baelon and Gale's disappearance and effect on their family had soon killed any potential of that being brought up. As far as anyone knew, Gale had disappeared as a consequence of wrongdoing on Aegon's part, a right assessment, though the rumor that had become popular was scathing of him. Insidious even. Aegon managed to resist the urge to clench his jaws and cooled the molten anger he felt at the very thought that he'd do anything like some had rumored. No one knows the reasons why Gale disappeared. And no one needs to know the reasons. Aegon's expression of stone broke as a faint, almost unfriendly smile formed. "Most already believe that I am responsible for her disappearance. We can use that to spin a tale to match that belief, though I'd prefer it if it were much less dishonorable," Aegon said with delicate calm. Baelon, for the first time Aegon had ever seen, looked uncomfortable. Aegon didn't know who started the rumor in court that began shortly after Gale left, one that insinuated, though never said, that he'd committed a foul wrongdoing and caused Gale's flight, but it was one that no one in his family took to address. He'd only found out from Bart Emos and a few others who remained loyal, who'd heard from those who Aegon had once considered to be allies. Such a rumor would not have fallen deaf of the ears of Jaehaerys or Baelon or Viserys or even Aemma, yet none of them did or said anything to rebuke the rumor. Which in of itself was a scathing fire. And the one who he could have seen challenge it, Alice Anne, had secluded herself away from court. Aegon had forgiven the harm that had been done to him by his family. After all, he knew that he deserved much of the shunning and more, but he wouldn't forget it, just as he wouldn't forget the slights that were levied against him. "I will see to it that it is understood to have been a harmless discourse," Jaehaerys said with a tone of finality. Aegon lightly nodded his acceptance before he spoke. "So it is agreed then? Gale and I are set to be married?" Aegon asked, his eyes darting between Jaehaerys and Baelon. Baelon spoke up. "For the first time you were adamant in refusing to marry her. Even going so far as claiming to rather die than marry her." Baelon said pointedly and not without a hint of anger in his voice. "Yes." Aegon acknowledged calmly as he met his father's stern gaze. And I was mistaken, he admitted to both Baelon and Jaehaerys. I believed that it was the best way to avert what I have come to dream. Technically true, but they didn't need to know the other reasons, the main reasons, but it was against my wants. Aegon told them before meeting the gaze of Jaehaerys. And that of hers. Aegon allowed a genuine smile to form on his face, one that was mostly true. I fought against destiny and I have lost. Aegon said as he looked first at Jaehaerys and then to Baelon. Just as it was destiny for grandfather to marry grandmother despite the wants of the realm, and just as it was destiny for you, father, to marry mother. From their reactions alone, Aegon knew that he had them convinced of why he changed his mind. It was a cheap tactic, to compare what he had and would have with Gale to that what father and grandfather had and still had with their wives, and though neither men were exactly known for their sentimentality, both of them had it in spades for their wives. And with the way Aegon had zealously searched for Gale, drawing onto their biases would only confirm their suspicions of his reasons of agreeing to marry Gale and draw away their attentions from everything else. Jaehaerys shared a glance with Baelon before Jaehaerys looked upon Aegon with a stern look. You will marry her within the Senate, he said with a sternness to match his face, but Aegon could see the pleased glint in his eyes, one to match the more noticeable pleased expression in Baelon's face. This was, after all, the best solution. Aegon nodded his acceptance. Both Baelon and Jaehaerys looked visibly relieved now. And now the matter of the dowry. Aegon stated with a calm expression. He knew he was pushing, but he needed to. Before, when he sought to simply see everything there was, he only expected 2, mayhaps 3 ships worth of people to come with him. They would have always been moving, always coming and going from one place to another, and they were men who would be able to care of themselves. Now, with Gale coming with him, mayhaps with children already, and his plans of building a new home, he would need a lot more than simply men. He needed a great many things. And he'd use every single advantage at his disposal. Jaehaerys' expression shifted, not by much but enough for Aegon know that he was surprised. Dowry? Baelon asked, genuine surprise tinging his voice. Is a king's daughter not enough? Jaehaerys sharply questioned, his authoritative voice cutting through the air like steel. Neither I nor father received any dowries. Baelon added. No. Aegon agreed, the linger discomfort from the realities of why still present even if it was lingering, but then I am a third son with no inheritance. Aegon's expression grew colder as he let his anger seep in his voice with deliberate intent yet with genuine anger. A third son, a prince, who was shunned by his own family, one half who did not know why he was shunned yet followed the lead of their grandfather, and the other half blaming me as good as publicly, for Gale's disappearance. Aegon visibly calmed himself as his gaze cycled to fall upon his father's stoic face and that of Jaehaerys' impassive one before he spoke again. I was wrong. Yes. My actions had consequences. I felt that more than any other. Aegon said as he drew himself up, but it had not been done out of malice or intentional harm, for you had known that I sought avoid catastrophe for our family. Only partially true, but as far as they were concerned, the whole truth. Yet neither of you sought to defend me against the filthy accusations that not only stained my reputation but also of our house. Aegon finished with a deep exhale before he carefully studied their reactions. As expected, Baelon was the most affected by his outburst. Traces of guilt and other signatures that he couldn't quite place. Jaehaerys was far more unreadable. And what is it that you want? Gold? Land? Jaehaerys asked calmly, though not without a hint of mocking in his voice. Nothing as base as that. Aegon answered easily. Only for you to support my efforts to the east. You still wish to go east? Baelon asked with startled surprise. Aegon turned to his father. Yes. As I once said, Aegon glanced at Jaehaerys before returning his gaze to Baelon. I feel it is important for our house that I do so. Only now, I will have Gale and our future children with me. Aegon told his father. Which was true. Removing his family from the generational shitstorm that was Westeros was best for their family. Mayhaps that would not have been the case if a lot of things were different in the way he could see himself stay and work to fashion something out a lot more sustainable, but they weren't and they wouldn't be. He wasn't so confident anymore that Viserys could be anything other than who he was, a jovial man who was easily swayed by those around him. Good for a merchant, terrible for a king. Viserys probably had a couple of decades to change before he'd be king, but he wasn't going to depend on hope. And it is a path that I will not waver from. Aegon said as he directed his gaze towards Jaehaerys. It will not be immediate. It may be 2 or may it be 5 years. It will, however, happen. Neither Baelon or Jaehaerys said anything for a long few moments. Very well. Jaehaerys said, an uncharacteristic rare smile that accompanied a scrutinizing look. You will have my support. Thank you. Aegon said with a faint smile before continuing. I'd also like for Gale's house arrest to end. The smile fell away. Do not test my patience. Jaehaerys warned sternly. I would never dream of doing so, Your Grace. Aegon said with a bowed head. It is simply that I would like to think that normality returning is of greater preference to our house than the rumors that continue to spread. I shall escort her everywhere and she will not leave my sight, I can promise you that. His father snorted before he looked towards Jaehaerys. And you said Iman and I were more troublesome. Aegon was as surprised at the comment as he was to his father's reaction. Jaehaerys peered at Aegon before turning to Baelon. Your sons have long since surpassed you and your brother in causing me headaches. Jaehaerys turned back towards Aegon. I will, allow it. Jaehaerys said with some difficulty before he asked a question that likely plagued him. Tell me this truthfully. Has she kept, true? Aegon forced the twitch of irritation he felt at his grandfather down and reason triumphed. Yes. Aegon told his grandfather. Gale has never been a liar. I believe her and that is enough for me. Jaehaerys stared at him for a while before he nodded. Very well. Jaehaerys turned towards Baelon. Have the Grand Maester send the invitations to the wedding. Of course, father. Jaehaerys dismissed him but Aegon remained despite it and it piqued both of their attentions. He hadn't planned on doing this but thinking of Viserys a short moment ago had set him off. Spend more time with Viserys, grandfather, father. Why? Baelon asked with a frown. Aegon set his jaw slightly but he relaxed as he spoke. Viserys is a good man. Aegon began delicately. Jaehaerys narrowed his eyes at his description. He has the charm a peacetime king needs but he is, fallible. Aegon told his grandfather and father. Fallible in ways that is dangerous. Nonsense. Baelon said sharply and his voice tinged with anger was akin to that of a clapping of thunder, powerful and all-encompassing. Do not speak ill of your eldest brother, Aegon. Continue. Jaehaerys commanded, much to Baelon's surprise. Baelon set his jaw, his nostrils slightly flaring but he said nothing. Viserys distanced himself from me during a troubled time for our family, a troubled I may have been responsible for in many ways, but he did not know that and he did not question it. When he should have asked for clarity from me, he instead chose to consider the rumors about me. Neither Baelon or Jaehaerys looked eager to interrupt him. He continued when he should have pulled me closer, to be the only support I have, binding me closer to him, he instead made himself invisible to me or my troubles. Even if he did despise me, choosing to believe rumors instead of either demanding the truth from one of you, he should have considered that I am a dragon rider and he is not. That I am a skilled warrior of repute and he is neither. And more importantly that I am his brother. Aegon said with narrowed eyes. You believe him to be naive and easily led to his own detriment? Jaehaerys said with a stone face. I believe he needs to be more time with both of you. Aegon said diplomatically. Jaehaerys, for all of his personal faults, was an excellent king. To achieve what he did, administration-wise and centralization, was laudable. 3 Jaehaerys in a row would do much to solidify Targaryen dominancy. And Baelon had the makings of a king that would build on Jaehaerys' work whilst also react quickly to the threats to the realm, like the Triarchy. From both of these men, Viserys only needed to listen and observe. You may go. Jaehaerys finally said after a while and Aegon did leave that time. The days since that meeting with his father and grandfather went by quickly, spending every day with Gale, either in flight on their respective dragons, or simply being in one another's presence. His grandfather did as promised though in a way Aegon did not expect. He let it be known that Gale's disappearance had been because of a disagreement between himself, Gale and Aegon, a disagreement that was resolved and that they were to be wed soon. The announcement coupled with Gale's happiness for all to see had reversed many of the courtiers' behaviors towards Aegon. He took much pleasure in forcing the leeches to crawl and stay away from him. Forgiveness for the likes of them would never be given. He did forgive Viserys but whatever closeness he had with Viserys was mostly gone. In a way, Viserys sensed it too. Or mayhaps Aemma did. Nevertheless, he rarely spent any time away from Gale, addicted as he was to the sense of peace she gave him. He'd missed it, the peace. When they'd been away from prying ears, far from civilization, he told her of dreams that seemed like memories of another life, of miraculous things and wonders that created a spark in her eyes, the same kind of sparks that he'd seen when he told her stories of Middle-earth. He told a little of flying metal ships and strange customs that seemed alien to Gale and more. It was likely as close to a truth he could tell her without scaring her or causing her to think him mad, a truth wrapped up in the way of dragon dreams, and he was content with it. He was perhaps sentimental but for him, marriage was a partnership in everything. In family, in wealth, in power, and in truth. And Gale deserved it all. He also told her of the strange language the people in his dreams had spoken, the Longov Greek. He'd eventually begin to teach her the language and the script, and eventually he'd teach their children the same. A language that only his family could speak or read would be useful. English was too similar to common and the script was almost a duplicate of the Latin alphabet. Oddly, High Valyrian clearly had the same ancestral alphabet as common and he'd wondered if there had been a precursor civilization in South, Central, and Western Essos for that to have happened. Curiously, the Giscari script, however rarely it was used, was a completely different alphabet, as different as Arabic was to Latin. Before long, it was time for their wedding, done in the faith of the 7 ceremony rather than the Valyrian rites, and he was less than an hour away from being married. It was religious tradition, of sorts, for the groom to be alone in the time before the wedding, though he made sure Bart Emos, Eldrick and a few other heirs that stuck by him had been allowed to come and visit, though he regretted it somewhat with how some of them looked to be amused at his nervousness. And as the time ticked down and sunset approached, it would be soon for him to step out and wait for Gale at the altar. Though before that could happen, his next visitor arrived and surprised him. Corlys. Aegon acknowledged with a question in his voice. The dark-skinned, white-haired man was smiling at him. I know, you were not expecting me, my prince. The Velaryon lord said jovially. I cannot say that I did. Aegon said wryly as he eyed the man. It caused the man to chuckle. Such suspicious eyes. Corlys said with a trace of mirth in his voice before he turned serious. I hope to speak with you before the ceremony, as I doubt I'll see a hair of you for a half a moon afterwards. Try as he might, he couldn't help but look a little embarrassed by the topic, though he moved past it quickly and asked, what was it that you wished to speak to me about? Aegon asked, neither kindly or unkindly. For all of the respect Aegon had for Corlys, the man always had an angle. Aegon had exploited it by having his people trained as sailors, though Corlys had never asked for anything in return. Would he ask for something now? My wife wants to invite you and your soon-to-be wife to stay at Driftmark for a few weeks. Corlys eyed Aegon pointedly. Before you get settled in Dragonstone. Aegon was surprised by that, and it must have shown on his face because Corlys smiled. Aegon grimaced internally. He really was nervous if he was allowing himself to be read so easily when he didn't want to be. Nothing more, nothing less. Corlys assured Aegon. You are family after all. It would be good for Lena and Lena to know their cousins. Aegon thought about it, his mind cross-checking every reason why Corlys would make this offer now. He sighed internally. There were many, chief amongst them was the potential of an alliance through marriage. Likely also knows that his bond with Viserys is not as strong as it was before everything. Could he refuse? Probably, but it would have consequences. Possibly make Corlys less amenable to his requests, should he have any. I will discuss it with Gale. Aegon said noncommittally. Corlys nodded graciously. I expected as much. Our wives' wants do take some considerations than most others. Aegon smiled, acknowledging the point. There was a lull of silence, one that heightened Aegon's nerves as the time drew ever nearby, and Aegon broke the silence, just before Corlys made to speak, to distract himself from the coming ceremony. You've never said what place intrigued you the most. The comment surprised Corlys. It surprised Aegon too, but he hoped that Corlys would go on his long-winded, albeit eloquent, storytelling that would be sure to hasten the time. Hard to say. Corlys said as he stroked his beard. Uti would be the easiest to say. Asipid is impressive, far more than any city I know save for mayhaps Volantis, Mirian, or Bravus, and though I have not stepped beyond the ports of Yin and Jinkai, for foreigners are not allowed beyond the boundaries of the ports and the markets there, even from distance, it is easy to see the magnificence of the two cities. Corlys told Aegon. The other cities, the ones in between Asipid and Yin, like Chinfei or Gujik, were as impressive as any Westerosi city. Corlys laughed as he shook his head. And yet they are considered to be less than a city and more akin to a town. Their civilization is old. Aegon commented. They've had the time and at least some form of unity to develop more cities than any other. In time, such things would happen here too. Corlys hummed agreeably. Mayhaps so. A disgruntled look came across his face. It's a shame they do not care to give respect where it is due. Not even us Valyrians. You've mentioned it before. That they see us as barbarians. Aegon said with faint amusement. Definitely Chinese, he thought to himself, if everything else wasn't so clear. Though, he was curious to know what relationship the Uti had with the Valyrians. The Romans, the Persians, the Greeks, and other such ancient kingdoms around the Mediterranean and the Near East all had contact in some form or another with China. Did they have records of those contacts? He thought to himself. What would they have on his ancestors? What accounts would they hold in their records? It would likely not be flattery, nor could it wholly be trusted, but even biased accounting was valuable. At least to him. Corlys snorted. And the worst thing about it, in some ways they are right. I wouldn't have guessed the great Corlys would speak of such unflattering language about himself. Aegon said with faint amusement showing on his face. Corlys chuckled loudly at that. I know when I am beat. Corlys told Aegon, and Aegon got the impression there was more meaning in those words. Corlys continued, and the damn Uti do make us look uncivilized. They're commoners, at least the ones I've seen at the ports, seemed like they could all read and write. I doubt you'd find half the merchants of King's Landing or the rest of the cities in Westeros that could do the same, let alone common folk. It doesn't make us uncivilized. Aegon noted. Corlys made a disgruntled noise. Mayhaps no, but they would think otherwise and doubtlessly have some flowery words as to why we're wrong and they're right. Corlys shook his head. In any case, as much as the Uti impress, it did not intrigue me the most. Aegon looked at him questioningly. That would have been Asai. Truly? Aegon asked, interested. He'd asked before, about Asai. Corlys had much about the place, about the great walls that could contain all of the cities of Westeros combined. Of the black stone that was far more ominous than the stones of Dragonstone and that seemed like it was made of foul creation itself. To say Aegon was interested was to put it lightly. Strangely, despite the reputation it had, it was a popular port city. Even if the people in the city weirded people out. Corlys confirmed. Not because of its traits or its people or the reputation but because of its history that must have been similar to that of old Valyria. Aegon's eyebrows raised. Corlys smiled at Aegon. You're not the only one interested in history, Prince Aegon. Do you think I would be as good a storyteller without it? Despite himself, Aegon's lips curled up. I suppose it makes sense. You do have a trace of exaggeration in your stories. Corlys laughed. No one wants to hear the boring important things. Corlys said with a smile, all but confirming there was exaggeration in his stories. Aegon's smile deepened slightly and Corlys continued. So Asai is a place that intrigues me the most. Corlys peered at Aegon. It is worth visiting. I'll keep it in mind. Aegon said noncommittally. He was leery of the dark reputation of Asai and without learning magic in some way or another, it would be a hard pass. His experiences with the Child of the Forest is enough for him to know he was vastly underprepared for any magical practitioner. Corlys smiled knowingly before he shrugged and turned to leave. You should. If you're lucky, you'll find the Sunchasar beached nearby the port of Asai. Sunchasar? Aegon asked, stopping Corlys in his tracks. The name sounded familiar. Yes. The ship Elise Farman had built and sailed on. Supposedly having gone so far west she went east. Corlys scoffed. I regret I ever mentioned I saw the damn ship. Fools took it to mean the woman accomplished the impossible. A boorish crude lie. He couldn't help but ask why. Half distracted as he was on the ship and the idea of going west. Corlys looked at him unimpressed before shaking his head. Sometimes I forget you're just a boy and still have to learn how to walk on sea legs. Corlys said with an appraising look. Going west is impossible. Corlys explained, his expression turning grim. The Sunset Sea is a ravenous creature, its waters depthless and its waves mountainous. Even the Summer Sea is incomparable to the Sunset Sea and Summer Sea is no easy waters to sail upon. The Hightowers, the ones that sailed with Elise Farman. They sailed for nearly 2 moons to get to the Targaryen Islands and that journey alone had been dangerous, so dangerous one of the 3 ships was sunk. And when the Hightowers tried to return to Old Town, the Sunset Sea battered and ravaged their ship and veered them so off course that they ended up in the Basilisk Isles. Aegon's eyebrows raised at that. And that was only 1.5 moons sail west from Old Town. Corlys said lowly before shaking his head. Tales of Elise Farman successfully sailing so far west she went east are nothing but stories to be told to impressionable children. Corlys said disdainfully before he fixed a look onto Aegon. I believe she was also caught in that storm or waters that sent the Hightowers to the Basilisk Isles and in the end settled to go to Asai, which may have been her end. Corlys shook his head off. Enough of such dire endings. Corlys peered at Aegon. It won't be long now until the ceremony begins, he noted, and it shook Aegon out of his thoughts. Corlys laughed before he stepped and slapped Aegon on the shoulder. Do not look so worried, my young friend. Marriage seems daunting, yet it is but a journey on calm seas. Corlys began turn around, though not without saying one more last thing. Just remember that she rides a dragon and could easily feed you to it should you displease her. Corlys said with a snort before leaving. Minutes afterwards he was out and waiting at the front of the September, nerves so high that it felt as if the tip of his fingers and toes were tingling, so numb was he as he waited for her to come. He managed to keep his calm expression, but it was a battle he was only barely winning. The singing didn't help either, he thought with a grimace, and nor did the filled-out Red Keep September, which seemed to be overflowing with people. He saw many of the nobility he'd seen at the progression, even the Baratheons, though he suspected most if not all only came because Jaehaerys would be giving away Gale, the last of his daughters. He felt as if his heart had stopped, when Gale, cloaked in a maiden's cloak in the colors of their house as she was escorted into the September by Jaehaerys, who wore the conqueror's crown, though his eyes were almost fixed entirely on Gale alone. She looked like Aphrodite incarnate, though with a dignity that surpassed even that of Mary herself. A shy dignity that spellbound him and a beauty that ensnared him, and when he felt his heart going again, it felt like it was beating faster than his most exhaustive exercise. As she stood by him, he could see her nervousness, yet he also saw her delight and joy, and he offered her a small smile, one she returned beautifully. Jaehaerys removed her cloak from her shoulders and he moved to place his own onto hers. The words of the Septon were spoken with him barely even noticing, spellbound as he was by her. This would be the woman he'd spend the rest of his life with. And he thought to himself, that was no sacrifice at all. Break. Mid to late 100 AC, King's Landing. Gale POV. They're beautiful. Her mother said softly, her shaking hand caressing Gale's wet hair. Your eyes were the same shade when you were born. They'll darken in the next few months. Her mother fondly as she peered down at her babies who were cooing. They were her perfect little joys. The doors to her room opened and Aegon was first into the room followed by her father. She gave Aegon a little smile as he leaned over and gave her a little kiss on her forehead before looking down at the boys. She watched him carefully and she saw many emotions play out on his face, yet there was one prevailing one, and that one was one she felt like she had whenever she looked at the boys. They're perfect, Aegon said intensely, his finger brushing against the cheek of one of her boys, her youngest. Gale smiled at the sight. They are, Gale said fondly before she looked down at them again. They were so well behaved too. Her father took a good look at them and she brought them a little closer to her chest as she tightened her lips a little. Do you want to hold them? Gale asked him. Aegon took a moment to think on it before shaking his head. I can wait until later, he said with a smile. Her father made a noise, drawing their attentions. It was a few heartbeats until he spoke. They look strong. Good. He turned to look at Aegon, who met her father's gaze. Her father and Aegon had a strange relationship, one that improved much once Aegon had married Gale. She did know that they met often, to discuss things that Aegon was tight-lipped on. Have you chosen their names yet? Her father asked Aegon. Traditionally, sons were given names by their fathers. We have. Casterys and Polaris. Two ancient Valyrian names we found references to in my collection. Aegon lied to her father skillfully. Aegon did have a small collection of tomes written in Valyrian, but they were only from Volantis. Casterys and Polaris were names slightly changed from a culture that Aegon remembered. Greek if she remembered rightly. Castor and Pollux, heroic twins from mythology. They were noble and righteous, strong and skillful heroes that saved people in trouble at sea or in grave danger in war. They were protectors and Gale agreed to the names should they have twin boys. Her father mulled it over. I have not heard those names before, he said with a frown before visibly dismissing it. You can show me the tome later. He turned his gaze to Gale, his expression softening but not by much. Her relationship with her father was still strained, but it was better. She only wished he'd try harder. But then, she hadn't been a son. The Grand Maester tells me you will recover well. Her father paused for a moment, a slight hesitation that was uncharacteristic. I am glad you're well. She smiled at him kindly. Thank you, father, she said in a smaller voice than intended. Her father was still for a moment before he nodded. He took a glance at mother, who smiled at father, like in the way she used to, and father softened even more before he turned around and walked out of the room. Don't mind him, her mother said, her voice croaking a little, her eyes still on the door her father had walked out from. He is doing his best. I know, Gale said with a smile to her mother. Conversation was light and she was grateful when her mother left. She let out a sigh of relief. That was almost as hard as giving birth to these little joys. Aegon chuckled at her words before he sat down at the edge of the bed. She leaned her head against his shoulder as Aegon gently brushed his finger against Casterys's cheek. I never thought expecting it would be so different to this, Aegon admitted to her. I think I know what you mean, she said as she rested her head against his shoulder. I'll do everything I can to protect them, Aegon said quietly, though she heard the unwavering resolve in his voice. I know. I'm the same, she said with her voice thick with emotion, and neither of them said anything further, and for the next hour or so they simply stayed like this, watching their little joys coo before they fell asleep. And Gale had never felt so content with life before, and she never wanted it to end, no matter what it would take. Chapter 10. 101 AC, Bravos. Aegon leaned forward and looked over the contract they'd offered after a few days of deliberation, his eyes sweeping across the page before turning to the next one. The terms are fair, Thorello Enerys, the Sea Lord of Bravos, commented. Aegon looked up from the contract and leaned back in his chair, his eyes cold and his expression as stony as a rock. His gaze trailed towards the other three key holders present in the room. He felt their eyes on him as if their gazes were real, tangible touches, prodding and poking with interest but also caution. I see, Aegon said calmly, his expression not changing an inch. Aegon stood up, his thin lips stretching in a facade of a smile. I thank you for your time, Sea Lord Enerys. Key holders. Aegon with a mild dip of the head, and it caused Enerys to show a flash of surprise, a surprise that he observed was felt by two key holders. The third one, Jacadus Pereller, kept his mild appraising expression. It is unfortunate we wasted each other's time, Aegon said, and Bart Emos, Cedric, and Prince Jalla rose from their own seats as he began to walk towards the doors. But before he reached the doors, he heard the feet of the chairs scraping and the voice of the Sea Lord. You are leaving? Aegon continued on until his hand was on the door handle, at which point he turned around. I am, Aegon said calmly as he met the Sea Lord's eyes. I cannot agree to the terms of the contract that you believe to be fair. If that is what you believe to be fair, then there is nothing else that we can discuss about, Aegon told the Sea Lord. The terms of the contract were not fair, not even close. With what he was proposing to Bravos would enable Bravos to monumentally become a center of industry, all whilst at the same time tanking an important sector of Myr that Aegon expect them to swallow whole the entire industry within 5 years at the most. You see, he'd figured out a way to make clear glass after a year and a half of experimenting with a few trusted people, like Edwin, a former acolyte of Elisar and who'd been with him since Elisar had died. With what he knew thank you Ravenscroft and English early modern history class and what Edwin had known about the process, creating rudimentary glass had been simple enough, relatively speaking, it was just getting the clarity and stopping the strange crystallizing from taking place that took 95% of the time. It was only after extensive experimenting with calcites from limestone found around the Bay of Crabs, red lead mined from the Westerlands no one had any use for and dragonstone quartz found from the cooled rocks around Dragonmont, that they'd finally managed to find the right ingredients and more importantly the right mixture to get clear, glass and hopefully, a mixture that would result in glass that would remain unreactive to anything even if a decade were to pass. It was not the kind of clarity he'd like but it was close enough. Aegon glanced at the glass cup that water could barely be seen through along with the pane of glass that placed onto the table, both made through errors and trialing of techniques that honestly was a lot more stumbling than it was purposeful. It was a game changer when it came to the matters of the glass industry. Idly, he mused, a game changer too scientifically speaking but that was probably a couple of centuries away even if he'd figured out more to invent to help things move ahead. The ongoing experimentations of spy glasses fitted with refractive glasses was a good step but he was far away from germ theory and the like. Aegon turned his gaze back to Eneris and cleared his mind of distant leaps. Myr was famous for its glass making and were, effectively, the only place where glass could be purchased, either by design or through lack of technical know-how. Which likely also by design. They made chandeliers, gemstones made from glass, mirrors, and even fine, almost transparent glass but, even their best clear glass still had bubbles or were clouded. The Stark's glass houses were of this kind, he had read, thick panes of glass that heavily relied on the warmth of the hot springs to offset the limited amount of light and warmth that passed through the panes. His glass, he mused as he resisted to break eye contact and glance at the glass cup. His glass didn't suffer from that lack of clarity. It was highly refractive and stronger than the glass of similar wall thickness and more importantly, he knew that it would sell greatly. Hearing the glass ring so pleasantly that first time was great, and he could practically hear the gold coins falling. It would be the signature sound of good quality. And Bravus had the capabilities to industrialize to a scale that very few cities would be able to achieve and in a strange poetic way, Aegon thought that it was very fitting for the Venetian-like city to make glass making its own much like Venice had done. Of course, that was only poetic and a happenstance. He came to Bravus with this offer in mind to give them the method and production rights in exchange for 20 carracks 3 with copper hull plating, gold, and a 40% ownership of the glass-making industry using his method. Demanding half of ownership might have worked at the beginning but if he was right, and he thought he was, a great deal of wealth would be generated that would cause issues down the line. Greed went hand in hand with power and he'd rather limit motives for seeking alternative means of getting rid of him. After all, he was still a dragon lord and they the descendants of those who escaped out Valeria's grasps. Though there hasn't been issues between his family and the Bravasi for over a century, there was still that legacy of history. And history had its claws that reached beyond generations as long it is remembered. In any case, the counter-offer was insulting given what Bravus would have in their hands. Edwin suggested that glass making and Myr accounting for at least a fourth of their economy. With this, Bravus would have in their hands the chance to become even more powerful and wealthier which would accompany the chance to leverage and slash or the chance to sink Myr's glass making industry. And Eneris and the key holders knew this too. This is a fair offer. Where else would you go? Eneris questioned keenly, his eyes boring into Aegon. Aegon let go of the door handle and turned around fully. Perhaps to Volantis. Pereller inquired curiously, drawing Aegon's attentions. Volantis wouldn't be an option for him and Pereller knew that too, from the way his eyes bored into Aegon, from a pure sensible point of view. A weak Volantis was paramount to every other free city and Aegon had little doubt that Myr would hear of this before any of his ships passed through the stepstones. Or perhaps even Qohor. Pereller added. Qohor was only an option in theory. Great industry, great skill, and certainly possessed the ability to keep glass making a secret but they were ill-suited if only for the fact that they would not be able to resist the Triarchy's fury let alone the fury of Myr. Qohor relied on sellswords and unsullied to defend their city which was only from other bands of sellswords in truth. The city sat on the banks of the River Coin and its high walls protected it from the likes of the Dothraki barbarians but against an actually well-provisioned army Myr would undoubtedly call upon. No one else would offer this generously. Eneris said with a shake of the head, as if they were doing him a great favor. Aegon smiled thinly. I doubt very much that other free cities would not better your offer. I'm quite sure Pentos would not be adverse to welcome a much-needed income stream. The lack of change in Eneris' expression looked forced and Aegon could sense that it was a dangerous point as the tension within the room thickened. Thus far, Bravus was slowly suffocating sea trade with Pentos and the debt the free city had with Bravus as a consequence of the war in 86 AC was significant. That being said, the Pentoshi were not a pushover like Qohor. Their funds were low in comparison to Bravus, Qohor or Myr but they still possessed a standing army, a slave army but an army nonetheless, that almost rivaled Myr in strength. Pentos could recover with the glass-making industry, especially if they sought closer ties to Westeros and the other free cities excepting the Triarchy and Bravus. And the Bravasi knew it too, and it was not something they would see happen if they had any influence on the matter at all. Fortunately for everyone involved, he had little interest of igniting the shit show that would come such an agreement. Aegon continued calmly with quiet certainty. But I have my principles, and so I shall invest the time and effort to grow the business myself in King's Landing. Principles that they would understand without him having to say it. People knew him as a just and honorable and blessed man, the Prince of the Commons, as a consequence of his actions on Dragonstone and King's Landing. A reputation he'd painstakingly built over the past few years following the mess he'd made with his stupid stubbornness. Dragonstone saw most of his improvements implemented, and the island had grown both in wealth and people, though the people were mostly orphans from King's Landing, but also from the purchase of slaves from Lys with the wealth he'd earned with the income of his trade ships and tourney monies. Thus far, he'd created this facade ably, and he had time still. The children were too young yet, and he had trusted competent people to grow the glass-making business in Westeros for substantially greater return in investment. The likes of House Darkland and House Roshby would leap at the chance of joining up with his family to establish a native glass-making industry should he or grandfather dangle the opportunity before their eyes. Whilst his grandfather preferred a preference Aegon shared for Bravus would take the ire of Myr not to build the glass-making industry in King's Landing and the surrounding cities or towns so as to avoid invoking the ire of the Triarchy that was growing more dangerous as the moons passed. He was growing weary of them and the slights they subjected the realm to with their ever-rising tolls. The negatives of giving more reasons for the Triarchy to stay aligned was, for the moment, greater than the positives of having a native glass-making industry, according to Jaehaerys. True, he supposed, after all, taking glass-making from Myr would be an escalation to a quiet conflict that House Targaryen could do without. Especially with the House of the Dragon only just recovering its perceived strength and stability in the form of his father and the coming generation. Throwing much-needed peace away needlessly was not wanted nor sought, and his grandfather made that clear along with his expectations and what he deemed acceptable regardless of what he wanted. Daenerys looked at him for a long moment before he exchanging looks with the other key holders, silently communicating, before he looked back at Aegon and spoke up. If you sit, we can discuss a fairer agreement. Daenerys gestured to the clerk that had stood as still as the ornaments figurines at the back of the meeting room. The clerk picked up a stack of papers, quill in hand. Aegon smiled inwardly. By the time they were done, 6 days later, Aegon got most of what he wanted, 400,000 gold dragons instead of the 600,000, but he got the ships and ownership percentages fixed at 30% along with a cost supply of glassware with a maximum annual weight limit for his family in King's Landing. 3 copies of the contract were made, one for his purposes, one to be stored within the Red Keep vaults and another to be kept at the Iron Bank. A quarter of the share of ownership would be deposited in House Targaryen's account, whilst a half would be deposited in Aegon's name and his descendants, whilst the last quarter would be delivered to the royal vault in King's Landing. The gold itself would go with him to Dragonstone when he departed. The contract itself was worded in such a way that prevented Bravus from setting up other means to circumvent ownership rights, such establishing industries beyond Bravus, and intrinsically tied it to Bravus' own capacity and those under its sphere of influence to tax and collect payment from the industry that produced goods with the method or the methods inspired by the method he created. There were obviously no patent laws in either Westeros or Essos, one of the main damn reasons why assassinations were almost a good business practice, so he had to work hard to get them to agree to this. Those terms had been his own terms built upon that of his grandfather, and it had been the reason why it dragged on for so long. It surprised them and gave air that they were insulted by the insinuations on their honor, but Aegon argued that their successors may not be so honorable and he did not want to leave it to chance. In the end they agreed, but not without terms of their own. For example, there were wordings in the contract prohibiting him or House Targaryen from conducting in matters of business that may damage the industry, but he'd confined such wordings to mean only business with regards to the glass-making industry. It wasn't the only terms and clauses that Daenerys and the key holders added in to protect the interests of the Iron Bank, like allowing the Bravasi to buy out his shares in the company, which he didn't mind at all if they activated the clauses to enable them to do it, but all in all, it was a victory that satisfied him. After all, half of the reason why he came to Bravus was to develop a relationship with the Iron Bank that he could build upon in the coming years, and it was getting to a good start since he was invited to dine with Daenerys and his family with Bart Emos Celtigar, Prince Jalla, an all-but exiled Summer Islander with claims to Wallano, and Cedric, his squire. Daenerys had 5 children, 3 sons and 2 daughters, though only 2 sons and 1 daughter were present, all 3 children below the age of 10, the others were older and no longer lived with the Sea Lord at the palace. He answered the children's questions, of which there were many. Can I fly with you on the dragon? How does Bravus look from the skies? And did so kindly. Some time after the dinner had finished, Daenerys asked him to have a drink with him, alone, and he obliged. There was some idle chat, some conversation about Westeros which the man seemed to be quite interested in, especially the Velaryons, before talking about his own family and his own rise, and then the conversation veered to the state of Essos. Particularly when came the Triarchy, otherwise known as the Kingdom of the Three Whores by some of the more unsavory lots at court. The Triarchy had grown bolder in their activities in the Stepstones. Tolls were increased just as slaving activities had increased. Women, girls, and boys were taken by the slavers, and it was largely the Lysanae that were taking them. Johanna Swan, a young girl not even 1 and 10, had been one of them 2 years ago, and to this day, that was where she remained. Yes, the situation with the Triarchy is troublesome, Aniris said with a frown before he drank of his mulled wine. He spoke again once he'd set the cup down onto the table and looked at Aegon. Troublesome but not problematic. Aegon smiled at the Sea Lord, of course. Aegon said as he leaned back in his chair, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. Not that it has a chance of turning problematic, does it? Aegon rhetorically posed. After all, your ships go by without the additional tolls. The Triarchy only increased their tolls on Westerosi ships and other non-free city ships with the exception of Volantis, which was part of the reason why people thought that the Triarchy were insulting Westeros and urged action. There would be no action. Not while Jaehaerys was still on the throne. Not unless it became untenable and the irritation became an undeniable slight to the Iron Throne. Aniris smiled faintly but said nothing else to his comment. Even if the relationship between Braavos and the rest of the free cities was antagonistic, business-wise, the free cities would hardly anger Braavos without it being a last resort. Of course, mayhaps that would change soon enough. Aegon smiled to his silence and understanding passed between them. I have to say that surprised that you truly did not approach Pentos with this invention. Aniris idly stated, changing the subject after a few moments of silence before drinking of his cup. He continued, a spark of intrigue in his eyes. You were right about them. They would have offered better terms than we have. As if Braavos wouldn't do everything they could to prevent it, just as it was certain that Mir would come to know soon enough that he was the source of the invention. Telling me that I made a bad business deal after the contract is signed is poor form, Aegon commented with a raised eyebrow, causing Aniris to chuckle slightly. It is not a bad business deal, Aniris said with an easy smile. We are both happy with the deal and such instances can never be considered bad business. Aegon looked at the man with a weary but amused look. So said the man who may have offered a golden-coated coin to a languished and poor fisherman. At this, Aniris laughed a little, his easy smile growing. I hardly think that is a fair analogy to use. Aegon only gave a faint smile in response. Aniris shook his head good-naturedly. Besides, a man who purchases slaves only to set them free and grant them livelihoods and roofs over their heads would not found it so easy to get into bed with slavers. Aniris stated with implied assessment on his nature. Aegon said nothing for a few moments. He'd known that the offer he'd been prepared to walk away from had been influenced by his actions. As someone who viewed commoners as more than just resources. As someone who lifted up the standard of living of those under his care. When it came to business and politics, taking advantage of someone's nature was as equally a valid, however dishonorable or ugly, strategy as taking advantage of someone's weaknesses. This was done in his world and it was done here even more so. But Aegon knew his weaknesses and the weaknesses others perceived him to have. That is true. Aegon admitted before he eyed Aniris carefully. It is not difficult to understand that I would prefer not to enrich slavers if I do not have to. Aegon said as he drank of his cup. He set the cup back on the table and eyed the Sea Lord. But the world is a cruel place, Sea Lord Aniris. We both know that ultimately security and safety of our people matter more than personal interest or principles. Aegon stated, his eyes never breaking contact from the Sea Lord. Braavos understands this and knows it better than most. At this, Aegon noticed Aniris lost a little of his smile. For all of Braavos and the Iron Bank, by extension Pride as a truly free city, it held no difficulty in continuing its deep web of business interests Braavos had with the other free cities. His understanding of the Century of Blood, read from books written from authors across Essos along with the books written by maesters, was extensive, and he'd extrapolated and probably surmised rightly that the Braavasi had gamed the era exceedingly well and now bore the fruits of that chaos. Trade to Braavos was now the main shipping route in western Essos, and the Iron Bank over the past 200 years had grown astronomically whilst Volantis' power shrunk incredibly when at the start of the century post-Doom they were a superpower armed with rudderless Valyrian armies and a population of Valyrians that looked to Volantis for leadership and was seen to be the heir to the freehold. Both, the armies and the people, were now more or less gone. Quite. Aniris only said with the incline of the head, his expression almost unreadable as he scrutinized Aegon. The conversation after that turned back into friendlier conversation points, interests, and Aegon's impressions of Braavos. He'd been in the city just over a fortnight now and he had the chance to see most of it. It was a truly great city, far better than King's Landing and Lannisport, with only Old Town comparable in quality, and it was clearly Venetian in image and in soul if he was telling the truth. A privateering mercantilist city that had claws stretching to the other side of the seas. The next day, Aegon was walking back to the docking bay with Bart Emos, Prince Jalla, Cedric, and 6 personal guards. He was glad to leave Braavos, its very air seemed to disagree with him. He'd handed over the notes, the prototypes, and all else the Braavasi needed to start work before they'd made way to the ship. The gold would be delivered to him whilst the ships would be delivered to him at Dragonstone. Bart Emos commented, I wouldn't think they'd agree to so much. I thought they'd push greater on the gold and ownership. He knew that the combination of the potential for monopoly of superior product and economically weakening mere being enough for them to jump off of their reticence of sharing that much of the ownership with Aegon. They'd even offered gold in excessive of 2 million for full ownership when he wouldn't budge on the terms of the ownership. It was in their benefit to strike a deal. They stand to gain too much to let the deal pass through their fingers by being obstinate on things they can easily relent on. For all of Aenerys' laissez-faire attitude when it came to the triarchy, any sound of mind in his position would want the opportunity to weaken their opponents. This served to do that whilst also increasing the wealth of Bravos. Even if they didn't have total control. Besides, Aegon continued with a grim smile, his eyes roving around as they reached a more secluded path towards their docked ship. It's not as if they can't deal with me and Edwin and the others at a later date. After all, it was in their benefit for there to be as few individuals knowing behind the secret of clear glass. The comment startled Bartimos and Cedric. Cedric asked concerned, "You think they would really act so dishonorably?" Aegon looked at his squire. It wasn't a question of how could act so dishonorably but more gauging the danger level they were in. The boy was anything but naive when it came to some of the harsh realities of things. Being born and raised as a King's Landing rat will do that to you. Yes. Aegon simply said before he glanced at Bartimos darkly. 7 may keep a secret if 6 of them are dead. Personally, he didn't think they'd do anything like that at present, but he wanted to his people to understand, intimately, that honor could not be expected from your opponents, whether they may be business partners or enemies. Aegon shared a glance with the silent Prince Jalla, who knew it all too well. Honor was a currency, a luxurious currency and a virtue that worked in Westeros. To a degree. A luxury created by Westerosi history and culture to guarantee a code of behavior in lieu of law that Essos did not want to know or cared for or had need to create in the huge shadows cast by the Valyrian freehold in the centuries since its fall, where strength and shifting interests provided a semblance of order. One might think that Westeros was fundamentally better, then, when it came to the good that came from honor and the social cohesion that came with it. Even had he not known of the tragedies and the atrocities committed by the time of Game of Thrones, Aegon had known Earth's medieval history, Europe's history well enough to know that such codes of behaviors existing did not mean much. Whilst honor was a neutral good, a good that bound those who believed in it, and wished others to believe they had, ultimately it was rare to truly see it manifest itself in people when it mattered the most. Both in the chivalric sense and in the trust form of the idea of honor. The chivalric honor most highborn in Westeros had was a veneer, a social mask that even the knights and lords in the Reach, the heart of chivalry, wore. Masks that would break under the slightest, discomforting pressure when faced with a difficult choice between what was easy and what was right. Personal interest overrode loyalty, gallantry to women forgotten in times of war and mercy to the defeated and weak lost in the haze of anger and vengefulness. Aegon didn't sneer at this. After all, was he not like them? Had he not forsaken his honor when he'd been so ready to burn down castles to pressure beings to give answers he was desperate for? A forsaking of honor and integrity that would continue now that he had a family that he loved and cared for and depended on him even if he'd try his best to hide his misdoings from them. A feeling of acceptance passed through him as he walked further onto the path he, and fate, set him upon. Who he wanted to be now mattered far less than who he needed to be. The wish to be a man that his children and their children could and should be proud of versus the man he needed to be to ensure their safety at all costs. The desire to be worthy of the loyalty the people of Dragonstone were giving him versus the desire to exploit them for his own ambitions and plans. The facade people knew him to be versus the person that he knew himself to be. Once, he'd been prepared to kill hundreds of innocent people in his desperation, throwing away his decency, his integrity, his honor. Now? He didn't think he had limits to what kind of atrocities he'd commit for or allow to happen for the sake of his family. There is always hope rang in his ears, the resolute voice of Aragorn ringing in his ears. Aegon sighed. If only it were that easy, Aegon mused to himself. After all, this was Planetos. A place where Tolkien good always triumphing over evil was a tale as true as there being a hidden magical Valyrian enclave in the bowels of the remains of the Valyrian Peninsula. A world that may well be touched frequently by gods that Lovecraftian monsters would happily come to call affectionately little brothers. To keep his family safe in a world like this whilst holding true to the philosophies of Aragorn and what he'd been taught in his old life was beyond Aegon and mayhaps even beyond Aragorn himself. No, such philosophies and codes were not for him, they were for those who come after him. Bartimos paled slightly at that before he grimly nodded. You should have gone to the Valyrians. Bartimos muttered before continuing. The king might not want the hassle to deal with the SSC, but the Valyrians, they're strong enough and have the connections to deal with the SSC. Aegon kept silent to that. They both knew realistically that couldn't happen. Not with the way tension was fraught between House Targaryen and House Valyrian. Some of it his doing. Dragonstone was receiving heavy investment by the crown along with that of his own investment which stemmed from the income of trade ships of his own, and its shipyards almost complete. Trade was increasing ever more as the days went by and it swallowed, though insignificant but still notable and rising to become significant, trade from Driftmark and even some of the neighboring houses. Jaehaerys had not acted directly nor created laws when it came to the subject of dragon lords and whom had the right to be one, but he was working to subtly reduce the financial muscle of the Valyrians whilst increasing that of House Targaryens. With Aemma miscarrying thrice more in the last 2 years, the realities that she'd be unable to provide a male heir to Viserys was truly dawning on Jaehaerys, and had tasked him and his father Baelon a number of different things, including the tasks to develop both King's Landing and Dragonstone as worthy seats of power. The fear of his dreams were ever present on Jaehaerys' mind, and he found himself called to King's Landing, more often than he'd liked, to converse with his grandfather and father about matters pertaining to their house. Unfortunately, one outcome he'd not guessed Jaehaerys would go as far as demanding was his order for Daemon to sire children on Rhea Royce, which he did, and she'd sired a son just 3 moons ago, and Jaehaerys immediately betrothed his nephew Baelon the Younger to Rhaenyra after Aegon remained steadfastly firm on not allowing any of his sons to be betrothed to Rhaenyra. Not the effect that he wanted to have, but at least it was change. Change that might well be important if anything else didn't change. Though he doubted nothing else would change given the effects that he's had thus far. Viserys was more involved with Baelon and the king too, having more or less permanently relocated to King's Landing, and whilst Aegon was not privy to those conversations, he knew that Jaehaerys was shaping Viserys as much as he could. Viserys had always idolized grandfather, almost as much as he did Baelon, and hopefully it would lead to his acceptance of his daughter as his single child, with Daemon's more roguish behavior be curtailed with a son as future king. Aegon shook his head. "Does it really matter to you anymore?" rang in his mind. Aegon ignored the resounding answer that crept into his mind. They boarded the ship, though they didn't disembark and wouldn't for another few days, though when they'd sail with 30 more people. He briefly met with them as they were introduced to him, some names sticking out more than others. He'd tasked Sir Gael Ennis and a few other of his men approach artists and builders that he'd earmarked as people that he wanted to in his court, along with finding out if there were any shipwrights that wished to relocate to Dragonstone for higher pay. Sir Gael Ennis managed to find 4 shipwrights were over 20 years of experience that fitted with what Aegon wanted, and all of them were coming with their families. With the recruitment of other shipwrights from the Arbor, Pentos, and Gulltown, he had access to centuries' worth of experience when it came to shipbuilding. If he was going to replicate galleons, he'd need their expertise. Thus far, it was working out well, this fusion of ideas, as the findings the shipwrights on Dragonstone were producing from the stripped-away Ebonese whaling ships which were renowned for their strength and were said to be able to weather any storm and even supposed leviathans, were of good and useful quality. He was in the captain's cabin when he was interrupted from his reading of a translation of a Yiddish tome on ancient myths. Aegon frowned momentarily before shaking his head and calling out, "Come in." He placed a feather on the 3rd page on the myths of the Gemstone Emperors. Sir Gael Ennis walked in with a short, thin sandy brown-haired man in tow. Aegon eyed the man with a blank expression. He was a gaunt man somewhere in his 30s, his cheeks hollow and his skin paler than his complexion suggested he ought to be. "Mr. Ferren," Aegon acknowledged as Sir Gael Ennis led the man further into his cabin. "Prince Aegon." Jalos Ferren greeted a little uneasily as his hands that dangled by his sides wrangling with nerves. Sir Gael Ennis invaded the man's personal space, scowling. "You're in the presence of a prince of the blood. You will address Sir Gael Ennis," Aegon interrupted, causing the knight to halt in his dressing downing. "He is a foreigner to our ways. Some allowances can be made the first time." Aegon paused before turning towards the artist. "This time?" Aegon stated with a piercing gaze, and the gaunt man looked relieved yet intimidated by his stare and bowed his head. "Of course, Your Grace," Sir Gael Ennis said with a bow of the head before standing beside Aegon, his hand on the hilt of his sword. Aegon gestured the man to sit opposite him. The man sat. Aegon studied the man for a brief few moments. There was nothing remarkable about his stature. He was physically weak and seemed to possess little composure. Unremarkable in all but one way. And that way was geometry. It was only really by happenstance that he'd even heard of the man. One of the builders on Aegon's list had joked to his men about being second best to the greatest builder in Bravos before refusing Aegon's offer. It piqued his curiosity and told his men to go find out about the man. To say that the Builders Guild of Bravos found Florin a joke would be an understatement. Uninspiring, a lunatic who can only think in lines were some of the more restrained choice descriptions. It seemed like the man, after years of being a promising apprentice, he became fixated on geometric relationships and lost all interest in the aesthetic. His men found the man in a hovel of a home and decided to simply purchase a few of his designs. After he'd seen the designs, that had been enough for him. Aegon's hand went to the desk drawer and he pulled out a bunch of parchments before sliding them over to the man. "Tell me what you see," Aegon all but ordered. Florin gulped before he shakily took the parchments and looked them over. Aegon sat back in his chair, his eyes intently studying the man, who was increasingly lost in thought as he read parchment after parchment, all whilst muttering under his breath, but Aegon didn't fail to see the glimmer of a spark in the man's eyes. A spark of understanding. It was almost 10 minutes later that Aegon decided to interrupt the man that seemed to be on the precipice of being consumed by his thoughts. "What do you think?" Aegon finally asked, startling the man. "Oh." Florin exhaled out breathily before clearing his throat, his eyes alight with fascination. "It's incredible. I never thought what I see could be explained like that. Florin said amazed before shaking his head as he took one of the parchments in hand. The parchments had solid or 2D geometries on them, geometries like parallelepiped, which was a hexahedron with 3 pairs of parallel faces, but each geometry had explanations and relationships that he'd also defined as simply as he could. So you understand? Aegon asked curiously. Florin looked up and nodded, a bright spark in his eyes before he looked down at the parchment that consisted of an asymmetric polyhedron that laid down flat. That one was more of an exercise surface area summation of each face before adding them up to see if he understood things could be calculated by breaking them up in different shapes. I understand it. Florin's hand swept across the parchment. All but one of the features has their sums right on the strange design. Although I do not know why anyone would create such a thing. Florin said, but Aegon could see he was pleased with it. He recognized that look. The look of satisfaction of figuring something out. Aegon suppressed the urge to grin. One of the faces is wrong. Aegon asked with a frown. Florin looked up, seemingly mulling something over. Faces, yes, I suppose that does fit. And yes, Your Grace. One of the faces is not right, but the total sums are. He said before going into detailing where he thinks the individual went wrong. And it was completely right. To work it all out in one's mind like Florin was capable of? And so fast? Aegon doubted there were many others that could. What you see? Aegon asked intently. At Florin's nonplussed face, Aegon continued, when you see objects or buildings or simply a sketch. Well. Florin began carefully. I can see the space, Florin said before continuing, and I can see the lines and arches. Where they connect and how they connect, and I can tell if it's balanced or not merely by seeing lines on a sketch. Florin's face twisted unhappily. No one appreciates their beauty. He added bitterly. Aegon allowed himself to smile. That was a test. Aegon stated to Florin as he waved to the parchment. A test to see if you were the right man. The man looked surprised at that. And you have passed, Mr. Florin. Resoundingly. Florin's eyes widened. If I may ask, what was I being examined for? Aegon smiled, his eyes gleaming as he leaned in slightly. He hadn't been looking for a mathematician, but when life gives you one. How would you like to be paid to look at shapes and find out why and how they can be used? The spark in the man's face was enough of an answer. Your Grace. Sir Baelon began as soon as they were left alone. Aegon raised his hand and looked at the knight knowingly. Why bother trying to recruit someone who is, for all intents and purposes, unneeded? Aegon asked, knowing that the knight probably had other ways of emoting his confusion. Sir Baelon bowed his head. Aegon smiled. How do you know that a sword is balanced? Aegon asked the knight. Sir Baelon frowned. I just know it. And that man knows how the world works without even knowing that he knows. Aegon said with a nod towards the door before eyeing the knight. And I do not mean the world of men. I mean the world of nature. Aegon stated, his mind adrift as he thought on it. His work with Aegon was more or less focused on recreating the most useful old technologies of his time, but beyond that, he was woefully ignoring the theories that needed to be thought of, that needed to be proven. Florin would lead that charge, ideally, and with a few nudges, and help lead this world out of the strange medieval/Renaissance era it has been stuck in for thousands of years. Aegon turned back his gaze to the knight, who he could see didn't understand. Aegon sighed before he spoke up. I have plans for the man, Sir Baelon. Have faith. Sir Baelon stood a little straighter and bowed his head slightly. Always, he said resolutely. Aegon smiled. The past few years had seen House Cargaris and Calnarian rise beyond the landed knightly house that they were. With Aegon and the training he had his men do, they consistently did well in tourneys, with Sir Baelon even winning the justing tourney at Maidenpool. Aegon had been good for their houses, in both prestige and in fortune. With that came their loyalty. Soon enough he was left alone, and the days quickly passed, and they set sail towards Dragonstone with the gold on board, and he took special notice as they passed through the legs of the Titan of Bravus, a spectacular statue that he, when he first had seen it, marveled at. And he still now marveled at it. It seemed like it was the work of giants, this 400 feet tall statue, carved out of granite and cast in bronze, and never the feet of men. The Colossus of Rhodes, in comparison, had only been 100 feet tall and did not last more than half a century, after construction was finished 12 years later. Yet this statue was centuries old and still standing, though he knew not how old, since no one knew when or how it was constructed, and only the idea, which existed in the public memory, that it took 3 generations to build was known of its creation. And this was not an isolated creation either, Aegon mused to himself as he watched the Titan fade into the distance. The wall, the high tower, and many other places across Essos and even Sothorios bore structures that beggared belief. The capabilities and drive of the ancient peoples of this world were incredible, and he longed to see more of it, learn more of it. As he watched the Titan disappear into the distance, Aegon shook his head and made way to return to his cabin and back to the maps of the Jade Sea and the books on Great Morik and the surrounding islands. He might have given up on seeing as all of the world in favor of finding a new home for his family and his people, but it didn't mean he wouldn't get to see some of it when the opportunity arose. He found that he quite liked that idea. The days melted into one another and he often stood on the bridge of the ship trying to feel the sway of the ship on the waters as much as he could, whenever he wanted to break from analyzing Great Morag, Murahai, and the plans for them. There was a kind of peace that he loved about the oceans. The sounds of the seas crashing against the hull, the sounds of rolling water and the clumping sounds of boots against wet wood, all of it contributing to a kind of peace that felt freeing as they sailed towards a featureless horizon. And on clear night? Like now? When the sky was full of stars and the sea as still as it was now, it felt almost as if he was adrift in space, slowly drifting towards one of the pinpricks of light that just seemed to be within touching distance. He wondered, whenever he looked at them in a moment of respite, if there was life out there. If the life out there would be the same as the life in his old universe. Or perhaps it would also be the same yet different, like it here on Planetos. He hoped there was something out there. It was a hope that brought him comfort. Hours later, he heard boots approach closer to him, boots different than that of the crew, and the weight and sound of the boots he recognized well enough. Aegon looked away from the stars and turned towards the approaching man whose features showed itself in the light of the oil lamp. Not that it was needed. There was hardly anyone who was as tall as Prince Jala. The Summer Islander was tall, by his estimates probably 6'4", and was black of hair and eye. Dark brown of skin marred with scars and coarse of hair, the youthful man stood out in much of West Eros and most of Essos. Couldn't sleep? The prince asked with a smile as he sat opposite Aegon. Seemed like a waste. Aegon said as he glanced upward again. The Summer Islander hummed knowingly but said nothing otherwise. Prince Jala wasn't one to speak unnecessarily. At least now, anyway. The first time Aegon met Prince Jala had been after the prince came to petition grandfather for assistance against his usurping uncle, hoping that their sharing of overreaching uncles would garner the sympathy and assistance he needed in order to take back his father's island, the island of Baelon. He received neither. At that point, it had been 6 years since Prince Jala had fled Baelon at the age of 3 and 10 after his uncle defeated his brother in combat in the Summer Islander ways. Fearing that he'd be made to fight against his dreadful uncle before he was strong enough and forever be exiled from the Summer Islander should he lose, which was undeniable, he decided to leave and grow strong enough to take back his home. The Summer Islander had found his way to Essos where he's had many brushes with death and slavery but lived through it all. The few tales he shared were unlikely, yet Aegon thought there were unlikelier stories still left unshared. Given the gruesome nature of some of the stories, however light the tone may have been when shared, he doubted he'd fully know what the man has experienced. Despite all of that, however, the man never lost faith that he'd take back his home. He admired it in the Summer Islander. The man had left King's Landing after the refusal but came back less than a year later, deciding to take up on Aegon's offer to remain by his side for the foreseeable future. Prince Jala hadn't been happy with the delays they were to leave last year, but he stayed instead of trying his luck elsewhere. Aegon was glad for it. He knew that the man had little choice, of course, with how little coin he had or the lack of desire to try again with another sellsword company with how the last one ended, but still, the man believed that Aegon would keep his word, even if he knew that it wasn't out of the goodness of his heart. Much of his plans hinged on winning Prince Jala Baelon back, and most importantly it was an ideal place for his children to grow and a peaceful place for him to develop and grow his people and army further without too much attentions from the world around him. And it would also allow him the space to develop the cultural and societal doctrines he'd need once they'd settled in their new home. He wouldn't have to fear for his children amongst the Summer Islanders. War was highly ritualist and battles were fought effectively in tourney-esque competitions, fighting on battlefields, fought with spears and slings and wooden shields, agreed upon by the bands of warriors. Yes, the Summer Isles were an ideal place until it was time. A peaceful place where food and nature were abundant, a calm before the storm. And what a calm it would be! Exotic fruits that he'd only heard described and couldn't wait to taste, animals that sparked the imagination, and the potential of indirectly learning more about the history the Summer Islanders have recorded through their trees. On nights like this, Prince Jala broke Aegon's train of thought and turned towards the prince, who looked as if he was remembering something. On nights like this, I can imagine the sounds of the forest as though I was there. The songs of the Kamola birds, the calls of the trooping Rudda monkeys. And in a year's time, you will be there to hear it once more, my friend. Aegon told the Summer Islander with a gentle but firm voice. The man turned to Aegon and met his gaze. Valair wasn't planned, not that the twins were planned either so soon after the twins, and it delayed the family's travel until he was a few name days old at least, old enough to handle the long journey to the Summer Isles, but there was nothing that could be done about it. Despite that though, he and his men were still going to go to the Summer Isles, a 6 to 7 month round trip, and however long they'd stay for the battles, exactly when he promised when Prince Jala returned. The stare continued for a few more long moments before the prince inclined his head, a faint apologetic smile on his face. I know, my friend, and I apologize. I do not mean to doubt your word. The man sighed before he looked away from Aegon, shaking his head. Aegon eyed the man carefully. It is simply The longing of home. Aegon suggested. Prince Jala turned towards him and nodded to Aegon. Aegon smiled briefly at the man before looking away. Aegon could understand that. He felt it every day he was away from his wife and sons. Neither of them said anything for the rest of the night. Weeks later. He searched out for Miss Aragorn through their bond as they approached the busy port of Dragonstone and withheld a smile at the resounding feeling his dragon returned to him. Just about, now Aegon thought to himself with satisfaction, and a resounding roar sounded out before the silhouette of his dragon flying towards the port grew larger by the second. None of his crew were frightened by the roar, familiar as they were with dragons flying over Dragonstone, particularly Lismaria and Miss Aragorn. The cannibal was rarely seen beyond his lair on Dragonmont, and when he was, it was often in passing as he left to hunt the abundant sheep on Massey's Hook, when there were no drakelings that hatched from old stone dragon eggs for the beast to feast upon. Sheep-stealer was equally as rarely seen, hunting as he did between Driftmark and Windwater, and given where his lair was, at the back of Dragonmont, far from anyone and anything other than a testy neighbor in the cannibal, it wasn't surprising. Grey Ghost was, well, the name spoke for itself. Even he, with all the time he spent flying with Miss Aragorn, he'd only seen the dragon a few times, and that was both he and his dragon were flying over the narrow sea hunting whales, dolphins or tuna. And so his and Gale's dragons were the only ones that flew over Dragonstone on a regular basis. It was odd to think that his and Gale's dragons were the most frequent flyers over Dragonstone likely ever since Jaehaerys and Alysanne took the throne. Despite the fact that there were well over a dozen dragons known to be alive at present. Arriving at the port of Dragonstone was pleasure, seeing the dockyards and the bustling markets that grew with every passing year. As they departed off of the ship, his men began to move the portion of the gold to be taken to the one of the vaults of Dragonstone, a formerly empty one that he took for his own, whilst he had one of the men escort the families and men he'd brought with him to their new homes for the next few years. He spent another few hours at the port and the town, meeting and talking with the town elders and the harbour master about what's been happening over the past few moons. Not much had changed, not that he expected it to have, but he always ensured that he had a presence of some kind in the lives of the people of Dragonstone. Not only because of his duty as Castellan of Dragonstone, but also because of cementing the bond between himself and the people. A bond that he took painstaking care of creating. The men were almost all working in some fashion or another for him, with many of them being trained on sailing, farming, or at arms once every 3 days, just as he employed a large portion of the women were producing high-quality porcelain now. The common folk children were learning their letters and numbers from Pentosi scribes and administrators he'd purchased the freedom of, whilst some of them were also being trained to be men-at-arms or knights in the future. Baelon and Jaehaerys both gave him free rein on the island, seeing it as only a benefit to have Dragonstone grow, and the taxes that were being generated by Dragonstone gave them no reason to change it. They did not know, of course, that he intended to abscond with as many people as he could. And, if he kept on improving the daily lives and interaction with the people, he did not think he'd have to go beyond and above to convince them to tie their fortunes and lives with him and his family, though he'd make sure that he'd stacked the deck entirely to his favor so that remaining would have few benefits. After all, he was always aware of the fragility of bonds and loyalty, the memories of the abandonment by the heirs he'd befriended throughout the progression still scratching at his mind. Still, he didn't spend more time than he needed to with them today, not with the way half of his mind was focused on other matters. He left soon after, and as he walked up the snaking steps towards Dragonstone Castle, a fond smile formed on his face, the sight of Gale and their youngest son, Valar, in her arms doing much to cool the stirrings of his mind. Break. 101 AC. Dragonstone. Gale POV. Valar cooed in her arms as she watched Aegon walk up the steps with his guards, a warm smile adorned on her face. Aegon. Gale said with a warm smile, her voice laced with affection. My love. Aegon said with a fond smile, and when he neared her, he came to hug her and their son. She basked in his warmth, and it was all too soon that they parted. Aegon looked down at their son before he moved to pick their son up from her arms. Valar made a noise out of it but settled soon enough as Aegon rocked their near one-named-day-old son in his arms. She smiled at him fondly. She loved the way he looked at their son, their sons. The care and love he showed in his interactions with their boys was always there to be seen. Casterys and Polaris. Aegon asked as they began to move towards the castle, their combined guards at their backs. They're with the maids in the Great Hall. Gale told Aegon, and Aegon nodded. By the time they arrived at the Great Hall, Valar had been returned to her arms, a good thing too, because the two boys half crawl, half walk towards their father on their short little legs as soon as they saw and recognized him. Aegon heaved the two boys up into his arms, the sounds of their giggles coating the hall with warmness. They've started to walk. And they've grown. Aegon remarked to her with a slight glance as the twin boys babbled away at their father. They started to walk only in the last moon, and at their age, a couple of moons is enough for them to grow a lot. Gale told him. For the next few hours, Aegon did little but spend time with the three boys. The twins long ago had lost the excitement that came from seeing their father again and played with their toys whilst Valar dozed away a few times already. Soon enough, the boys were put to sleep by the maids and Aegon and herself retired to their bedchambers where they reacquainted themselves with each other. His touch, his warmth, his smells. The feelings of his muscles underneath the skin, the scars that she traced more times she could care to remember, the way she could feel him as they coupled, all of it she missed beyond imagination. When she woke up, it was by the lick of the sunlight and she moaned slightly as drifted back into wakefulness. Her hands caressed the top of the bed beside, a space that was absent of her husband and she opened her eyes to see what she felt. She turned her head and saw him by the desk, his head bowed over the desk with the light of the oil lamp still burning brightly, the sounds of pages turning sharpening as the last of the sleepiness left her. He was always doing something, she thought to herself as she glanced towards the chest. The trading that was flourishing, the work he was doing with the learned men, the armed training he was teaching and participating in, planning out the work he'd soon do with the shipwrights that Aegon had brought over, or like now, when he should be sleeping but instead preferred to read about the mysterious past or the arcane that at best would be frowned up by the High Septon. There was so much more that he did that one might think he never slept, but somehow he always managed to find a little time beyond all that he did. He always had time for her and their children, beyond the duties he'd taken, and one of the many things she loved him for. She got off the bed and made her way towards Aegon. She wrapped her arms around him and felt the content low rumbling from his chest. She felt his calloused hand on her arm and the soft swirl of his thumb on her skin was soothing, almost enough for her to doze off. "Did I wake you?" She shook her head before placing it against the side of his head, their cheeks touching and she felt the jagged ends of his facial hair. "No. The sun did." Gale answered before she continued. "Did you rest enough?" She asked concerned. She felt his confirmation through his chest and his arm snaked around to pull her slightly towards him. She went around the chair and fell into his all but naked lap and gazed upon his face. He was smiling gently, the creases in his cheeks prominent. "I did. I always sleep better when I know you're beside me," Aegon said to her before stroking her cheek. She felt as if she was melting. He always did have that effect on her, even years after they had been wed. She hoped it would never end. They stayed like for a little before Aegon's attentions drifted towards the tome on the desk. She turned in his lap and eyed what he was reading. The text was in High Valyrian, Old High Valyrian too, and her eyes widened slightly. The text was difficult to understand as it spoke about weaving magic like a slave girl would weave a thread, that mind and emotion needed to be trained and used. "Where did you get this?" she asked Aegon. "In Bravus." She could feel Aegon shake his head. "No. Valyssar," Aegon said to her and she turned to him. Aegon continued. "You know our trading routes extend to Volantis and that I tasked them to seek old tomes on Valyria whenever possible." Gale nodded. Dragonstone and King's Landing traded as far as Karth now. The trading ships built at the docks were strong and well-manned and weathered the long journeys at sea well. And amongst his many obsessions, she knew that old Valyria captured his attentions like no other. Its history, its cultures, and most of all, its magic. Some of the captains were also tasked to go further down the Rhoyne, towards the towns and settlements like Valintheris and Valyssar. Aegon waved at the tome. It was Valyssar that this, amongst other tomes, was found. Aegon said before reaching forward and turning the large tome over. It was leather, the cover of the book, but it looked strange. It was light brown and it looked thinner and finer than what she was used to. She moved to trace her hand onto it but Aegon stopped her. She turned to look at him curiously and saw a grim look on his face. "I'm not certain." Aegon began carefully, "but I suspect that it might be human leather." She recoiled after he finished and Aegon caught her and brought her back to balance against him. She swallowed slightly and eyed the tome distrustfully. "How do you know?" "I don't." Aegon corrected but sighed as he continued, but with his eyes on the tome. "But as I read more of the tome, I become more certain that it is human skin. The way magic is spoken of seems to be too intuitive, too knowing." Aegon turned towards her again. "And you know that our kin were not exactly shy of committing cruelty and evil." Gale was silent at that. That was true, unfortunately. Their ancestors forged the greatest empire in history, but it was an empire steeped in blood, horror, and evil. They rose higher than any other but along the way, sunk lower than any other, and as she learnt more of her ancestors and their dragonkin and the depths that they sunk to, she wondered if mayhaps the boorish chatter of some of the ladies at court she'd heard as a young girl may have rings of truth to it. That the gods themselves had been turned away from the freehold and spelled the doom to happen. She shook those thoughts away and read the title. Otherys Mesnerian the Munificent. Blood and Power. Blood and Power? Fine title, she muttered, even if she thought on the name Mesnerian. Why was it so familiar? Aegon chuckled as stroked a strand of her gold and silver hair behind her ear before he leaned in. "You should hear what I intend to name our tome, Fire and Blood by Aegon the Glorious." Gale snorted and she turned to him with a raised brow. "Careful lest you wish your head be too large to carry upon your shoulders." Aegon's lips twitched before he spoke. "Not a problem. Miss Aragorn may grumble, but he'll carry me wherever I'd need to go." Gale smiled at the thought of his ever-growing dragon used as mere mule before turning back towards the tome. Do you think this is an ancestral book? Yes and no. Aegon stated before he sighed, and she could hear his frustrations in his voice. She turned back towards him and saw him deep in thought. From what I can tell, it is more like a personal tome with observations instead of what might expect an ancestral book on magic to be. Aegon paused for a moment before he eyed the burning oil lamp. He continued, there is nothing in there that says you must do this or this is how you do magic, it is more about how magic feels to others. A flicker of frustration flashed across Aegon's face before he turned towards her. She looked at him with sympathy before she grasped his hand gently. She knew that he had 1,000 questions, yet every answer found or path to an answer found, it simply opened up many more questions. Like the questions he had about the weirwood trees and their connection to the old gods, or the questions of the children of the forest that he'd seen on the Isle of Faces. He'd made her have questions of her own now too. Questions about their family. All they really knew about House Targaryen and its place in the freehold was that it was amongst the 40 families but a low-ranking house of little influence. It was disturbing to think that her family knew almost nothing about their origins. 5,000 years of history, 5,000-year-long empire, and yet all the knowledge they had about their family and their place in Valyria was what anyone curious about House Targaryen could learn. There was nothing about who the first of their line was, no tapestry that extended beyond Enar Targaryen's sire and mother, nor if they had cousins that died with the doom. There was no family chronicle like what the great houses of Westeros like the Lannisters, the Arryns, or the Starks had. There was merely a few tomes that named kin and spoke of, but that was all there was when it came to their family history. Aegon thought that he believed that one of their ancestors, maybe even Enar himself, must have worked to hide their history from the world. He believed that House Targaryen was in fact a lowly ranked house of the 40 and that Enar used it to his and their family's advantage when the doom happened and the few dragon lords who'd been all across Essos were overrun and murdered. To draw attentions away from the hostile world that the last of the dragon lords found themselves in. Aegon smiled at her faintly before he lost it as he continued with a weary expression, I'm beginning to think I will really need teachers instead of figuring it out on my own with tomes and texts found in the crevices of the world. It's dangerous. Gale whispered quietly. Aegon smiled with a grimace. I know. He said with a sigh before he glanced towards Gale, his face hardening slightly. But we must know what we are, Gale. Aegon told her that he believed that their family was all but magic itself, yet they understood nearly nothing of magic itself. It was an obsession of his, to understand what their family was, and she scarcely understood why it was so. She'd chalked off to his insatiable curiosity, but sometimes she wondered if there was more to it. And how do we protect ourselves, our children? Gale stressed out before adding, if we invite them into our homes. As Aegon's search of magic continued, she heard of the tales that some of the sailors returned with. Tales of fire mages in Qarth that could make flames dance in the center of their palms, tales of a red priest in Volantis that the sailors swore had red glowing eyes. It frightened her. Aegon saw this in her expression and his hand rose to caress her cheek. I won't be inviting any of those kinds of sorcerers to our home. Aegon told her gently. No, I was thinking more of the alchemists in Volantis. Aegon added. Gale frowned. The people who create wildfire. Aegon nodded slightly. I'm not certain that it is magical in nature, but I'm leaning towards that it is. And if that is the case, then that means that whatever means they employ to create the fire, is magical. If I know how they do it, it will be enough, I think, for me to feel how to use magic properly. Aegon frowned slightly as he looked away from her. I can feel it, Gale. Mine own magic. I feel when I ride with Miss Aragorn. I feel it when I search out for him. I feel it even now, with you. Aegon said to her passionately. Gale looked at him for a long few moments. The connection he spoke about was something she also felt, but to her, it was like breathing. Unnoticeable. Unnoteworthy. Something she never thought to think of until Aegon remarked upon it. But for Aegon? She'd heard him enough times to know his connection was an ache that he could not relent from seeking to scratch, no matter how far it was from his fingertips. And I feel it stronger when it burns. Aegon turned his attentions towards the oil lamp and leaned forward before picking it up. Gale pursed her lips disapprovingly but said nothing as he placed it in front of them, and when she turned towards him, she could see the fire burning in his mismatched eyes. It transfixed her, just as the fires transfixed Aegon, and after a moment, he jerked the iron handle open and placed his hand into the flames. After a few seconds that seemed to stretch unbearably long, he went on to pick up some of the burning oil and let the burning oil settle in the center of his palm that he held away from the pair of them. Very well. Gale said after a few moments, and Aegon snuffed the flames out and turned towards her. She continued, I only ask that for now the alchemists is all that we take in. You know how bad it could be should the faith know all of this. She said as she looked towards Aegon's oily hand before moving towards picking up the cloth and cleaning his hand. I am aware. Aegon said a little dryly as he looked to her gratefully. The faith hated everything to do with magic, and she knew full well that the relationship between the faith and her family was not at all a natural one. To hear one of the princes of the blood dabbling in magic. Her eyes widened slightly and she stopped cleaning his hand and moving as she felt him rise. She turned to him and saw him giving her that look, and a coy smile bloomed on her as she spoke. The servants will likely knock within the hour. They can wait. Aegon said as he stood up, catching her in his arms. She yelped slightly and Aegon chuckled slightly as he moved them towards the bed, and for the next hour, they basked in each other's arms, and ignored the servants. The next day Aegon had Bartimos take a ship to King's Landing with nearly half of the Bravasi gold. It was an agreement between her father and Aegon, to split the gold of his glass-making invention. He'd told her of the contract that he'd signed with the Bravasi, and though she thought that he could have done better, she thought what they'd gotten was good enough for what they needed. The gold would free more Valyrians and the ships they could use to increase their wealth in preparation for their travels. The days, weeks, and moons passed quickly as life with her Aegon resumed once more. Aegon often spent much of his mornings after the training yard with the shipwrights, checking on their progress on the building of larger carracks that were faster and sturdier than the Westerosi or Bravasi carracks. She spent most of her time, when she wasn't with the children or visiting King's Landing, with the maester and the town elders who Aegon had selected to be the in-between for the people of Dragonstone, to discuss whatever needed to be discussed. Most days there was little to discuss as the schools, the men-at-arms and the docks were running smoothly now with all that they've done, and the people of Dragonstone were easy to comply with their decisions. After all, it had never been as good as it was now for them. They loved her husband and herself for it. Aemma once joked unjokingly that it seemed as if Aegon and herself were the rulers of Dragonstone instead of Baelon or Viserys who would inherit Dragonstone. With both Baelon as hand of the king and Viserys given duties befitting a hand of the king, causing both to spend little time on Dragonstone, it wasn't entirely wrong. Baelon did great honor to Aegon to allow him to rule Dragonstone in his and Viserys' name. Though at times, she wondered if Aegon would be so quick to find a home somewhere else if Dragonstone was to be theirs. Anyone could see that he loved the castle and cared for the people here. It was during her duties of checking the balances of the returning trade ships that the door to the Lord's chambers opened after a quick knock. She looked up in surprise at the sudden interruption and looked to the escorted maester with curious eyes. It wasn't like him to forget his decorum. "My apologies, princess," the elderly maester said without a breath as he dabbed at his forehead. "I had to run here from the rookery post-haste." "And what is the message?" Gale asked calmly, even as a feeling of dread washed over her. She hoped it wasn't about Mother, even if she was more or less prepared for it. Mother was not well and could not leave King's Landing easily. "It's about the Crown Prince," the maester said, much to her surprise, and her expression turned heavy with worry as the maester continued to explain. Gale turned towards one of the guards as she stood up. "Repeat everything the maester has said about my husband's father and tell him to go dragon back. I and the children will sail to King's Landing," she ordered the guard firmly, and the guard bowed before disappearing away into the hallway, the sounds of his steps quickening every second. "Was there anything else?" "Anything?" Gale asked hurriedly. The maester shook his head. No, the Grand Maester did not explain what the malady was. Gale placed her hands on top of the desk, the urge to bite her lips strong, but she simply suppressed it before turning towards the guards. "Have the docks prepare a ship to King's Landing." "Yes, Your Grace," one of the guards said before she waved everyone out of the chamber. For a moment she simply stood. Standing there hoping that her brother would be all right, but the concern was palpable in the Grand Maester's words. She let off a deep breath and fortified herself and began to walk, her destination her children. Break. 101 AC, King's Landing. Aegon steamed through the holdfast, his hands clenched as his quick pace never once slowed as he walked past the corner. The pit in his stomach felt thundering. It was in their faces. All of them. The guards. The servants. It was through their faces that he knew. And when he saw Emma's tearful face and Daemon's face twisting with grief and fear, it was the final acknowledgement of what he'd known when he'd gotten into the Red Keep. "Oh, Aegon," Emma said sadly, and Aegon realized his face must have dropped at the fact. Daemon's face twisted bitterly at the sight of him, but there was something there, something he hadn't seen on Daemon's face in a long time. Helplessness. "Am I?" Aegon was unable to finish as he closed the gap between himself and them, his gaze fixed on the guarded closed doors that seemed insurmountable. His face mirrored the pit in his stomach that rumbled and thundered and rolled. "He's under the milk of the poppy and asleep," Emma said hesitantly before she glanced at Daemon, who turned away from her look and from them both. She turned back to Aegon. "Viserys, the King's Guard and our grandparents are in there with the Grand Maester who is keeping good father alive." Aegon looked at Emma and there was a question in his face he hoped Emma understood, and she did. She shook her head slowly and the pit in his stomach sank. Aegon's hands clenched as he closed his eyes. Over the past few years, the distance between himself and Baelon had closed. He wasn't sure what started it, whether or not it was the visions or his marriage to Gale or his children or his pending departure, or mayhaps it was Jaehaerys who forced it, but whatever it was, it led to Baelon reaching out to him. He decided to reciprocate, their past tensions and misunderstandings and secrets forgiven, and since then, their relationship was a lot closer, even if they had a difficult and insurmountable past that could not be forgotten. He reopened his eyes and slowly moved to the doors, his gaze tracing across the faces of the guards who ended up standing back to let him in. Aegon paused briefly, his gaze turning back towards Daemon who faced away from everyone. He felt Emma's hand on his shoulder and he glanced at her. She gave him a kind smile before her eyes flittered over to Daemon, and Aegon nodded, knowing why the pair of them were here instead of in there. The doors to the apartment opened and every step felt heavier than the last. He paid little attention to the king's guard whose armor clinked with sharpness, nor did he pay heed to Viserys who fretted by the balcony. No, his attentions were zeroed in on the figure that lay still as a corpse with his hands held tightly on either side. Aegon clenched his teeth as he arrived at the foot of the bed and would have sighed in relief if it weren't for what he was seeing on his father's face. Even in sleep, he could see the agony in which he was in, the sweat that dripped from his forehead and the pale white-blue hue of his skin. His father's breathing was shallow, struggling, rasping. His chest barely moved. His father, who'd always stood like an unmovable object, was abed like unmoving stone. It was wrong. So wrong. Somehow, he conjured the ability to take his eyes off of his infirm father, and his eyes flittered between the two figures who were on either side. He saw his grandmother the left side of the bed and his grandfather on the other, both of them silent, both of them pained and almost grieving, yet both dealt with their pain so differently. His grandmother looked broken-hearted and frail, forcing herself to be strong enough to comfort her son. His grandfather was stony-faced, yet the eyes told everything. Violet eyes that bored into Baelon's face, violet eyes that were unblinking. He felt a hand on his arm and Aegon turned sharply, his body springing almost on its own, but he stopped before he moved to do anything when he recognized Viserys' face. Viserys' face was devastating, haunted even. "You're shaking," Viserys said quietly, and Aegon blinked before he looked down at his arms and hands. He was shaking. Aegon relaxed his jaw and looked back up at Viserys, difficult emotions struck across his face. Viserys understood. It was the next morning, the 5th day, that his father, Baelon, died. Asleep and under the influence of the milk of the poppy, unaware of what and who was with him in his final moments. It was an awful death in every way. Baelon, his father, did not deserve to die so suddenly. He shouldn't have died at all. Yet fate had conspired to make it inevitable, unstoppable. "Burst belly. My prince," Grandmaster Runaceder said with surprise as he entered the Red Keep mortuary that very night. "You shouldn't." Runaceder quieted under Aegon's angry glare. "I will have my moment with my father." "Leave," Aegon said with clenched teeth as he stared at the man with hard eyes, danger and threat laced in his tone. Runaceder wilted and bowed his head before leaving. Aegon watched the man go almost out of desperation before he returned his gaze towards his laid-out father. Aegon's walk towards his body was quiet until he stopped by his father's side. His father's body was bare, excepting his lower portion to protect his modesty. What modesty was there in death? And he saw the incision line down the middle of his stomach. "Burst belly," Runaceder had said, quelling the anger that it might have been poison. His stomach had burst and he'd died out from internal bleeding. Aegon's nose flared as he clenched his hands. Probably something like appendicitis or a stomach ulcer, or maybe even a terrible case of hernia. It sounded like appendicitis though, the location where the stomach was said to have burst and the progression to pain to sudden swelling of the stomach and bruising of the skin made it likely. God! How fucking terrible, Aegon thought as his eyelids drooped low. The pain must have been horrendous. Emma had said his screams had been horrible. His father had never been emotive or made a major thing of things, even if he was injured in the training yard like the time he'd seen him fight with Aemon. He could not imagine how horrible the pain must have been. Aegon's hand rose and he gently placed it in his father's forehead. "I'm sorry," Aegon said quietly and meaningfully to his father's body. He never thought that this would happen. His father had been strong in the hand of the king. He wasn't battling with pirates like Aemon had, where a lucky arrow would strike him. He wasn't fighting in a war or have enemies who would want to assassinate him in particular. He thought that with his presence, Baelon would succeed Jaehaerys, and that with what he knew about his visions, would enact measures to avoid it happening in the first place. Aegon clenched his teeth as he let out a frustrated breath. Yet fate would not allow it, and there was nothing he could have done to change it. He looked at his father again, sadness etched on his face. Baelon looked peaceful. He wasn't sure how long he was there for when he heard the doors open. The slow but weighty steps were enough for him to know who it was. Aegon felt his presence beside him, and for a long while neither spoke. "Did you know this was going to happen?" The voice was calm, but there was grief and pain and accusation within it. Aegon turned his face towards Jaehaerys. Jaehaerys still had his stern face. His authoritative presence, but he looked old. Older than he last saw him. He was only 67 years of age, yet it seemed like he aged 20 years in a single day. "No. I did not," Aegon said finally, sadness etched in his voice. He did not feel betrayed by the question. It was a question he would ask. Aegon turned back to the side of his father. "I never saw anything about his death." Aegon closed his eyes. Baelon had always been a blind spot of his, and he never knew what would happen to him. He thought enough had changed that anything that might have happened to him, like the freak incident with Aemon, wouldn't any more simply because his presence, his actions. He continued to speak. I thought he'd ascend to the throne. Aegon said quietly before reopening his clouded eyes. Their relationship had been better than it had been ever before, but it hadn't been as close as Baelon's relationships were with Daemon or Viserys. At the very least, however, he can say that he was relieved that he'd gotten a resolution of some kind with his father. But still, he felt bitter about the loss. He would have made a great king. Aegon finished mournfully. Baelon, like Aemon, had qualities that were great for kings to be. With him as king, the Targaryen legacy that Jaehaerys built would have shored up their grip on the Seven Kingdoms even further. He heard a sharp, shuddering breath from beside him, and Aegon resisted the urge to look, choosing to ignore the moment of vulnerability. The sound stopped almost as soon as it began. Yes. He would have. Jaehaerys said in his authoritative voice before he turned away, but not without leaving a final, bitter comment. The gods, however, thought otherwise. The days after were by like a haze. King's Landing was in mourning for the prince they loved and grieving as one alike, though none were hit as much as his grandmother was. Not 6 hours after Jaehaerys lit Baelon's funeral pyre, she collapsed and was bedridden, in and out of wakefulness as Gale and Jaehaerys sat by her bedside with the rest of the family, Aegon included this time, once more watching the final moments of family. Not even 7 days after the funeral of Baelon, Jaehaerys had to lit up the funeral pyre of Queen Alysanne, a woman he'd spent over 50 years with. The sight of seeing a difficult and stern man like Jaehaerys weakening before his eyes was as saddening as it was dangerous, and decided to stay in King's Landing for the time being, a decision that Gale was grateful for. Jaehaerys had leaned on Gale and even Aegon, who stayed at the behest of Jaehaerys much of the past few weeks, dining and breaking fast with them and their little family, which was needed given the scrutiny that was on their family. Aegon didn't have to look at the faces of the courtiers to know the questioning that were on their faces, questioning that may well be on the minds of all the realm. Jaehaerys, old and struck as he was, knew this too, even if he never addressed it. Aegon, now an archmaester with chains devoted to alchemy, astronomy, mathematics, and the arcane arts, was appointed as the hand of the king and often holed up with Jaehaerys, especially now that rumors began to circulate that Corlys Velaryon was gathering his ships and men to defend the rights of the rightful heir, Laenor Velaryon, whilst Daemon was gathering his own men and drumming up support for Viserys as the rightful heir of the Iron Throne. It was dangerous, to see it happen before his very own eyes. The whispers of the court, the news that this or that lord had said they were supporting Laenor or Viserys. Gale had been wroth and in despair at the sight of what was happening. Daemon demanded that he assist in securing Viserys' right, but Aegon firmly dissuaded Daemon from involving him in his own hot-headed ambitions. Daemon had been furious and Viserys disappointed, but Aegon explained that the king's words were final and that he'd support the word of their grandfather above all else. It was hypocritical, he knew, but cooler heads needed to prevail, and him piling on would not be assisting the issue of the matter. It was bad enough that vultures circled around their family, feeding and feasting on the divisions that existed by mistakes that had never faded away. Days later. It's dangerous. Aegon said measuredly. How so? Aegon asked in his self-certain way that bordered on sounding patronizing. Aegon turned to him and met his gaze. No doubt he'd questioned Jaehaerys as to why he was here. In all honesty, he wondered that himself as well. Jaehaerys knew all there was when it came to the visions that he'd had. He kept names and details and eras hidden, of course, but he knew everything there needed to be known, to act against. The fact that he was here didn't bode well, Aegon thought to himself. It spoke of uncertainty, indecision. Nothing that Jaehaerys was known for, but understandable given the context of all that had happened. Aegon cleared away that thought and refocused on Aegon. Aegon still kept his ring and rod, items that marked him as an archmaester, whilst the hand of the king medal was pinned to his chest. He was frail and was gaunt, looking like he was one of the beggars found the hovels of King's Landing, but with an unusual sharpness in his eyes. Aegon wondered how much this was Jaehaerys' desires and how much it was the Citadel's. Aegon, for all that he was a son of Jaehaerys and Alysanne, was a man who was devoted to knowledge and the Citadel. Still, there were merits to the Great Council, but it was one thing that he absolutely hated. By allowing the lords of Westeros to choose their monarch, you set a dangerous precedent on the matters of king's authority and succession. Aegon answered. He disliked any power to be granted to the Westerosi nobility. The majority of them are infected with desires for power and elevating their status as much as possible. And often that elevation would come to the cost that of his family. Jaehaerys was unfazed by this explanation. King's authority. Aegon repeated with a raised eyebrow as his expression remained unchanged. As we speak, the Velaryons are gathering their ships and men. Their allies have given their support, both in voice and in arms. The petulant brute that is Daemon is doing the very same. Aegon tweedled his chain. No matter who father chooses as heir, the other will feel slighted. Both sides possess dragons. Both have allies. Aegon narrowed his eyes. As much as I agree that it does set a precedent, it is preferred to civil war. Aegon leaned back in his chair, deep in thought. Aegon, as much as he wanted to say he hated it, he agreed. Rhaenys was no longer a teenager and has been slighted more than a few times now. Jaehaerys' actions to isolate the Velarayons has likely only increased the enmity she held for grandfather. Corlys was not someone who would let go of an opportunity like the one that arrived. Did I make it worse? He wondered grimly before shaking his head slightly. And as much as I hate to say it, the Great Council could do well to deflate the situation. Aegon said with a sigh as he rubbed his temples. Viagon looked pleased with the statement. Childish prick, Aegon thought balefully. He looked to Jaehaerys with a serious expression. But I beseech you, word it all in such a way that the Great Council and its verdict is a suggestion rather than a decision. That you will agree to the suggestion made by the Great Council like how your advisors may counsel you on a decision. Aegon stated. Jaehaerys reacted to that and looked to Viagon for his input. Viagon looked thoughtful. It could work, he said finally before adding, it removes weight of the Great Council's suggestion, however. Insignificantly. Aegon dismissed. The suggestion will be considered but a decision in the eyes of the realm regardless, but in this way, it is at the king's leisure still and will not force the king to abide by the rulings of his vassals, Aegon said before continuing. In any case, what support can either claimant garner when the majority Great Council voted for the other claimant, agreed upon by the king himself? Aegon shook his head. To do anything otherwise is treason, not like it is now where there is enough grey for arguments and causes to be made. The combination of support of the lords of Westeros for one of the claimant and the confirmation by the king should kill ambitions for the throne by Corlys and Rhaenys. He held sympathy for them, and he even disagreed that Rhaenys should have been passed over, but in the end, too much had been done to undo that mistake. Is this the start? Jaehaerys asked suddenly, who had remained silent up until this point. Viagon had questions on his face, but Aegon ignored them and turned towards Jaehaerys, who was looking out of the window. No. And yes. Aegon said unwillingly, unhelpfully, and he received a piercing glare from Jaehaerys, who turned to him. Aegon met his gaze. No, as in the matter of the Velarayons ends here, but yes, because Viserys will be pressured into having a male heir. Aegon said to Jaehaerys, whose expression flickered slightly, whether it is from court or the realm. Aegon added gently before glancing at Viagon, who was studying Aegon carefully. The man likely already gotten his answer as to why Jaehaerys was discussing this with him in the first place. Jaehaerys shook his head slightly. I wish to speak with Viagon alone. Jaehaerys said, and Aegon stood up and bowed before his grandfather. He didn't fail to see Viagon's gaze following him out of the door. It took half a year for the Great Council to begin at Harrenhal, with Jaehaerys electing to remain at King's Landing, and every lord and lady worth their salt came with retinues, and Harrenhal seemed to bulge with how many nobles and knights and serving men that came to the still formidable castle. From the Farmans to the Tarths, from the Umbers to the Redwinds, lords of every corner of the realm came to Harrenhal to partake what was to be the most important event in recent history. And outside of the halls, a small town had cropped up as merchants, whores, and singers and mummers made camp near the castle grounds. There were also hedge knights and freeriders that came in hopes of finding work for their swords, and Aegon's numbers of knights swelled thrice as much with how many he decided to take on, and he could have taken 10 times the numbers had he not been scrupulous about the characters of the knights and freeriders. Before the Great Council started, there had been some mutterings about his own claim, married as he was to the king's only surviving daughter, ignoring that Sarah was still alive, but he'd dismissed that readily and made clear of his own lack of right of claim and that of his sons, given that he was a third son. No, this was between Lena and Viserys, even if 12 other claims were examined and considered. The Velarayons had thrown gold and influence around and were backed by the Baratheons and the Starks. Aegon agreed to support Viserys with gold to counter the Velarayon when it was clear that Jaehaerys wouldn't be seen favoring one way or another, despite it being clear who he did want to succeed him. In the speech before the Great Council, Corlys was passionate and likely swayed some. Let it not be said that Corlys wasn't a great orator, but Aegon believed it was wrong of the man to include the achievements and prestige of House Velarayon. It was not House Velarayon that the former kings and lords of Westeros bowed to. It was to House Targaryen. Had he promised his son to take the name Targaryen upon his ascent to the throne, Aegon could have seen that it probably would have been closer. A Targaryen dragon rider instead of a Velarayon ascending to the throne, son of the heir of the eldest firstborn? That could have changed things. Some claims he was surprised at and did not overly doubt the claims of kinship given their likeness to his family. One of these claimed to be a bastard of Sarah and looked like he could his brother. Others were shameless, like the claimant of a red-headed guard who claimed to be a son of Maegor. All the claims besides Lena's he suspected were allowed merely to weaken the claims that the Velarayons had. And mayhaps to create a spectacle out of things. The 13 days long wait were not pleasant, and he took to train with the newly incorporated knights, getting to know them closer and see what made them tick. Some he'd been impressed by and would elect to take him with him to the Summer Isles in a moon's time to fulfill his promise to Prince Jalla. When the decision of the Great Council came, Viserys had won resoundingly. Aegon was curious about the tally, as the maesters never revealed at the assembly, but knew better than to ask for it. He doubted that it was worth the trouble. Viserys was confirmed as the Prince of Dragonstone, though he decided to stay in King's Landing to help Jaehaerys rule. Viagon returned to the citadel, and Jaehaerys decided to select Sir Otto Hightower as the Hand of the King, a man who had been in court for a number of years now, though he arranged for his wife and children to come. By the time Aegon boarded the ship to the Summer Isles, it was towards the turn of the year. "I will be back sooner than you think," Aegon said to his wife as they stood on the docks of King's Landing. She smiled at him faintly. There was a glimmer of sadness mixed with acceptance. He stroked her cheek. "I already miss you," she confessed to him, and Aegon smiled before he kissed her on the cheek. "And I you," Aegon said with a sigh before he parted from her. "But you can." "Yes, I know," Gale said to him. "Helping Prince Jala will make sure we have a place in the Summer Isles," Gale said to him before sighing. "I just hate that it has to be now," she admitted. Aegon nodded tightly. Jaehaerys was growing weaker by the day, and even if they hadn't had Valor, Aegon knew that this would have been the outcome either way. The signs were there, and Gale would not leave Jaehaerys to die without her. "I promise the barges will be finished upon your return," Gale said to him with a determined note. Aegon let go of her and smiled fondly at her, a smile she returned, nothing else being spoken between them, for there was no need. And with that he departed. Break. Early 102 AC, Lys. The rocky coast of Lys approached, a coastline that was hugged by the walls of Lys as far as the eye can see. It was marvelous. Lys was no small island, thrice the size of Dragonstone, and yet its high walls, which looked to be at least 30 feet tall, was said to envelop all of the main island of Lys. It could easily fit in millions of people, yet there were less than 500,000 within those walls. A tale that he mused was similar to many other free cities, and much of Essos in truth. "It is impressive," Aegon admitted as he spared a glance towards Prince Jala before returning his gaze towards one of the main ports they were sailing to. "Yes," Prince Jala said before adding, "and within the walls it is just as impressive, in different ways. An island almost as beautiful as its people. Lush weather that remains even during the middle of night, and foods and drink that make the leisurely climate and people even better," was what Corlys had once described Lys, a description that Prince Jala had confirmed. "But make no mistake, Prince Aegon. There is much to be wary of in this city. Cloaked with the breeches of fine women are those who use subtle guile and deception to get what they want. No different from any other free city," Sir Baelon remarked from beside him. Jala turned towards Sir Baelon. "True, but none do it better than Lys." As they neared, he reached out to Miss Aragorn to come and herald their arrival, and Miss Aragorn's roar overhead their ships was deafening, and it was impossible that it was not heard by the harbour masters, or the magisters of the Lysian conclave. He could have kept a low profile and used Lys as it was intended, a stop to restock, but Aegon had little intentions of letting go of the opportunity that was in front of him. He'd already begun to buy slaves from Lys with the income of his trade, but the numbers were trifling and expensive. He expected his income to grow substantially in the coming years, especially when the glass-making plants were completed and producing, but he needed to come in arrangement with the Lysini. And he wouldn't do so without a fully armed nuke. After all, this city had a habit of killing dragon lords. As they arrived and docked and descended down the plank, Sir Baelon and the men-at-arms he'd brought with him formed rank and order behind and in front of him. Aegon noted the 3 men in different but all brightly coloured robes who stood in front of far more armed soldiers than there should be. Aegon took a closer look at the magisters. They all shared the high cheekbones and pale skin that Valyrians were known to have, though their eyes varied from deep ocean blue to pale blue that was a few shades away from being lilac. And as he neared, he was greeted with placid faces expertly worn. Yet the eyes told everything, and none of these eyes were friendly. "Miss Aragorn, I may need you to show yourself once more." Whilst he could not communicate with Miss Aragorn through their bond with words, he could well enough with his emotions and desires. "Welcome to Lys, Prince Aegon," the magister to the right greeted with a smile. He wasn't surprised he was recognized. His distinctive mismatching eyes easily made him recognizable. The fact they knew what to look out for was a little curious though. It meant that the affairs of Westeros mattered a great deal to Lys, and the Triarchy. And given the number of ships that crawled through the stepstones, ships that had to be dissuaded from approaching his ships by a timely appearance of Miss Aragorn, it wouldn't surprise him at all that things were going to be a lot more tense in the coming years. "It has been some time since one of old Valyria's finest has set foot on our home. Have you already forgotten Lysiris?" The magister on the far left said. "It was only 4 or 5 years ago that the lovely godsworn maiden left our shores." The magister turned towards Aegon, a look that appeared to be curious worn on his face. "She was your aunt, was she not?" Aegon offered a placid smile and waited for a few seconds, seconds that seemed to raise tensions, and it was tensions that was broken by the distant roar of Miss Aragorn, a roar that startled the soldiers and the magisters before him alike. "My apologies, magisters," Aegon said with a faint smile on his still placid face. "Dragon bonds are a queer thing. Mine own in particular. Miss Aragorn can sense what I sense, and he can feel what I feel. As if he were present in mine own thoughts." Before any of the magisters could react, Aegon turned towards the offending magister, his face darkening like clouds on the onset of a brewing storm. Miss Aragorn roared once more, unsettling the magisters even more. God, he loved that dragon. The god-sworn maiden of Lys is indeed my aunt. Aegon said sharply with a piercing gaze that bore into the Magister, who looked far from eager to test him like he'd seemed before. Of course Aegon's expression shifted into a friendlier expression as, unconventional her route into wealth was, it is a credit to your city that even a woman can rise to the top of social hierarchy despite coming with nothing. Getting offended by facts was pointless and counterproductive, especially since he possibly wanted to extract concessions from some of these Magisters. Sarah had made her choices and it seemed like she was content enough with them. The comment visibly surprised the Magisters and they seemed eager to move past the tense interaction. Yes, that's quite right. Lys is a place of opportunity and we are proud of our city. The lead Magister said with an incline of the head before he gestured to himself and to the two men beside him. I am Magister Eriso Rogare, and these are my fellow Magisters Tikados Dinar and Lysiris Mopinar. Aegon acknowledged them with a nod before introducing his own men, after which he informed him that they were to stay only for 4 or 5 days or so before they would depart, and after that, the interactions with the Magisters was a lot smoother. They offered him a mansion that once belonged to one of the extinct dragon lord families which boasted a dragon enclosure as an official guest of the city, an offer he took, though he informed him that Miss Aragorn would remain outside of the city halls as he could call him at any time, a point he made sure they picked up on. Refusing the offer and staying anywhere in the city would likely not have changed anything anyway, for he would have attention on him for the entirety of his stay. Lysiris Mopinar and a few of his soldiers led them to the manse, and waiting in the manse reception were about 24 beautiful Valyrian women dressed in nothing but see-through beige or white silk robes that might as well be scarves. Aegon eyed the Magister, who smiled at Aegon accommodatingly before speaking. These are our gifts for you and your men. Thank you, Magister, and please thank your fellow Magisters as well. Aegon turned his gaze back towards the women and his gaze trailed across them for a moment. He caught a look at one of them and he was surprised at what he was seeing. Behind a demure face, behind beauty and grace, there was sharpness in her eyes that he didn't think belonged to common whores. He glanced away from her look and took a look at the others. They seemed more common, compared to her, but he knew then that this was no ordinary entertainment. What to do? He decided after a split moment of consideration, and he returned his gaze to the Magister. This is a fine gift, one that we will remember fondly every day as they travel with us on our journeys. The Magister's smile fell off. You misunderstand. They are only for the duration of your stay. Ah, I see. So they are not a gift then? Merely a loan? Aegon asked with a tilted head. Very well. It seems the meaning of gifts differs very much in Lys than it does in other parts of the known world. If this is the furthest extent of Lyseni hospitality and the deepest the famed wealth of the famed Magisters of the famed Lyseni conclave can reach, then who I am to judge? Aegon said with careful disappointment on his face before dismissively gesturing towards the women. You may take them with you when you leave. Loaned women do not interest us, not when the pillow houses of Lys can offer the same experience. The Magister's expression grew fixed before he forcefully relaxed and answered, there is no need for that. Mopinar eyed the women for a moment before adding. You may keep them. Truly? I do not wish to gravely affect nor insult you by taking them. Aegon stated with a sincere note in his voice to the Magister. The Magister shook his head and gave a placid half-smile, though it was clear he meant none of it. No insult was given. Please accept our gift, and Aegon also knew that he meant none of his words either. Aegon's smile grew before he inclined his head graciously. Your hospitality shall be known to all those I shall meet, Magister. Soon enough the Magister and his guards departed, and Aegon watched the man go. Was that wise? Sir Gala Anis asked, concerned after the Magister had departed. We'll see. Aegon said to his companion with a faint smile. I may be able to soothe the issue away in the coming days. You don't become Magister without becoming exceedingly wealthy, and you don't become exceedingly wealthy in Lys without partaking in the slave trade. And this loss would aggravate this kind of man for days to come, and given that he was to be invited in one of the noble gatherings in 2 days' time, he'd have an opportunity to make it up to Mopinar. He already intended to find a main supplier god, doesn't that sound wrong? And he'd give the man an opportunity to be that source. Aegon returned to the reception hall where the women were still waiting. Aegon stepped to the 24 women. You understand what has happened? One of the women stepped forward, a pale violet-eyed blonde-haired beauty who looked to be in her late 20s. If you are asking if we know that we now belong to you, yes, she said with a coy and seductive smile. Though that was not what interested him, nor the way she moved, or more like sauntered, towards him. No, what was interesting was the way her eyes seemed to be assessing, behind that demure seductive face. Aegon hummed silently. What is your name? Silas. The now named Silas said easily. Silas. Aegon acknowledged before continuing, and you would be wrong. Aegon said firmly as he took a glance at the other women. You do not belong to me, you belong to yourselves, now. It surprised them, and Aegon looked back at Silas, whose assessing eyes grew sharper. God, she really was an analog to a Russian seductress, wasn't she? What that means, is up to you. I do not doubt that you understand that this newly freedom is tenuous should you leave our manse and our presence. Lysiris would like us to return. Celeste agreed before she paused and looked back at the rest of the women. A few moments passed before she turned back to Aegon. You would protect us? Celeste asked with those assessing eyes. I would. You could stay with us until we return to Westeros, or should you wish, you may go your separate ways at our next destination. Celeste pondered it for a moment before she answered. We would like to stay with you and leave when you return to the Sunset Kingdoms. Aegon nodded his understanding. Aegon turned his attentions to his men who were eyeing the women keenly. Men. Aegon's voice was sharp and it cut through the room and refocused attention on him. We have things to do. Aegon said firmly and pointedly before he relaxed when he spoke next. However, you may use the coin I have given you to visit the pillow houses. This pleased the men. Aegon continued. These are free women. Aegon told them with a piercing look. They are free to choose to accept your advances. However, should they refuse and you don't heed it. Aegon's eyes grew cold and he let the warning hang in the air. Warning they'd know about what would befall them should they defy him. As Castellan of Dragonstone and as the Prince on Dragonstone, it fell to him to cast judgment. With the increased number of men-at-arms and knights on Dragonstone not seen since the early days of the conquest, it meant that there were more. One of the guardsmen had taken liberties with a fisher's daughter and the girl's father had petitioned for justice. After finding guilt, Aegon had personally overseen the guardsman being gelded and sent to the wall, a clear warning he sent to the rest of his men. He'd suffer no rapists amongst his men, cowards that chased after a feeling of power over helpless others, especially when needs could be satiated with the whorehouses of Dragonstone, or in this case the abundant pillow houses of Lys. After getting acknowledgement from his men, some of them left to gather much supplies to the Summer Isles, a journey that would be 1.5 moons journey long, just over half that of the journey to Dragonstone from Lys, whilst the others were scoping the manse, and so he was left alone with the women and only a few of his guards who he would have sent out to search a little blindly for a number of things. However, these women may be able to save them a whole of time. These men were to go find a few things of interest to me in this city. Aegon told Celeste. It would be helpful if you and your friends could assist. Given that he didn't plan on the women leaving unescorted, he'd take the risk of why they'd search for the more odd things becoming known. Celeste turned around and nodded to another of the women, this one being younger and silver-haired, who stepped up. This is Sarissa. She knows almost as much as I do about Lys and what you may find here. After leaving his men to be acquainted with the women, he was alone with Celeste. Mopinar will not be happy with our loss. Celeste stated to him rather bluntly as she looked at him questioningly. You may be a dragon lord, but he is also a powerful man. And why would I seek to anger him, you wonder? Aegon posed with a faint smile before he lost it. Because of you. Aegon said pointedly with a piercing gaze. Me? The tone of innocence in her voice almost made him laugh. Definitely a Russian seductress analog. You, the other women. All of you. Aegon said easily. It's not hard to figure out that you're not the ordinary kind of entertainers. Entertainers? Celeste questioned with faint amusement, though the point he was making didn't escape her. Whores and bed slaves are crass words. Yet they are also far more truthful than entertainers. Celeste pointed out with a smile. Aegon nodded. Just as it is far more truthful that you are spies for Mopinar and the other magisters. Aegon smiled faintly. Taking you and your friends away from him seemed only right. Celeste gave an uncharacteristic snort, and for the first time he was seeing more of her true self than the mask she'd hidden behind. He won't forget this. I don't suspect he will. But he'll be cautious. Besides, he intended to alleviate the anger by presenting a lucrative deal with the man. Speaking of which, why don't you tell me more about him? And this what you prefer to do instead of me? Celeste sighed him lustfully. God, she was beautiful. Her hips, her delicate curves, her toned stomach, her perky. And yet, she didn't compare at all. Aegon looked at her appreciatively but said firmly. I am happily married to my wife. I have sworn oaths to her. I will not betray them. Not even for a beautiful woman such as yourself. It surprised Celeste, no doubt hardly familiar with rejection. It made her look at him oddly. You would remain true to your wife? Even if she would not know? I would know. An honest man. A rare thing. I'm honest to those who are loyal to me. Aegon said to Celeste as he met her gaze unblinkingly. Loyalty, to me, is one that goes both ways. Stick with me and you will never regret it. Aegon told her with a hint of fervor in his voice. He wasn't sure when he'd decided that he wanted her to be incorporated into some of his schemes. Perhaps it might have been when he'd seen that glint of intelligence in her eyes, but nevertheless, a woman of her experiences and intelligence may well prove to be invaluable in the long run. Perhaps more than Joanna Swan ever could be. Celeste's expression turned graver, more serious as she took a long look at him before finally nodding. I might well do so. Celeste said to him. Neither a yes or a no. Good. He would not have trusted an immediate yes. A considerate answer like that meant that he'd have to earn her trust, and it meant that she was being honest with him. Aegon smiled at her. After spending a bit of time with her, he sent half-dozen men to search out for Joanna Swan amongst the many pillow houses. A task that no doubt they'll enjoy. Because if the women in the pillow houses are at least anything as the women he'd seen throughout his exploration of the city, at the manse, then Aegon expected most of the men to be without any coin by the time they left Lys. He left the manse with Sir Gala Annis and a few of his men, his chainmail and lizard lion skin shirt adorned beneath his casual attire, and simply took to see the city. Truly, Lys was a beautiful city. Not only in its architecture, domed circular beige and white buildings that bore sharp linear features that grabbed the attentions in a stark yet soft manner, but also most definitely in the people. And as he traveled through the city, it seemed like 70 to 80% of the population were of Valyrian descent. Dragonstone was the closest to this experience, yet it paled in comparison to this, for this was a city with close to 500,000 people and Dragonstone only could boast 20 to 22,000 now with the town and the port. Aegon could lose his armor and don the Lysane clothing and he would not stand out at all. It was a strange experience, to see so many people of the same ethnicity, the same ethereal beauty his family was known for. Yet despite all of the beauty, despite the odd kind of ancestral belonging he felt, behind the face of this city lay an ugly center. 3/4 of the population were slaves, and many of whom have been born into slavery for untold generations. As much as Lys was known for breeding bed slaves, it also simply bred slaves. From scribes to craftsmen to tutors to soldiers to cooks, any function of life, slaves were born and depending on their aptitude, made to fit into the Lysane structure. It was easier, after all, to maintain the culture of slavery when you could train them from infancy rather than import newly made slaves who have tasted freedom. Who would yearn to be free again? It was a sobering thing to see, and dismal, to see the difficulties that would arise in even trying to free a majority of people who didn't have a contextual understanding of what it meant to be free, that wouldn't make it easy to slide back into slavery. To be able to make choices for yourself, with whom you lay, to be able to raise your own child instead of losing the child as soon as it was born to the same slavery you were born into. He'd seen enough of the difficulties of adjusting the 1,000 or so former slaves had to know that getting the people to rise up without consistent external impetus would be impossible. And even if you could get their support, the magisters and the supporting nobility were all too heavily ingrained in all facets of the economy and governance, so uprooting them completely would only leave behind a destabilized city that imported a far too significant amount of its food, and so you'd need their support too. Which would be unlikely and given the flagrant production of poisons in the city. And he expected it to be a similar enough tale across the rest of the free cities, bar Bravus, when it came to such problems. The sad part? Lys, along with most of the free cities, all things considered, were far better places to be a slave in compared to the cities of Slavers Bay or Volantis based on the interviews he's had with Lysane slaves that he'd purchased the freedoms of. It was practically Roman, the way slaves were integrated into all facets of life in Lys. He'd at times wondered what he could do, playing in what-ifs and so on, to create change. To move the free cities away from slavery with conquest would invite pressures and intrigue from too many different sources to ever be successful. Not without the backing of a massive empire, its resources, and its people. Conquering and defeating the free cities, particularly the Triarchy, would not be difficult. Holding them and more importantly be able to deal with the faceless men? Those were the problems that stopped any ideas of conquering the Triarchy, just as the fact that the power structures in Essos were honestly disadvantageous than they'd had been for his namesake the conqueror who'd slotted into the power and religious structures of West Eros seamlessly, for the most part. Creating a force of tens of thousands of soldiers, spies, administrators, and gold, which would be needed to hold the cities, was achievable, but the faceless men, a complete bullshit of an assassin's order that was one of the main gatekeepers of stagnation, that'd inevitably be sent after him or any other would-be conqueror. An assassin's order that might well have a literal connection to some death deity and may well be spread in every single city so as to make destroying the House of Black and White utterly and completely pointless and would probably result in a certain death? No, he'd need another solution that drove internal demand for change if he wanted to address the slavery problem, and it didn't matter if it was by the slave population or not. Internal demand for change was the only way it could work long-term. He had historical context for how economies that employed slavery moved away from the practice in both instances. Both instances would be difficult to say the least. The economic incentive had come from industrialization, large-scale manufacturing that drastically reduced workforce needed to farm or produce, and it was nigh on impossible that he'd live to see it succeed to make slavery obsolete. And not only that, with large-scale manufacturing from Industrial Revolution came ideas and technologies that he did not want to release into the world, at least not without ensuring his family's new home dominance over their region. It also doesn't help that he didn't think economic and technological incentives would truly work to end the practice of slavery, not when it was so deeply embedded in the culture and society of Essos. It is practiced in their very cities, in their very homes, much like how Rome, the Assyrians, and some other empires in the antiquities had done. Completely different to colonial empires that had practiced slavery away from their homelands and had sought to feed their homelands, in foodstuffs, in precious metals and in products, in distant lands. A means to an end. An incredibly profitable end. And it was these nations, the British Empire in particular, that either forced or encouraged the slave trade and slavery to end in the New World once slavery was somewhat losing its economic appeal, and its general appeal. Which brought him to the second trigger to ending slavery, which was religious. Rome and then later the colonial European powers, had abolished slavery, in truth, largely because of religious moral reasons and the pressures from society. Of course, the economic incentives of keeping up slavery had been drying up a little, and the pressure put by the British Empire to end the slave trade was significant, but religious morality and politics played the key role in ending the practice. Slavery was no longer sexy. Yet this was also incredibly unlikely to succeed, since the factors and the circumstances that led to the end of slavery wouldn't work here. It would require time and effort, and honestly a kind of resonance that happened at the right time, at the right moment, with the right people. Whilst none of the triarchy cities particularly cared about religion, there was a good reason why the faith of the Seven was completely absent from Essos, and why the faith of the fire devil worshipping lunatics was amongst the most popular amongst the slaves, a faith that literally urged its followers to obey their masters. Any religion, south of Bravus, that even hinted towards emancipation or anything like it, slavery is bad, don't do it, would get strangled in the crib, and at the dinner table as well. So if conquest, industrialization, and religion were all out, if he wanted it to last more than a generation, then how does one set in motion emancipation movements? Movements that could withstand hostile culture and societal pressures? One of the more extreme considerations was to simply go the Mongol route. Sack and destroy many slaving cities and let rivers of freedmen and noble blood flow so as to let something else grow from its ashes, even at the cost of the death of a large chunk of slaves. And then remove cultural influences by committing mass genocide against the Dothraki and the Giscari and rid Essos of their cultures and peoples, since they were two of the main pressures of the slave trade. Change through brutality and death. A route that would probably descend Essos into a dark age far worse than the century of blood, and likely end in his premature death and leave a stain on the Targaryen name for generations to come, and probably herald the end of his family's rule and maybe his family as a whole a lot sooner than in the original timeline. A consideration that swiftly came and went. Much like his other considerations. And out of all of the considerations he had, the only one that minimized risk to family and optimized success was allowing time to do his bidding, beyond his grave. By building up his new nation, with a population of Valyrians who mostly owe their freedoms, their wealth, and their society to him, and who'd be made to learn the societal values and doctrines he wanted, generations after his death, he could see the nation he would build exact his vision of a better world through campaigns of conquest and liberation that could resist the pressures that would be against it. A manifesto of freedom and destiny that would sing through time. There was, of course, no guarantee that it would even happen. Anything could happen. His descendants could upend everything. His nation could be destroyed. It was also quite likely that the nation he'd built would also diverge from the roots in which he'd found it on, much like how Valyria went from fighting against the slaving Giscaris to adopting their practices and mastering it to an obscene degree. Yet, shouldn't he try? Everything he was doing, was for his sons and for Gale and for his people. Everything. To build a home that would see his family and his people prosper and rule together, that could govern without being built on a tenuously built house of cards, that would not create circumstances that'd see brother kill brother, uncle kill nephew, yet. What kind of home would it be? This world has stagnated for untold thousands of years, in technology and in society. There was no driving force, no innovation, no need for progress. Was that something he wanted, to build a home that fitted in well in Essos or in the Far East? That would trickle along for hundreds if not thousands of years like a never-ending flame of a candle light, yet never grow and feed from its surroundings to become an engulfing fire that would spark an inferno of change, of progress? No, it was not something he wanted, that he wished for. And perhaps he would never see it realized. Perhaps it would all go to shit in a generation after his death. Yet, he would work to build something, a home, a people, with fortitude, with zeal not only for progress but also for change beyond their homes, beyond their nation. Aegon glanced around as he stood on the balcony of the manse, his eyes gazing across the cityscape, his mind coming to a slow crawl as he simply looked. It was odd to think how helpless he really was, in the grand scheme of things. Being a dragon rider, a prince, someone who had all of this powerful knowledge, much of it useless trivia in the context of the era he was in and the technology available, yet all of it meant nothing against a system that turned and turned for thousands of years. Aegon shook his head and turned to go back into the manse. He'd only be able to do a little for these people for now, for only a select few lucky ones, but, he hoped that in time, with time, his and their descendants would grasp the baton he would be leaving them to take. Days later. Soon enough, the day of the noble gathering at Innos Merides, the patriarch of an old Lysani noble family arrived, and it didn't disappoint. Splendid decorations of silks woven with silver and gold and gems hung from everywhere. Lavish food and drink and wine were present and circulated around, yet Aegon was far too leery to drink or eat any of it and had kept the same untouched glass of wine since he'd arrived. He was tempted to drink it. The constant drinking of hot water or tea that had been boiled for ages was wearing a little thin amidst a sea of plenty of tasty looking and smelling drink in Lys, but this was the capital of poisons for a reason. A place where there were slow-acting poisons that would make it seem as if he'd fallen ill before keeling over. Whilst he did not know for certain that the likes of the tears of Lys would get neutralized or rendered harmless through boiling water, it was the best option he had available to him, just as the unholy concoction of purgative substances were the only other way he knew to cleanse his system. In all honesty, it served largely to soothe his paranoia more than anything. If they wanted him dead, he'd have no defenses against fast-acting poisons, and the only reason why they wouldn't act this way would be because they had little motive, and even if they did inexplicably have one, it would put Lys in the limelight of his blatant assassination. As much as he didn't think his brothers would avenge his death, the Lysani didn't know that for certain. A thin shield, but a shield nonetheless. He spoke and charmed and conversed with the Lysani nobility as and when he needed to. Questions about his family and his reasons for visiting were plentiful. I couldn't resist the opportunity to visit the jewel of the known world. Yes, it is a shame such a distance between my family and those of Lys has been made, and on it went. In truth, there was little different between a gathering like this and a gathering in King's Landing, the only difference being that he was a novelty here and someone to consider there, yet in both instances words meant nothing and intent was exploitative, and more than a few times he had to resist the urge to run a blade in someone's neck. Power was power, he grimly thought to himself, just as the hunt for more power was universal, however flowery or sing-songy your tongue was. Finally though, he got to why he was here in the first place. Magister Mopinar Aegon acknowledged with a dip of the head as he singled out the man. He gestured the man to walk with him. The Magister set his keen eyes on Aegon as he considered it. He eyed Sir Baelon too, but in the end, he acceded with a slight nod and they walked, Sir Baelon his ever-shadow. How are the women? To your liking? The Magister asked with a shown hint of curiosity, and a hint of well-hidden anger. No man who got into the kind of position Mopinar has been in like to be bested in any way or form. He relied on that. They are indeed to my liking, Aegon said to Mopinar, and it was even truthful. These past few days, he'd gotten to know them better. They were rather well educated for enslaved entertainers, and he supposed they had to be. They were the kind of women they gave to dignitaries or visitors of high interest to squeeze out information during intimate moments. And to my men, Aegon said with a gracious smile, though inside he was grimacing. God, he'd rather spend 1,000 evenings with the likes of Darklyn than utter and insinuate what he was doing now. I am glad, Mopinar said with an incline of the head and not unexpected. They were some of my best slaves, he said as they walked into the gardens. Aegon nodded. You've done well to train them. Aegon came to a stop and gave the Magister an apologetic look, who eyed him carefully. Magister, I wish to compensate you for the loss of these slaves. Mopinar hid it well, but there was a glint in his eyes. There is no need, Mopinar said graciously before adding. They were a gift and a pittance to give away. We Lysani are not the Bravasi. Aegon smiled at the Magister before he nodded reassuringly, and to insult you so is not my intent. Aegon sighed heavily. Yet I feel that I must still compensate you in some fashion. Aegon eyed Mopinar deliberately. You are aware of my purchases from Lys? We are aware, Mopinar confirmed with a more curious expression, and Aegon expected no less. It was even likely after his stunt he might have found difficulty purchasing slaves from Lys if he were not addressing the issue now. Aegon nodded before he began to walk again. Mopinar walked with him. Then you know that I have been purchasing from rather unreliable business persons. Mopinar smiled, and this time it was with faint amusement. The Hoderas family are little more than fishwives at the market. Mopinar lost his smile and eyed Aegon intently. You wish to resolve the need to compensate me through purchasing slaves? I do. Mopinar, for the first time, seemed to be genuinely thoughtful before he eyed Aegon once more. I hear you free the slaves as soon as they set foot on Dragonstone. I do, Aegon said with a careless expression. You know the distaste the Andals have for slavery, despite the fact that the common folk are all but slaves anyway. Lords, masters, what difference is there? Aegon gave a twisted smile. Though I have to admit, the illusion of freedom they have is quite entertaining. Mopinar eyed him a lot keener now before he nodded, and Aegon knew that he passed an assessment. Mopinar spoke up once more. I do not sell the common rabble. My slaves are pristine, Mopinar said before adding, as you well know. Of course I know, you won't stop digging at it, you arrogant little. I do know, which is why I am here speaking with you, Aegon said with an easy smile, and Mopinar looked amused at that, understanding what Aegon was inferring. Scratch that, I'd rather deal with 10,000 Darklyns than this prick. And though quality slaves are of significant interest to me, I am also interested in quantity, Aegon told Mopinar. He continued, you are connected throughout Lys. I have only been here a few days, yet I have heard the name Mopinar throughout the city. Mopinar hardly reacted to the flattery, as if it was expected his name was known throughout the city, yet he got the feeling that such flattery coming from himself was working on the prickly man. And this is what I propose. Aegon outlined to the man praise and flattery interspersed to his reasoning why it would be a lucrative deal for Mopinar to be his go-to man when it came to providing Aegon with Valyrian slaves. He hated every moment of it. It could work, Mopinar said with a scrutinizing look after Aegon had finished explaining. It will not be cheap, nor can I guarantee quality. Aegon choked his distaste and irked to death before he spoke. I didn't expect so. Aegon said with a thin smile, meeting the gaze of the Magister. And even if they are of poorer quality than expected, I am sure reasonable men such as us can get to an agreement when it comes to price. After all, I can make use of unsightly children in some form or another. There are plenty of empty mines that can use a few extra hands. Mopinar smiled at his words. We do the same, though we offload our aging slaves and the unsightly ones, the ones who look strong enough and aren't killed, to the disputed lands so they may be of some use. Aegon said nothing, though gave a smile and waited for Mopinar to speak again. Mopinar eyed him before he probed. I'm curious, why do you seek this? Untrained slaves of lesser stock or even your own common folk surely could suffice for your needs. Aegon inclined his head. I'm sure there are plenty of Andals that I can press into working for me. Aegon said with dismissive gesture. But they are Andal. Aegon gave a light sneer. I see enough of them in King's Landing. I have no wishes to see the filth on Dragonstone, a land that should only be for those of suitable descent. The Magister chuckled, seemingly more at ease with Aegon with every passing moment. I see, the Magister said with an appraising look. I wouldn't have thought you had such a poor opinion of the people your family rules. They are barbarians, Magister. Much like the Empire of old ruled over the rabble in Central Essos, they are only fit to be ruled. My ancestor, the Conqueror, knew this, just as my ancestor knew to act with respect and friendship with your own ancestors to beat back the grasping Volantene. There is difference between us and they. Aegon said to Mopinar, and he saw his words please the fowl. After that, their conversation faded away and they returned to the gathering at large, though the Magister agreed to a meeting the next day to discuss it further. Aegon knew he had the man. And he felt like he needed to bathe in Miss Aragorn's flames to cleanse the foulness from his body and spirit. The next day, after long negotiations, terms and prices were set. He'd pay through the Iron Bank. The Iron Bank had representatives in Liss, and prices were at a fixed rate for the next 8 years. A male child between the ages of 8 to 16 was set at 3/5 the price of an adult male, and a female child of those same age ranges was set at 4/5 the price of an adult female. Children under the age of 6 were set at 2/5 the price, with price breaks for to be 1/5 should he purchase the entire stock of children at any given time. Average or below average looking slaves would be of equivalent ratios, yet they'd be 40% of the price of the good quality slaves. He'd learned a little more about the way the slave market worked in Liss, and how many slaves actually passed through its ports, and it was astounding. Whilst the city was less than 500,000 in size, its fortresses and controlled lands in the disputed lands accounted for thrice the number of people within Liss control. And where most of the slaves that produced goods and foodstuffs for Liss were born and bred. The entire affair made him feel absolutely filthy, and he'd beaten Sir Gaelaenis almost into the ground after it was done. My apologies, Sir Gaelaenis, Aegon said as he breathed heavily, sweat dripping from his brow. He extended a hand out to the down man. Sir Gaelaenis took it. My prince. I understand. Sir Gaelaenis said with a stoic but understanding expression. It has been unsettling. Aegon snorted and gave the man a look. I would have expected more colorful words. Sir Gaelaenis gave Aegon a faint, almost amused smile. I have overheard some of Vario's teachings. Despite himself, Aegon's lips twitched. Vario was one of the Pentashi scribes he'd bought the freedom of, and also the oldest former slave, who was one of more popular teachers on Dragonstone. The man was rather interesting, and had interesting perspectives. There was a kind of wisdom about him that makes one gravitate to him. A fascinating man who has lived long enough to has many pearls of wisdom. One of them being that being expressive can have its disadvantages, and that equally being restrained in your reactions have a greater impact, or rather greater gravitas. Aegon lost his amusement and turned somber for a moment as he looked to the distance. After a while he spoke up. What a legacy of Valyria, Sir Gaelaenis, he said before he turned towards the man. Many of the few and last descendants of old Valyria in the known world reside in this city, and all they are good for in the eyes of many is to be bred to be more beautiful. And ironically, Liss, Volantis, all of the rest, where there are a few strong pockets of strong Valyrian footprint, all of them were nothing but a remnant. A poor remnant that was fortunate enough to remain when the vast majority of their people were burnt to a crisp and blown away. Valyria deserved to be destroyed, for certain, yet the idea of the majority of the last remaining descendants of the lands of the Long Summer, those who dominated the world with unrivaled power and strength, being nothing but whores and slaves, was devastating, and deeply ironic in a certain way. Sir Gaelaenis turned grim before he answered. A travesty, I agree, my prince. And I know that you will change that, the knight said with utmost certainty, his voice ringing with loyalty. Aegon looked at the man, and the corners of his mouth curled upward slightly as a sign of approval, though inwardly. I will do far less than you think I will, my friend. Aegon said nothing else to the knight. Soon enough, it was time for them to go and fight Jala's war for him, and Aegon was never more glad to leave to go and fight. Break. 103 AC, Dragonstone. Viserys POV. He watched as ship upon ship were being loaded from atop the battlements of the castle. Supplies. Gold. Knights and men-at-arms. And most of all, common folk. It was leaving him dizzy, to see so many people choosing to leave. People who had been on Dragonstone since the doom itself now chose to leave with Aegon. Viserys. Emma's concerned voice broke him out his reverie. He turned towards her and smiled fondly. She was beautiful, his better half. She'd soothed his nerves when no one else knew he had them. She believed in him to be a worthy successor to their grandsire, who passed not but a moon ago. Where would I be without her? He thought himself before he shook those thoughts away. I know, I know. Viserys said as he took his wife's hand and led her down the steps towards the docks. Docks that were overfilled with carracks that numbered well over 5 dozen. Huge carracks oddly had more sails than he'd seen on a ship before. Could I have prevented this? Viserys asked Emma as they were followed by the king's guard. Emma looked to consider it before she shook her head, answering what he already known in his hearts of heart. Aegon always dreamed of adventure, she answered. But he has a family now, Viserys said frustrated. Adventure is no place for a child. Which is why they leaving for the Summer Isles, Emma pointed out before looking towards the ships, and you know that your brother and your nephews will be fine there. Of course he knew, Viserys thought wearily. It was the talk of King's Landing, when Aegon returned. Winning back a kingdom was no easy feat nor a feat to ignore, even if it was by queer means like the Summer Icelanders used. No one would deny their home to a man who made that possible. And yet he would have a greater place here, by my side. Viserys said, disappointed and frustrated. He offered anything and everything when Aegon announced that he was leaving 7 days after the funeral of their grandsire. Any seat on the council, any land that he wished to make his own. Nothing satisfied him and he was stubborn in his desires to leave. Would he? Emma said quietly, and Viserys looked at her surprised. Of course. Viserys said, insulted. Viserys, I love you, but you ignore who Aegon is. What he wants. Emma said to him. Viserys frowned at that. And who is he? Viserys asked. Emma seemed to struggle somewhat before she responded. It is not adventure that he seeks. Emma said, confusing Viserys. She gestured around. Look around you. Look at the town. What do you see? Viserys looked as they made their way down towards the docks, but the town was clear to see still. He'd been surprised to see it so developed and so much larger. It wasn't long ago that it was not but a fishing town with just a few stone homes, with the rest being built out of wood. Emma continued, he doesn't truly seek adventure. Not in a literal sense, I do not think. He seeks a place of his own, Viserys. One he can have, and Viserys turned back towards her. She looked solemn. The only place here he's felt at home has been Dragonstone, and it is not a home that can be granted to him. So. He denied land greater than Dragonstone. Viserys pointed out. Land that he cares little for? Land that possessed none of the features that made it home? Or the people? Emma said pointedly. She nodded towards the ships. So many people that are leaving are common folk. Common folk that he's gotten to know like no other prince or lord has done, at least in recent times. Part of his home. Emma shook her head. No, I think that Aegon would not have stayed short of receiving Dragonstone itself. Emma sighed as she stared at the ships. A shame too. Dragonstone always felt dreary before it changed to liveliness. Before the town. I'm saddened to see it become dreary once more, Emma finished. Viserys said nothing as his thoughts consumed him. Sir Otto had advised him that he should prevent it from happening, that too many were leaving. The town would fail, and his grandsire's and his father's work to make Dragonstone a worthy seat of an heir would be undone. He'd almost agreed had it not been for Emma's sage advice. He'd already given Aegon some choice words that he regretted, and to make such a decree would have embittered the brothers towards one another, Emma had said. And she would have been right. As she so oft was. The men and women at the docks paid their respects due to him as he walked amongst them, flanked as he was with his king's guard, and made his way towards the largest ship in the fleet. It was a monstrosity, to say the truth. Made out of ironwood and almost twice as tall as ordinary carracks from dock to copper-plated hull with sails larger than he'd seen before, it was a formidable ship. Worthy of a flagship. It was a shame that the shipwrights were all leaving with Aegon. It was there that he saw Aegon and Gale with their children close by, conversing and directing men here or there. They saw Viserys and Emma and made their way towards them. Seeing us off, brother. Aegon said with a smile after he gave Emma a warm hug, who was also hugged by Gale before leading his wife slightly away from the two brothers. Viserys gave his brother a weak smile before looking towards the ship. When do you depart? He instead asked. On the morrow. Aegon answered calmly. So soon. Viserys turned around and looked at all of the activity that was happening. It seemed as if the entire town was leaving. Do you have a head count? Viserys questioned. 11,412 common folk. Some 3,000 men at arms. Aegon answered, and Viserys turned around to face Aegon in shock. That's more than half of the entire island population. Aegon smiled, though Viserys thought it resembled a half grin. One of victory. Slightly under half, though most that remain are formerly of King's Landing. Aegon said to Viserys. Viserys shook his head. What a headache. He'd have to task Otto to see to it that more people move to Dragonstone. There would be plenty of abandoned homes to fill. Viserys. Aegon's voice returned back to the present, and he looked at his brother. Aegon's eyes were searching Viserys' face, though he couldn't say what Aegon's expression was meant to be. Why are you here? Truly? You've barely said a word since you arrived yesterday. Viserys remained silent for a moment before he couldn't help but ask. Is there nothing I can give to make you stay? I could use your guile and your mind. Viserys stated earnestly. It was true, Aegon was someone who could do much to help his reign. He'd helped his grandfather plenty over the past 4 years. King's Landing had markedly improved with the renovations of Flea Bottom that Aegon reportedly had been directly charged with. Renovations that were still in work, with the Pentoshi builders at work to build the city's plumbing. Aegon also worked with father to institute building laws, and the buildings since built have been far better built. The smell was not nearly as bad as well, the Grand Maester had told him. Should he unleash Aegon completely to King's Landing, he wondered what wonders his little brother could come up with in concert with that half-maester of his. There is nothing you can say that can make me stay. Aegon said apologetically before placing his hands onto Viserys' shoulder. Viserys stared in his brother's mismatching eyes. But do me a favor, elder brother. Aegon's voice shifted into solemnity. Of course. Viserys said with a defeated sigh. Aegon's expression broke slightly as he spoke. Chose to be like father. Like grandfather. Aegon said seriously. Their life was duty. You are king now. Your duty comes before everything else. Viserys shook off his brother's hands and looked at him irritated. Who was his little brother to lecture him, Viserys, on duty? When he had served his father and then his grandfather above all else. Who learned from the two best men the realm had ever seen directly. Viserys knew duty, and he knew better than his little brother. You speak of duty as if you've ever cared for it, little brother. Viserys said sternly. You ran from yours and look where it nearly got you. 3 sons and a wife? All of whom I love more than anyone or anything else. Aegon said quietly, but there was a hint of steel in his voice and challenge in his eyes. Viserys met his little brother's gaze sternly. Aegon broke the stare and shook his head. I'm not fighting with you, brother. I've said what I needed to say. Aegon turned, but not before glancing at him. I've given you warnings. It's more than what grandfather or father did. Aegon said finally before leaving. Viserys frowned in confusion as he watched Aegon go to Gale and Aemma. Warnings. The dinner that Aemma cajoled out of Aegon and Gale was quiet, though Aemma and Gale did their best to make it less so. They talked about the hatchlings that hatched for Casterys and Valar, and how Gale hoped Polaris' egg would soon hatch. Grandsire had allowed dragon eggs to be granted to the boys, a right he'd extended to Daemon's own son, both decisions that surprised Viserys given the infamous strictness with which Grandsire was known to have when it came to dragons. 2 of the 3 eggs had hatched for Aegon's boys, whilst for Baelon the younger, his own egg was still yet to hatch. Daemon dismissed talk of unworthiness, saying that he preferred his son to bond with a dragon like Vermithor, fit for a king consort, instead of having a younger dragon. The next day, Viserys watched his youngest brother leave Dragonstone with 62 carracks and 2 huge barges large enough for dragons, and Viserys wondered if he'd ever see his younger brother and his family ever again. Chapter 11. 108 AC Corinth, Summer Isles. Idine POV. Edwin stood at the periphery of the courtyard, some distance away from the other alchemists and further still than the guards who watched on concernedly, electing to simply and silently watch on this hallowed eve. It had been some time since the prince had made another attempt, at least as far as he knew, though this time the prince seemed optimistic enough at his chances. He spared a glance at the darkening evening sky that bore only the evening light of that ill-competed with the bright and flickering orange and red which illuminated the deathly silent courtyard, dancing as they were in spellbound rhythm forced onto the flames by the gusts of evening air. He turned back towards the center of the courtyard when the flames grew in size, briefly casting enough light that one could forget that it was sunset and not day, and watched on as the alchemist For Orlin walked over with a lit torch that burned a familiar deep shade of blue to Prince Aegon, who'd stood by a large slab of rock set upon a well-crafted dais. Prince Aegon began to raise his white arms moments after For Orlin came to stop beside him, and the torches that hung at the edges of the courtyard dimmed in their light whilst the blue flames of the torch burned with greater intensity, so much so that it was getting difficult to gaze directly upon the blue flame that almost seemed as if it was burning brightly white. Edwin heard the noise the blue-white flame was making, a sound that sounded awfully like the sound of hung wet cloth shaking violently amidst violent whines, though there was a whine to it, a whine like the whines of 2 links of thick steel that were on the verge of shattering apart as they were pulled apart with great force. Prince Aegon twisted his arms and the flame flickered and twisted in response, spellbound to the prince's will, almost like how the reeds of marshlands were spellbound to the howls of nature, and Prince Aegon directed the flames towards the slab of stone, the sounds of flames and whining steel and shaking cloth combining into an awful cacophony that pained the ears and further still unsettled his soul. Time seemed to stretch on endlessly, much like how the flames that were constantly pulled from the torch seemed to last endlessly, until finally, the light of the torches of the courtyard returned back to normal and the blue-white flames died out, leaving behind a brightly glowing slab of stone that had melted and pooled slightly at the edges, giving it a misshapen form that looked to have fused with the dais. Everyone seemed to hold in their breath as the glow of the stone faded away until all that remained was blackened stone. Finally, the silence was broken with the sounds of calm but loud clinking boots when one of the guards made his way towards Prince Aegon, warhammer in hand. The prince took the warhammer from the guard, his face still firmly fixed onto the slab of stone before he got into a stance a minute or two later, and Edwin frowned slightly as he concentrated his ears moments before the prince swung with all of his might at the slab of stone. What came next shook him down to the core, just as sure as the vibrations that must be shaking the prince. A great loud ringing emanated from the clash, a ringing that bore the same sounds as that of steel swords clashing at the right angles moments before one or both swords broke or shattered. Excited murmurs escaped from the jaws of the alchemists as the ringing lost its strength, though Edwin kept his eyes on the prince, who'd set the warhammer aside before he stepped closer to the misshapen stone and seemed to be inspecting it, lowly speaking with For Orlan as he touched the place where the warhammer had struck. For Orlan called one of the alchemists to bring a torch, and Edwin wasn't sure when he started walking towards the prince, but soon enough he was standing next to the prince with his eyes fixed onto the stone, with the light of the torch allowing them to see everything clearly. The slab of stone was pitch black, darker than the depths of night, and it was of the same depth of blackness as that of the castle of Dragonstone, yet, he thought as he peered closer at the place where the warhammer had struck, it was not the same. The black stone was only a layer akin to the fragile shell of a hard-boiled egg. Just as the shell would break when struck, pieces of the black stone had equally fallen off, revealing untouched grey-white stone that lined the outskirts of Corinth. "You're getting closer, my prince," Edwin muttered, half shocked. Whatever it was the prince had changed the last time he'd seen him try, it was certainly closer to the black stones of Dragonstone than anything before. And judging from the ringing sound, it wasn't merely appearance either. "There is something I am missing." Prince Aegon's rumbling voice broke him out of his reverie, and he turned to the man. A deep frown was adorned on his bearded face, a frown that was equally contemplative and troubled. He wondered what the prince felt he missed. He had no talent for the arcane, nor the blood. It seemed as if one had to possess a history of magic in one's bloodline to do true magic, and those were few and far between, at least as far they could tell. Even For Orlan, for all of his knowledge of the arcane, had not the blood needed to do anything more than create wildfire. The prince had both. Closer than any other since the doom, Edwin pointed out, still half shocked somewhat. Which was completely true, Edwin thought to himself. At least as far as they knew. It was only a year since they'd found the manuscript, and the progress the prince has made since then when it came to creating flames and Dragonstone was astounding. "My prince." For Orlan's voice cut through his thoughts, and he eyed the alchemist with wary eyes. The alchemist was looking towards the prince with a knowing feel about it, as if he knew why it failed. He glanced towards the prince and was almost startled at the coldness of Prince Aegon's expression. His eyes were as hard as gemstones as they bore down onto the alchemist. For Orlan looked contrite and bowed his head under the chilling look of the prince and uttered, "I understand, my prince," before bowing fully. Edwin was left more than a bit uncertain about the exchange, especially since he suspected that whatever it was that For Orlan was suggesting had thrown the prince into cold anger, and he had his terrible suspicions. He'd known For Orlan for over 6 years and knew the man to be many things, brilliant and driven, but equally he did not have a care much else beyond the arcane. A combination that churned Edwin's stomach, for he knew the deeds the man was and would be capable of to be terrible. And unfortunately, Edwin also knew that with the prince's insistence to learn all things magic, For Orlan was likely the least dangerous alchemist-magician the prince could squeeze out knowledge from. The good thing was that Edwin knew the prince knew of the man's character and more, and equally For Orlan knew that he'd die a terrible death before he'd have the chance to betray the prince. After all, the alchemists were outnumbered with the apprenticing boys and men from Dragonstone that Prince Aegon had handpicked, which For Orlan undoubtedly knew. "I won't be back for some time to repeat this. Set aside any further research on this," Aegon said to For Orlan, and the alchemist nodded affirmatively. "Of course, my prince. We'll focus our attentions on production," the alchemist said, and Aegon looked away from the alchemist, dismissing the man in his silent ways, before turned Edwin and gestured him to follow him as he began to walk away with the 4 guards who always shadowed the prince in tow. "You mentioned you felt as if you were missing something," Edwin inquired on as they walked through the building where the alchemists resided. The prince confirmed as they veered towards the outer doors. The prince took a look at him for a moment before answering. "The manuscript, for all of its usefulness, is by and large useless." Edwin raised his eyebrows at that. The manuscript had been bought from one of For Orlan's contacts in Volantis, written by a man named Lazaros over a century ago, supposedly a cartoon in origin, on the premise that it contained the secrets of fire magic and how to create Dragonstone. One of many such manuscripts and texts the prince had collected over the years, though this manuscript had the air of genuineness about it, according to both For Orlan and the prince. He'd gone over the manuscript with the prince and for Orlan, though the words meant little to him. Much of it, the text, seemed nonsense to him, almost spiritual in a queer and unholy way, with descriptions that ran heavy with alleged connections and weaving or guiding those connections into acting or doing something. Yet despite all of that, he'd been proven wrong when it came to the nonsense of the text the very first time Prince Aegon controlled flames. Useful but useless, my prince? Edwin questioned with a raised eyebrow. Prince Aegon smiled faintly through his beard, a trace of amusement on his now calm and usual stone face. Mayhaps it's harsher than it deserves. Nonetheless, the value of the manuscript had long since lost its value, the prince said. He glancing at Edwin when he spoke again. There are no secrets of how to create dragonstone within the manuscript. Lazaros did not know how to create it. Much of his suppositions is only intelligent guesswork. He was, however, it seems, at least a fire mage of some modicum of talent, though he did not possess any fundamental knowledge that anyone couldn't have worked out on their own when it comes to fire manipulation with enough time and the luck of talent. Edwin frowned. Then how? How did I get accomplish what I did today? The prince finished Edwin's train of thought. Edwin nodded. The prince remained silent for a moment as they reached the outer doors. I used a different kind of flame, but it isn't enough, I don't think, even if I had enough of it. There is more to it, beyond simply wrestling that which exists to one's will and imagination. I will need to discover a better way and what is missing. The prince said as he began to stroke his beard, his brows furrowing in contemplation. Neither of them said anything as they made it out of building that sat atop of Alchemist Hill, one of 4 hills that Corinth was situated in between off, and walked down the snaking steps that lead to the town. Edwin glanced at the prince and saw him still deeply lost in his thoughts, a kind of lost that was different to the kind of cold contemplation that had struck him over the past several moons. An expression he welcomed, to say the truth. Even if it was on the matters of the arcane. Even if it was fleeting in the face of other more urgent problems that needed solving. It was the look that he'd seen when they were stuck on a problem with no obvious answers, like how far they'd need to go to redesign their flagships using timber which was heavier and weaker than the ironwood that current fleet of flagships were made out of, or the time when they had to find substitute materials in Baelon for the liquid stone he and the prince created. Edwin sighed silently and for a moment paused in his thoughts, instead focusing on the pinpricks of light from burning oil lamps that lined the streets of Corinth, pinpricks of lights that seemed like the mirrors of the stars above. Despite the problems they faced, from the growing sinking feeling that the men they'd sent out west were dead, and the problem of the preying of their trade ships by pirates by Baelon, Edwin couldn't help but focus on the positives despite the shadows those heavy problems cast upon them. And there were plenty of positives as he gazed upon the town, a town that Edwin thought was a beacon of hope he'd rarely thought possible. To this day, he marveled at the faith the common folk formerly of Dragonstone had in the prince when he'd asked and convinced them to come with him. Your ancestors left with Enar the exile to escape the doom. Trust in me as Enar trusted Dennis when I tell you off the promised land of faith that had only grown to near zealotry as the town grew in prosperity and opportunity, both things that for many of the common folk, had only ever been possible under the guidance of the prince. Then came the people and children who'd been born into slavery and knew nothing but chains and misery were welcomed like long-lost kin into the homes and hearth of Corinth, and for many, it was the first kind of kindness they'd ever experienced. Former slave children were raised amongst the children of the common folk whilst the adult slaves were granted homes and trained in their choice of duty, be it farming, craftsmanship, soldiery, or otherwise. There was a sense of community that Edwin was hard-pressed to find anywhere in Westeros, and he doubted even the famed winter town could compete with the kind of community the prince and the princess have created here. And the people of Corinth knew that too, and they loved the family of dragon riders for it beyond measure. Keep faith in the young prince, Edwin. One day, he'll stop hiding and you'll see. Grandmaster Elisar's words rang in his mind when he'd asked the man if he should go to the citadel and earn his links or stay with the prince. He'd stayed with the prince ever since then. He thought he'd seen what the Grandmaster meant when they were theorizing the nature of the world or replicating goods like Yetish porcelain or glass or liquid stone or the many, many other things that now sustained Corinth. That Elisar had meant to mean his clever mind that seemed as if it drew on divine inspiration and would have seen him forge as many links within the citadel should he have chosen that route. In less than a decade, they made more progress on the sciences than the last 300 Aegon estimated. But he'd been wrong. That had been only one side of the prince, and it was not even most important side. It wasn't even his talent in magic, a talent that Edwin knew Elisar did not know, that Edwin thought to himself. The prince himself had not known until years after Elisar's death. No, it was the prince's ability to inspire people to follow him, abilities that Edwin had known the prince capable of but not to the extent he'd seen in the moons before they'd arrived in the Summer Isles and ever since then. Yes. Grandmaster Elisar could see clearer than any man he'd known before and since. If you frown any deeper, it may become permanent. Aegon said, his distinctly rumbling voice shaking him out of his thoughts. Edwin turned towards the prince, the light of the torches carried by the guards behind them casting onto his face. He smiled a little as he stopped twiddling with the beads of his necklace his wife had made for him, that, twiddling that he hadn't known he was doing. Just thinking on the town and how far it has come in such a short time. Edwin elected to say, unwilling to share his thoughts of the prince. The corners of the prince's mouth drove upward, moving his cheeks, the only way to know nowadays if he was smiling or not under the well-kept but thick beard he had. It amazes me as well. The prince said, a note of pride and affection in his voice before he continued. I can only imagine what we will build once we find our home. The prince lost the smile and gazed upon the town, and his face melted into cold marble stone that seemed capable of stifling any source of warmth. Yet there are those that seek to strangle it in the crib. The way the prince spoke sent chills down Edwin's spine. His tone had been calm, yet the fury laden within it was undeniable. The prince knew those who were taken and knew them by name. And if there is one element that kept Edwin wary about the prince, beyond his magic, it was his penchant to never forgive a slight, or threat. Edwin remained silent for a few moments as they descended down the last quarter of the steps before glancing nervously away towards the distant lights downstream of the river where the port was and where he knew the captured crew of the pirate ships were located. Have we discovered who? He asked. Yes. And no. The prince answered as he peered at Edwin. We know who is responsible, but I do not believe they are acting without support. Edwin's thoughts immediately went to the Triarchy when he thought of who that support may be. There was a chance that Mir was acting alone with the way they were filling Lys coffers by purchasing slaves. He did not think they would want to risk that now that Bravus was supplying their own gold and ships for Daemon's conquest, but he wasn't sure of it, not with how heated the affair was becoming. With Prince Daemon warring with the Triarchy in the Stepstones with the Velarians and the financial and material backing of Bravus, it was certainly possible that the faction agreed to attack Corinth in this way in retaliation against Daemon. And, Edwin thought, the want-away knights sent to join Prince Daemon probably was a good reason to believe that Prince Aegon was not as neutral as it appeared. Prince Aegon narrowed his eyes before looking away towards the distance. It doesn't matter who is supporting them, not right now. We'll answer the offense as is due. Sooner or later. The prince paused for a moment before adding. It will be discussed in the next council meeting. Edwin nodded gravely, already suspecting of what the prince will do. There was little choice but to. Soon enough they arrived at the town, passing by the racetrack where carriage races, jousts and melees took place, walking past buildings and homes which still had people going about their business as market shops that sold from spice and herbs to silk and porcelain remained open. The styles of the homes and buildings was not beautiful, not like the colorful buildings that be found in Tyrosh or the red-topped buildings of King's Landing, and the folk never sought to change it, knowing that efforts would be wasted since it was only a matter of time before they left for the lands Prince Aegon promised them. The prince often stopped to talk and questioned the people around them about this or that, an act that Edwin saw delighted each and every one of them, and from the way the prince spoke with them, it pleased him too. At times, he wondered if the common folk, particularly the men and women who'd been raised with the faith, would revere the prince so if they knew of his wants and abilities in magic. He'd never been a pious man, not when he was considered a living sin for merely being born, but that could not be said for thousands of others. Yet, each time he thought about it, each time he saw the prince made fire dance to his will, and each time he saw the looks of the common folk when he was talking with them, Edwin knew that the faith would lose that battle of reverence. Just as he knew that the freed slaves who came with their queer faiths of red gods and a dozen other faiths, though many of whom were converting to the faith of the seven, the faith to which their prince held himself to, would not choose their faiths over the prince and his family. Especially without the presence of priests or septons and septas to argue against the practice and use of magic. The topic of the crew on the long-gone ships came up, a topic that was kept from the majority of people, though it was not a secret to the common folk that the men on those ships were in search for their home, just not where and how the prince managed to seem so sincere when he'd answered with soon when in grim truths no one but only the gods could know of the fate of those sailors, Edwin knew not. And as they walked away from the common folk, the sincere expression on the prince's face fell, once more becoming unreadably cold, though Edwin knew the prince well enough to know that the lack of news disturbed the prince greatly. Whilst most people did not know, enough knew about the search out west that it could spark seeds of doubt in the prince. He did not doubt that the prince knew it. By the time they got to the gates of the castle built on top of the hill on the other side of the town, it was well into the night. He closed the door to his room and soft moans were elicited by the sharp clunking sound of the door. Edwin! Clarissa sleepily called out as she peered her head upward. Yes, it's me. Edwin whispered as he took off his robes. He got into the bed and kissed the top of her head, which caused his wife to make a pleased sound, and she settled into his arms. You're late, she complained sleepily. Edwin sighed exasperated. You know I can't help it. Not when I'm with the prince. She only harumphed as she took his hand, placed it on top of her swollen belly. Excuses. She muttered, though not without a teasing tone to her voice. Edwin chuckled slightly and tightened his grip on her before sleep took them away. Break. 108 AC, Corinth. Casterys POV. Casterys sidestepped the downward swinging sword and raised his sword up as the boy opposite him moved his feet and changed his body to strike. Read the way your opponent moves, Casterys rang in his head, almost as loudly as the wood clanged in the training pitch. Casterys moved his feet with the blow and twisted his body hard as he swung at the boy. The other boy only barely managed to raise his sword, and it wasn't a good block, for he was unbalanced and Castoris pressed, his blows hitting hard and fast. His feet felt like they were dancing across the ground, and he thought he'd win this time. But he'd called victory too soon, for the older boy managed to turn his last blow to his left side and twisted around whilst ducking before slashing upward, catching Castoris off guard. The elder boy pressed. Low cuts. High cuts. Each blow Castoris felt until one strike knocked the sword out of his hand as it struck it. Ah! Castoris cried out and held his hand before he bit his lip to stifle his cries. So hard that he thought he was tasting blood on his tongue. My prince! The older boy hurried over towards Castoris, concern and fear etched on his scarred and egg-shaped face. Castoris looked at the older boy with a glare as the other guards were approaching. The boy, Nico, was mayhaps 3 years old than Castoris was, and probably oldest boy amongst the group of squires. Older and stronger and faster, but he had been so close to finally beating him. The sounds of slow clapping surprised both of them, and they both turned towards the sound. Castoris flushed when he saw his father there between his younger brothers and the other boys, standing there with a large smile on his bearded face. Well done, boys, his father rumbled out before he began to walk towards them. Nico hastily stood aside, his head slightly bowed, but Castoris could see the boy being scared. Your Grace! Nico stammered, so unlike the confident boy moments before. His father's warm expression didn't change as he spoke. Boy, why don't you get washed up? His father said calmly before looking towards the guards and jerked his head. The guards nodded to father and left with his brothers, who gave him a consoling smile before leaving with the other boys, with Nico following them quietly. Some of the guards remained and stood aside, though never far away, hovering like quiet sentinels. Castoris looked away from father's face as he gripped his sore hand. Let me see. Father said calmly but firmly, and Castoris jerked his hand towards his father, though he didn't look to his father but instead towards the ground. His father was gentle with his hand, but he still winced when he felt father pushed his hands on it. It'll be sore for a few days, mayhaps a week, but your hand will be fine. Father said calmly. Great, Castoris thought morosely. So in another week's time he'll lose to Nico, again. Today already was the 4th time. Castoris. Father's sharp voice made him wince. He heard his father say. Son. Father said, this time gentler, softer, and Castoris looked to his father. His father was looking at him gently, kindly, and Castoris couldn't help when he bit hard onto his lip as he struggled not to cry. His father saw it and smiled gently before swooping him up, and Castoris clung tightly to his father's neck as he buried his face in the crook of his father's neck. By the time he was finished sniffling, he was not crying. He felt embarrassed for acting like a little kid. He hadn't cried in forever, and now he cries? He was almost 8 days old. He was meant to be better. A warrior like father. He let go of his father's neck and his father looked at him warmly. Feel better now? Castoris flushed and his father chuckled as he gently placed Castoris down. He looked around and saw that the guards were looking away, their black glass knives gleaming in the light of the morning sun, whilst thankfully there was no one else there. At least no one but father saw him, he thought, relieved but still embarrassed. He felt father's hand on his shoulder. Castoris, look at me. Castoris looked at his father and met his mismatching eyes. Why were you so upset? His father asked. Castoris bit his lip momentarily before he spoke. I'm meant to be better than every kid. I can't even beat Nico. Castoris said, frustrated and upset. He was father's heir, everyone expected him to be the best. The other boys, the people of Corinth, even the guards. How could he prove that he was the best if he couldn't win even once over Nico, who wasn't even as good as others like Mains or Lomer, who were only 2 days older than Nico and could fight with men much older than they? Castoris. Father said with a frown. You're only 8 years old and Nico is almost 12. At your ages, even 1 year is enough to be a big difference. You're not meant to defeat everyone, you're meant to learn how to fight. His father said gently. Everyone else thinks otherwise. Castoris muttered. No one said anything to Castoris, but Castoris knew. He saw it in the faces of the other boys his age and older. Boys that expected him to be undefeatable and amazing like father was. His father, the great dragon that no one could defeat, his father who would take them to the promised lands where no one has ever been before. Not even the crow warriors of Umbra, who tried many times, could defeat father. Everyone expected him to be just like father, but Castoris couldn't even beat a former slave like Nico, who's only been learning to fight for 2 years. Everyone else is wrong. Father said firmly as he forced Castoris to meet his gaze again. You're learning and you're doing well. You do not have to prove anything to anyone at all, least of all to anyone at just 8 days, father said gently as he smiled at Castoris. Castoris nodding weakly before he gave a weak smile when father stared at him sternly with that "you better listen" look. Father lost the look and smiled gently at him before he stood straight up again, towering over Castoris. There were not many that were taller or bigger than father. You have nothing to worry about, my boy. Father said with a kind smile. Anyone with eyes knows how good you are. You're holding your own against an older boy and you're leagues ahead where I was as a boy your age. Castoris looked skeptical at that and father chuckled as he ruffled Castoris' hair. Everyone called father as the best fighter in all of the Summer Isles and mayhaps across all of the known world, and Castoris believed it. He'd seen father fight and he never seen anything so amazing. He was like the storm that raged during the summer season. Each hit of father's Castoris imagined was hit with the strength of thunder as clashing steel hit with the way father always fought with power and amazing speed. Truly. Father said to him with a smile as he placed his big hand onto Castoris' shoulder and led him towards the outside. So do not fret, my son. With enough hard work and dedication, you will become even better than I am. Father said to Castoris. Really? Castoris asked with surprise and hope but also some disbelief. Of course. Father said before he stopped them and crouched down slightly so that their faces were close to each other again. I have no doubt that you, your brothers and your sister will be better than I ever was or ever will be. Father said in Greek with a faint smile before he continued as he held onto Castoris' shoulders, eyes alight with pride. Polaris takes after your mother with that mind he possesses. Valar has a curiosity that I can see taking and lifting him beyond the heavens itself. Your sister and little brother are still young yet but they also show promise in their own ways. Father said to him softly as his proud eyes bored into Castoris. His father grasped a little tighter onto his shoulders as he spoke and Castoris couldn't look away from his father's eyes. You and your siblings are my pride and joy. My reason for everything. Father said quietly to Castoris with a serious expression as he held even tighter onto his shoulders. And you, Castoris, I have no doubt that you will become greater than I, not only for our family but for our people. You are the brother that your siblings look up to and many of the other children do the same. You will build monuments upon the foundation I will lay. You are special, Castoris. Know that and know that I believe in you, my son. Father added and Castoris leapt and hugged father again. Father's words felt like how the warm kiss of the sun at dawn felt on the skin after a swim in the cold ocean, but instead of the skin, he felt it at the center of his being. Father chuckled softly as he tapped Castoris' back gently. Castoris looked at his father and saw that his smile was gone and instead there was a glimmer in his eyes, a glimmer he recognized. He'd seen it when father was talking with mother or with the advisors. Remember what I told you about others that you dislike? That others I don't like can still be helpful. Castoris parroted back his father's words. Father always would sit down with him and Polaris and Valar, speaking to them and teaching them and asking them strange and difficult questions that made them think a lot. Sometimes, he didn't understand but the lesson he repeated to father he understood a lot. Father nodded slightly. We will always face challenges in life, my son. Sometimes those challenges can be other people. Father told him seriously. It is up to you to decide how you will meet those challenges. His father tapped him on his temple. Castoris nodded obediently, knowing exactly what father meant and wanted from him. I understand, father. Castoris said dutifully and determined. Father smiled. Good, he intoned, switching back to High Valyrian which everyone including the guards understood, before he rose up. Father placed his hand on top of Castoris' hair. Come, your brothers will be waiting for you. I missed their bouts but Sir Barry said that they both won. Father said and Castoris bobbed his head even as his father's hand remained on his head. Yes, Polaris took down Myram quickly though Valar took a bit long to disarm Emrym. Castoris said to father before describing the fights of his brothers. Soon enough Castoris was with his brothers again who were waiting on him. Father spoke with his brothers briefly and praised them both on their fights. Valar cheekily asked if his reward could be to fly on Shrikos. His father only said that Valar should ask his mother if that could be his reward and Valar's expression was very funny. Probably imagined their mother's tongue lashing for even asking that when they all knew they had to be 12 before they'd be allowed to ride their dragons. Father left soon afterwards, leaving him behind with his brothers. You'll get him next time, Valar said encouragingly with an encouraging nod when the topic of Castoris' duel with Nico came up. If it wasn't that trickery, you'd have won. Next time you will know that he can do that trick. We can train every day after dinner if you like. Polaris offered. Castoris looked at Polaris as if he'd grown an extra head. You never want to do anything after dinner, he asked in bemused disbelief. Valar laughed at that. That's so true. It's my favorite time to play you in chess because you become so lazy after a full belly. Polaris pushed Valar in annoyance. That only happened once. No. It happened 3 times. They don't count. I stopped playing before the game was finished. So? That still means I won. Castoris laughed at his brother's antics and smiled as his twin and their younger bickered endlessly even as they left the castle training yard. Later, after Castoris caught up with his twin and their younger brother and had gone to see their dragons, Castoris told his guards that he wanted to speak with Nico. Nico. Castoris said as he found him in the other training yard outside the castle walls where the boys Castoris and his brothers trained with, like Nico, lived with the families of the servants. It wasn't the only training yard either. There were many in the town below, even 3 nearby the racetracks, and most of them were open to everyone. Father even encouraged it to be used and liked to say that everyone should learn how to defend themselves. Most people always did what father or mother wanted them to do, so they were always used. Plus, father explained to him and his brothers that the former slaves never wanted to be slaves again, so many of them saw training as a way to prevent it from ever happening again. Nico was different though. He, and some of the other boys, were freed from Liss when they were very young and were kind of like unwanted in Liss because they weren't the best, whatever that meant. Best at what? He wondered, but mother and father and even the other boys didn't explain, so he stopped asking. The boys that Castoris trained with had no parents, but they were brought up with foster families, his father had said, families that had enough room to take in another boy or two, and when those close to his and his brother's age wanted to learn how to fight, father had them included in the training with them. The older boys that were on the cusp of manhood were training with the captains and the commander, kind of like squires if he remembered his lessons rightly. My prince. Nico said a little warily as he glanced at the guards and stepped back. Castoris' eyes widened and hurriedly spoke up, I'm not here to do anything. Before he turned around and said about the guards, and they won't as well. Prince Aegon would have us strung up and beat us half to death himself if we did what you think we would do, boy. One of his guards, Emery, said dryly and roughly, though it was clear that they at least found the situation a little funny. Why did you think I would make them do anything like that? Castoris questioned, a little confused. Nico scratched the back of his head. Well, some of the older boys who heard what happened said I'm in big trouble for hurting one of the dragon princes. That hurting princes, especially one like you, can get you killed. They said that in Liss, even looking at the nobles wrongly there gets you gelded or worse, even killed. Nico said carefully with his odd accent. Well, we're not like that. Castoris said a little offended, unsure what gelded meant, but whatever it was, it didn't sound nice at all, and he did hear the guards shift beside him who he saw had uncomfortable faces. Nico smiled a little sheepishly. I know. But... Nico shrugged and they both fell into a little lull. One that Castoris broke. Castoris began a little awkwardly before shaking his head and looked at Nico. The twist thing that you did, it was good. Castoris said a little hesitantly. Nico smiled slightly before shrugging. I kinda learned how to be slippery in Liss. Nico paused for a second before adding, if you like, I can teach you how I do it. Castoris brightened up that before he reined in his excitement and gave a little nod. I'd like that. Castoris said calmly, like he often saw father speak, but still. He couldn't help but let a little smile bloom on his face. Break. 108 AC Port Corinth. Sir Cedric Leodon POV. His boots clunked on the stone steps as he descended down, the growing sounds of tortured screams, wails, and begging ringing in his ears. He arrived at the bottom of this miserable place and walked past the guards before continuing down the dimly lit corridor that seemed to stretch endlessly. He'd been here before it was turned into a prison, when it'd just been a well-hidden cavern deep below the surface with pools of cobalt water and walls that glittered with pink gemstones. Much of it had been mined, but the beauty of the cavern had still been there. He glanced at the hollowed-out grey rocky walls before veering towards the mostly empty cells with steel bars that lined the inner parts of this passage and the 3 other passages of the cavern. There was none of that now. How quickly things could change in merely a few moons. The sounds of torture grew louder as he approached his destination. He passed by a couple of patrols before arriving at the central parts of the prison that connected to the other passageways, where dozen guards were seated playing a game of stones and tiles before gazing upon the heavy-set doors that hid chambers where the guards questioned the prisoners behind doors that did little to hide the screams. The guards roused out and upwards before they could speak. Cedric asked impatiently, where is Tratos? His gaze veering to the doors where he could hear were at least 3 voices of men that were being tortured. He's in with one of the pirate captains. One of the guards said before another pointed to one of the doors, and Cedric set his jaw slightly before he brusquely walked towards the door. Cedric pushed against the door and the door swung open, violently, and Tratos twisted around with his dagger at the ready, though he relaxed when he realized who it was. Cedric's gaze turned towards the naked and hanging man whose breathing was shallow and weak, though that was not what caught his attentions. No, it was the crisscrossing cuts sliced into the man's flesh that looked deep and some old, the nails embedded in the man's knees and elbows, and the burn marks seared into his thighs. Sir Cedric. Tratos greeted with a curious but hard look on his face. Cedric returned his impassive gaze to Tratos. Tratos was a blonde-haired man in his mid-20s of average height, though what made him stand out was his burliness. A farmer's son, then turned sailor, then turned guardsman, Tratos was strong as an ox and quickly became one of the better fighters. Tratos was also one of the more unscrupulous men in Corinth, and the kind of man who could sleep soundly after torturing a man to death. What can I do for you? Cedric narrowed his eyes slightly as he answered, the prince is coming on the morrow. He wants to interrogate the last captain himself. Cedric paused as he scrutinized Tratos and moments later asked, you have kept him untouched? I haven't touched that pirate, Tratos said defensively. Our prince was clear in what he wanted when we got them in. Tratos responded, and Cedric did not like the tone, but he ignored it. Cedric nodded. Good. Cedric's eyes darted towards the hanging man. Try and keep that one alive. The prince will want to use him. Tratos raised his eyebrows before he glanced at the pirate. That may be, Difficult. Cedric scoffed. I can see that, he said before shaking his head and peering at Tratas. Just try it. It's not as if there are many other pirates still alive. Tratas somehow managed to look sheepish. 200 men those 2 pirate ships had carried. 200 men. The first crew of the pirate ship had long died and nearly all of the crew of the second pirate ship were dead now too. All in the space of less than 3 moons. Did you at least get any more useful information from him? Cedric asked as he looked at the hanging pirate. Tratas grumbled. No. The same story. I doubt the other pirate captain will say anything else. That is for the prince to find out. Tratas grunted and Cedric nodded curtly before turning around, but before he could leave through the door Tratas asked him, will we go hunt and kill them all? Cedric paused in his steps and slowly turned around. Tratas bore a grim and hard face as he stared directly at Cedric. I know our prince won't let this insult lie. I want to be there fighting alongside him. Cedric wore an inquisitive look on his face, one that Tratas got and answered. A friend of mine, a good friend, Jace, was on one of the ships. Tratas said to him in a hard voice before adding, we started out as deck mates together. Cedric said nothing for a moment before nodding. I will make sure of it. Cedric promised, all but confirming the man's suspicions. Tratas grunted as he nodded with a pleased expression before he looked at the almost corpse. I'll keep the bastard alive. For the prince. Cedric turned back around and walked out of the door. Once he was out of the dark and gloomy cavern, he made the journey back to the port where dozens of carracks were docked, along with one of the returning fleets from the Far East, in the wider part of the river stream which bore a good enough harbor for the docks and the shipbuilding yards. Normally it wouldn't be as full as it was now, but with the threat of the pirate ships that they knew were patrolling their trade routes, ships were now only sent in large fleets with thrice the men on them, much like how they sent the fleet to the Far East. It meant that there were fewer sailors that could man the ships available. Port Corinth's dockyard wasn't as large as Dragonstone's dockyards, nor were the number of ships they could build high, but they did the job in maintaining their current fleets and more importantly building of the topsail larger ships that served to be their flagships. The journey back to the town was smooth and quick as he traveled on horse on the smooth roads that lead to the town, which in the distance flew large banners with the colors of the prince's personal heraldry. As he rode through the center of town, the smells of spices and cooked foods assaulted his nose and the sight of colorful silks and cloths and potteries lined the streets. It looked very much like the wealthier parts of King's Landing did, on a good day, but without the lovely smell of shit and perfumes that pervaded the main markets. The only difference was that there were many more dragon seeds than there were Westerosi, Cedric mused to himself. A consequence of tens of thousands of slaves bought and freed from their chains. Of course, that wasn't to say they were the only peoples here. There were still many Westerosi, few Esseси like Bravasi or Kohori or Myrina's, and many summer Icelanders too, though they often only came to trade with how much closer Corinth was to their villages than Tall Trees Town or Lotus Port, which was at the other side of the river. He passed through the main town center and rode past the buildings that housed the guilds of healing and sciences. The prince had spent much coin on convincing healers from all around Essos to come join them and offered many promises of support to fund their experiments and needs. After the trade ships ventured across the known world and returned, it wasn't odd to see them bring to these guilds strange plants and woods and even insects for one reason or another. Sometimes a simple rumor that this or that herb had magical powers to heal any wound was enough for it to be bought and brought to the healers. It wasn't long before he reached the steps to the castle that stood atop the tallest hill in the region, a dull grey castle with high walls. It was built much like the rest of the town was, with liquid stone, though it was left unpainted. The builders that had come with them from Bravus often lamented the prince's austerity, his refusal to allow them to build a monument worthy of his family name, but Cedric cared little for it. He knew the prince well and knew that he thought of the castle as a necessity to protect the young princes and princess, and not a home. No, his thoughts of home always cast west, to the unknown lands that lie beyond the vast seas. He would have thought it folly, but he knew the kind of man the prince and knew what he was capable of. He held no doubts that if the prince said that there was land west of the Summer Isles, then he had good reasons to believe there was land west of the Summer Isles. It would only be a matter of time before they found it. He was escorted through the castle, and after he arrived at the top floor, he was let through the doors to one of the guarded main halls and walked through. Prince Aegon was there with the youngest children, along with the hound Rex, which reared its head towards him as he lay on the ground, a grey-coloured bitch that the prince had purchased as a pup amongst the other pups he purchased mere moons before their departure from Westeros, hounds now grown and kept and cared for in the kennels by dog breeders the prince convinced to come with them. The hound was always there with the family, even during their meals. He'd found it strange, why the hound wasn't with the other hounds in the kennels, but he knew better than to question such an unimportant point. The youngest of them, Prince Solanise, was playing with the popular children's game, a game that had blocks of wood carved in 24 shapes that had to be slotted into a wooden table with hollowed-out shapes, whilst the only daughter, Princess Rena, was using coloured chalk on blackened wood, another popular children's toy. "My prince." Cedric bowed his head and the prince gestured him inward before returning his attentions to his youngest children. "How is young Edmund?" the prince asked as he turned his gaze towards Cedric. Cedric was surprised by the sudden question but answered he is healthy. He said with a faint smile as he thought of his young son who was about the age of Prince Solanese, 8 moons old. He'd married 2 years ago to Elise, a baker's girl he'd known since before they left, and she'd given him a son, something he couldn't have imagined he'd have when he'd been nothing more than a King's Landing rat. The moment he'd held his son in his arms, Cedric promised him that he'd have everything he'd need in life, everything that Cedric had not when he was begotten. Though he is still not sleeping well, Cedric admitted. For the past se'night, he kept waking at all times of the night. Elise says that it's because of his teething. Yes. It can be painful for the child, the prince said, glancing at his youngest for a moment before he turned and met Cedric's gaze. I will have someone send in a remedy, a pale white paste, that can soothe the pain. It seems to work. It has helped Rena and it is helping Solanese. Cedric smiled at the prince, gratitude filling him. Thank you, my parents, he said sincerely. The prince nodded pleased before his eyes turned inquisitively and Cedric understood it. Everything will be ready, my prince. Tratas has not broken the orders. The prince merely nodded after a few moments before he moved to assist the babbling Prince Solanese that tried to put in the square block into the triangular hole. Good. The prince said as he guided the infant boy towards the right square hole. We'll have no need for the prison come the end of the morrow. It will be closed, the prince said calmly as he kept most of his attentions on the infant boy, smiling as the child correctly slotted the wooden block in. My prince. Cedric began and the prince turned to look at him with an inquisitive glint in his eyes. We have what we need from the pirates. Nearly all of the prates had said the same thing time and again. They knew exactly who their enemies were now and where they were. Cedric paused momentarily and eyed the children before looking at the prince again, who simply waved him on to continue, and he did. Why do I wish to see the pirate captain myself? Cedric nodded slightly. The prince hummed as he leaned back fully into his chair and turned to face Cedric, his expression turning to stone though the fury was undeniable in his eyes. Cedric knew then that it wasn't a matter of doubting the information the guards had extracted. No, instead, it was the kind of matter that all men felt at least once in their lives. Cedric bowed his head in acceptance. The coldness in the prince's face faded away and in its stead, seriousness crept in. I will task Gala, Anis and Muro to intensify the training of our men. The prince said with full seriousness, and Cedric nodded gravely, understanding why. The prince continued, I will be adding you as the third commander and you will lead the garrisons that I will leave behind in my name. Cedric ears peaked at that. They had about 13 garrisons they could call to muster, and if they needed to increase it by drawing off of the full-time farmers, it could jump to 15 or 16, and at a push, they could call upon the rest of the men of Corinth that were trained in the matters of bows and spears. As you command, my prince. How many garrisons? As much as he was disappointed that he wouldn't be going with the prince, he also knew that it was the more important posting for the prince and it was an honor to be trusted with it. 6, the prince answered. My prince. Cedric began, his voice tinging with concern. You'll take only 3,500 men with you. The Basilisk Isles was large and a dangerous place, a place of 1,001 islands, filled with pirates, slavers, murders, and monsters, truly a place of depravity fit only for others of the same ilk. And there were near 100 or more pirate lairs in that cursed isles. The Isle of Flies alone boasted near a dozen alone, whilst Talon, a claw-shaped island north of the Isles of Tears, was said to be one of the most fortified pirate dens out of all the Basilisk Isles. Even with the sailors of a fleet of 30, the prince would only have 6,000 or 7,000 men with him. Far too few to deal with the problem of the pirate king. The prince smiled grimly. Yes, he simply answered before his expression hardened. Do not fret. I have a few plans to equalize the disparity in numbers. Cedric could hear the steel in the prince's voice. Cedric bowed his head in acceptance. Of course, my prince. As you command. The prince's expression lessening slightly as he nodded before returning his attentions to the children. That is all. I will speak with you again on the morrow. Cedric bowed before the prince before he turned around and walked away. Break. 108 AC, Port Corinth. Gale Targaryen POV. Dinner was a raucous affair as they ate as a family, with her boys throwing pieces of meat to Rex as always. Conversation flowed between herself, Aegon and their boys as they discussed this or that happening or interest like they always did most days. Though, excited talks about riding their dragons grew more as time went on, and it was conversation she disliked having. They were her little boys, and though she knew their dragons would not hurt their riders, she still feared for her boys. The lessons she thought were a pain and excessive, boring, and repeating lessons about checking saddles, whips and reins taught to her by her mother and Baelon and Aegon, were now all of a sudden grossly inadequate for her children, and she made it a point to ensure her boys would know what to check and do, to the point that she could be sure that it was as instinctive as breathing. She wasn't so concerned about dutiful and attentive Castoris, or Polaris, who had a natural sense of cautiousness that made him seem older than his years, as she was about Valar, whose curiosity about anything and everything made her concerned that he'd rush off one day without doing the proper checks. But nevertheless, she was extremely happy with their boys who were all dutiful in the ways that mattered. And, much to her joy, they were as close as thieves, as close as her brothers Baelon and Aemon were said to have been as children. She would not say it to Aegon, but she had feared for their sons, that they'd be distant from one another like how Aegon had been distant from his eldest brother and antagonistic with other elder brother. She knew that there were circumstances that caused such distance, circumstances like the blame assigned by Daemon to Aegon for the death of Alyssa, or the magical memories Aegon bore since he was born of another life, mayhaps the future, that she knew had shaped Aegon as much as his estranged relations did with his father and brother, and she was relieved none such circumstances existed amongst her boys. In any case, she thought to herself as she shook away the thoughts about Aegon's brothers who somehow still managed to be problematic despite their distance, to say that she was a happy mother would be understating it. Well, as happy she could be, she thought to herself as the faint ache in her heart played up and her mind cast adrift to the child they'd lost. There should be 8 of us, she thought to herself with a bitter note. She knew that to give safe birth to 5 children was a privilege that not many families were blessed with, but that shard of sadness and pain wouldn't dislodge in her heart when she was around a table with all of her living children. She finally agreed to Aegon's wishes to stop trying for another child then, something that she knew removed a heavy weight from his heart. Even when she'd been heavy with the twins, he'd been tense and afraid for her, so much so he'd sought out learned healers from Pentos to tend to her. A fear that never left him with every pregnancy. She'd felt guilty, knowing that it was her desires to have a large family that inspired that fear in him, but any time she thought the twins, or later Valar would be enough, she'd see him play with the boys, and that wish of her to have a large family kept haunting her and Aegon, as much as he could be single-minded and stubborn, could never deny her anything, not even if he hated it so. But this time, she thought as her mind went back to her lost child, this time it was truly enough. There would be no more. Mama. The childish voice of her youngest child broke her out of her reverie, and she waved off the servant as she picked her not yet one named-day-old son. She set her son onto her lap, which delighted the infant, and dinner resumed. After the children were sent to bed, she remained with Aegon in their apartment chamber as they waited until it was time for the council meeting. I read the letter. Aegon told her as he fished it out from his pocket and flicked it across the table. Her lips thinned as she stared at the letter as if it offended her. Truthfully, it did offend her. She did not know how he could have the gall to write to Aegon. A red wine ship travelled to Lotus Port, Prince Jala's seat, before making the journey towards Port Corinth. Prince Jala's messenger arrived sooner than that ship and warned them about it. They'd had their people board the red wine ship before sending back on its way, refusing to even let them disembark from their ship. It mattered not to them that the messenger was a cousin of the Red Wine Lord. It wouldn't have even mattered if it was Viserys himself. And what does he want? She asked curtly. Aegon hummed as he began to tap against the hardwood table. He wants us to return. Gale scoffed. He wants us to return. She repeated with a higher note in her voice as her nostrils flared and her eyes blazing with fury. She rose from her seat and began to pace angrily. After all that he did? Removing you from the line of succession, she turned to him and said snappishly, I know, it doesn't matter, but he slighted you before. She paced again and almost growled out. I can accept the excuse that he did it to protect Rhaenyra's inheritance, but then he made it pointless when he chose marry that Hightower child, that of a second son no less, instead of remaining a widower like he ought to have been like Aemon and Baelon. At this point she was vibrating with anger, hot burning anger, and she stiffened when she felt his arms wrapped around her, though moments later she slumped against him, her breathing still heavy. She knew it was unfair, that neither Aemon or Baelon had been kings then, but she also truly believed that neither would have remarried, not even Aemon had he ascended to the throne. Did Aemma matter less to Viserys than Alyssa or Jocelyn did to her brothers? Why does he want us to return? She asked, resigned and tired. He says wants his family close by and offered me the position of Master of Coin and the lands and lordship in the Crownlands I once refused. Aegon told her, and she gently pushed against his heavy arms and he released her. She turned around and looked at him. Is that it? Does he think we are so easily bought? She asked and shook her head. And does he think he can play family after he killed Aemma? She said harshly. Aegon's expression turned to a faint grimace. Aemma didn't deserve the fate she got, and she'd been absolutely heartbroken to hear Aemma died in childbirth, a fate that she knew Aemma feared and had resigned herself to. Aemma was as clever as she was kind and knew that Viserys desired a son above all else, and Aemma would not deny Viserys whom she loved, a son. Gale understood, of course she did. Dying on the birthing bed was a risk, and a risk that was part of life. All women and men, high and common, knew this. But Aemma's circumstances were different. Her body was broken and the maesters knew this, yet they and Viserys, and to her shame, her father, never voiced out the truth of how dangerous it was for Aemma to keep trying and trying. And now, she was dead because of their lies and cruelty. And to offer Master of Coin. Gale scoffed. If he really wanted mend the wound, he'd offer at the very least the hand of the king. His wife's father is hand of the king. Viserys isn't capable of that. Aegon pointed out calmly to her. She narrowed her eyes. As I said, if he wanted to mend the wound. Gale returned before pausing and eyeing her husband suspiciously. And why aren't you angry? My love. Aegon said with raised eyebrows. You're angry enough for the pair of us as it is. Aegon raised his hands in surrender at her slitted violet eyes. He sighed before he continued to speak. I expected something like this from Viserys. He looked her directly in the eyes as he spoke. With Daemon fighting in the stepstones with the Valyrians and the financial backing of Bravos, I wouldn't be surprised if there are those at King's Landing whispering poison in Viserys' ears. Gale shook her head. Daemon is many things, but he wouldn't do anything to Viserys, she denied firmly. Daemon's redeeming quality was that when he loved those he loved them fiercely. And Viserys? Daemon would face Vhagar with Dark Sister in hand alone rather than harm Viserys. Though, she privately mused to herself darkly, removing Daemon from the line of succession likely would have set her tempestuous nephew into a hot rage. And men, when they were angered and slighted, could do anything. Even to brothers. Daemon fighting in the stepstones to carve out his own kingdom using the pretenses of clearing out the islands of pirates was very much, at least, partly as a consequence of Viserys' actions. She hoped Daemon would be content with a kingdom of his own. I agree. Aegon said with a grim smile before he sighed and closed his eyes with a pained expression on his face. And I do not think Viserys would completely believe that Daemon would threaten his position as king. But Viserys is alone in King's Landing, surrounded by those that would seek to instill chaos and doubt at the expense of our house. He finished moments before he reopened his mismatching eyes. She was taken aback by the comment before she frowned with concern when she realized it was true. Viserys was the adult Targaryen in Westeros, a dragonless Targaryen at that. She realized for the first time that her family's hold on the realm was truly weak even if it was stable, for now, especially with Daemon as mercurial as he is and Viserys far too stubborn to recognize his need for Daemon. So you think Viserys truly needs us home? Aegon said nothing for a few moments before he sighed and peered at her. She knew then that yes, Viserys did need them. But still. Tell me. Please. Yes. He needs us. But it won't matter because he won't change his mind. Aegon told her and there were rare tangs of bitterness in his voice. What do you mean? Viserys neglected to write it but he has a son by Alicent now. The sailors of the Red Wine ship proudly mentioned it to some of our people. Aegon said grimly to her and her eyes widened before she shook her head almost despondently. No, he's not keeping Rhaenyra as heir, is he? The sailors confirmed that Rhaenyra is still heir and Aegon was born last year. She sat back down. Does he know what he is doing? A son always came before a daughter, even a daughter from a first marriage. If her father had to call a great council to settle the debate on the matter of inheritance to stave off civil war because he knew his choice would not settle the issue, a great king that everyone respected and ruled for almost half a century by then, what was Viserys thinking in ignoring the laws and customs of Westeros? Aegon sat across from her. Mayhaps he thinks the oath sworn by the nobles is enough. She looked up and saw his contemptuous face that settled into grimness. Mayhaps he doesn't want to anger Daemon any further by stripping his son from ascending to the throne as king consort. That was right, Gale thought to herself as she remembered that betrothal and she groaned internally at the mess of their family. Or mayhaps he is blinded by guilt not seeing that he was doing greater harm by keeping her heir the moment he chose to remarry and begotten a son. He finished. She said nothing for a good while, her mind a-whirl with so many different things. Her father had not been the best of fathers. He loved her but he had no time for her nor her wishes. He made mistakes, many of them, and she knew that their family had suffered greatly due to his choices and pride. Even now, Sarah wouldn't respond to her letters. Her hate of their family was that strong, but one thing she could honestly say was that his duty to the realm was the most important thing to him. Beyond even mother. And Viserys was failing his duty and more importantly their house by not seeing the problems he was causing now and many years later. Especially since he married a daughter of the most powerful and wealthy family in the Reach, even if she was a daughter of a second son of that house, who would not stand idle and let another not of their blood inherit the throne. In the years since their departure, she'd read a few of Aegon's books that spoke of the rise and falls of kingdoms, and discussed them a few times with her husband. A most dangerous time for a kingdom, its ruling bloodline and the people themselves was when the succession was unclear. What Viserys was doing was utterly and incomprehensibly dangerous. She looked up and met his gaze and said nothing as she studied his expression. It was expressionless, as it so often was when it came to difficult things, but she could see the faint traces of tension in his body, like he's wounded and waiting to be sprung at a moment's notice. You don't want to be involved, do you? She asked quietly and knowingly, and a heaviness settled in her chest. Aegon's blank expression broke and he spoke. I don't. He admitted to her and she could hear the trace of guilt in his voice, but there was also steel in there that made it clear that he wouldn't be moved into acting. Our children, she whispered as she looked at her clenched hands. Our children. Aegon confirmed with no guilt apparent in his voice. She was not willing to involve their children in this mess. She could not imagine the awfulness King's Landing must be now. Even at the best of times, it could be a terrible place for a child, especially a child that had the court's eyes on them. Aegon had felt it plenty and even she had been party to it even if she had been shielded by her mother mostly. Dim Gale, frightful little girl, are we sure she's the queen's daughter? Alyssa and Visera were much more like the queen. She forcefully withdrew her mind from those hurtful memories. Her heart ached for Rhaenyra. She must feel so alone. 1 and 10 name days old and she was without a mother and all of the scheming eyes of the realm were on her. And her baby brother, whom she should be cherishing and doting on, was from the moment of his birth a danger to her position, regardless if she ought to have been chosen as heir or not, all because of the folly of her father. Gale shook her head even as the guilt gnawed at her heart. I feel terrible, but I don't wish to involve us either, she whispered pained. She heard Aegon get up and crouched beside her and took hold of her hands. I'm sorry. Aegon told her sincerely and she gazed upon him. She saw the resignation etched on his face and it was devastating. She could only imagine how he must feel. And yet, she knew that her parents, Baelon and Alyssa, would despair 1,000 times worse with the state of their house. She smiled weakly as she brought up their hands and gently kissed the top of his knuckles. I know, I am too, she said with glazy eyes before she shook her head and sighed heavily. I could truly use some good news, she said heavily and looked at Aegon meaningfully. Like news from the west, she thought to herself. Aegon's expression lost its guilt and in its place rare uncertainty took hold. If only. Aegon reluctantly voiced out as he got up and gently lifted her up. I don't think we can be sure either way for some time yet. Aegon told her. Gale didn't like hearing that nor the doubt in Aegon's voice. She didn't like hearing that they might have sent their people to death, people who almost worshipped them, people who they sold a dream to. Aegon had promised them many things, but most importantly new safe lands that would put Dragonstone to shame when he'd convinced their people to come. And Aegon had been so sure that there were lands out in the west of the Summer Isles when he'd come back from the Summer Isles after he'd won Prince Jalawelino. Admittedly, she was very excited too. The ideas of being the first to find new lands and the opportunity to carve something out for them and their family was enticing. She'd seen the copies of ancient and historical maps of the Summer Icelanders of the western and some of the eastern coastline of Sotho Rios, and it was the western coastline that taken Aegon's interest. Whilst the western coastline hadn't been followed all the way down, Aegon had seen enough, something, in those maps that made him believe with certainty that there were lands beyond the known world in the west. And 13 moons ago, Aegon ordered the exploration of the west with captains trained on how to use Aegon's secretive inventions, compasses, and far-seeing far eyes, each mission going further and further before returning with observations of the way the ocean moved. The ocean moves in certain ways, Gale, ways, and we can find our new home by riding those movements all whilst using the Targaryen Islands as a base to replenish their supplies or to make repairs. To get to the Targaryen Islands from Port Corinth took over 2 moons travel whilst thus far, from the Targaryen Islands onwards, the sailors had explored straight or as near straight lines northwest, west and southwest. With compasses ensuring that the sailors never lost their way, on board of ships built sturdier than even Ebane's whaling ships, and each exploration mission carefully planned and distances measured, they'd approximately determined that there was nothing west for distance of 2 moons' journey. The seas were more dangerous as well, instead of the calmer narrow sea or the summer sea, with the sailors admitting they felt like the waters of the Sunset Sea shook and heaved and pushed against their ships like no other sea, though there were some signs of calmer waters if you sharply went south after 1.5 moons travel northwest position. Despite the disappointing news, they'd still had hope that they'd find something, and so did Captain Bryce, who'd suggested they go 4 moons journey west and then south, which Aegon agreed with in aloud. They'd hoped that the compasses and provisions would help and ensure to prevent ships being lost at sea. As the moons ticked over, that hope was dwindling. West was not the only option, but it was the best option if they were going to settle anywhere unless they returned to Westeros. Morocco, a large island in the Jade Sea, was the second best option, whilst the valleys of the Painted Mountains and the northern tip of the former Kingdom of Sarnar were distant third and fourth options. Each of the second, third, and fourth option had their own challenges, but only Morocco was an option she thought was good enough. It was lightly populated and the city of Pharaohs did not boast more than 50,000 people. Essos, however. Aegon believed the challenges they'd face there would never end, should they need to settle there, so much so they'd be forced to create an empire to ensure the safety of their family and their people. And with that came with their despise of slavery, which she knew would make them instant enemies of the ruling classes should they do anything to combat the practice in the lands they ruled. And empires of so many peoples never last long, least of an empire that would be considered an heir to what most SSE consider to have been a blight of Planetos. She sighed. Mayhaps they could reach an agreement with Prince Jala and the other princes and princesses to permanently settle in Corinth or elsewhere in the Isles. But I do not think they have died. The seas may have forced them on a longer route. Aegon said soothingly, and that was the end of their conversation about it. Hours later. Her eyes swept across the council table as she sat by Aegon's side. There were 7 other men within the council chambers, each of them performing one aspect that helped run the home and the businesses they created for themselves. Normally, nothing necessitated them meeting like this given that their lands were well run, but there were a number of points of import that needed to be discussed, especially the one point that filled her with a burning anger she'd not felt since both sides of their family began to muster men only days after the death of her brother Baelon. Her hands clenched tightly under the table as her heart ached at her dark thoughts. She knew what would need to happen. She'd discussed long enough with Aegon to know it has to happen lest there invite further attacks on their people, but she hated that he'd have to go and she feared for him. Memories of her brothers dying unbefitting and sudden deaths played on her mind. Anything could happen. She was pulled out of her dark thoughts as she felt warm calloused hands on top of her right fist and she turned to her right. Aegon was not looking at her but somehow had known of her inner turmoil. She eased herself. Thankfully her expression hadn't changed and she pushed those thoughts aside for now, instead refocusing on the meeting at hand. She glanced at Baneth Stolly, a Dragonstone native of Westerosi and Valyrian descent, was the master of ships and the man who oversaw the building and maintenance of ships whilst also working with Aegon and the other shipwrights to make improvements in the ship designs. Opposite Stolly was Illyrio Soros, a man of Bravici descent, and was the chief builder and master of masonry. All other builders directly reported into him and was responsible for the construction of homes and protecting the secrets of liquid stone production. Next to Soros was Bodrin, a farmer's son from the Crownlands that came to Dragonstone years before they left in search for better opportunities, having had served as a sailor before becoming the master of agriculture when they settled in Wallano. He oversaw their plantations like the most profitable ones like cinnamon, tobacco and pepper alongside their food crops that fed Corinth and the few neighbouring summer islander villages. On the other side of the table and sitting nearest to Aegon was Edwin formerly Rivers, now of House Hestatis, and was the Grand Scholar of Corinth. Edwin, a former acolyte of Elissar and whom Aegon had spent much time with when he'd been a boy, was a man whose duties were too many to list and was by and large the man who Aegon valued the most amongst their people. At times, she wondered if he pressed Edwin to marry Clarissa, a Dragonseed girl, just so that his friend's line wouldn't end. Beside Edwin was Trajan for Orlin, a Volantine alchemist. He was the master of the mysteries, or as their people called him the Prince's Warlock. It was not an undue name. Out of the 4 alchemists Aegon managed to coax out of Volantis on the return journey to Dragonstone after winning Prince Jala's seat back, for Orlin was the most capable, and by far the most dangerous. She did not like the man and his piercing dark blue eyes that looked almost dark violet under certain lights, did not settle her. Aegon knew of her dislike and suspicions of the man and though he never dismissed them, she knew that until the man gave reasons beyond ill feelings, that Aegon would not cast him out. Aegon valued the man too much and she grudgingly had to admit that the alchemist was undeniably valuable, at least to Aegon. Their progress in the arcane proven that much. The other 2 seats were filled by Gala Ennis Cargaris and Muro Calnerian, Aegon's commanders for the royal army that was 5,000 strong. They also oversaw the training of the common folk who were required to learn how to fight by Aegon's decree. She herself was here not only as Lady of Corinth but also as the steward of her family and that of Corinth. It started back on Dragonstone where Aegon had encouraged her to be well versed and be as capable as any in the matters of budget, coin and accounts. There were many evenings on Dragonstone where she'd sat and listened and learned and was tested on accounts and numbers and balances, and had not felt such high demands on her since she'd been 10 name days old and even then, it had not compared to what Aegon had asked of her. It paid off, of course. So few people who'd left with them from Westeros were trained in any form of stewardship since nearly none had noble bearings of import and not just anyone could be trusted in such matters of wealth and coin. Barrows. Aegon began as they settled within the council chambers, his low rumbling voice naturally drew all attention towards him. His mismatching eyes bore down onto Barrows who bowed his head under her husband's gaze. There were not many could hold her husband's gaze. Her husband had only grown in the years they'd left, not only in physical stature but in presence as well. The piercing gaze honed, the bearded face made of marble stone that accompanied a tall strong frame that reminded her so much of Aemon who'd always seemed like a mountain to her growing up, created an air about Aegon that made people naturally defer to him. The whispers of the conqueror reborn amongst the Dragonstone faithful were not made without support. If only those were the only whispers that were uttered amongst their people. My prince. Salon Barrows answered as he straightened out a little. Salon Barrows was a dark-haired clean-faced man with dull brown-green eyes. Barrows, a man in his mid-20s and of short stature and of thin frame, was a forgettable-looking olive-skinned man at first and even with a second glance. Yet it was neither his physique or his plain looks or his bloodline that made the man a valued member of the council, no, it was his mind for the art of trade and his knack for being able to deliver or provide what Aegon wanted without fail. Barrows had joined them on Dragonstone in 102 AC by paying a due on one of the rare few caravan missions they'd sent to Norvos and Qohor after the then 9 and 10 years of age. Barrows had run afoul of both his patriarch and one of the leading noble families which holds deep ties to the theocratic leadership of the Free City. Norvos was a queer place, where priests ruled the Free City and held the citizenry accountable to their faith, and anyone charged with breaching covenant with the faith, was either punished through whipping or put to death should the crime be deemed only payable by death. And had Barrows stayed, he'd been whipped many times after his crimes that the man had confessed to her, and then later, Aegon. Barrows participated in a scheme to sell textiles with the branding that belonged to the most renowned textile-producing families to the other cities, earning a fortune by the time he was 9 and 10 years of age. Unfortunately for him and his compatriots, the patriarch of his house was not at all pleased when he caught wind of it and outed Salon to the patriarch of the Naran family, the family who Salin had gravely slighted. According to Salin, he'd made the mistake of paying his dues to the patriarch of his house, as was custom, and it was what started the Inquisition that led to the downfall of their dishonest scheme and Salin's exile of his homeland. Salin had been sentenced to 30 lashes and the confiscation of his ill earnings, a sentence that his compatriots earned too, as killing them would have had political ramifications, for they too were of noble bearings even if most of them were only of branch houses, but Salin had known that it was only a matter of time before he found himself dead, either at the hands of the former compatriots or at the hands of the Naran family they'd wronged. And so he left with the trade caravan that was heading to Bravus before joining them on the seaward journey to Dragonstone after having conversed with Aegon's traders for many moons, having decided that he could find a place there. Gale was quite certain now that it was more that he feared that they could reach him and kill him in Bravus, whereas at Dragonstone they'd be more likely to refrain from sending cutthroats. Salin Barrows arrived during Aegon's journey to Waelano and sought audience with her. She found him desperate, but she'd given him a chance, and it was a chance that he'd taken with both of his hands. He'd proven his worth to her with his knowledge of the trade webs that existed within the free cities, and when Aegon returned, the man only continued to prove his worth by succeeding when most would fail. And now that man was the master of trade and had helped to grow their trade routes substantially. Barrows continued with a pleased note to his voice. The goods and coins carried by the First Fleet returning from the trade mission to the Far East has been tallied in full. Salin Barrows paused for a moment before a satisfied smile grew on his face. Interest peaked amongst some of the council members. The journeys to Yiti and Lang the fleets were returning from were the first in a series of planned trade missions planned. The return was slightly delayed. They had to send a ship to Oldgeese, one of the planned stops the fleet went to before coming directly to Port Corinth, and warn them, but nevertheless everyone was curious to see how well it has performed. Most of their trading over the past 2 years were consigned to Volantis and its towns, Lys, and reluctantly the Slavers' Bay cities, who had an appetite for spices, specifically the spices nutmeg and cinnamon. And surprisingly for tobacco, a kind of herb that grew on the Isle of Women that when dried and its smoke inhaled gave a mild pleasant effect, which was becoming popular amongst the noble families in cities like Astapor and Yunkai. The textiles and porcelain they traded since 100 AC was still an important part of their trade, 2 trades that employed most of the Dragonstone women, but now spices and herbs made up a larger and larger portion of their trade. With Port Corinth situated some 5 miles inland from the mouth of the River Wallu, southeast of Tall Trees Town and the surrounding lands, which was thinly populated compared to the more populated north, under their control by verdict of Prince Jalla, in payment of Aegon's services rendered in retaking Waelano from his usurping uncle, they were able to grow much in the fertile lands, especially with the successful techniques Aegon, Bodrin, and Edwin had developed, which needed only a sixth of the town to farm. More would have been needed, but with agreement with Prince Jalla and the villages nearby, Corinth would build homes and roads using the liquid stone and employ the local summer Icelanders, along with sharing the greater yield-producing farming techniques with the rest of Waelano. Thus far it has been a fruitful partnership. Wheat, grain, fruits, and vegetables were all growing plentiful on the farms inland to Corinth, but beside them were also the plantations that in majority grew cinnamon, nutmeg and tobacco, and it was what they traded the most. They made much profit from these routes, though they hardly used the income of the trading beyond the purchase of necessities like the materials Corinth needed for building or iron for the crafting of armor and weapons. 3/5 of the population were former slaves, and 4/5 of them were under the age of 20 who'd known not any life but slavery. Their needs were not many, and their needs were supported by herself and Aegon, along with the people of Dragonstone who took in the youngest children into their homes, whilst the older freed slaves were supported by the wider community, be it employment or rehabilitation, and it all helped to forge a close bond between the kin of Valyria. And when it came time to purchase the freedoms of slaves from Lys, the income from the Bravasi glass industry, the Bravasi now sold glassware as far as Yiti despite the blockade, was more than enough to cover those needs. At least for now, as the prices of slaves was increasing every trip to Lys, as a consequence of demand but also because of the war itself. Yet, it was necessary to keep paying those prices. Whether it would be west or east, or even if they stayed, it was necessary that they had many people with them, in order to sustain the growth of their people. They wanted at least 2,000 to 5,000 people every year to sustain their growth, which would go up when it came time to settle their new permanent home. She also agreed with Aegon's insistence that they focus on purchasing the freedoms of young slaves of Valyrian descent who could be helped, and as much as she hated to say it, could be the most useful for their growing people. But it had consequences, for it was getting harder to simply rely on the income of the glass industry, which also carried a risk of becoming useless if Bravus and the Triarchy truly begin to war, since it would mean that the Iron Bank would not be able to function as an intermediary as it was now. The Lysani already grumble about having to be paid via the Iron Bank now as it was. And if there was open war? It was why the success of the first trading fleets to the east was so important. And thankfully, it was. 23,000 gold coins and 94,000 silver coins. Gale answered succinctly, causing a few of the council members to murmur appreciatively. And that is after the purchase of 120 pouches saffron and 30 bolts of silk and a dozen other spices, each well over 4 dozen bags each. Gale continued, this time shocking the men in the room, save for Aegon and Barrows. She understood their reactions. 1 pouch of Yitish saffron, famed for its quality, could fetch 400 gold coins. And the most pleasing part was that the 2 other trade flotillas had yet to arrive, with one flotilla carrying strange seeds and produce from the lands beyond Asai. That is, unexpected, my prince. Edwin said reservedly, but the surprise and curiosity was etched into his face as his eyes darted to her and Barrows. She gestured Barrows to answer Edwin's not-so-hidden question. Barrows began to speak. We underestimated the demand for gemstones in Yeti, especially the light violet gemstones. Barrows shook his head. We sold 1/3 of our stock of the gemstones before one of the more attentive traders realized the Yetish were far more interested in the pale violet gemstones than the usually more desired rubies. By the time the stock was depleted, the last quarter of the stock were sold at 8 times the value of the rubies. The light violet gemstones were amongst the more common types of gemstones found around the river streams and mountains and caves of Baelon. They were pinkish in hue, a very light violet, and often ignored for the more radiant gemstones found in Baelon and around the other large Summer Isles islands. Typically, only the lesser well-off natives of the isles used it for jewelry. I have already given the order to purchase as much of the gemstones as we can from Tall Trees Town and the surrounding towns and villages. Aegon told the council before setting his gaze onto Stolly. When will the fleet be ready to sail again? Stolly considered it for a moment. They can leave tomorrow if they needed to. Provisions can be replenished today and the ships are in good conditions. The ships they sent to the Far East and beyond were of a larger variety built from the red oak trees that grew plentiful on the island of Kaje, and were the fruits of experimentations the shipwrights and Aegon had done for years as they sought to build sturdier ships like the Ebane's whaling ships. Speak with the crew and find out which ones would be willing to depart within half a moon's time. The trade ships from Ombru are set to return any day now. We can recrew the ships with men from those ships should it be needed. As you command, my prince. Stolly said with a bowed head. My prince. Trajan Fororlan directed towards Aegon as he spoke with curious eyes. If I may ask, what is urgency? Doubtlessly wondering why they were sending ships to Yeti given the pirate problem. Aegon glanced at Barrows briefly before he answered. The captains have heard stirrings that there may be a major war amongst the Yetish in the near future. Aegon's expression was stoic, but it didn't fool her. She'd seen the unbridled interest in his eyes when the captains debriefed with Aegon and herself. She hoped it was only interest. At times, she'd see him working away on something distractedly after meetings with the captains, which happened often, and she could almost reach into his mind and see the ruins and cities and peoples the captains described to her husband, and she'd often wondered if it was enough for him to hear stories from their people instead of being there, exploring those parts of the world, and she'd often feared it wouldn't be. It was bad enough that he'd be gone for likely a year or more soon if she was lucky, and she couldn't bear to see him gone to the other side of world to Yeti. A major war? It has been over 2 centuries since a major war broke out in Yeti, and it resulted in the rise of the Azure dynasty. Edwin mused ponderously with a frown before looking up to Aegon. How reliable is the information? The Yetish are known to have conflicts within themselves that others would name war, but them it is nothing but the same kind of squabbles the Blackwoods and the Brackens are infamous for. Reliable? Gale interjected, and all eyes fell on her. It originated from Captain Julin. Edwin's eyes widened mildly before he nodded in understanding. Captain Julin was amongst the most reliable men they had. One of the first men Aegon had trained as a sailor over a decade ago. His loyalty to her family was absolute. He'd not bring them wrong information even if his life depended on it. Besides, Gale thought a little cynically to herself, the 2 trade flotillas that were returning any day now from farther east, beyond Asai, would be there to either corroborate or deny his affirmation. He'd be foolish to lie to them. Aegon picked up from where she left and continued. The 11th Azure Emperor's situation is precarious. His sole male heir is but a child of 2 and the Emperor's health is declining. From what the rumors are amongst the traders at Yin, it is only a matter of time before he is forced to act to secure his heir's right to the throne against his cousins. So we seek to extract as much wealth as we can while we can. Fororlan questioned, though it was more of a statement now that he knew the situation. Yes. Aegon answered simply as he leveled his gaze to Fororlan. As wealthy as Yeti is, even for the likes of them, wealth and appetite can dry up in a civil war. The way Aegon said war was not unnoticed by the commanders nor Edwin or the alchemist. The conversation then turned away from the talk of distant war, though the undercurrent of tension remained as they turned towards the material needs of the builders and the shipwrights, as the port where most of their ships docked would need expansion in 2 years' time if they were to keep up with enough space for the ships planned to be built along with the materials for the ships themselves. Aegon told them to create a list and dismissed all but Edwin, Fororlan, Gala Anis Cargaris, and Muro Calnerian. Sir Muro. Aegon's voice was sharp and his expression as hard as steel as he spoke up not a moment after the doors were closed. If I called up the men tomorrow, would they be ready? Yes, my prince. Sir Muro said confidently as he straightened up and shared a glance with Sir Gala Anis. The men are well trained and they are adept at fighting at sea as well as on land. Sir Muro paused for a moment. The majority are very green, however. Even the formerly hedge knights. Aegon nodded slightly as he stood up. To be expected with the long peace and that of our own. He turned his back towards the council table for a long few moments as he faced towards the window that overlooked the town of Corinth. Increase the training intensity. We will depart in a fortnight. Aegon said finally before he turned around, his expression set in marble stone. Gala Ennis and Muro hid it well, but she could see their hunger for glory and battle. A hunger that she knew that many of the other knights that left with them also felt. Wives and children did little to cool the blood of men, she thought exasperatedly. They may claim that they felt aggrieved by the actions of the pirates, but they fooled no one. My prince. Will you need wildfire? Orlin questioned with intense interest. She turned her gaze towards Aegon, and though she hid it, she felt concern growing. Wildfire was not to be taken lightly, and its volatility was infamous. She knew her husband said that they were getting somewhere, but she doubted it was enough. But unfortunately, she knew that her husband and their men would need every advantage if they wanted to end the threat of this pirate king. Aegon veered his gaze towards Orlin before turning his gaze towards Edwin, who nodded cautiously her husband's silent question and answered. We can mount 16 of the modified scorpions to the ships. How many jar bolts? Orlin asked Edwin. Some few hundreds in the holds. We can possibly make another 100 more in a fortnight. Edwin said after a few moments of consideration. Make it so. Her husband ordered, and Edwin nodded. He then turned his gaze towards Orlin. Prepare what you need. You and the acolytes be coming with us. This surprised Orlin. I'm not a fighter. He pointed out the obvious. No one is. Not until they have to be. Aegon's face descended into a chilling look. You and your men know wildfire. Who better to ensure our ships firing it don't burn down? He intended firmly, and soon afterwards, she was left alone with Aegon in the council chambers, and once they were alone he moved closer to the glassless window. She watched him silently as she stood next to him. Aegon had his hands on top of the bottom rim of the window, his eyes staring out towards the town. She followed his gaze and looked out as well. The town was built of grey stone and grey liquid stone, though the buildings in town were a summery rustic red. The summer Icelanders made the paint from the shell of some kind of snail that was plentiful on Wayland and paint their homes with it. It felt only right to respect that tradition when it was explained to them. The building they were in now was their stronghold and their home, and was built on top of one of the larger hills in the area on the eastern side of the river. The dragon pit, if one could call the open-roofed extension to the stronghold a dragon pit, was guarded by several dozen guardsmen and tended to by the dragon keepers and their apprentices, whilst leading to hers and her children's apartment rooms. Whilst the town below was nestled in between 4 other hills. One hill where the Orlin and his alchemists and their apprentices studied the higher mysteries, another hill where the garrisons was positioned, with another hill had the school for the children of Corinth and the neighboring villages placed. The last hill and the smallest was not used, though depending on how long it would take for them to find a more permanent home, there were some ideas on what to build upon it. The main port, open only to their ships, or that of Prince Jalas, was situated on the banks of the river at its widest, a mile or so downstream, and was the first line of defense for their town. It wasn't completely defensible, but they did not need it to be, at least not yet. She sighed inaudibly as she gazed beyond the town. The town had grown so much in only 5 years. Only 5 years ago this was naught but overgrown hilly grasslands far away from any large settlement. And now it was home to over 45,000 people. Home not only to the former people of Dragonstone or freed slaves, but also to some thousand summer Icelanders, and also to freedmen families that left Volantis and Lys in search of a better life with them. The sounds of distant twin roars filled the skies, and she turned her gaze towards the sight of 2 large silhouettes growing larger by the second. They're coming back from their hunts. Aegon said, capturing her attentions, and she turned to him and saw his faint smile underneath that beard of his. He gestured with his hand towards them. They've both captured hunting whales. She blinked before she turned her gaze towards their dragons, her eyes squinting. She could see it now. In the claws of their hind legs. Impressive, she murmured, though not without a fond smile that stretched across her face. She envied Aegon's ability to connect to Miss Aragorn in the way that he did, the ability for dragon and rider to send sight to one another like they did so often. Still, she thought to herself, she was happy enough with her bond with Lysmaria, a bond that let her feel the strongest wants of Lysmaria in the same way Lysmaria felt hers. She felt his calloused hand on top of hers, and she closed her eyes momentarily as she leaned into him. She felt his arms wrap around him, and she sighed. She knew it needed to be done. To destroy them and everything in those damned isles in such a way none would dare strike against us or harm our people, he'd said to her when they learned of the plots against them, and she agreed wholeheartedly. This was not a kind world. It could be cruel and harsh, and she knew that at times one must be harsh and cruel in order to live in peace. She hated that it was needed. Come back to me, she whispered against him, her eyes remaining closed. She felt him kiss the top of her head. Nothing will be able to stop me. He promised her. Break. Sol so Sanaran POV. He sat against the back of the wall, the sound of distant water dripping and the faint voices of his captors the only break of the eerie silence that descended upon him. He was starting to miss the screams of his men. For the past fortnight, mayhaps longer, it's all he'd known. Their screams and pleads. Now there was silence. Unfortunately for him, he was likely the last of his men still alive, which meant nothing good for him. He knew that they wanted him alive, not tortured. He thanked the gods for that. He did not know why, and that bothered him almost as much as knowing that his chances of escaping this hellhole was unlikely. They tried a few times, when they were still strong and numerous. But the iron bars proved difficult to overcome, and the guards too attentive to miss anything. Anyone caught with something, even as small as a nail, was not seen again. The death knell came when they'd learned that they were deep underground, making any grinding out the walls pointless. They were stuck and nothing could change. Up he heard bellowed out and clanged against the iron bars with the back of the dagger, waking him violently. He glared at the bastard guard who'd done it. Laris he heard being named by the other bastard guards. Ah, Laris, here to unload my shit? 'Bout time, it was starting to stink up the place. Sol voiced out in a groan as he got stiffly and weakly from the uneven floor, unable to resist to irritate the bastard. It was the only thing he had left after all. Laris jutted his jaw, and Sol could see that he wanted to hit him. But he won't. He's one of the more restrained bastard guards. Which was why he did it. Move. The guard beside Laris growled out, and he sighed before he lazily extended out his arms that had red rings around his wrists. The walk was quiet, tense even, and it did little to calm his nerves. Finally, they arrived and the door swung up and he was pushed into the chamber, but he came to a stop with one of their hands on his back, his nose picking up the familiar smell of death. He looked up and saw a naked man hung from the ceiling, his body brutalized with cuts and slashes that crisscrossed one another like a chaotic pattern of woven tapestries, bloody ret cuts and clotted black wounds. The fires of fear grew mountain high. His eyes widened when he recognized the tattoo that marked the arm, and he realized that it was Jacko's, the captain of the haunt. How long did they have him? He turned his gaze towards the man who sat right in front of the breathing corpse of Jacko's, a muscular Valyrian man with a dagger on his lap, the kind of Valyrian that would fetch good coin in lists, yet the expression on the man's face stilled him from making a lewd comment. The Dragon Prince's expression somehow managed to be cold, harsh, monstrous, yet if his face was set in dead white stone, it was his queer eyes that blazed an inferno of fear within him as they bore down on him alive with fury and fire. His heart began to beat fast in his chest as fear began to creep inside of him as he realized that it might well be his fate soon. He was pushed further and tied to the chair, the ropes bit into his wrists and ankles, and he observed with anxious silence how quiet and efficient the guards were, and it wasn't long before he was left alone with the corpse and presumably the Dragon Prince of the Summer Isles. A pained and weak moan escaped through the mouth of Jacko's, a moan that had rasping qualities to it, and he thought he might have heard him try say something. "You recognize him, don't you?" the Dragon Prince asked, his face barely moving as he broke the silence before beginning to sharpen the dagger with a whetstone, the sharp whistling sounds of steel against stone echoing against the stone walls. "Yes," he answered, the candle fire of fear growing with each passing moment. He knew that lying about this wouldn't do him any favors, and the fires of fear that was welling within him was preventing him to even think about it. His eyes darted to Jacko's once more, the fires of fear growing in strength. How long has the poor bastard been in this situation? Must have been weeks. Was that going to be his fate? "I despise slavery," the Dragon Prince said after what seemed an age, yet he did not look up as he continued to sharpen his dagger unervingly. "It is a practice that illuminates unfavorably the capricious nature of humankind, of what we are able to commit at our most savage and unflattering moments," the Dragon Prince said as he dragged the whetstone across the dagger sharply and strongly, causing a loud and continuous whistling. Yet, he wondered, as his eyes darted to the body that hung from hook and to the sharpening dagger. What would he call what he was doing to that man? The Dragon Prince paused in his sharpening of his dagger and looked up, and he struggled to keep calm under the cold, mismatching eyes that seemed to bore down to his very soul, looking at him, studying him, and he felt as if he was found wanting. "But I know that to do beyond what I am doing is folly," the Dragon Prince said to him, his tone calm, but he felt as if there were undertones of a brewing storm in there. "I am not blind to the realities of things, nor am I interested in bathing Essos with rivers of blood that I'd need to spill in order to pull out the roots of slavery once and for all," the Dragon Prince told him calmly. The Dragon Prince leaned forward, and for a moment, he thought he could see a violet flame dancing in the prince's eyes. However, the Dragon Prince's voice turned low, almost akin to a low-sounding growl, and it sent shivers down his spine. "I am interested in the fate of my people. A trade ship of ours never came back," the Dragon Prince said with an intensity in his mismatching eyes as he stared into him. "And then another never came back." The Dragon Prince leaned back slightly, his fingers coldly and slowly tracing across the sharp edge of the blade, all whilst staring at him. "We wondered what might have happened. Mayhaps they were caught up in a storm and were destroyed. We discovered otherwise," the Dragon Prince said in a conversational manner, yet every part of his body tingled with danger heightened by fear. "Instead, we learned that they were captured." The Dragon Prince gestured towards the hanged man before leveling a look once more at him, his expression hard and unforgiving. "A fortuitous event, I must say. Had we not become suspicious and decided to increase protections, we may not have been able to repel your friend's attack." A cold smile formed on his face. "Or yours." And we might not have learned who was responsible and what the fate of our people is. The Dragon Prince stared at him with arctic coldness as he got up and stood beside Jacko's. My people. The Dragon Prince said with a thin smile that mirrored more like a smile a serpent may give. The Dragon Prince drew back and turned around and stuck the blade into Jacko's side and slowly pushed in, causing the Jackos to moan in pain. The Dragon Prince then pressed his finger deeply into a gaping hole in the poor bastard's torso and elicited pained weak cries from him. Jacko Sora, the Dragon Prince said with a deathly calm, a tone of voice that poured ice down his spine as Jackos cried out in agony. Life was good for Jacko Sora. Very good. He had coin. He made a name for himself. He had slaves that did all of his bidding. And a ship of his own. Life was very good for Jacko Sora. The Dragon Prince continued with a tone of voice that was still as the sea on a perfect day whilst he began to dig in his hand into the growing gaping hole, the pain-weak cries grew to greater strength. Until he decided to attack my ships and enslave my people. Like his fellows had already done to 2 of my ships. I don't know where they are, he said with urgency after he wetted his lips nervously, his eyes darted between the Dragon Prince and the dagger. He didn't. Truly. They could be anywhere now in Essos. They were as good as dead. But I can tell you everything I do know, he offered instead. Your friend was kind enough to offer everything he knows in the same way you are now. The Dragon Prince said as he leveled his cold look towards Sol Esso. He often lied. The Dragon Prince smiled with a wicked cruelty. He was more truthful after a few weeks of persuasion. Sol Esso swallowed dryly. He knew then that nothing he could say would save him from a gruesome end. The Dragon Prince then stepped away from Jacko's and loudly dragged the chair and sat opposite him, his cold piercing gaze set upon Sol Esso. You're going to die. The Dragon Prince told him calmly, as if one was discussing what to eat to break the morning fast. He swallowed dryly. The Dragon Prince continued, and radiated menace as he spoke. The choice you have now, is how you die. You can die quickly, you will have my word on that, or you can die slowly every week until you're no more but a shell made of ripped dying flesh. But you won't die then. No. You see, I find myself still terribly wroth. Your friend was not enough to lighten the retribution that I feel burning within me. The Dragon Prince said with a cold smile, and when he continued in a low deathly calm voice. Once you are no more than a shell, your mind lost, I will begin to cut parts of your body and have you healed so that you do not die of blood loss. Your feet will be first. Then your hands. Then your arms and your legs until nothing but your head and your torso remains. Only then shall you be permitted to die out of starvation. You're mad. Sol Esso choked out in horror. The Dragon Prince gave a chilling smile. What is your choice? He wasn't sure how long he was talking, but he knew it was a long time. He said everything he knew, about the pirate forts and dens he knew, the number of men he estimated saw those son, the pirate king, to have, everything. The fear of being caught out on a lie, the fear of saying anything that might run false with what Yarko had said was too high, and by the time he was done speaking, his throat had hurt. The Dragon Prince got up, began to walk towards him, and he stiffened until he relaxed slightly as he watched the Dragon Prince walk pa. Aegon Targaryen POV. His hand was clenching tightly on the hilt of the dagger as he buried it just below the nape of the neck and in between 2 of the vertebrae. A quick death as promised. Aegon pulled the dagger out, the blood that ran across the edge of the dagger splattered against the floor. Aegon spared Sol Esso one last glance before he turned and walked towards the dying Jackos. He plunged the dagger into the pirate's heart with a dismissive care, and the man wheezily breathed twice more before he was dead. The hole he'd dug in the man's torso wouldn't kill him fast enough. He'd served his purpose. Aegon walked back towards the closed door and banged against it. The door opened by his watchful guards and saw their gazes wander to the corpses inside. Are the rest of the prisoners dead? He asked his guards. Yes, my prince. None of the prisoners still live. One of the guards answered. Aegon nodded. Burn the corpses and have the ashes spread across the grazing fields. In death, they'll do something useful for once in their lives. My prince. The guards acknowledged his order with a bow, and soon enough he was out of the gloomy hole of a prison that stank of blood and rot. There had been no need for him to be there. Tratos could have made him sing without having to torture him. And truthfully, it had been a worthless exercise. The pirate crew and Jackos, most of whom they tortured and the others questioned with the threat of torture, had been enough for them to paint an accurate picture of what and who they were dealing with. As much as it pleased him to kill one of the bastards who was working to destroy what he was building, it was not his motivation. No, his motivation were for his men to see them dead. Killed by his hands. The pirates' attacks on their people was a slight, and for some it was a personal slight. Everyone knew each other and their loss was personal to everyone. He needed to show them his anger, his fury, that he was every bit as angry as they were, and he was, for it was likely some of their people were lost, likely forever. And he was not going to forgive that. They were his people. They chose him. They believed that he was a better option for them than the safety of Dragonstone. They believed in his words, in his certainty that there is lands west, good and fertile lands where they could grow and prosper and live in peace. He owed them safety and prosperity. And now, some of them would experience a fate he considered worse than death. And it was because of him that they were in that situation. It was because of them that they lost their freedoms. To say he was angry would be understating it. He was apoplectic. How fucking dare they? His expression was cold, stone cold, but within him raged a burning inferno that he wanted to fucking unleash. He knew why this was happening. It wasn't the pirates acting on their own initiatives, not when they hadn't touched his ships before. The pirates themselves confirmed that. And he knew exactly the reason why. It wasn't because of a few hundred fucking unrestful knights he sent to Daemon, nor did the Triarchy believe that attacking his ships would affect Daemon and his cause. No, this was fucking mere acting out, and who were monumentally pissed that Bravus was outcompeting them with the production of superior glass, and they found out that it was he that was the reason why it was happening in the first place. Aegon set his jaw, the blinding rage settling down into cold analytical fury. He couldn't directly attack Myr, as much as he wanted to. Not yet. He wouldn't be able to burn down more than a quarter of the city with Miss Aragorn, nor could he sack the city without losing too many of his men. No, he and his people were too weak right now, as much as he hated to admit it, yet all of it could not remain unanswered lest it invite more attacks. And he knew how to send that message. Aegon clenched his jaws in cold fury. It would be a tedious and difficult game of whack-a-mole, but if he acted fast enough, and hard enough, he'd be able to get rid of the leadership and clear out most of the pirate towns before sitting back, and let the damn Basilisk Isles descend into chaos as they murder each other for the honor of being the next king of the pirates. He unclenched his jaw as a frigid calm descended upon him. And he'd do it the right way, the only fucking way these people would understand. With fire and blood and fucking slaughter. Break. 108 AC? Bryce Arenter POV. The gentle swaying of the ship was soothing, and his quill flew across the pages of his diary, something that had not happened for him for many, many days. The seas had heaved and rocked, sometimes days on end. Powerful waves sent crashing against the hulls of their ships that caused Bryce searching the skies and praying to the seven that they remain cloudless. He honestly believed that should a storm hit, not even their thick-hulled ships could survive against such powerful waves. Thank the seven, for over 4 moons, his prayers to the seven had paid off. But they also had to change their routes. The waters in these parts were strange and dangerous. They pushed them backwards in ways he had not experienced before, and in some instances they could days, even weeks, with still winds and still ocean. Truly, if they had not the larger and the numerous smaller sails, he would have thought it likely that they may even have sailed backwards even if the winds had been favorable. They had to find a different route than the straight line they'd been traveling on, and they found it. They had to sail a few degrees off of north-northwest before turning south like the curve of a bow. The waters did not fight against them in this way, and it seemed like the winds were more constant as they bowed south. He was not sure how far they'd traveled, whether it was 3 or 4 moons sail, but he knew they were far from any known parts of the world. And yet there was no land. Some of the sailors thought that mayhaps this was where the world was ending, that they were heading towards the cliff of the world and damning themselves to the 7 hells. He'd put a quick stop to that. Damn fools. He'd punished them, severely, and there was not a peep from them since. Still. Had it not been for their well-stocked provisions and the giant turtles they'd taken with them to eat from the Targaryen Islands, he might not have been so sure they'd keep silence and incite mutiny. He grimaced as he paused in his writing. They had 3, maybe 4 moons worth of provisions. The Lady Dawn was about the same too. Mayhaps they could extend the provisions 7 moons if he began rationing now. But their dried lemon fruits were dwindling, which according to the prince staved off scurvy. So far it seemed to be right. He only hoped they wouldn't need to ration. He begun to write again. It was not yet time to think of rationing, he reasoned to himself. Not yet. It was hours later that he heard quick steps grow louder. The door slammed open and the 4 and 10 boy Tobin was out of breath. Cap-Ann. Cap-Ann. LND hoy. Linda hoy. Boy. Bryce growled out in anger as he got up. What nonsense are you talking about? The boy took in a deep breath before saying the words that stopped him still. Land ahoy. Tobin said with a wide grin as he continued to heave in and out. Faster than he thought his old bones could move, he walked round to the deck. Gimme the far eye, he said to no one in particular as he squinted his eyes towards the distance, but soon enough a far eye fell into his hand and he looked. And there it was, he thought with amazement. He couldn't see how large it was, only that it peeked out fairly tall, mayhaps it was mountainous, but he cared not. Because, finally, after so many moons, they found land west of the Summer Isles.